Chapter 1: Departure from the Village. As night descended, the summer evening unveiled a resplendent sky adorned with stars, while the moon hung high in the heavens. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon the trees, as if draping them in a shimmering veil of silver. It blanketed the ground, bestowing a lustrous sheen upon the earth. In the lush green fields, the symphony of cicadas, frogs, and insects occasionally filled the air. At the foot of Gourd Mountain lay a modest village, comprising just over 100 households. After a day of toil, the villagers had retreated early into the embrace of slumber. Yet, one humble thatched cottage remained aglow with light. Inside, the furnishings were sparse and worn, bearing the marks of time. Seated upon a wooden bed was a middle-aged woman, diligently folding clothes while murmuring softly to a young boy beside her. The boy, around 8 or 9 years old, possessed a sun-kissed complexion and a slender frame. However, his bright, expressive eyes betrayed a keen intelligence, and his countenance was rather pleasing, clad in a tattered gray garment. Beside him sat a robust, middle-aged man, presumably the boy's father, adorned with a scruffy beard and an earnest expression, engaging in casual conversation with the boy. On the bed, a little girl lay soundly asleep. Undisturbed by the chatter, she appeared to be 4 or 5 years old, with a fair complexion and long eyelashes that lent her an adorable charm, a trickle of drool escaping the corner of her mouth. "Xiaofan, your elder brother will return tomorrow. He has come back to take you to the city, and you must strive to learn a skill. Your brother has gone to great lengths to secure this opportunity for you," the middle-aged woman said, wiping away tears. The father then lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with affection as he looked at the boy, saying, "If you encounter any troubles out there, seek your brother. With your parents absent, he will be your only guardian." After speaking, the man lowered his head again, releasing a heavy sigh. "I understand, father and mother," the boy replied, his expression tinged with melancholy, reflecting his reluctance to part from home and his beloved parents. The boy's name was Wu Fan, affectionately referred to as Xiao Fan by the villagers. He was known for his intelligence and was well-liked within the small community, which was predominantly comprised of families sharing the Wu surname. Hence it was called Wu family. Village. The villagers primarily made their living through farming. Over 500 miles away stood a grand city named Qing Sean City, a bustling metropolis filled with power and influence, where the affluent resided. The villagers often gazed upon those fortunate enough to live in the city with envy, for any family with a member able to work in the city held a certain prestige to Wu Fan's elder brother is named Wu Hao, who works at a sizable blacksmith shop in the city. That Wu Fan's journey to the city was made possible through his brother's assistance to their employer. Upon hearing the news, their parents were particularly elated, as both of their sons would soon be working in the city, a significant blessing for the family. However, Wu Fan's father and mother felt a twinge of sadness at the thought of their youngest, merely 8 years old, leaving them. Yet, for the sake of Wu Fan's future and the hope of a better life, they reluctantly accepted this separation. At the tender age of 8, he should have begun his education, yet their village lacked even a single teacher. Wu Fan lay on his bed, gazing at his younger sister. He pondered when he might return home. He cherished his sister dearly. Her name was Wu Xiaoyu, and she was 5 years old. Upon learning that her brother would be leaving for the city, she had been weeping and pleading for him not to go. In his young heart, Wu Fan felt a mix of excitement and sorrow regarding this departure. After all, he was just a child who had never been apart from his parents. Feelings of sadness and reluctance were inevitable, yet he also yearned for the vibrant life of the city. He fixated on his sister, and gradually, the weariness of the day overtook him, leading him into the realm of dreams. The following day, Wu Fan arrived early at the village entrance to await his brother. As noon approached, a horse-drawn carriage appeared in the distance, carrying a robust young man, likely 17 or 18 years old. He was exceptionally tall, with a dark complexion, dressed in a flowing black robe, and wearing a broad smile as he gazed at Wu Fan. Upon closer inspection, Wu Fan realized it was indeed his brother. He sprinted toward the carriage, shouting, "Big brother!" Wu Hao waved enthusiastically, and soon, Wu Fan reached the carriage. Wu Hao jumped down and affectionately ruffled his younger brother's hair, exclaiming, "Xiao Fan, you've grown so much in these 2 years." Wu Fan looked up at his brother's sun-kissed face and replied, "Big brother, you've finally returned. I've been waiting for you to take me to the city. I've heard it's beautiful. Is that true?" Wu Hao laughed heartily, of course. In the city, people wear garments made of silk and satin, and the houses are elegant pavilions and towers. You'll see for yourself when we reach Qing Sean City. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the bustling metropolis and its towering structures. While lost in thought, Wu Hao lifted him effortlessly and tossed him into the carriage. Laughing, "Stop daydreaming. In a few days you'll be entering the city with me, and there will be plenty for you to see." With that, the brothers shared laughter as they made their way home. A quarter of an hour later, at Wu Fan's home, their mother scrutinized Wu Hao's appearance before smiling and saying, "You've grown quite a bit in these 2 years. You're even taller than your father now." A nearby middle-aged man chuckled heartily at this remark, declaring, "That means our son is now a grown man." 5-year-old Wu Xiaoyu hid timidly behind her mother, aware that this was her elder brother, yet feeling a sense of unfamiliarity towards the robust young man before her. The last time she had seen her brother, she was merely 3 years old. Wu Mu grasped Wu Hao's palm, which was as large as a fan, and inquired, "How have you fared in the city, my son? How has your craftsmanship progressed?" "Fear not, mother," Wu Hao replied, his eyes gleaming with pride. "I am doing well. I have officially completed my training and begun crafting weapons. I now earn a monthly wage." As he spoke, he produced several pieces of silver from his bosom and offered them to Wu Mu. After some modest refusals, Wu Mu eventually accepted the silver, seeing her son's insistence. Wu Fu wore a contented smile, knowing that after years of nurturing, his son could finally alleviate some of the family's burdens. That day, the Wu family was enveloped in the joyous sounds of reunion, the laughter echoing through their home, oblivious to the uncertainty of when they might gather again. 3 days later, the morning brought a throng of villagers to bid farewell. Among them were several childhood friends of Wu Fan, who reluctantly said their goodbyes. Wu Hao led the horse, turning to his parents to say, "Father and mother, you may head back now. Do not see us off any further. I will take good care of Xiao Fan. Rest assured." With reddened eyes, Wu Fan echoed, "Father, mother, please return. I will come home to see you whenever I can." As Wu Mu watched the carriage recede into the distance, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Wu Fu turned to her and said softly, "Dear wife, let us return. The children are grown now. It is a good thing for them to leave this small village." With a sigh, he turned and began the journey back. Sitting in the carriage, Wu Fan gazed at his fading parents and sister, along with the many villagers waving goodbye. In that moment, tears could not be contained, spilling forth from his eyes. Little did Wu Fan anticipate that this departure would usher in transformative changes, propelling him onto a path of immortal cultivation. Chapter 2. Qing Sean City. The Great Xia Kingdom is divided into 9 provinces, each of which boasts numerous grand cities. Among them, Qing Sean City stands as one of the significant urban centers in Qingzhou. 3 days' journey from Qing Sean City, in a small town. A modest and serves as the setting where Wu Fan is sharing a meager meal with his elder brother. As he gnaws on his rations, Wu Fan listens attentively to his brother's earnest discourse. "Wu Fan," Wu Hao begins with a smile, "this time, I am taking you to the city to work as an apprentice in a pharmacy. My employer is a close friend of the pharmacy's proprietor, and it is through his assistance that I secured this opportunity for you. You must cherish it and dedicate yourself to learning." Wu Fan, fully aware of the rarity of such an opportunity, nods vigorously in agreement. Wu Hao continues, "Although the city is bustling and you may earn considerable silver in the future, remember that we, as ordinary folk, hold little status there. The merchants and those in power often regard us as insignificant. Always keep this in mind and avoid offending them at all costs. They can extinguish our lives with but a flick of their fingers, and no one would dare to stand up for us. Our deaths would be in vain." Hearing these words, Wu Fan's heart fills with trepidation, and his countenance darkens. Wu Hao presses on. Within and beyond Qing Sean City, there are numerous gangs, as well as robbers and bandits. Wu Fan, remember to stay as far away from them as possible. They are skilled in martial arts and regard human life as inconsequential. Even the officials dare not breathe a word in their presence. Wu Fan understands that his brother is imparting crucial survival wisdom for city life, and he quietly commits Wu Hao's words to memory. Since childhood, he has listened to the village elders speak of those who possess martial prowess, individuals capable of leaping across rooftops, and those with profound inner strength who can unleash a mere gust of energy to invisibly harm their foes. Such masters could easily overpower a dozen ordinary individuals. Wu Fan has long admired these warriors and often fantasizes about becoming one of them someday. Observing the fearful expression on his brother's face, Wu Hao realizes that his words have frightened him. He reassures him, "Do not worry, Wu Fan. As long as you refrain from wandering aimlessly and remain in the pharmacy, you will be quite safe. In fact, what you do not know is that the pharmacy you will be working at is affiliated with a gang known as the Medicine Gang, which wields considerable influence in and around Qing Sean City, even earning a reputation as a first-rate organization in nearby cities. They primarily engage in the herbal trade, so you need not fret over safety while at the pharmacy." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's anxious expression finally softens, and a smile breaks across his face as he begins to grasp the security afforded by the gang's backing at the pharmacy. On the afternoon of the third day, a horse-drawn carriage slowly approached the road outside Qing Sean City. Wu Fan gazed in awe at the towering city walls and the imposing 10-meter-high city gate, feeling both astonished and exhilarated. He had never before encountered such a grand gate or magnificent walls. As he reached the entrance, he noticed a dozen armored soldiers meticulously inspecting each passing vehicle and pedestrian, allowing only those who had been checked to proceed. Upon passing through the gate, Wu Fan walked along the stone-paved road, taking in the splendid buildings lining the streets and the bustling crowds, accompanied by the lively sounds of vendors hawking their goods. Overwhelmed by the vivid sights and sounds, Wu Hao observed his younger brother's wide eyes darting from one thing to another, unable to suppress a chuckle. Wu Fan, caught off guard, blushed deeply. Wu Hao first led his brother to his blacksmith shop, returning the carriage to the establishment while reminding Wu Fan to remember its location. After enjoying a bowl of noodles at a nearby stall, Wu Hao took Wu Fan by the hand, guiding him eastward. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at a 3-story building, where a large sign adorned with the golden characters Huachuntang welcomed them. The shop was bustling with activity as numerous patrons came and went. As they entered, they noticed several young attendants busily attending to customers. One boy, around 15 or 16 years of age, approached them and exclaimed, "Wu Hao, you've arrived. Are you looking for the shopkeeper?" Wu Hao smiled at him and replied, "Thank you, young brother. Please wait a moment. I'll go fetch the shopkeeper," the young attendant said, turning to head towards the inner chambers. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman, appearing to be around 60, emerged. He was slightly plump, with small eyes and silvery hair, dressed in a simple blue garment, exuding a natural aura of warmth and friendliness. Upon seeing the old man, Wu Hao's spirits lifted, and he quickly pulled Wu Fan over, clasping his hands in salute before bowing. "Greetings, Lu Lao." The elder nodded with a smile, then turned to scrutinize Wu Fan with keen interest. "Wu Hao, is this your younger brother? He certainly seems like a fine young lad." Wu Hao, beaming with pride, responded, "Lu Lao, you flatter him. He is still quite young and may cause you some trouble in the future." The elder laughed heartily. "Since your master personally came to ask for my assistance, I cannot possibly refuse. Rest assured, I will take good care of your brother. I find him quite endearing." Upon hearing this, Wu Hao exhaled in relief and called out to Wu Fan, "Xiao Fan, come over and greet Lu Lao." Wu Fan obediently approached the elder, bowing deeply. Wu Fan greets Lu Lao. Afterward, he discreetly glanced up at the elder, his expression slightly awkward. Noticing Wu Fan's bashful demeanor, Lu Lao's smile widened even further. "Rise, young one. From now on, you shall follow me and learn well. One day, you shall achieve great things." Wu Fan quickly bent down again and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Elder Lu. I will strive to study diligently." The elder acknowledged him with a hum and remarked, "This young lad is indeed teachable." Subsequently, the elder turned to Wu Hao and said, "You should head back now. I will take Xiao Fan to his residence. You both must be quite weary after your long journey. Do visit your brother when you have the time." Wu Hao bowed once more to Elder Lu before rising and saying, "Thank you, Elder Lu." He then glanced at his younger brother and added, "Eldest brother is leaving now. You must listen to Elder Lu while I'm away. He is a renowned physician in Qing Sean City, so make sure to learn from him." Wu Fan nodded in response, saying, "I understand, eldest brother. You must come to see me often when you have the time, okay?" Wu Hao affectionately ruffled his brother's hair and replied, "I will," before turning to depart. Chapter 3. Song Fei. After Wu Hao departed, Wu Fan found himself increasingly uneasy. At merely 8 years of age, he felt a pang of fear when confronted with this unfamiliar environment and the strangers within it. Lu Lao seemed to perceive Wu Fan's trepidation and approached him, gently taking his small hand in his own, his face adorned with a kind smile. "Little Fan, come with me. I shall take you to find your lodgings." Wu Fan obediently nodded and followed the elder outside. As they ventured deeper into the apothecary, they came upon a rear entrance, which led to a vast courtyard filled with flowers, grasses, and trees, where a small stream meandered through, occasionally revealing glimpses of fish darting beneath the surface. At the far end of the courtyard, rows of houses stood proudly, interspersed with a few multi-storied pavilions. The elder gestured towards the pavilions, saying, "Little Fan, some of those pavilions serve as storerooms, others as a library, and some are dedicated to processing herbs. The smaller houses over here will be our residence." Having spoken, the elder led Wu Fan to the cluster of modest dwellings, selecting one for their abode. "This shall be your room from now on," he declared, pointing to the chosen house. Wu Fan eagerly nodded in agreement. As he gazed upon the dwelling that would be his home for the foreseeable future, the melancholy that had settled in his heart following his brother's departure dissipated. He had never resided in such a charming house, its red exterior and gray roof, accompanied by a quaint courtyard, were a far cry from the thatched hut he called home. The sheer beauty of his surroundings filled him with joy. Upon entering the room with Lu Lao, he was immediately greeted by a round red table adorned with intricate carvings, surrounded by several stools. On either side stood rows of wardrobes crafted from rosewood, and further inside lay a large, inviting bed atop a floor paved with blue stone. Little fan, if you head right out the door and walk 100 steps or so, you'll find the dining area. When you're hungry, you can go there for a meal. You must be tired today. Tidy up and rest well, the elder advised before casting a final glance at Wu Fan and turning to leave. Wu Fan hurriedly accompanied Lu Lao to the door, bowing respectfully as he expressed, "Thank you, Lu Lao. Please take care." The elder paused to pat Wu Fan's head affectionately, smiled, and then departed. Once inside, Wu Fan busied himself exploring the room, marveling at every detail. Approaching the bed, he removed his shoes and leaped onto the soft, comfortable mattress. As he lay back, gazing at the ceiling, memories of his parents bidding him farewell, his little sister's beaming face as she twirled around him, and the familiar figures from his village flooded his mind. Before he realized it, he drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Wu Fan awoke early. After freshening up, he made his way to the dining hall, where a sumptuous spread awaited: congee, steamed buns, and various side dishes. In his previous life at home, he rarely enjoyed white buns, yet here they were merely commonplace fare. Wu Fan felt a swell of anticipation for his new life. After finishing his meal, he returned to his quarters, awaiting Lu Lao's arrival. An hour later, Lu Lao strolled in at a leisurely pace, holding a new set of garments in his hands. He glanced at Wu Fan with a smile and said, "Xiao Fan, this is a new outfit I have prepared for you. I wonder if it fits well. Please try it on." "Thank you, Lu Lao." Wu Fan eagerly accepted the clothing and quickly donned it. The attire fit him perfectly. He admired the beautiful azure long shirt, a stark contrast to his previous patched garments. Finally, he had new clothes, and a smile blossomed on his face. At heart, Wu Fan was merely an 8-year-old child, and for him, having good food, a comfortable home, and nice clothes constituted the greatest happiness. Noticing how well the outfit suited Wu Fan, Lu Lao nodded approvingly with a beaming smile. "Xiao Fan, shortly, I will introduce you to a little companion who will join us in our studies," the elder remarked with a twinkle in his eye. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, but soon became elated. The prospect of having another child to study with filled him with joy. He would no longer have to face his studies in solitude. Curiosity bubbled within him as he anticipated meeting his new companion. "Understood, Lu Lao," he replied obediently, excitement evident in his tone. Lu Lao led Wu Fan outside, and after a short walk of 5 or 6 minutes, they paused beside a building. The elder then called into the room, "Song Fei, come out quickly. I have a little friend to introduce to you." "Coming, coming." A child's voice echoed from within, revealing its youthful timbre. Moments later, a young boy emerged, appearing around 7 or 8 years old, much like Wu Fan in age. He too wore an azure long shirt, but he was slightly more robust than Wu Fan. With short hair and a fair complexion adorned with 2 charming dimples when he smiled, he was indeed quite adorable. The boy's eyes were fixed curiously on Wu Fan, darting back and forth. Lu Lao, standing beside them, said, "Song Fei, this is Xiao Fan. You are the same age, with Xiao Fan being 2 months your senior. You two must get along well from now on." Song Fei responded, then mischievously winked at Wu Fan, cheerfully introducing himself. "Hello, Xiao Fan Go. I am Song Fei." "Hello, Xiao Fei," Wu Fan replied, captivated by the boy's delightful visage, his eyes sparkling with warmth. The elder observed their interaction with a smile, then said, "All right, let us proceed to the study hall. From today onward, I shall teach you both to read and write, and in due course, we will delve into the identification of herbs and the study of pharmacology. Remember, diligent study is paramount." The 2 boys nodded in unison, their compliance evident. Lu Lao guided them to a tall, expansive building, which Wu Fan recognized as the study hall the elder had mentioned. It was a grand structure with 3 stories. Upon entering the first floor, the elder seated himself on a stool and gestured towards the bookshelves surrounding them. The books on this floor contain foundational knowledge. You will begin your studies here. Starting today, after breakfast each morning, you are to wait for me here. Do you understand? 2 young boys, upon entering the first floor, began to gaze around with great curiosity. The shelves were brimming with books, so numerous that it was almost impossible to discern their exact quantity. In the midst of the shelves stood a large round table, beside which an elderly man was seated. Upon hearing the old man's inquiry, the 2 boys simultaneously bowed and clasped their fists in a gesture of respect, replying, "We heard you, Elder Lu." The elder responded with a nod and a smile. "Today, I shall teach you to read," he announced. "Come closer to me." With that, the 2, Wu Fan and Song Fei, embarked on a long journey of learning. Chapter 4. The Fire of Determination. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, for years have passed. The 2 young ones are now 12 years old, each standing approximately 1.5 meters tall. Throughout these 4 years, Wu Fan and Song Fei have become inseparable friends, delighting in each other's company daily. Both have diligently pursued their studies, guided wholeheartedly by the venerable Lu Lao. On one particular morning, as Wu Fan lay asleep. He was suddenly roused by Song Fei's enthusiastic calls. Xiao Fan go, Xiao Fan go, wake up quickly. We must hurry to breakfast. Do not forget that Master is taking us to the scripture pavilion today to select our martial arts techniques. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan sprang from his bed, swiftly donning his clothes while exclaiming, I know, Xiao Fei. I'll be right out. His excitement was palpable, for he had long awaited this day. 3 years prior, the elder had recognized the intelligence of the two boys and their aptitude for learning. Although Song Fei had a playful nature, he remained earnest in his studies. While Wu Fan won the elder's favor with his keen intellect and swift comprehension, the elder, appreciating their talents, decided to take them as his closed-door disciples. Just yesterday, the elder had informed them, you are both 12 now. It is time to learn martial arts. Although we run a medicine shop, martial arts are essential, as we will often venture into the mountains for herbs, where we may encounter wild beasts or even bandits. Acquiring martial arts skills will provide you with a measure of protection. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan had leaped with joy, his excitement keeping him awake long into the night. He had always admired those skilled in martial arts and dreamed of one day becoming such a person, envisioning himself leaping across rooftops, commanding respect from all who saw him. Xiao Fan go, are you ready yet? Hurry up, came Song Fei's impatient shout from outside. I'm coming. Wu Fan quickly finished dressing, hastily washed up, and dashed outside. The two boys exchanged glances before bursting into laughter, linking arms as they made their way to breakfast, their joy evident. An hour later, at the entrance of the scripture pavilion, Lu Lao turned to the two boys and said, remember, each of you may choose only one internal cultivation technique. I will explain the advantages and disadvantages of each. You may also select 2 martial arts manuals. Do you understand? Wu Fan and Song Fei nodded in agreement. Upon entering the pavilion, an elderly man approached them. He was tall, appearing to be in his 50s, with thick brows and wide eyes. His temples slightly bulging, a clear sign of someone who had mastered internal cultivation. Wu Fan recognized this man as the guardian of the pavilion. As the elder approached, he clasped his hands in respect towards Lu Lao, saying, Lu Lao, you have arrived. Lu Lao responded with a smile, Zhang Lao, I appreciate your assistance. I have brought my 2 disciples to select some martial arts techniques. The elder with thick brows replied promptly, no trouble at all, Lu Lao. Please, come inside. Go ahead and choose, Wu Fan and Song Fei, Lu Lao said, turning to the 2. Wu Fan and Song Fei immediately clasped their fists in response, and eagerly proceeded to select their martial arts techniques. Wu Fan approached the left bookshelf, which contained a modest collection of titles, merely a dozen or so. He understood well the rarity of such techniques. The average person would never encounter a single one in their lifetime. To see so many in one place was indeed remarkable, reflecting the substantial heritage of this medicinal sect. He casually picked up a tome inscribed with the title Jia Mu Gui Jinju. Upon opening it, he found it to be akin to the Golden Bell Shield, a protective technique. According to the text, mastering it would allow one to manifest a protective aura that could resist blades and weapons, a truly formidable skill. Returning the book to its place, he selected another, titled Long Hu Shunli Gong. This technique promised immense physical power, akin to that of dragons and tigers, captivating Wu Fan's interest. However, after some contemplation, he decided to set it aside for further exploration. Next, he retrieved a 3rd volume, labeled Hun Yuan Pai Li Gong. Mastery of this technique would enable one to unleash their energy to the extent of shattering a large tree with a single strike, a testament to its extraordinary might. Wu Fan perused the remaining titles, Yunu Tiao He Gong, Dali Jing Gang Gong, Ziyang Gong, Chunyang Jing, Hua Shuizhen Jing, and more. Each seemed potent, yet he found himself at a loss for choice. Just then, his gaze drifted to the top shelf, where a book was tucked away in a corner. Barely visible, curiosity piqued. He wondered why it had been relegated to such an inconspicuous spot. Rising on his toes, he retrieved the tome, which was crafted from some unknown beast's hide, sturdy and heavier than the others. The title Huofeng Ju was emblazoned across the cover. Unlike the other texts, this one detailed a markedly different energy cultivation pathway, without revealing what benefits one might gain from its practice. It comprised 12 levels, and whether one could cultivate it depended on their physical constitution. Some could, while others could not. Finding the book peculiar, Wu Fan considered returning it when Lu Lao approached. Glancing at the volume in Wu Fan's hands, he remarked, this technique has been stored here for decades. It is said to have been discovered in a rival's scripture repository during a raid. The Guardians claimed it was a treasured heirloom of their lineage. A technique of utmost importance, and not everyone is destined to cultivate it. It requires a certain affinity. As Wu Fan listened to Lu Lao's words, he found them to resonate with the knowledge he had acquired from his readings. The text had similarly indicated that this particular martial art required an individual's innate constitution. Not everyone was deemed capable of mastering it. Despite all being martial arts, what dictated the necessity for such distinctions in physical attributes? Lu Lao continued, recounting that centuries ago, An ancestor from their lineage had practiced this very technique and ultimately ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts. At that time, the most formidable masters of the entire Qingzhou could not withstand even 3 of this individual's strikes. Chapter 5. The Clear Wind Sword Technique. Upon hearing these words, Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the immense power it would bestow upon him if he were to master it. Lu Lao, observing the expression on Wu Fan's face, discerned his thoughts and continued, "At that time, the members of the sect believed they had stumbled upon a treasure and hurriedly brought the technique back to their leader. When the leader heard about it, he laughed heartily. However, after dedicating over a decade to practicing the technique, he ultimately achieved nothing, wasting 10 precious years. In his despair, he placed the technique in the scripture repository for the sect members to practice. Many members, undeterred by past failures, chose to study the technique, yet none succeeded. It was then that everyone realized the truth in what the guardian of the repository had said. Eventually, this technique found its way into our apothecary." Hearing this, Wu Fan lowered his gaze to the book in his hands, his expression shifting between hope and doubt. After a moment of hesitation, he resolutely declared, "Master, I have decided to practice this technique." Lu Lao shook his head with a hint of resignation and replied, "Xiao Fan, are you certain? Many before you harbored similar hopes, believing they would succeed, yet they merely squandered their time." Wu Fan tightened his grip on the book, then suddenly lifted his head, meeting Lu Lao's gaze with unwavering determination. "Master, I am certain. I wish to give it a try." "Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not dissuade you. Should you ever find yourself unable to continue, do not hesitate to tell me, and I will guide you in selecting another technique." Lu Lao, recognizing the resoluteness in his beloved disciple, ceased his attempts to persuade him otherwise. At that moment, Song Fei approached and, after bowing to Lu Lao, announced, "Master, I have selected 2 martial arts manuals and am now ready to choose an internal cultivation technique." Lu Lao glanced at the 2 books in Song Fei's hands and inquired, "What manuals have you chosen?" "Skyward Step and Thunder Palm. I believe one focuses on evasion while the other emphasizes offense, making them a suitable pair," Song Fei replied. Lu Lao nodded in approval. "Indeed, you have made wise selections. You must dedicate yourself to diligent practice. Do not allow yourself to become complacent." "Understood, Master," Song Fei responded promptly. Wu Fan, standing nearby, winked at Song Fei and said, "Xiao Fei, congratulations. Have you completed your selection of internal techniques?" "Not yet. I will now go to choose my martial arts manuals," Wu Fan said as he made his way towards the shelf filled with martial arts books. The collection here was noticeably more extensive than that of the internal techniques, boasting over 20 volumes. This was hardly surprising. It is universally acknowledged that martial arts techniques are easier to find while internal cultivation methods are rare. Even if one excels in martial arts techniques, lacking the support of internal energy renders them ineffectual against a skilled practitioner. Should an individual solely cultivate martial arts techniques without internal methods, even if they master the techniques to perfection, they would find themselves at a disadvantage against someone with profound internal energy, who could easily unleash a gust of energy that would leave them gasping for breath. It is imperative to carefully select one's internal cultivation techniques, for a significant portion of each day will be dedicated to breath control and refinement. Ultimately, internal strength forms the foundation of a martial artist's prowess. One need only select a few martial arts that resonate with them and diligently practice. Wu Fan retrieved a manual, glancing at its title, Footsteps in the Snow. Evidently, it detailed a light-footed technique, stating that mastery could lead one to achieve the state of moving silently upon snow, ideal for tracking or thievery. However, Wu Fan found little interest in this particular skill. He then perused another tome, titled Iron Sand Palm. This treatise explained that, upon reaching full mastery, one could even catch a blade with bare hands, and without using internal energy, effortlessly shatter a small tree with a single strike. Nevertheless, mastering the Iron Sand Palm demanded great perseverance, requiring daily practice on hot sand, a commitment that spanned years. The 3rd volume was titled Furious Dragon Retreat, a leg technique, while the 4th, Blazing Mountain Fist, was equally formidable. Wu Fan continued to examine the collection, encountering titles such as Moonslaying Blade Technique, Tiger Tooth Divine Fist, Drunken Immortal Sword Technique, Skyward Axe Technique, 18 Styles of Gunplay, Setting Sun Finger, and 2 Instrument Step. Upon completing his review, he selected 2 manuals. The first, Clear Wind Sword Technique, reputed to have been the signature skill of an unparalleled master. Mastery required not only tenacity, but also proficiency in light-footedness to fully unleash its potential. In combat, opponents would find it nearly impossible to anticipate the next strike, leaving them perplexed regarding the wielder's position and timing. An ethereal swordplay indeed. The second manual, Flying Swallow Step, complemented the Clear Wind Sword Technique. Wu Fan chose this light-footed skill because, when mastered, it allows one to leap 3 to 4 zhang in a single bound, facilitating fluid movement in battle. Even in retreat, one would be swifter than most. Thus, Wu Fan ultimately selected this technique. Having made his choices, he turned towards Elder Lu, who was approached by Song Fei, who had also finalized his internal cultivation technique. Elder Lu, upon seeing them advance, inquired, "Have you both made your selections?" Song Fei, beaming, replied, "I have chosen, master. My internal technique is Dragon and Tiger Divine Strength." Elder Lu glanced at Song Fei, smiling, "Excellent choice. This internal technique, upon full mastery, will endow you with immense strength. You've always had a robust physique, making this practice highly suitable for you." Afterward, he turned to Wu Fan, asking, "And you, little Fan?" Wu Fan, with a joyful expression, responded, "Master, I have chosen Clear Wind Sword Technique in Flying Swallow Step." Upon hearing this, the elder burst into hearty laughter and exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. You have chosen wisely with these two manuals." Lu's repetition of excellence served to underscore his delight, affirming that Wu Fan had indeed made the right selections. "Very well. Since you have both completed your choices, let us return. Remember to practice diligently, and feel free to approach me with any questions you may have. Now, let us be on our way." With that, Lu turned and began to walk out, followed closely by Wu and Song. Chapter 6. The Forging House. Upon returning to his residence, Wu Fan retrieved several books, contemplating his future training schedule. He resolved to practice swordsmanship and lightness of foot each morning, dedicate his afternoons to studying medicine and reading under his master's guidance, and focus on internal cultivation in the evenings. A glance at the Qing Feng sword technique prompted him to rise and venture outside. Calculating the time, he realized it had been 2 months since his elder brother last visited. Thus, he decided to pay him a visit and request a sword, as practicing without one would be impractical. The Forging House, where Wu Hao worked, was among the most distinguished establishments in Qing Sean City. Its wares were notably more expensive than those from other blacksmiths, yet the quality of the items produced was exceptional. The shop exclusively offered weapons such as swords, spears, halberds, and bows, eschewing agricultural tools. Even the standard armaments supplied to the city guards were crafted at the Forging House, including sabers and armor. Behind the shop lay an expansive forge, where the weapons sold were meticulously crafted. The sound of clanging metal could be heard from afar, emanating from a workshop bustling with approximately 30 to 40 robust blacksmiths, each towering in stature. Among them was a young man in his 20s, bare-chested with dark skin, prominent brows, and a thick beard. Gripping a hefty iron hammer, he labored diligently on a glowing long sword. Perhaps fatigued, he set down the hammer and wiped the sweat from his brow with his arm before moving to a water trough, where he quenched his thirst with a wooden ladle. At that moment, a voice called from outside, "Brother Wu Hao, your younger brother has come to see you." Instantly, Wu Hao tossed the ladle back into the trough, turned, and dashed toward the entrance, shouting, "Got it. I'll be right there." During the past 4 years, Wu Hao had initially visited his brother every few days. However, as time passed and Wu Fan matured, he became more comfortable among the people at the apothecary, and his master grew fond of him. Consequently, Wu Hao's visits became less frequent. In the courtyard of the Forging House stood a small pavilion, where Wu Fan conversed with a young man before him. "Brother Fan, you should return to your duties. I can wait for my brother here," he urged. "Very well, Xiao Fan, I shall take my leave. The shop is quite busy, but I will come to visit you when I have the time," the young man replied with a smile before departing. Just then, Wu Hao approached from a distance, laughing heartily as he called out, "Xiao Fan, what brings you here? You rarely came to see me before." Upon seeing his elder brother, Wu Fan's face lit up with joy, and he hurried to greet him, exclaiming, "Brother, it has been 2 months since your last visit. Naturally, I missed you." Wu Hao let out a hearty laugh and replied, "I have been quite busy lately. The government has commissioned a batch of weapons, and the shop is required to fulfill the order within 6 months, which is why I haven't been able to come see you. Brother, I have splendid news to share. Today, my master has allowed me to begin my martial arts training." Wu Fan exclaimed with exuberance. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao's face lit up with delight as he responded, "What a remarkable blessing. It is truly a stroke of fortune to be able to apprentice under Master Lu. Learning martial arts is a dream coveted by countless individuals, and even within your pharmacy, not everyone has the privilege to learn. I envy you, dear brother. I lack your good fortune and may very well be destined to live a life devoid of martial prowess." As Wu Hao teased his younger brother with a hint of jealousy, his heart brimmed with genuine happiness for Wu Fan. "I understand, brother. I will cherish this opportunity and dedicate myself to my training. By the way, I have chosen a sword technique and would like you to gift me a sword." Wu Fan shyly smiled at Wu Hao. Realizing the true purpose of his brother's visit, Wu Hao burst into laughter, saying, "I knew it. You wouldn't come here without a reason. Fear not, dear brother. I shall ensure you receive a fine sword. Rest assured, little Fan." After chatting for a while, Wu Fan returned to his residence, with Wu Hao promising to bring him the sword in half a month, as he intended to craft it from the finest iron. Wu Fan felt a swell of gratitude, aware that his elder brother would be working diligently to forge the sword through the night. With time on his hands, Wu Fan decided to practice the fire-burning technique, eager to discover if he could truly cultivate it. He hoped to avoid the fate of others who, after years of effort, achieved little to no progress. Such a scenario would be utterly disheartening. Opening the book, he read through the first layer of mental formulas several times before commencing his training according to the prescribed flow of energy. 3 days later, Wu Fan stared at the book with a pallid expression. Despite 3 days of endeavor, he had seen no results. He had failed to cultivate even a fraction of inner strength. Just yesterday, Song Fei had boisterously informed him that he had successfully cultivated inner energy, which only deepened Wu Fan's frustration. Could it be that he was truly unsuited for this method? Nevertheless, he refused to succumb to despair and resolved to persist in his training, unwilling to relinquish such a formidable technique. Thus, half a month swiftly passed. Yet Wu Fan remained unable to harness inner strength. On this day, Wu Hao arrived, bearing a long sword. As he entered the room, Wu Fan was instantly captivated by the weapon in his brother's grasp. The sword measured approximately 2 feet and 6 inches in length. Its silver hue refracting dazzling light in the sunlight, and the hilt bore an intricate design resembling the visage of a fearsome beast. Observing his brother's wide-eyed wonder, Wu Hao chuckled heartily. "Little Fan, behold the long sword I have crafted for you. Do you like it? I adore it. It is stunningly beautiful." "Thank you, brother," Wu Fan exclaimed as he dashed to Wu Hao's side, eagerly seizing the sword, and began to caress it lovingly, unable to tear his gaze away. Wu Hao gazed at his younger brother's joyful expression, feeling an indescribable sense of happiness within himself. To forge this long sword for his brother, he had expended all his hard-earned savings to purchase this exquisite iron and toiled for half a month to complete the sword. Yet, the moment he saw the smile on his brother's face, he felt every effort was worthwhile. Observing his brother's continuous admiration of the long sword, he chuckled. "Xiao Fan, this sword is crafted with utmost care, using only the finest iron. Even the best sabers wielded by officials cannot compare to your longsword." Wu Fan, noticing the slight dark circles under his elder brother's eyes, understood that Wu Hao had put in considerable effort for him during this time, and he felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you, brother. I shall carry this sword with me from now on," he replied earnestly. Wu Hao smiled and tossed over a sword sheath with his other hand, saying, "This sheath is also made from fine ironwood. Do you like it?" Wu Fan received the sheath and examined it closely. It was black and adorned with intricate, beautiful patterns, clearly a product of his brother's thoughtfulness. He sheathed the long sword and hung it at his waist. Looking at his reflection, he felt a surge of confidence and valor. Turning to Wu Hao, he grinned. "I love it. I truly appreciate your effort, brother. You are amazing. Haha. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The shop requires my attention. I will visit you again when I have the time," Wu Hao said before turning to exit. Wu Fan followed closely behind, seeing his brother to the door. Once back inside, Wu Fan continued to admire the long sword for a while before resuming his training. Chapter 7. Sparring. Thus, every morning, Wu Fan diligently practiced the Qing sword technique and Fian step, while dedicating his afternoons to studying alchemy and reading under the guidance of his master. Each evening, he returned to refine the Hua Finju. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. One evening, in a fit of frustration, Wu Fan flung the Hua Finju book onto his bed and lay back, staring at the ceiling, his face a mask of despair as he contemplated his thoughts. Despite notable advancements in both swordsmanship and lightness of step over these 3 months, he remained utterly baffled by the Hua Finju, having failed to cultivate even a trace of inner strength. Doubts crept into his heart regarding his earlier determination, leading him to ponder, was he, like others, fated to be incompatible with this technique? In contrast, Song Fei was nearing mastery of the first level of Longhu divine power, now capable of effortlessly lifting a 50-pound stone with a single hand, which left Wu Fan filled with envy. Reclining on his soft and comfortable bed, he deliberated for quite some time before ultimately deciding to practice for 1 more month. If he still could not cultivate inner power, he would seek his master's guidance to select a different technique. He resolved not to waste years on a method that proved unyielding, having initially pursued it due to its reputed prowess, hoping to adopt a trial-and-error approach. If he succeeded, it would be splendid. If not, he would resolutely abandon it, refusing to let it squander his precious time. "I shall retire early tonight and rise at dawn to attempt a morning practice. I have only trained in the evenings thus far. I wonder how morning practice will fare," Wu Fan murmured softly to himself. At the break of dawn the next day, long before the sun had risen, Wu Fan had already risen to begin his practice. Immersed in his training, he remained unaware that as the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, colorful specks of light, invisible to the naked eye, began to drift towards him, gradually entering his body. These luminous points varied in hue: red, black, green, gold, and yellow, though the red points were significantly more abundant. Wu Fan felt none of this. His eyes remained tightly shut as he focused intently on his cultivation. It was not until midday that Wu Fan stirred from his meditative state. Upon awakening, He felt an unparalleled lightness coursing through him, his mind clear and alert. After 6 or 7 hours of practice, he experienced no trace of fatigue. Indeed, he sensed a slight increase in his strength. After more than 3 months, a smile finally graced Wu Fan's lips. Hard work bore fruit, and he had succeeded, confirming that he was indeed capable of mastering this technique. Little did he realize that his method of cultivation diverged significantly from others, while they cultivated inner strength from within. He absorbed external spiritual energy, refining it into spiritual power within his body, a distinction of profound magnitude. Unbeknownst to him, the Huafanju he practiced was not merely an inner cultivation technique, but rather a form of celestial cultivation. With the knowledge that he could indeed cultivate this technique, Wu Fan dedicated himself even more fervently to his practice in the days that followed. As time flowed onward, for more years passed in a flash. Wu Fan has spent another 4 years in rigorous training, and he is now 16 years old. During this period, he has diligently cultivated the fire-burning technique, reaching the pinnacle of the 2nd level, just 1 step away from the 3rd. Meanwhile, both the gentle breeze sword technique and the flying swallow steps have also been cultivated to a small degree of mastery. On this particular evening, 2 figures were seen leaping and darting about in the courtyard, their movements vigorous and dynamic, engaging in a spirited exchange. A youthful voice called out, "Xiao Fan, watch my palm," to which another voice replied, "Xiao Fei, bring it on." One of the youths was robust and imposing, standing at a height of approximately 6 feet. Clad in a long blue robe, he had thick brows, large eyes, and a charming smile adorned with dimples. Opposite him stood a slightly shorter youth, exuding a more scholarly demeanor. His fair complexion, bright eyes, and thin lips curled into a gentle smile, complemented by long hair tied back with a ribbon. He, too, wore a blue robe and wielded a gleaming silver sword. The robust youth declared, "Xiao Fan, I'm getting serious now. Prepare yourself." He swung his palm towards his opponent with great force, the gust of wind rushing towards the youth's head. The latter smiled faintly, sidestepping the blow with ease. He lifted his sword, twirling it gracefully like a flash of lightning, aiming directly at the heart of the sturdy youth. Surprised by the ease with which his opponent evaded his strike, the robust youth felt a jolt of alarm. As the sword came rushing towards him, he quickly stepped to the right, intending to dodge the lethal thrust aimed at his heart and counter with a palm strike to his opponent's head. However, the other youth seemed to anticipate this move, appearing like a phantom directly in front of him. Ultimately, he could not escape the sword's point, which halted precisely at his heart. With a playful smile, the youth said, "Xiao Fei, you've lost again." The robust youth slumped down, dejected, and sighed, "Xiao Fan, I can't beat you anymore. Just 2 years ago, you were no match for me. Now, I can't even withstand 10 of your moves. I never imagined you would progress so remarkably. I haven't won against you once in the past 2 years." These two, of course, were Wu Fan and Song Fei. Over the course of 4 years, they had undergone significant transformations, no longer the children they once were. Since Wu Fan had mastered the 2nd level of the fire-burning technique, he experienced a profound metamorphosis, with marked improvements in both reaction speed and strength, as well as heightened auditory and visual acuity. Wu Fan approached and pulled Song Fei to his feet, smiling as he said, "Come now, don't be so disheartened. Have you forgotten how you used to thrash me?" Dusting himself off, Song Fei gritted his teeth and retorted, "Just you wait, Xiao Fan. I will surpass you. I refuse to be bullied like this forever." With that, he playfully kicked Wu Fan's backside. Wu Fan did not attempt to evade. After enduring a kick from Song Fei, he feigned injury and collapsed onto the ground. Subsequently, he pointed at Song Fei and lamented, "Look, you have indeed struck me. Oh dear, my dairy re." Song Fei shot Wu Fan a glare before bursting into laughter and helping him to his feet. The two then strolled into the house, arms draped over each other's shoulders. Chapter 8. Rank in Wu Fan's abode. 2 individuals sat across from each other at the table. After placing his long sword upon the surface, Wu Fan inquired, "Xiao Fei, Master mentioned that in a few days we shall accompany the herb-gathering team into the mountains. How prepared are you?" Song Fei poured himself a cup of water from the jug on the table and, after quenching his thirst with great enthusiasm, replied, "There is nothing much to prepare. I have gathered all the necessary herbs. When we set off, I will simply pack some food." After sipping his own cup of water, Wu Fan added, "We should bring extra healing potions and antidote pills. It is said that the mountains are rife with venomous snakes and ferocious beasts." Nodding in agreement, Song Fei smiled and remarked, "Brother Fan, Master said our herb-gathering expedition would last about half a month. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. After all these years, we finally have a chance to venture out." "Indeed," Wu Fan responded. "Master has long stated that upon reaching the age of 16, we would begin our duties at the apothecary. This marks our formal initiation. There is little left for Master to teach us, and from now on, we must rely on our own experiences to accumulate knowledge." "Brother Fan," Song Fei continued with animated gestures, "I heard from Brother Zhang at the apothecary that regardless of how many herbs we each gather, upon our return, The shop will distribute 2/10 of the market value to us, keeping 8/10 for themselves. He mentioned that with just one trip to the mountains, we could earn at least 5 taels of silver, and if fortune smiles upon us with rare herbs or aged specimens, we could strike it rich. Indeed, Wu Fan echoed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Although our basic needs have been secured over the years, this will be our first opportunity to earn silver. Once we have some wealth, we can purchase whatever we desire. I aspire to earn enough to buy a small courtyard in Qing Sean City, and then I will invite my parents to live with me. I wonder how my dear sister has changed in my absence. Song Fei, grinning widely, chimed in. I have also heard that other apothecaries are sending their own herb-gathering teams along with us, and we have jointly hired a team from an escort agency for our protection. The leader of this escort is said to be a first-rate expert, accompanied by 3 second-rate experts and over 20 third-rate experts to ensure our safety. Wu Fan was aware that within the martial world, practitioners are classified into various ranks. Undoubtedly, the most formidable are the top-tier masters. It is said that the leader of the medicine gang is such an exceptional master, akin to a divine being, and he is the sole top-tier expert within the gang. The influence of the medicine gang spans the entirety of Qingzhou, with business operations in nearly every major city across the region. In the vicinity of Qing Sean City alone, there are over a dozen major cities within a vast expanse, making it a first-rate faction. Few gangs dare to oppose the medicine gang, primarily due to the presence of this unparalleled master. Beneath the top-tier masters are the first-rate experts, individuals of such caliber that their mere stamp can cause tremors. They typically serve as the pillars of smaller factions and are often elusive figures, seldom seen in public. Beneath the realm of first-rate masters lies that of the near first-rate, and it is said that among the team entering the mountains this time, there is indeed a near first-rate master, a formidable presence to be sure. Such masters are typically unattainable, and Wu Fan's mentor, the esteemed Lu Lao, is also a near first-rate master, albeit unable to venture into the mountains due to his responsibilities at the pharmacy. In truth, Wu Fan has never witnessed his master's prowess in action. Below the near first-rate are the second-rate masters. A few years prior, Lu Lao had taken Wu Fan and Song Fei to the scripture pavilion to select martial arts techniques, where they encountered an elderly guardian who was a second-rate master. Such masters can often be hired for a sum of silver. It is said they earn 20 to 30 taels for a single mission, equivalent to the annual expenses of an ordinary family in the city. Descending further, we arrive at the third-rate masters, a category to which Song Fei currently just belongs. As for Wu Fan, he remains uncertain of his own standing, for the martial arts he practices are rather unique. Since his advancement to the second tier, he has found it difficult to gauge the extent of his strength. He knows that during a recent spar with Song Fei, he had only displayed a fraction, merely 20%, of his true capabilities. In the presence of his master, he typically showcases a similar proportion. Wu Fan speculates that he may now be classified as a near first-rate master, or perhaps even a first-rate master. After engaging in light conversation, Song Fei retired to his room for the night. Once alone, Wu Fan seated himself cross-legged upon his bed, placing his hands upon his knees, and entered a meditative state. Ever since he reached the second tier, he discovered that no matter how fatigued he felt during the day, a few hours of cultivation allowed him to restore his energy, rendering sleep unnecessary. He merely needed to meditate daily, a truly remarkable phenomenon. The following day, as noon approached, Wu Fan concluded his meditation, slowly opening his eyes, his expression somewhat grim and tinged with frustration. He reflected, I have lingered at the pinnacle of the second tier for 3 months now without breaking through to the third tier. I wonder what the cause could be. Such a situation has never occurred before. It seems that mere relentless practice will not facilitate my breakthrough. Having faced this bottleneck for 3 months, Wu Fan felt at a loss for how to proceed. He had previously sought guidance from his master, but Lu Lao admitted his lack of knowledge regarding this particular technique, leaving Wu Fan in a state of distress. Was he destined to remain trapped at the second tier indefinitely? With no other recourse, Wu Fan decided to set this matter aside for the moment, focusing instead on preparing supplies for his expedition into the mountains. Foremost among his preparations was the need for healing ointments and antidotes, as the wilderness is rife with venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. Thus, stocking up on medicinal supplies was a prudent measure, one made easier by his years of study under Lu Lao. Moreover, he must not forget to bring the long sword gifted to him by Wu Hao, for the mountains are home to many wild beasts, and it is said that even near first-rate masters may find themselves at a disadvantage against certain feral creatures. To compound matters, he could potentially encounter bandits. Although he had hired a security service, it would be wise to carry his sword for self-defense. Moreover, it is essential to carry some gauze for dressing wounds, as well as ropes, which are indispensable when foraging for herbs on steep cliffs. A bamboo basket, a spade, a flint, a water bottle, and some provisions are also necessary. Should food supplies dwindle, one can hunt for game, as the mountains abound with wild chickens and hares. Once Wu Fan has gathered all the requisite items, he will be ready to join the herbal gathering team in their expedition into the mountains. Chapter 9. preparing to enter the mountains on the morning of the third day. In the living room of a modest abode, an elderly gentleman dressed in a gray robe occupied the central seat. Flanking him stood two young men, both adorned in azure long garments and carrying bamboo baskets upon their backs, attentively absorbing the words of their mentor, Master Lu. Master Lu addressed them, stating, "Your participation in the medicinal herb gathering expedition is a form of training for both of you. Once you enter the mountains, it is imperative to remain ever vigilant, as the wilderness is rife with ferocious beasts. Even seasoned practitioners of considerable prowess may find themselves challenged by certain creatures. Therefore, for your own safety, do not stray too far from the gathering party." In response to their master's admonition, Wu Fan and Song Fei bowed respectfully, clasping their fists in gratitude as they replied, "We shall heed your teachings, Master." Observing his disciples, a gentle smile graced Master Lu's face. Over the years, he had invested much in their training, proving himself to be a commendable mentor. His vast knowledge was freely imparted to them, and perhaps due to his advancing age or the absence of children of his own, he regarded his disciples with a paternal affection. Lifting a cup of tea from the table, he took a sip and continued, "You may have heard that the escort team hired by several apothecaries is led by a practitioner of notable skill. As long as you remain within his vicinity, he will ensure your safety. This adept is actually a close friend of mine, and I sought his assistance alongside another apothecary master to secure his involvement." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan and Song Fei exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they realized that their safety had been a priority for their master. Gratitude welled within them as they contemplated his efforts on their behalf. Like our own rejuvenation hall, the Baiyao Zhai has dispatched a contingent of over 20 individuals into the mountains. Other smaller apothecaries vary in numbers, with some sending only a handful and others sending a dozen or so. Notably, Baiyao Zhai will have a young woman accompanying them. She is a direct descendant of the Baiyao Zhai's proprietor. Given that Baiyao Zhai possesses strength comparable to our own rejuvenation hall, it is advisable for you to avoid any conflict with them. Do you both understand? Wu Fan and Song Fei nodded vigorously in affirmation, responding, "We comprehend, Master." A hint of satisfaction appeared on Master Lu's face as he continued, "You are already aware that each apothecary is structured around three core systems: herb gathering, potion crafting, and sales. In regard to the tasks of concocting and selling medicine, they are undoubtedly far more secure and stable compared to the gathering of herbs. They do not need to worry about the threats posed by venomous creatures or wild beasts. However, they're almost devoid of holidays, and their earnings are relatively modest. In contrast, those who venture into the mountains, despite facing risks, are rewarded with a month of respite after each mission, and if they gather sufficient herbs, their earnings are enviable. Therefore, since I have decided to take you under my wing and teach you martial arts, I can only assign you to the herb gathering team. It is only through experiencing certain dangers that you will grow more swiftly, and in the future, you may aspire to join the ranks of the elite." The words of the master resonated with Wu Fan and Song Fei. They understood that a martial artist's skills are difficult to enhance without undergoing life and death battles and taking risks. After the elder finished speaking, he rose and walked over to Wu Fan and Song Fei, continuing onward without pause while saying, "Follow me. It is almost time. We shall head to the escort agency for our gathering." Wu and Song promptly acquiesced and followed their master outside. In the courtyard of the apothecary, around 20 robust men conversed animatedly, their laughter echoing now and then. One burly man, around 40, with a full beard, jovially exclaimed, "Brothers, this time when we venture into the mountains, let us ensure that the people from Baiyao Zhai do not outshine us. Let us collaborate as we have in the past, and return laden with spoils. Once we receive our rewards, I propose we celebrate at Baiwa Tower." That young lady from last time was truly enchanting. As soon as he finished, the others burst into hearty laughter. Among them, a lanky man in his 30s, with small eyes and a dagger in hand, chuckled, "Hulauda, you must have spent quite a fortune on that woman last time, eh? I wonder what charm she possesses that keeps you so enthralled." The moment he spoke, another wave of laughter erupted. "Su Laudi, you know nothing. You have yet to comprehend the allure of that young lady. Heh, when you have the chance, go meet her yourself, and you shall understand." Hulauda replied with a grin, showing no sign of embarrassment. At that moment, an elder approached from a distance, accompanied by two young men. Upon seeing them, the crowd quickly rose to greet them. Hulauda stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the elder, saying "Lulao." The others followed suit, offering their greetings. Lulao raised his right hand and replied, "Rise. Are you all prepared?" In unison, they responded, "We are ready." "Very well, then let us set out. I hope that each of you returns with a bountiful harvest," Lulao declared before turning to leave. The group quickly followed suit. On their journey to the escort agency, they engaged in light-hearted chatter, with Hulauda asking, Xiao Fei, are you afraid on your first venture into the mountains?" Hu Daki, affectionately known as Big Hu, may appear to be a jovial giant with a penchant for humor, yet those who recognize his true prowess do not dare to underestimate him. He is indeed a genuine second-tier master. Big, who has watched over Wu Fan and Song Fei since their youth, treating them as beloved nephews. Standing on either side of him, Wu Fan and Song Fei clasp his arms, with Wu Fan smiling up at Big Hu and saying, "Uncle Hu, I'm not afraid. In fact, I'm rather eager to venture into the mountains." Song Fei enthusiastically nodded in agreement. At that moment, a burly man, addressed by Big Hu as Brother Su, approached and remarked, Xiao Fei, this time we shall journey to the Yindang Mountains. We have the company of a quasi-first-tier master, which means we will not be exploring the usual small hills. It is said that the Yindang Mountains are quite perilous, with few daring to enter. Our expedition will likely confine us to the periphery in search of herbs, but even the outskirts are not to be compared with ordinary mountains, and finding herbs should prove relatively simple. This Brother Su, named Su Kuan, is also a novice second-tier master, and Wu Fan and Song Fei share a close bond with him. Ruffling Wu Fan's hair, Su Kuan continued, "This time, your main purpose is to gain experience. Be sure to avoid acting impulsively and do not stray too far from us. Do you understand?" Wu Fan and Song Fei nodded vigorously in affirmation. Chapter 10. Entering the mountains at the entrance of a sprawling estate covering several acres, nearly 100 individuals stood in a dense crowd. The Black Wolf Escort Agency, a formidable force near Qing Sean City, was said to be home to two semi-first-rate masters. The leader of this expedition, a semi-first-rate master named Gao Qingbin, was around 50 years of age and stood approximately 1.7 meters tall. Despite his modest stature, he was a renowned figure in the martial world, reputed for his divine swordsmanship. It was said that even other semi-first-rate masters who sought to spar with him would find themselves defeated within 20 exchanges of blows. Although all were semi-first-rate masters, there existed a hierarchy among them. Despite similar internal energy cultivation, there were significant disparities in martial techniques. Among the throng, 6 or 7 teams were discernible, with 2 teams being the most prominent. One team donned unified black combat attire, emblazoned with a wolf's head on their chests, exuding an air of valor and ferocity, each armed with standard long swords. Leading this contingent was a short man in his 50s, sporting a tuft of beard and possessing an imposing demeanor that instilled a sense of pressure upon his presence. He was none other than Gao Qingbin of the Black Wolf Escort Agency. The other team was clad entirely in white robes, with the words Hui Chuntang inscribed on their cuffs. At the forefront stood an elderly gentleman of around 60, his hair streaked with gray and a kind expression gracing his face. This venerable man was Meng Hatong, the proprietor of Hui Chuntang, affectionately referred to as Old Meng by those who knew him, and he too was a semi-first-rate master. Flanking Old Meng were 2 young maidens, both around 16 or 17 years of age. One of the girls, embracing the old man's arm, clearly cherished him, while he occasionally cast a doting glance in her direction. This young maiden was Meng Kai-dai, the very woman mentioned by Wu Fan's master. Although still youthful, she was a rare beauty. Her long black hair secured with a butterfly-patterned ribbon. Her delicate face, akin to white jade, was adorned with enchanting eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, glistening like a serene pool. Dressed in a white gauzy gown, her every glance and smile radiated the purity and charm of youth. At that moment, she was conversing with the girl beside her. "Xiaoru, why haven't the people from Hui Chuntang arrived yet? We've been waiting for nearly half an hour. It's truly exasperating," Meng Kai-dai inquired impatiently. The girl glanced up at the sky and then turned to Meng Kai-dai, replying, "Miss, the people from Hui Chuntang should be arriving shortly. The agreed-upon time is indeed this hour." As they spoke, a contingent of individuals appeared at the end of the street, all clad in matching green robes, with the words Hui Chuntang emblazoned on their sleeves. Upon witnessing the arrival of Hui Chuntang's members, the entire crowd shifted their attention towards them. "Lu Tianhua, you've finally arrived. You are quite late," Gao Qingbin from the Black Wolf Escort Agency called out with a hearty laugh directed at Lu Lao. "Haha, Brother Gao. My apologies. I had some matters to discuss with my disciples, which delayed me," Lu Lao responded, also laughing heartily. At this moment, Old Ming chuckled and remarked, "We have only just arrived. Old Lu is not late at all." To his surprise, Old Ming had also come this time. Old Lu turned to Meng Hatong and smiled. "Alas, my dear Tsai has been crying and begging to enter the mountains." This old fellow's words seem to have lost their efficacy, no matter how I persuade her. She pays no heed. What can a young girl hope to achieve amidst such commotion? There is nothing to be done but to accompany her. Old Ming glanced at Meng Tsai and then sighed with a bitter smile. "All right, you two should converse on your way back. We are about to set off. It is time for you to return." Gao Qingbin feigned impatience as he chuckled. "Haha, very well then, I shall take my leave. These two are my disciples, and it is their first venture into the mountains. I must trouble you, Old Gao," Old Lu said, pulling Wu Fan and Song Fei to his side before looking towards Gao Qingbin. "Rest assured, Brother Lu, though the Yindang Mountains are perilous, I shall do my utmost to protect them as long as they do not stray," Gao Qingbin replied. Without waiting for Old Lu's response, Gao Qingbin bellowed to commence the journey, turning to lead the large contingent ahead, with over 100 people following in his wake. Master, we are leaving. You should return as well, Wu Fan said, glancing at old Lu. Go on. Be careful, old Lu said, patting Wu Fan and Song Fei on their shoulders. After a moment's hesitation, he cast a lingering glance at them before turning towards the medicine shop. The Yining Mountains lie approximately 100 miles from Qing Sean City. As the sun began to set, dozens of carriages approached the mountain's base, belonging to Wu Fan and his herbal gathering team. Upon reaching the foot of the mountains, Gao Qingbin instructed everyone to set up camp for the night and to enter the mountains early the next day. Wu Fan gazed at the towering mountains in the distance, fixating on the colossal trees and the dense forest, while the intermittent roars of beasts and the calls of birds filled the air. He felt a sense of oppression in his heart. At that moment, Hu Dakawei and Su Kuan approached, noticing Wu Fan's rapt attention on the mountains. They understood that Wu Fan, witnessing this scene for the first time, was understandably curious and awestruck, reminiscent of their own expressions upon first encountering the wild beasts of this primal landscape. Xiao Fan, Xiao Fei, hurry and get some rest. You will need your strength for tomorrow's journey into the mountains, Hu Dakawei said with a smile as he joined them. Haha, indeed, don't linger. There will be plenty to see once we enter the mountains tomorrow, Su Kuan added. Understood, Wu Fan and Song Fei replied sheepishly, then swiftly retreated inside the carriage to sleep. On the following morning, at the foot of the Yindang Mountains, Gao Qingbin surveyed the multitude of individuals gathered below him and proclaimed, within these mountains, venomous creatures and ferocious beasts abound. As you venture into the mountains, you are permitted only to explore the periphery. Under no circumstances should you delve into the deeper recesses, for there dwell formidable beasts that would send even me fleeing in terror. While it is necessary to separate in your search for medicinal herbs, do not stray too far from one another. Should you find yourselves in peril, raise your voices in cries for help. Our escort agency will respond immediately. Furthermore, you must return here before sunset. No one is permitted to remain overnight in the mountains. That is all I have to say. Now, let us commence our journey. As Gao Qingbin's words echoed in the air, the crowd of over 100 dispersed in unison, ascending the mountain with fervor. Hu Dakawei, observing the 20 or so individuals behind him, remarked, let us also set forth, but remember to keep close together and avoid venturing too deeply into the mountains. With that, he led the group onward, racing towards the majestic heights. Chapter 11. The encounter in a forest at the outskirts of the mountains. A young man, wearing a smile, unearthed a green medicinal herb with 5 leaves from the crevices of a stone. He mused softly to himself. I never expected to find such an abundance of herbs at the mountain's periphery. Within less than half a day of entering, I have already gathered 7 precious herbs. He gazed down at the plant, his eyes glimmering with delight. This young man, of course, was Wu Fan. From a tender age, he had accompanied Master Lu to learn the art of herb identification and pharmacology, delving into countless tomes that could bury him in knowledge. Wu Fan was well aware that this was a clear body herb, renowned for its detoxifying properties, fetching a price of 5 taels of silver at the apothecary, and deemed indispensable for crafting detoxification pills. After carefully placing the herb into his bamboo basket, he continued onward. An hour later, Wu Fan's brow furrowed as he beheld a small tree atop a pile of rubble, adorned with a dozen fist-sized greenish fruits. These fruits, known as cold void fruits, possess remarkable healing properties for ailments related to coldness and weakness, particularly for the limbs. His concern stemmed from the multitude of spotted venomous snakes coiled around the stone pile beneath the tree. A bite from such a serpent was no trifling matter. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a pouch of medicinal powder from his basket and scattered it around the stone heap. A quarter of an hour later, he marveled as the snakes lay motionless, as if in a deep slumber. Feeling the timing was right, Wu Fan flashed a smile and rushed forward, swiftly collecting all the fruits. Without a moment's pause, he turned and departed, muttering to himself, this powder should keep those spotted snakes asleep for about an hour. 5 hours later, Wu Fan found himself in a standoff with a wild wolf, which boasted long, gray-brown fur and glared at him with sharp fangs dripping with foul saliva. Just then, the wolf lunged at him with fierce intent. Wu Fan emitted a cold snort, propelled himself off the ground, and evaded the wolf's assault. In a seamless motion, he countered with a thrust of his sword towards the creature's head. The wolf, caught off guard, had no time to react. With a sickening sound, Wu Fan's sword pierced through the wolf's skull, leaving behind a gruesome spray of red and white. The wolf, in its final moments, could hardly fathom the prowess of this young man, who had dispatched it in a single, deft maneuver. Wu Fan withdrew his sword from the wolf's head, casually wiped it on the grass, and turned to leave. With just 2 hours until darkness falls, it is time for me to return. Today has been fortuitous. I have harvested over 20 herbs and a dozen cold void fruits. A bountiful yield indeed, he reflected softly, glancing at the sky. Thus, 5 consecutive days passed, with each dawn bringing him into the mountains and each evening returning him home, his harvests ever plentiful. As dawn broke once more, Wu Fan and Song Fei had just finished their breakfast when Song Fei burst into laughter, exclaiming, Xiao Fan, our recent harvest has been quite fruitful. Although I haven't gathered as many herbs as you, after deducting the shop's share, I've calculated that I'll still earn 5 taels of silver. At this rate, when we return, I should be able to make at least 15 taels. Wu Fan chuckled in agreement. Indeed, I never anticipated that the Yandang Mountains would yield such an abundance of herbs. I've heard from our team that their harvests have also been impressive. It seems that in recent years, there has been no collection as bountiful as this one. That is to be expected, Song Fei replied. Previously, they ventured into lesser mountains, which have often been picked over. Of course, the herbs would dwindle. Unlike the Yandang Mountains, where few dare to tread, except for those with considerable skill who might venture into the outskirts. Had it not been for Gao Qingbin, a near first-rate expert accompanying our team, we likely wouldn't have made this trip. True enough, Wu Fan conceded. While the herbs here are indeed plentiful, the danger is palpable. I've heard that 5 individuals from other shops have already fallen prey to ferocious beasts. By the time the escort team arrived, it was too late. Wu Fan's eyes reflected a sense of regret. Who can blame them? They were foolish not to heed the warnings. It was advised to gather herbs from the periphery. Yet they insisted on delving deeper into the mountains, seeking more, and their demise was a consequence of their greed. Song Fei rolled his eyes, showing no sympathy for those who perished. Wu Fan donned his bamboo basket and secured his sword at his waist, stating, certainly. The periphery cannot compare to the depths in terms of herbal bounty. Their insatiable desire for wealth clouded their judgment. It is said that the deeper one goes, the more abundant the herbs, including those rare, aged varieties. After speaking, Wu Fan glanced at Song Fei before striding towards the mountain, calling out, let us go. It's time to gather herbs. With a smile, Song Fei hurriedly strapped on his bamboo basket and followed closely behind Wu Fan. Within the dense forest, as Wu Fan searched for herbs, he suddenly heard the distant roar of a beast, accompanied by human cries and the sound of trees crashing to the ground. Realizing someone was in peril, and that the individuals nearby were likely from their own herbal shop, he dashed towards the commotion. Upon arrival, he beheld a massive black bear, towering over 10 feet tall, its immense strength evident as it effortlessly shattered trees with a swipe. Not far from the bear, a figure staggered to its feet and, in a panic, sprinted toward Wu Fan. The bear, relentless, charged after him. As Wu Fan recognized the man's face, he realized it was Chen Peng, a 30-something team member with whom he had a good rapport. As Chen Peng fled, he glanced ahead and, spotting Wu Fan, shouted in terror, Xiao Fan, run. This bear is formidable. We stand no chance against it. Not even a second-rate expert could prevail. Hurry, make your way to Gao Qingbin. Chen Peng was acutely aware that Wu Fan was the favored disciple of Master Lu. He did not wish for Wu Fan to suffer harm because of him. Otherwise, he would have no way to explain it to Master Lu upon his return. However, he was already sprinting in that direction, and the brown bear had followed closely behind. Changing course was no longer an option. As he ran, Chen Peng suddenly stumbled over a stone, sending a jolt of terror through him. In a frantic glance backward, he saw the bear had closed in, and he knew his life was in grave danger. At that moment, Wu Fan appeared, standing defiantly before him, gripping his long sword with the tip aimed at the bear. Yet, the creature showed no concern for who stood against it. To the bear, Wu Fan was merely another potential meal. The bear, perceiving a challenge, let out a furious roar and charged at Wu Fan. Although Wu Fan was unafraid, he understood the immense strength of the bear. A single blow could prove devastating. With remarkable agility, he executed the flying swallow step, swiftly positioning himself to the bear's right. He thrust his sword toward the bear's neck, but alas, as the blade penetrated an inch deep, it felt as though it had struck solid iron, resisting further entry. The bear, enraged by the pain, roared again and swatted the sword away with a powerful paw. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Fan propelled himself backward, landing gracefully on his feet. With a powerful push against the ground, he soared into the air like a majestic eagle. Simultaneously, he unleashed the clear wind sword technique, channeling his profound inner strength into the sword. The blade gleamed with a faint white light, exuding a sharpness capable of slicing through iron. Wu Fan, sword in hand, descended with incredible speed, aiming directly for the bear's head. In an instant, the sword pierced through the bear's skull with a swift, decisive thrust. The bear staggered before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chen Peng, witnessing the entire spectacle of Wu Fan vanquishing the bear, stood in stunned silence, swallowing hard in disbelief. Wu Fan withdrew his sword from the bear's head and approached Chen Peng with genuine concern. Uncle Chen, are you alright? And no, I'm fine, Chen Peng stammered, still reeling from the shock. Just then, a group led by Hu Laoda rushed over, including Gao Qingbin, a near top-tier expert. They had not arrived late. Rather, Wu Fan had dispatched the bear with astonishing speed, the entire encounter lasting scarcely a dozen breaths. Upon reaching the scene, they were met with a tableau that left them utterly speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 12. Dreaming of colorful butterflies. Xiao Fan. Chen Peng, are you all right? Hu Laoda inquired, snapping back to reality. Chen Peng, Having regained his composure upon noticing the crowd, stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. He exclaimed, "I'm fine, really. It was all thanks to Xiao Fan. Had it not been for him, my life would have been forfeit today." As he spoke, a look of gratitude was cast in Wu Fan's direction. The others turned their gazes toward Wu Fan, who felt a flush of embarrassment wash over his face, uncertain of how to respond to such attention. At that moment, Gao Chengbin interjected, "I hurried over upon hearing the commotion from afar, but I arrived just in time to see the battle conclude. That brown bear is no easy foe. Even if I wished to slay it myself, it would not be a simple task. Its hide is tough, and its flesh is hard as iron. Only those with profound inner strength could hope to penetrate its defenses." After saying this, he regarded Wu Fan with an unusual glimmer in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the crowd once again turned their attention to Wu Fan. Realizing he had to say something, he recounted, "In the heat of the moment, when the brown bear lunged at Uncle Chun, I channeled all my inner strength into my sword and struck at its head. Surprisingly, I managed to slay it." He wore an expression of feigned innocence. Wu Fan was reluctant to reveal his true capabilities, fearing that he would be regarded as a monster. Gao Chengbin approached him, lowering his voice, "Young one, you are quite remarkable. Lu Lao has taken on a worthy apprentice." With that, he chuckled heartily and walked away. "All right, since all is well, let's disperse and attend to our own matters," Gao Chengbin called out. At that moment, Hu Laoda added, "A few of you, come and help carry this brown bear down the mountain." He then approached Wu Fan, studying him intently. "Xiao Fan, are you unhurt?" "I'm fine, Uncle Hu. I wasn't injured." Wu Fan replied, somewhat bashfully. Song Fei sauntered over, grinning broadly. "Big brother Xiao Fan, you are incredible. You dispatched such a large brown bear with a single strike. I truly admire you." Wu Fan playfully punched Song Fei's chest, laughing, "Don't listen to them. That bear wasn't all that formidable. You could have taken it down just as easily." "Really? Is that true?" Song Fei asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wu Fan, disinterested in the conversation, turned and walked away. Thus, 5 days passed. On this particular day, in a secluded valley, Wu Fan reached down to pluck a medicinal herb from the ground, then glanced up at a patterned leopard lying in a pool of its own blood a short distance away. That was a close call. Ever since I advanced to the second level of the fire-burning technique, not only have my vision and hearing reached new heights, but had I not been so vigilant, I could have been in real danger. I must remain cautious. I let my guard down, not expecting the leopard to be so swift and silent in its approach. Wu Fan murmured to himself. Wu Fan cast a glance ahead, resolutely deciding to venture deeper into the woods. Having already foraged the nearby herbs, he felt confident in his martial prowess, believing that no untoward incident would befall him. He hoisted the bamboo basket onto his back and proceeded onward. In the heart of the forest, 2 young maidens and a robust middle-aged man ambled along. One of the maidens voiced her concern, "Miss, perhaps we should refrain from going further? Our grandfather specifically instructed us to gather herbs only from the periphery, as the depths are far too perilous." The other maiden, lively and charming, smiled sweetly, her laughter reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "What is there to fear? We have ventured this far without encountering any danger. Besides, we have a second-rate master accompanying us." She turned her gaze back to the middle-aged man and added, "Isn't that right, uncle?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled wryly and replied, "Kai-Dai, Xiao Ru is correct. The depths are fraught with danger. Moreover, your purpose here is merely to hone your skills, not to gather an abundance of herbs." "Oh, I refuse to listen. I must collect herbs here. The outskirts have already been nearly stripped bare, and I can hardly gather a handful in a day." Meng Kai-Dai pouted, her tone insistent. The middle-aged man was about to offer further counsel when a sudden hissing sound pierced the air. His expression changed, and he turned towards the noise, only to behold a massive black-spotted python emerging before them. The serpent was 7 or 8 zhang long and as thick as a barrel, sending chills down his spine. He shouted, "Kai-Dai, run." With that, he positioned himself protectively in front of the 2 maidens. Upon seeing the monstrous serpent, Meng Kai-Dai and Xiao Ru turned pale with fright. Kai-Dai swiftly turned to flee, while Xiao Ru called out, "Miss, run. Don't look back. I'll assist Uncle. You should flee too. Your martial skills are not as formidable as mine. Uncle is a second-rate master and should be fine," Meng Kai-Dai reasoned, though even she felt the hollowness of her words. As the python loomed large, as her words faded, Meng Kai-Dai witnessed a scene that would haunt her forever. The middle-aged man was struck by the python's tail, his body soaring through the air, the sound of cracking bones echoing in her ears. Before his lifeless form could touch the ground, the serpent stretched its head forward, opened its enormous maw, and devoured him whole. This ghastly sight paralyzed Meng Kai-Dai with terror, rendering her unable to move as she stood frozen in place. At that moment, Xiao Ru shouted frantically, "Miss, run! Hurry!" Alas, it was too late to escape. The python surged forward with astonishing speed, targeting Meng Kai-Dai directly, its gaping jaws wide open. She could already smell the foul stench emanating from within its mouth. The young girl named Xiaoru initially intended to leap forward to shield Meng Saidi, but it was already too late. Meng Saidi was acutely aware that her life was on the brink of extinction, yet she felt she had not yet lived enough. She was reluctant to succumb to death, so young and filled with regret for ignoring her uncle's counsel, stubbornly venturing into this perilous depth to gather herbs. Her eyes brimmed with despair, tears cascading down her cheeks. In that moment, as she perceived the gaping maw of the beast less than a foot away, a glimmer of silver flashed before her eyes. Almost immediately, she heard the thud of something heavy striking the ground. Slowly, she lowered her gaze, only to behold the head of the colossal serpent lying motionless at her feet, severed from its body, blood gushing from the wound. Meng Saidi stared in shock at the scene before her, tears continuing to flow. After what felt like an eternity, she finally regained her composure and turned to face the direction ahead. There, standing about 10 feet away, was a young man, smiling gently at her, remarkably handsome, wielding a long sword from which blood was still dripping. This tableau seemed to freeze in her mind, an indelible image. At that moment, she heard a voice. "Miss, are you all right?" "Ah, I'm fine, really, thank you so much for saving me," Meng Saidi replied, as if awakening from a dream. "That's a relief. You should return quickly. This place is far too dangerous. It would be wiser to gather herbs on the periphery," the young man advised before preparing to depart. "Wait, may I ask your name?" Meng Saidi called out as she noticed him turning away. "Wu Fan," he replied, not pausing for her response as he turned and walked away. Meng Saidi stood frozen, watching his figure gradually fade into the distance, unable to move for a long while. Eventually, Xiaoru could no longer contain herself. "Miss, stop staring. He has already left. We must hurry away. It is too perilous here." "Yes, let us go. We shall leave at once," she concurred, turning back. After walking for a while, she glanced back in the direction where the young man had vanished, softly murmuring the name Wu Fan. Chapter 0. The Cave. 3 hours later, Wu Fan discovered several medicinal herbs. He lifted his gaze to the sky, which was shrouded in dark clouds. It seemed that rain was imminent. "I must return," he murmured to himself. At that moment, a thunderous crack resounded through the heavens, and torrential rain began to pour. The deluge lashed against his face, making it difficult for Wu Fan to open his eyes. Squinting, he focused on a direction and hastened toward it. As the rain intensified, visibility diminished considerably. After walking for 2 hours, he realized he had lost his way. The sky was entirely overcast, obscuring the sun, making it impossible to discern his bearings. He called out several times, hoping to attract someone's attention, but received no response. With no other choice, Wu Fan selected a direction and continued onward. After another 2 hours, he stumbled upon a vast canyon, with a steep precipice beneath his feet. He understood he had taken a wrong turn, for there had been no canyon on his way in. Just as he contemplated retracing his steps, he noticed a medicinal herb growing in a crevice at the base of the cliff. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a rare Qing grass, and judging by the number of leaves, it had likely been growing for 50 or 60 years. This discovery thrilled Wu Fan, having ventured into the mountains for 11 days. He had never encountered such an ancient herb, especially one as precious as Qing grass. The value of this single plant surpassed all the herbs he had gathered in the past 5 days. Though elated, Wu Fan could not harvest it yet, as it grew perilously on the cliff's edge. After contemplating, he decided to wait until the rain ceased. 2 hours later, the rain finally began to diminish, only to be replaced by a thick mist that enveloped the area. The fog was so dense that even with Wu Fan's keen eyesight, he could see no further than 5 paces ahead. Frustrated, he resolved to proceed without delay, intent on collecting the herb and finding his way back before darkness fell. He retrieved a length of rope from his bamboo basket, secured one end to a sturdy tree near the cliff, and tossed the other end over the edge. Grasping the rope, Wu Fan began to descend slowly. After descending approximately 10 paces, he finally reached the coveted herb. With joy, he reached out and carefully uprooted the plant, placing it into his bamboo basket. Just as he prepared to climb back up, he suddenly heard a bird's cry. A large shadow hurtled toward him through the fog. The mist was so thick that he could not discern its form until it drew closer. To his dismay, he recognized it as a massive eagle, its gray feathers glistening in the dim light, and it was easily the size of a person. Realizing he was in peril, Wu Fan knew he could not defend himself while gripping the rope. There was no time to devise a plan, as the eagle was nearly upon him. With his left hand, he drew his sword from his waist and swung it at the approaching creature. The blade sliced through the eagle's wing, causing blood to cascade down. The eagle, wounded and in pain, veered away and took flight. Wu Fan exhaled deeply and murmured, "Finally, it has flown away. I never anticipated it would be so effortless to drive it off. Surely, I should be safe now. I ought to climb back up quickly." He sheathed his sword at his waist, and just as he prepared to ascend, he heard the rushing sound of wind once more. The great eagle had returned, but this time, it was not aiming for him. Instead, it soared directly towards Wu Fan's head. With a resounding thud, Wu Fan felt the rope slacken slightly. and he began to descend a little. Realizing that the eagle was gnawing at his rope, Wu Fan had no time to ponder. He grasped the rope and pulled himself upward with all his might, but it was too late. Another loud crack echoed, and the rope snapped, sending him plummeting down the cliffside. As he fell, Wu Fan desperately reached for the protruding rocks, but each attempt was in vain, resulting in lacerations on his hands, blood seeping profusely from the wounds. Gazing downward, he found only a thick mist, obscuring any view of the depth below or anything he could grasp. A chill of despair gripped his heart. Was he destined to perish today? Surely, it was not worth losing his life over a mere herb. If he were to be devoured by a ferocious beast, it would at least indicate his martial inadequacies, his reckless arrogance leading him into such peril. Yet, he had been ensnared by a great eagle, ultimately facing a demise from a fall. As he descended further, a heavy thud resounded as he landed on a massive boulder. Wu Fan felt as though his entire body was aching, his bones threatening to dislocate, rendering him unable to rise. After a while, he cautiously attempted to stand. Moving his limbs, although the pain lingered, he was relieved to find that none of his bones were broken. Glancing around, he realized he had not fallen to the base of the cliff, but rather onto a protruding rock. Peering down, he sought to gauge the distance to the ground, but the thick mist obscured his view. With no other option, he lay back down, the pain from the fall necessitating a moment of rest. An hour later, Wu Fan sensed a reduction in his discomfort and gradually stood. Turning to the cliff behind him, he noticed a small opening. The entrance was just large enough for a person to slip through. Drawing his sword, he cautiously approached the cave. As he stepped inside, he was astounded to discover a hidden paradise, a vast natural cavern. He looked up to see the ceiling adorned with stalactites, which reflected a faint, ethereal glow, illuminating the cave. Slowly, Wu Fan ventured deeper into the cavern, which was expansive, though its full extent was indiscernible at that moment. After walking for a while, he halted, his eyes widening in disbelief, his mouth agape, his expression bordering on the exaggerated. Moments later, the astonishment on his face transformed into unrestrained joy, and he felt an overwhelming urge to shout in exhilaration. Wu Fan gazed intently ahead, scarcely able to believe his eyes. For before him lay a ground abundant with rare medicinal herbs, some of which appeared to be centuries old. Overwhelmed with joy, he rushed forward, marveling at the plethora of herbs scattered about, many of which he did not even recognize. Despite years of studying texts on herbal medicine, he found himself unable to identify these specimens, a testament to their extraordinary rarity and value. Chapter 14, The Mysterious Pearl. Gazing at the vast expanse of herbs before him, he found himself at a loss, overwhelmed by their sheer abundance, which spanned approximately 3 to 4 acres. What was to be done? How could he possibly transport such an immense quantity of herbs back? A bamboo basket would be utterly insufficient. Even with 100 of them, it would still be impractical. Wu Fan murmured softly to himself. His expression gradually darkened, as the sensation of guarding a treasure trove, yet being unable to claim it, was truly excruciating. Acknowledging the impossibility of carrying the herbs away, he resolved not to dwell on it. After some contemplation, he decided it would be wiser to locate the path back. Once he returned to the cliff, he would memorize the location and mark his way, planning to return later with a group to harvest the herbs. With a plan forming in his mind, Wu Fan began to search for an exit from the cave. Upon reaching a cluster of small trees, he noticed they bore various fruits, each tree yielding a different type and color. Unable to identify them, he observed that the fruits seemed to emanate an enchanting aura, glowing softly. However, Wu Fan refrained from tasting them, aware that consuming unfamiliar wild fruits could be perilous. Continuing his journey, he halted at a small pond, roughly 2 zhang in size. Leaning down, he pressed his head close to the surface and began to drink eagerly. After quenching his thirst, he tended to the wounds on his body. Remnants of his fall from the cliff left numerous cuts, the deepest one gaping on his right palm, a result of his desperate attempts to grasp onto the rocks during his descent. The blood continued to flow from the injury. Having cleansed his wounds, Wu Fan prepared to rise when he noticed a faint glow emanating from the pond. Intrigued, he submerged himself to investigate the source of the light. As he approached, he discovered a small, emerald-green pearl nestled at the bottom, about the size of his thumb, radiating a gentle luminescence. He grasped the pearl and resurfaced. Opening his palm, he scrutinized the orb, realizing that aside from its luminescence, it bore no remarkable features. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he held the pearl, it began to slowly siphon his blood. After toying with the pearl for a brief moment, he intended to resume his search for the path back. Suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. The pearl erupted in brilliant light. To his astonishment, it burrowed into the wound on his palm. Instantly, Wu Fan was engulfed in excruciating pain, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his innards. Writhing on the ground, he emitted heart-wrenching cries of anguish. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, perhaps an hour, or maybe even a day, the agonizing pain gradually subsided. Wu Fan struggled to sit upright, recalling the harrowing experience he'd just endured. The torment had been excruciating, and he fervently wished never to encounter such suffering again. He opened his palm to inspect the spot where the mysterious orb had penetrated, only to discover that the wound had vanished without a trace, not even a scar remaining. A glance at his other injuries revealed a miraculous disappearance as well. Yet his body felt unpleasantly sticky, coated in a viscous, dark substance that seemed to seep from his skin, eliciting a sense of nausea and a foul odor. Wu Fan turned back to the pool to cleanse himself, scrubbing vigorously until his skin gleamed with clarity. A strange expression crossed his face as he marveled at the extraordinary quality of his skin, pondering whether even a maiden's complexion could rival it. What on earth had transpired? What was the nature of that orb? Where had it gone? And why had his wounds vanished so inexplicably? Wu Fan spoke to himself, grappling with the confusion, yet ultimately decided to abandon his musings and continue seeking an escape. Approaching the bamboo basket, he hoisted it onto his back. Upon lifting his gaze, he was astonished to find his vision extended further than before, his hearing remarkably acute. He promptly settled into a meditative position to assess his cultivation. To his astonishment, the bottleneck he had long been unable to breach had finally shattered. He had ascended to the third level of the fire-devouring technique. A joyful smile spread across Wu Fan's face, filled with elation as he felt that all his trials had been worthwhile. He also realized the nature of the thick, dark substance. It was a byproduct of the fire-devouring technique, purging his body of impurities following his breakthrough. Closing his eyes, Wu Fan discovered that upon reaching the third level, he could now perceive the inner workings of his body. He clearly saw the meridians and the internal energy flowing steadily toward his dantian. He scrutinized every corner of his being, hoping to locate the peculiar orb, but despite his thorough search, it eluded him. Doubting his luck, he ventured into his mind's eye. To his surprise, he found himself in a pristine white space, transformed into a radiant orb of light, devoid of a physical form or limbs, merely a luminous sphere. Wu Fan stood bewildered, questioning the nature of this realm and how he had become an orb of light. Was this his consciousness? He mused silently, lamenting that no one could provide an answer. The events of the day had been exceedingly strange, and as he grappled with the bewildering circumstances, he resolved to set aside his thoughts and embrace the mystery. He guided the luminous orb forward, and not far away, he finally discovered the emerald green bead. Wu Fan immediately soared toward the bead. As he approached, he noticed that the bead remained motionless in its place. Wu Fan circled the bead once, then gradually drew nearer. Just as he made contact with the bead, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The emerald green bead suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Wu Fan realized that his small orb could not move. He desperately attempted to distance himself from the bead, but he found himself immobilized, as if ensnared by a spell of paralysis. At the very moment the orb touched the emerald green bead, in the external cavern, Wu Fan remained seated in a meditative posture. Suddenly, a white light burst forth from within him. Initially, the white light was faint, but as time passed, it grew increasingly intense. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the blinding radiance rendered Wu Fan invisible. At that moment, the white light abruptly vanished, and with it, Wu Fan also disappeared, leaving only the emerald green bead behind. Gradually, the bead became transparent, ultimately fading away completely, as if it had concealed itself from sight. Chapter 15. The mysterious space. Wu Fan slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself in a courtyard. He was momentarily taken aback. Was I not in a cave? How did I end up here, and where exactly is this place? Am I merely dreaming? Wu Fan pondered aloud. He rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. On one side of the courtyard stood a massive stone tablet, towering nearly 30 feet high and 10 feet wide, yet it bore no inscriptions, completely blank. On the opposite side, there was a small well, modest in size, about 3 feet wide and 5 feet deep. Within the courtyard, there was also a thatched cottage. Wu Fan approached the front of the cottage, opened the door, and stepped inside. Upon entering, he found himself in a spacious hall, measuring roughly 30 feet in size, with a ceiling that reached about 30 feet high. The room felt vast and empty, devoid of furnishings. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all a smooth, grayish white, constructed from an unknown mineral. What struck Wu Fan as peculiar was the absence of windows and lighting, yet the room was illuminated. Even more bewildering was the fact that, from the courtyard, the thatched cottage had appeared small, but this hall was astonishingly large. Wu Fan could not comprehend the mystery of it all. On either side of the hall, and at the front, there were 2 doors, suggesting the existence of 6 additional rooms. Wu Fan chose the one on the left, and entered. To his confirmation, it was indeed another room, equally empty. He proceeded to explore all 4 rooms on either side, discovering them to be identical in their barrenness. Only 2 rooms remained, and Wu Fan selected one to enter. Upon crossing the threshold, he was astounded. This was no ordinary room but an immense space, spanning several miles in every direction, with a ceiling that seemed to vanish into infinity. Wu Fan was utterly overwhelmed by its vastness. He exited and ventured into the last room, which, at last, differed from the others. This chamber contained objects, though it still retained substantial space, measuring over 10 feet in length and width. The interior was lined with rows of purplish-brown wooden cabinets, reminiscent of those in Wu Fan's apothecary, adorned with an abundance of small drawers. He approached one and casually pulled open a drawer, only to find it empty. He continued to inspect each drawer, discovering them all devoid of contents. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Wu Fan decided to leave, but then noticed a smaller cabinet nestled in the far corner. This cabinet was notably diminutive, with fewer drawers than the others. Curious, he approached it, intending to pull out a drawer for inspection, but to his surprise, he could not budge it. He tried another drawer, only to meet the same resistance. After attempting all the drawers, each one remained steadfastly shut, regardless of the force he applied. With a resigned shake of his head, Wu Fan stepped outside. Back in the courtyard, he looked beyond the gate to behold a small expanse, approximately 5 acres of black earth, its edges shrouded in a grayish mist, obscuring whatever lay beyond. Wu Fan walked across the land to the edge and touched the grayish barrier with his hand. It felt as solid as a wall, unyielding to his touch. He drew his long sword and struck at the barrier, producing a resounding clang, yet the barrier remained unscathed. After several attempts, the outcome was invariably the same. Thus, Wu Fan began to circle the small space, occasionally swinging his sword against the gray barrier, but to no avail. It simply would not yield. Left with no alternatives, Wu Fan returned to the courtyard and sat beside the well, pondering how he might escape this confined space. After much contemplation, he found himself at an impasse. Despair washed over him as he thought, am I to be trapped here forever? Why are the events of today so peculiar? He took some provisions from the bamboo basket and ate a small portion, then leaned over to sip from the well. Shortly after quenching his thirst, he noticed a warmth spreading through his body, and soon, a layer of dark impurities appeared on his skin, albeit in lesser quantity than before. After moving about a bit, he felt an unexpected lightness, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. Wu Fan gazed at the well, suspecting that the water contained some mystical quality, capable of cleansing impurities from the body, much like what he had experienced during his previous breakthrough to the 3rd level. It seemed that he had few impurities left to expel, hence the minimal residue this time. A smile crept across his face. He recognized the well as a potential treasure. Bored and with little to occupy his time, Wu Fan glanced at the bamboo basket, realizing the rations were dwindling, and he could not sustain himself for many days before succumbing to starvation. Fortunately, with nothing better to do, he took the herbs he had gathered and planted them in the soil outside, watering them with water drawn from the well. Once he had finished his labor, he found himself once again without tasks to engage in. Lying in the courtyard, Wu Fan reflected on the years gone by, thinking of his aging parents, his beloved sister, the joyful expressions of his elder brother, his master's teachings, and the playful moments shared with Song Fei. Lost in these memories, he eventually drifted into slumber. When he opened his eyes again, the courtyard remained unchanged, the land still lay beneath him, and the surrounding space was shrouded in the same grayish haze. Wu Fan realized he was not dreaming. He was indeed ensnared within this space. Yet, something felt amiss. He observed the herbs he had planted the previous day, which had seemed on the verge of death when he watered them, now thrived with vitality, flourishing before his eyes. Among them was a particular herb known as Qing Sean City, which, upon each year of growth, bore an additional ring of golden markings on its stem. Just yesterday, it had displayed 5 golden rings, indicating it was only 5 years old. How could it be, after merely one day, that it now boasted 6 golden rings? Wu Fan was perplexed by the situation. It seemed utterly impossible that he had slept for an entire year. He began to entertain the notion that this land possessed some peculiar qualities, or perhaps the well water was enchanted. It struck him that the soil or the water might have the ability to expedite the growth of medicinal herbs. With this thought, Wu Fan felt a surge of excitement. If he could return to the cave and once again access this small space, he could transplant all the herbs from the cave into this fertile land. Once he returned to Qing Sean City, he would amass a fortune. Furthermore, he could collect seeds of various herbs to cultivate here, ensuring a continuous supply of medicinal plants for sale. And with the added benefit of accelerated growth, it would mean that he would not have to wait long for mature herbs in the future. A smile spread across Wu Fan's face as he pondered these possibilities. However, he quickly reminded himself that he could not remain trapped here. He needed to devise a way to escape. With determination, Wu Fan resumed his search for an exit within this small space, even returning to the thatched hut to conduct another thorough examination, yet to no avail. Disheartened, he sat down on the ground, meticulously recalling how he had entered and how he might exit. After a moment of contemplation, an idea sparked in his mind. He remembered that when he had delved into his consciousness the previous day, he had transformed into a small orb of light. Upon contact with the emerald green orb, he had been immobilized and subsequently transported here. Resolute, he decided to attempt it once more. Seating himself cross-legged, Wu Fan closed his eyes. As he morphed back into a small orb of light, He realized he was enveloped in a layer of green luminescence, yet he found himself capable of movement. With newfound vigor, he soared upwards and broke free from the green light, returning to the hazy white space. Glancing down, he observed that the emerald orb remained still and undisturbed. Simultaneously, in the cave outside, where Wu Fan had vanished, a brilliant white light erupted, within which his silhouette flickered in and out of view. Abruptly, the white light vanished, leaving Wu Fan seated in stillness. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips that gradually broadened. Haha, I am back, Wu Fan exclaimed with exuberance. Chapter 16. Return. Wu Fan rose and surveyed the enchanting scenery within the cave, his gaze drawn to the clusters of medicinal herbs that adorned the ground. A look of ecstatic joy illuminating his face. At last, he had emerged. He believed he could once again enter that mysterious realm. If his analysis held true, that emerald-hued orb must be an extraordinary treasure, and the passage to that space likely resided within its depths. After gathering some herbs, he would venture in once more to confirm his theories, he murmured to himself. Without delay, he set to work, retrieving a shovel from his bamboo basket and approaching the herbs to begin his harvest. Before long, the basket brimmed with his collection. He then ventured far from the spot where he had previously entered the space, eager to experiment if this realm would follow him. Closing his eyes, he delved once more into his mind, transforming into a small luminous sphere. The sphere glided towards the emerald orb and collided with it, triggering a familiar scene where he found himself immobilized, a mere spectator as the orb radiated a brilliant light. Simultaneously, in the cave, Wu Fan's body began to emit a radiant glow, intensifying until, after a quarter of an hour, the light abruptly vanished along with Wu Fan himself, leaving behind the emerald orb, which too gradually faded from sight. Upon reopening his eyes and surveying his surroundings, Wu Fan erupted into wild laughter. He had indeed returned to this small space. Thus began his endeavor of harvesting and planting. He frequently traversed between the realm and the cave, immersed in his tasks with unbridled joy. 5 days later, the provisions in Wu Fan's bamboo basket were nearly depleted. Yet he had only managed to transplant over half of the herbs. In a moment of desperation, he approached a few small trees, plucked a green fruit, and took a bite. After a short while, realizing he felt no adverse effects, he decided to rest in the thatched hut within the space whenever fatigue overtook him, quenched his thirst with well water, and satisfied his hunger with a handful of fruits. However, he discovered two significant things. First, each entry into the space took approximately 15 minutes, while exiting was almost instantaneous. Secondly, the well water possessed the remarkable ability to accelerate the growth of the herbs overnight. A mere sprinkling would mature them by a year's worth of herbal age after a day's time. Nonetheless, the well's water supply was limited. After utilizing a substantial portion over the previous 2 days, he became cautious, having observed that the water replenished itself exceedingly slowly, so slowly, in fact, that it was nearly imperceptible to the eye. Numerous small openings at the bottom of the well allowed the water to seep forth gradually. Based on his calculations regarding the well's slow output, Wu Fan realized that to continually mature herbs in the future, he could only accelerate the growth of about 10 plants each day. It seemed he would have to select only the most precious herbs for this process. 8 days later, Wu Fan completed the transplantation of all herbs, leaving only 5 fruit trees remaining. Wu Fan contemplated for a moment before he resolutely used a shovel to excavate all the soil from the base of the tree roots. Grasping the young sapling, he entered the space and planted the fruit tree in the soil near the courtyard. Once the entire transplantation was completed, Wu Fan began to ponder how he might return. It had been nearly 10 days since he ventured into the cave, and the medicinal herb gathering team should have returned to Qing Sean City about 5 or 6 days ago. He wondered if Xiao Fei and Uncle Hu were still searching for him. They would surely suspect that he had met with misfortune. Would Xiao Fei be shedding tears for him? Wu Fan chuckled softly to himself. Exiting the cave, he returned to the massive rock where he had fallen. The mist had dissipated, allowing him to observe his surroundings. Before him lay the vast canyon, and as he looked down, he estimated that it was still about 50 zhang to the canyon floor. Although he possessed lightness of foot, a direct leap without a point of leverage would undoubtedly result in his demise. Scanning the sheer cliffs on either side, he noticed a tree growing about 10 zhang down on the right cliff, with vines hanging approximately 20 zhang below it. After calculating the distance, he felt confident that he could reach the canyon floor. Since his breakthrough to the 3rd level of the fire-burning technique, his strength had significantly increased. Wu Fan surmised that he could contend with top-tier experts, though whether he could prevail remained uncertain. Channeling his internal energy, he executed the swift swallow step. Leaping onto the small tree, he then slid down the vines, but when he was still 20 zhang above the ground, he found there were no vines left to grasp. Disregarding the risk, he leaped downwards, using his feet against the cliff for one final push before finally landing on the ground. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust and set off in the chosen direction. Uncle Hu, do you think Xiao Fan might have met with an accident? He has been missing for 4 days. and the herb gathering team is set to return tomorrow. We have scoured nearly all the outer regions of the mountains, but have found no trace of him, Song Fei asked, his eyes red with worry. Who knows? Xiao Fan is quite skilled. He should be fine. Try not to worry too much, Xiao Fei. Let us take a break before continuing our search, Hu Dakuai replied, somewhat self-deceptively. At that moment, Su Kuan, Chun Peng, and others approached. Su Kuan spoke up, Boss Hu. We have thoroughly searched the valley over there and still found no sign of Xiao Fan. With bloodshot eyes, Chun Peng shouted, if we can't find him, we must keep searching, whether it takes a month or a year. I, Chun Peng, must see him alive or his body if he is dead. Standing beside Chun Peng was a short middle-aged man who interjected, Brother Chun, please remain calm. I understand your concern for Xiao Fan. He saved you a few days ago. We have all watched him grow up, and we share your worries. However, we have searched all the likely places. If we wish to continue searching, we will have to venture deeper, which is far more perilous. The short man ceased speaking at this point. I care not for those matters, even deep within the mountains. I must venture forth to seek. You may choose to accompany me or not, yet I shall pursue this quest alone, even if it leads to my demise. Chun Peng declared resolutely. Enough of the clamor. What Brother Fan articulated earlier holds true. The depths are far too perilous. We ought to contemplate alternative strategies rather than recklessly marching to our doom. Who? The elder, interjected, casting a glance at the two. At that moment, Su Kuan added, the personnel from Gao Qingbin's escort agency are also aiding in the search, though it seems their efforts are lackluster. Conversely, the folks from Baiyao Zhai are fervently engaged, particularly that young girl named Kai Dai. I've witnessed her nearly brought to tears on several occasions, as it is said that Xiao Fan once saved her. Enough. Let us disperse and continue our search. If we fail to locate the missing, how shall we explain our failure to Elder Lu? Who? The elder sighed and spoke. Just then, several figures approached from a distance, all members of the Huichuntang. One among them shouted, we found him. Xiao Fan has been located. Upon hearing this exclamation, the crowd turned in unison, and in the distance, 5 individuals emerged, one of whom appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, with fair skin and striking features. This individual was none other than Wu Fan. Chapter 17. The Harvest. Chapter 18. Harvest. The narrative reverts to earlier times. After Wu Fan emerged from the cave, he traversed the valley floor for half a day before discovering the path upward. Without delay, he made his way back, navigating with relative ease as long as the weather remained clear of heavy rain and fog. Thus, 3 hours later, he returned to the periphery. As Wu Fan hurriedly retraced his steps, he suddenly heard someone in the distance calling his name. The voice was familiar, and he surmised it must be the people from the Huichuntang searching for him. He immediately ran toward the sound, shouting, I'm here. Before long, 4 figures appeared in the distance, and upon spotting Wu Fan, they burst into laughter, exclaiming, haha, it's really Xiao Fan. Thank goodness he's all right. As they approached, Wu Fan bashfully inquired, Uncle Li, Uncle Wang, what brings you here? His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, for he knew his question was somewhat redundant. Yet he struggled to find the right words. Little rascal, we came to find you. You've been missing for 4 days. Do you have any idea how worried everyone has been? And did you know the herbal gathering team is returning to the city tomorrow? Is that why you finally decided to come back? A bearded man chastised him. Wu Fan was taken aback by this revelation. For days? I've been gone for nearly 10. He thought, bewildered. A realization dawned upon him. The flow of time in the mysterious realm differed from that of the outside world. He quickly calculated the time spent gathering herbs in the cave, the duration of cultivating them in the space, and the hours spent resting in the thatched hut. Ultimately, he surmised that 10 days in the mysterious space equated to merely 1 day outside. Stunned, he considered the implications. Could it mean that if he planted herb seeds within that space, a year in the outside world would yield a decade's worth of matured herbs? Coupled with that well water, acquiring high-grade herbs would be exceedingly simple in the future. His heart raced with excitement at this prospect. At that moment, another robust man interjected. Old Li, stop scolding Xiao Fan. He's back now, and look, you've made him speechless. Wu Fan snapped out of his reverie and quickly apologized. Uncle Li, I'm sorry for worrying everyone. Hearing this, Uncle Li's expression softened a bit as he replied, all right, let us hurry back. Everyone has been looking for you. You mustn't wander off carelessly in the future. With that, he turned and began to walk away. Thus, the 5 of them made their way back, leading to the earlier scene. Soon, Hu Laoda, Song Fei, Su Kuan, Chun Peng, and several others rushed toward them. Brother Xiao Fan, where have you been? Do you have any idea how anxious I've been these past few days? Song Fei exclaimed as he dashed over and embraced Wu Fan. Indeed, where have you been? What have you encountered? Xiao Fan, what have you been doing? Why did you return only now? Xiao Fan, this is indeed your fault. You have caused everyone to worry excessively. As Wu Fan observed the lively chatter among the group, he felt a subtle warmth in his heart, though his face bore a wry smile. Enough, everyone, let Xiao Fan speak for himself, Hu Laoda interjected. Finally, Wu Fan seized the opportunity to address everyone, saying, "That day, it rained heavily, and I lost my way, eventually tumbling into a ravine. I only returned today." At that moment, Shun Peng approached, grasping Wu Fan's arm, and said, "It's good that you're back. Thankfully, nothing unfortunate happened. Now that you're here, I can rest easy. Well, since Xiao Fan has returned, let us descend the mountain. We shall return to the city tomorrow," Hu Laoda declared before turning to leave. The rest followed suit, making their way down the mountain. That evening, within the caravan at the foot of the mountain, Wu Fan reclined on a cart, reflecting on the surreal experiences of the past few days. Although he had endured some hardships, every moment was worth it. Not only had he acquired a wondrous space, but he had also collected an abundance of rare herbs. Additionally, he had managed to elevate his fire-burning technique to the 3rd level. With this thought, a smile graced Wu Fan's lips. Since Wu Fan's return to the caravan, members of the Rejuvenation Hall had approached him one by one, inquiring about his adventures. After dismissing them all, Gao Chengbin arrived, learned the situation, and then departed. A girl named Meng Kai-dai came by as well. Her face flushed, she asked about his experiences before hurriedly leaving. On the following morning, the caravan slowly made its way towards Qing Sean City. During this excursion into the mountains, 7 lives were tragically lost. Fortunately, the Rejuvenation Hall suffered no casualties. By evening, the caravan arrived at Qing Sean City, where everyone submitted their harvested herbs before returning to their lodgings. They were granted a month of respite, and Wu Fan, feigning nonchalance, exchanged some ordinary herbs for 15 taels of silver. After his master had questioned him, he retreated to his room, lying on his bed, staring at the ceiling. He thought to himself, with a month of leisure ahead, apart from cultivating, he would also sell some herbs from his space. He needed silver to purchase a house in the city and then return to Wujia village to bring his parents and younger sister back. It had been many years since he had last seen them. He wondered how they were faring. During that month, Wu Fan ventured out multiple times to sell herbs, distributing them among various apothecaries to avoid suspicion. He sold only ordinary herbs from his space, accumulating 500 taels of silver, enough to procure a respectable residence in the city. Subsequently, he approached his elder brother, sharing his intentions and handing over the 500 taels for Wu Hao to assist him in purchasing a house. Wu Hao stared at the silver in astonishment, but ultimately accepted it, assuring his brother that he would see the matter through. Wu Fan dedicated his days to cultivation. Now within his space, where the passage of time flowed tenfold compared to the outside world, allowing him to maximize his training efficiency. A month later, Wu Fan once again ventured into the mountains with the herbal gathering team. Despite his newfound wealth, the responsibilities of the apothecary remained paramount, and the wilderness, rife with ferocious beasts, provided an opportunity for him to hone his combat skills. Time passed swiftly. Aside from foraging for herbs in the mountains, Wu Fan devoted himself to rigorous training in his spatial realm. Thus, a year slipped by. One morning, a voice called out to him, "Little brother Fan, the lovely Kai Dai is looking for you." It was Song Fei, rushing towards Wu Fan's abode. Wu Fan stepped outside and replied, "Song Fei, could you kindly inform Kai Dai that I am preoccupied and unable to meet her?" Sighing, Song Fei retorted, "I simply cannot comprehend you. How can you constantly distance yourself from such a beautiful girl?" Wu Fan shot him a glare and warned, "Do you believe I won't give you a good thrashing?" All right, I shall go. No need to be angry," Song Fei said, and promptly dashed away. Chapter 18. Returning to the village. Upon returning to his abode, Wu Fan sat cross-legged on his bed and soon entered a state of cultivation. Throughout the past year, apart from foraging for herbs in the mountains, Wu Fan dedicated himself to his practice. However, he only ventured into his inner space during the night, emerging by dawn. While this arrangement consumed considerable time, he was compelled to maintain his secrecy. After all, one night in the external world equated to 4 or 5 days within his space. When he calculated the duration, he realized that he had indeed amassed substantial hours of training. Nevertheless, ever since attaining the 3rd level of the fire-burning technique, his progress had noticeably decelerated. After a year, he had barely reached the 4th stage. Despite this being merely the 4th tier, Wu Fan was confident that even the most skilled opponents would not stand a chance against him. During this year, a young lady named Meng Kai-dai frequently sought out Wu Fan. Though he was no longer a child and was acutely aware of her affections, he harbored no such intentions. His entire focus was on his cultivation. Initially, he would meet with Kai-dai occasionally, but as time passed, he deliberately chose to avoid her. Half a year prior, Wu Hao had visited him, sharing the news that he had found a splendid estate. The two brothers inspected it together and were quite pleased, ultimately purchasing it for over 400 taels of silver. Wu Fan believed it necessary to renovate the place, and thus entrusted Wu Hao with an additional 200 taels to oversee the arrangements. Just yesterday, Wu Hao returned to inform Wu Fan that the renovations were nearly complete and that he intended to fetch their parents the following day. Wu Fan readily agreed. The next morning, the brothers set off in a horse-drawn carriage, departing Qing Sean City. "Brother, it has been 10 years since I last returned home. I wonder how our parents are faring," Wu Fan remarked, gazing at his elder brother with a wistful expression. I visited 2 years ago. They are well, though they have aged considerably. Our sister has grown into a young lady and has inquired about you often. It is evident that she remains quite fond of you. Wu Hao replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan burst into hearty laughter, fully aware of his sister's affection for him since childhood. A decade had flown by, and he too felt a profound longing for her. 10 days later, at Wu family village, in Wu Fan's home, the once youthful matron had aged significantly. Her formerly lustrous black hair was now interspersed with strands of white. Yet, her attire was markedly more respectable than before. As she prepared a sumptuous meal, it was clear that her efforts bore fruit. Each visit from her eldest son had brought silver, improving their living conditions considerably over the years. The family's garments now surpassed those of their neighbors in the village, no longer tattered and patched, but rather neat and presentable. Beside the woman stood a graceful young girl of around 14 or 15, who occasionally leapt about, animatedly conversing with her. Following her words, she burst into a fit of giggles. The girl was strikingly beautiful, adorned in a flowing white dress, exuding the charm of a lively sprite. Her fair face was framed by long eyelashes that fluttered like delicate brushes, and her large, bright eyes sparkled like black jewels, captivating all who beheld her. With a finely shaped mouth that revealed a hint of innocent youth, the corners of her lips curved upward like a charming little hook. Mother, my elder brother sent word that he and second brother will return today. I am so thrilled. It has been 10 years since I last saw second brother, and I can barely recall what he looks like. The girl exclaimed, her elation evident as she bounced around. I know, you've mentioned it several times today. It's quite tiresome, the woman replied impatiently, casting a weary glance at the girl. The girl stuck out her tongue and stepped outside, where an elderly man was chopping wood in the yard. This man, of course, was Wu Fan's father, though he had lost the robust physique of his youth. Time had taken its toll, bending his once straight stature. Dressed in a long black robe, his hair was a mix of black and white, yet neatly arranged. Despite his labor, a smile never left his face, for he anticipated the return of his two sons, bringing him more joy than anyone else. Father, you should stop chopping wood and hurry outside to see if elder brother and second brother have returned, the girl urged, having already prompted her father for the third time within the hour. All right, I will, he relented, setting down his axe and preparing to head out. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of two figures. Father, mother, little sister, we're back. Wu Fan's voice rang out, trembling with emotion, a testament to his excitement. Upon hearing his voice, Wu Fan's father slowly turned to look, while the girl fell silent, her eyes fixed intently on her two brothers. At that moment, their mother rushed out from the house, her eyes instantly reddening at the sight of her sons. Wu Fan surveyed the familiar yard and took in the aged countenance of his parents before turning to his sister, his eyes gradually filling with tears. Just being back is enough. My son has grown so much and has become quite handsome. Their mother wept as she embraced Wu Fan, her tears flowing freely. Wu Fan's father said nothing, merely walking over to pat Wu Fan's shoulder. However, as he turned, Wu Fan clearly saw the tears streaming down his father's face. At that moment, Wu Fan could no longer suppress his longing for his parents, and tears cascaded down his cheeks. The mother and son held each other in a heartfelt embrace for a long while before finally parting. Xiaoyu, weren't you always clamoring to see your second brother? Why don't you come over? Wu Fan's father turned to the girl, addressing her with a gentle smile. Wu Fan's eyes were red, yet he smiled as he gazed at his sister before him, extending his hand that cradled a small box. Second brother has bought you a gift, he announced. Are you truly my second brother? You seem so different from before. Your skin is so radiant and fair, the young girl replied shyly as she approached him. Wu Fan let out a hearty laugh, shoving the wooden box into his sister's embrace. Of course, I am your second brother. As she opened the box to reveal a butterfly hairpin, her face lit up with joy. Taking a step closer, she wrapped her arms around Wu Fan's arm, her large eyes sparkling as she looked up at him. Thank you, second brother. At that moment, Wu Hao also approached, offering his sister another wooden box while laughing heartily. Don't forget about me. I have a gift for you as well. The young girl beamed with delight, and laughter resonated among their parents too, culminating in a warm atmosphere of familial joy. Half a month later, the family arrived in Qing Sean City. The sister observed everything around her with the same wonder as Wu Fan had during his first visit. Their parents and sister gazed at their family mansion, smiles never leaving their faces. Wu Fan bestowed upon his parents 500 taels of silver, ensuring that all matters were arranged satisfactorily before he prepared to venture into the mountains once more. Chapter 19. The Medicine Guild. 2 months later. 500 miles from Qing Sean City lies a grand city known as Fanyang City, which surpasses Qing Sean in both size and prosperity. 20 miles outside the city stands a magnificent estate. From a distance, its grandeur and solemnity are striking, with rows of pavilions and towers rising within the estate. In a resplendent hall, an elderly man with white hair sits in a position of authority, his square face and broad mouth, complemented by his white beard and eyebrows, exude an overwhelming presence befitting one who has long occupied a position of power. Below him stands a middle-aged scholar, who is presently bowing to report to the elder. Guildmaster, the Tianling gang is poised to attack us shortly. We must prepare ourselves. It is evident that they have allied with over 10 smaller factions, clearly aiming to eliminate our medicine guild in one fell swoop. The scholar states with a bow. This is outrageous. They are being utterly unreasonable. It was the Tianling gang that encroached upon our territory. I have refrained from seeking retribution, yet they dare to annihilate us. Do they truly believe I, Yang Wentian, am to be trifled with? The elder exclaims, his eyes widening in indignation. Guildmaster, it is not merely over the territory at the borders. The Tianling gang would not go to such lengths for that. Their ostentatious military mobilization suggests they have grander ambitions, the scholar elaborates. Mr. Shun, your reasoning is sound. You are my strategist. What do you believe the Tianling gang aims to achieve this time? The elder inquires thoughtfully, gazing intently at the scholar. I cannot say for certain. I dispatched someone to investigate, but no suspicious activities have been uncovered thus far. I do know that the Tianling gang's leader, Lang Dapio, has been closely allied with Hui Yun gang's leader, Fan Qingdong. Over the past 2 years, the scholar reflects before responding. What did you just say? Lang Dapio and Fan Qingdong are closely allied. This poses a significant problem. If the Tianling gang were merely collaborating with those smaller factions, I would not fear them. However, Hui Yun gang is also a top-tier faction, and both Fan Qingdong and Lang Dapio are exceptional masters. What are we to do? The elder laments, a troubled expression crossing his face. For the time being, we must navigate this situation step by step. Seeking assistance from other factions now would be too late. And I suspect they would not wish to wade into this muddy water, the middle-aged scholar says, his brow furrowed in concern. Given the circumstances, we have no choice but to proceed as we are. Mr. Shun, go convey my message to the nearby cities and all subordinate forces of the Medicine Guild. All masters of 3rd rank or higher must hasten to fortify our defenses. The elder commands, standing abruptly. Understood. I shall attend to this immediately, the scholar replies, bowing respectfully before departing. 7 days later, in Qing Sean City, at the Huichun Hall Pharmacy, Wu Fan is in the midst of his training when he hears Song Fei calling from outside. Little Fan, come quickly. Master wants us to go see him. Understood. I'll be right out, Wu Fan replies, reluctantly ending his practice, curiosity piquing within him about what could have transpired. As this is not the usual time for a mountain excursion, and Master would not typically summon him. In the hall, Elder Lu sits at the head of the table, with Wu Fan and Song Fei standing respectfully by his side. The reason for summoning you all here is of great significance. You must return to your residences immediately to prepare, as we are embarking on a long journey to Fanyang City. The details are urgent, and I shall disclose them to you en route. For now, return and regroup at the main gate once you are ready. After hastily articulating his instructions, old Lu turned and departed. Wu Fan and Song Fei exchanged glances, a look of bewilderment evident in their eyes, their minds swirling with questions about what could possibly cause their master such distress. Without further ado, they hurriedly made their way outside. An hour later, over 50 individuals had gathered at the main gate, including notable figures such as Old Hu, Su Kuan, and Shin Peng. Suddenly, Old Lu's commanding voice rang out. Let us depart. The group mounted their horses in unison, galloping forth towards the city with great fervor. 3 days later, outside Fanyang City, at the headquarters of the Medicine Guild, over 30 individuals stood in the hall. The guild leader, Yang Wentian, occupied the principal seat, observing the quarrelsome members below with a furrowed brow. Enough. Silence, he commanded, and the bickering ceased instantly, all eyes turning towards their leader, enveloping the hall in an immediate hush. Mr. Shun, please share your insights, Yang Wentian addressed the middle-aged scholar. Guild leader, our Medicine Guild is currently surrounded by the Tianling gang in alliance with several other factions. Their forces number approximately 1,200, while we have only 700 gathered here. The situation is dire. We beseech your guidance, Mr. Shun replied with a respectful bow. Have we seen any representatives from the Huiyun gang? Yang Wentian inquired, his gaze fixed on Mr. Shun. None have been reported thus far, Mr. Shun continued. Upon hearing this, Yang Wentian felt a wave of relief wash over him. His countenance softened. As long as the Huiyun gang does not intervene, our current numbers, coupled with the advantageous terrain and our traps, should allow us to withstand the assault for a while. We must buy time until reinforcements arrive, he sighed. Indeed, that is our only course of action, Mr. Shin concluded, standing in silence with his eyes closed. Yang Wentian surveyed the 30 or so individuals below and spoke. You shall lead your subordinates to stand by. When the enemy attacks, I will confront the leader of the Tianlang gang personally. Your task is to hold your positions and prevent any breaches in our defenses. The gathered individuals nodded in unison, affirming their commitment. An hour later, at the foot of the mountain surrounding the Medicine Guild's headquarters, a dense throng of figures was visible ahead, clad in various attires and wielding weapons, all intently gazing towards the manor. Close to the manor, several hundred individuals stood with weapons in hand, glaring defiantly at the crowd below. In that moment, the throng parted, revealing a few figures, among whom was Yang Wentian himself. He looked down at the gathered masses and called out, "Wolf de Biao, what brings you here today?" "Ah, old Yang, you have finally emerged. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely have my eyes set on your territory. Might you be willing to part with it?" Laughter echoed from the foot of the mountain, belonging to none other than the notorious leader of the Tianlang gang, Wolf de Biao himself. "What part of the boundary piques your interest? We could sit down and discuss matters amicably, rather than making such a grand spectacle of it," Yang Wentian inquired, furrowing his brow. At that moment, the crowd below parted to reveal a robust, imposing middle-aged man, broad-shouldered and stout, with slanted eyes, a face adorned with a thick beard, and a 3-inch-long scar etched across his cheek. He grasped a large blade and gazed upward at Yang Wentian. Chapter 20. The bloodshed. The formidable Wolf de Biao curled the corner of his mouth, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he spoke. "Old Yang, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? What I desire is your entire territory. You are but a dreamer. Do you not fear the winds might snatch away your tongue? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Do you presume that with these few followers, you can extinguish my medicine gang? Our legacy has endured for centuries, and it is not for one like you to extinguish. Moreover, do you not worry that in our mutual destruction, others might seize the opportunity? I advise you to hastily withdraw with your men." Yang Wentian, his face ashen with fury, retorted in exasperation. "Haha, old Yang, there is no need for your threats. I am not a mere child of 3 to be intimidated by you. If you fear mutual annihilation, then take your entire band and retreat from Qingzhou. I shall withdraw my troops in kind. How does that sound to you, old Yang?" Wolf de Biao bellowed with laughter. At that moment, Wolf de Biao appeared entirely unfazed, as if he had already secured Yang Wentian's downfall, leaving one to wonder what cards he still held. "How outrageous. You have crossed the line. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us engage in battle," Yang Wentian declared, flinging his sleeves in anger as he turned away. At this juncture, a small leader emerged from the ranks of the medicine gang, his voice booming with authority. "Archers, prepare." With a rush, 50 to 60 archers stepped forward, each with bow drawn, their arrows aimed at the crowd below. Wolf de Biao, his expression darkening, coldly snorted, "You refuse to drink the wine offered, and instead choose the bitter cup. Brothers, charge." As his command echoed, the dense throng surged upward with a roar. Simultaneously, the leader of the medicine gang bellowed with fierce resolve, "Loosen your arrows." The 50 archers promptly released their arrows, and chaos ensued below as casualties mounted among the ranks of the Wolf gang, who began to retreat in disarray. Seeing his forces suffer grievous losses, Wolf de Biao's countenance turned a ghastly shade of green. He barked orders to those around him. "You there, command the Black Snake gang to raise their shields and charge forward. Should they dare to hesitate, let them face the consequences." "Yes, my lord," the subordinate replied, hastily departing. Before long, over 100 men brandishing shields surged forth, and although they too suffered devastating losses, they pressed on until they reached the front. At that moment, the ground beneath the foremost 30 men shifted ominously, and suddenly, the earth gave way, plunging them into a deep pit filled with spikes over a foot long, leading to their gruesome demise. Wolf de Biao, his face twisted with malice, shouted, "Send up another 200 men." Thus, after the Wolf gang incurred nearly 300 casualties, they finally ascended to the mountaintop. The two factions collided violently, and in an instant, the air was filled with the glint of blades and the cacophony of battle cries, transforming vibrant lives into lifeless corpses. At that moment, more than 50 individuals arrived from the foot of the mountain, gazing up at the battle unfolding above, uncertain of their next course of action. Their eyes eventually turned towards an elderly man among them. These were Wu Fan and his companions, who had traveled tirelessly for several days. Yet they had arrived too late to join forces with the medicine gang. An attempt to rush in now would surely result in being surrounded by the enemy's rear guard. Thus, they all looked to Elder Lu, awaiting his command. "I am aware that there lies a grove on the back mountain of the manor. We can circumvent through there and find an opportunity to strike," Elder Lu proposed after a moment of contemplation. He then led the way towards the rear mountain, followed closely by the others. Half an hour later, at the back of the manor, over 20 members of the Sky Wolf gang were stationed. Among them a diminutive middle-aged man with a pointed chin addressing his comrades. "I implore you not to be so anxious. The leader has stationed us here to prevent any aid from reaching the medicine gang. But consider this, the medicine gang is already trapped like fish in a barrel, destined to be annihilated. Who would dare come to their rescue? It is prudent to remain cautious. Do not forget that there are still some of their subordinate forces yet to arrive," one replied. Just then, a flash of swordlight descended from above. The small man widened his eyes, feeling as if he were soaring through the air, only to crash back down to the ground. He saw a figure before him, someone he felt was familiar but could not place at that moment. When he looked up, he was horrified to see the figure lacked a head, blood spurting from the severed neck. The figure then collapsed before him, and it suddenly dawned on him. That was his own body. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and he longed for sleep, as darkness enveloped his vision. Elder Lu cast a glance at the severed head he had just cleaved, then kicked it away with disdain, bellowing, "Kill them!" Suddenly, over 50 individuals surged forth from the grove, encircling the more than 20 members of the Sky Wolf gang. The latter trembled in fear, one of them shouting, "We are dead either way. Brothers, let us fight." He charged bravely into the fray. Moments later, Wu Fan surveyed the scene before him. The bodies of over 20 fallen foes strewn across the ground, his stomach churning with unease, for this was his first experience with taking a life. He had just slain 2 men, and to claim he felt no fear would be a lie. At that moment, Elder Lu approached and placed a reassuring hand on Wu Fan's shoulder. "Do not be afraid. It is natural for the first time. You will grow accustomed to it." "Yes, Master, I am fine. What shall we do next? Shall we charge in?" Wu Fan asked, swallowing hard. "We will assess the situation. We must carve out a path before proceeding further," Elder Lu replied. Meanwhile, the battle at the front of the manor had reached a fever pitch, with both sides fighting fiercely and bodies occasionally collapsing into pools of blood. Just then, a voice rang out, "Yang Wentian, do you dare to face me in combat?" Yang Wentian gazed ahead, witnessing the formidable Wolf de Biao swiftly felting individuals to the ground with each decisive stroke. Unyielding, he approached with relentless intent. Enraged, Yang Wentian bellowed, "What is there to fear?" With that, he surged forward, and in an instant, the two were locked in combat. Both masters of their craft. The arena of their battle was shunned by onlookers. As Wolf de Biao summoned his inner strength, he swung his blade towards Yang Wentian. In response, Yang Wentian raised his long sword to parry the oncoming attack. A thunderous clash echoed as they momentarily separated. Swiftly, Yang Wentian harnessed his energy, leaping from the ground to thrust towards Wolf de Biao's head. In a deft maneuver, Wolf de Biao rolled aside, evading the strike, then charged at Yang Wentian once more with his blade raised. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, a relentless duel where neither could claim victory, locked in a stalemate of skill and determination. Chapter 21. Crisis averted. After vanquishing 3 waves of adversaries, Wu Fan and his companions finally arrived at the Medicine Guild's encampment, where they promptly engaged in battle. Having acclimatized to the violence of earlier encounters, Wu Fan charged through the throngs with abandon, finding few capable of matching his prowess. He remained cautious not to stray too far from the members of the Rejuvenation Hall, ensuring he could offer assistance at a moment's notice. His focus was also directed toward the skirmish involving Song Fei, as he feared for his safety. As time progressed, the members of the Wolf Pack were increasingly intimidated by Wu Fan. Wherever he appeared, they would hastily retreat. In truth, he had only exerted a mere 20% of his strength. As Wu Fan and his group approached Yang Wentian, he witnessed the intensity of the battle between Yang and the formidable Wolf Dapio. It became evident to him just how formidable a peak expert could be. Within a Tenjong radius, no one dared to approach the two combatants, both of whom possessed profound inner strength. The very ground beneath their feet was transformed into a tempest of flying sand and stone. A mere gust of sword energy could carve a significant crater into the earth. Observing the clash between Yang Wentian and his opponent, Wu Fan gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. He surmised that, should he engage Wolf Dapio, he could likely dispatch him within 3 moves, thus illustrating the terrifying potency of the 4th level of the fire-burning technique. As the battle raged on, both sides suffered grievous losses, and it became apparent that Yang Wentian's fight was nearing its conclusion, with Wolf Dapio gradually finding himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, Wolf Dapio bellowed, "Fan Xingdong, when will you make your move? What are you waiting for?" Yang Wentian's expression darkened at these words. Fan Xingdong was indeed another peak expert. While he could contend with Wolf Dapio alone, facing an additional opponent would spell dire consequences for him. Just then, a boisterous laughter echoed from the distance. "Ha ha ha, Brother Wolf. Why the rush? I have been watching all along." From the crowd emerged a figure who landed deftly before the two combatants. This individual, appearing to be in his 60s, sported small eyes and donned a flowing black robe, a smile adorning his face as he regarded Yang Wentian and Wolf Dapio. It was none other than Fan Xingdong, the leader of the Fire Cloud Gang. "Fan Xingdong, I did not expect you to actually arrive. I bear no grudge against you. What is the meaning of this?" Yang Wentian glared at Fan Xingdong, his ire palpable. "What do you mean? Ha ha, I am certainly interested in your territory. I could not resist the offer made by Brother Wolf. My apologies, Yang, but I must proceed," Fan Xingdong replied with mirth. Yang Wentian, his countenance grim, retorted, "Whatever he has promised you, I can match. You should withdraw now." "Alas, it is too late. The arrow is already knocked. There is no turning back now. Even if I were to retreat, would you grant me half of your territory?" Fan Xingdong remarked with a sardonic tone. "Enough with the idle chatter. Eliminate him," Wolf Dapio urged impatiently. With that, Wolf Dapio charged toward Yang Wentian, who met him in combat, while Fan Xingdong joined the fray. In the midst of a 2-on-1 confrontation, Yang Wentian realized he was no match for his opponents. As the battle progressed, he began to falter, understanding that his demise was imminent. He contemplated the impending fall of the Medicine Guild, with its centuries-old legacy fading into oblivion alongside him. A wave of remorse washed over him as he thought of his ancestors and the brothers of the guild. Just as he became momentarily lost in thought, Fan Xingdong seized the opportunity to thrust his sword towards Yang Wentian's head. Instinctively, Yang Wentian raised his hand to parry, while Lang Dapio aimed a dagger at his heart. Knowing he could not evade the blade, he saw the wicked smile on Lang Dapio's lips. At that moment, a brilliant beam of sword light descended from the heavens, striking down with a thunderous crash, sending their blades scattering. Yang Wentian felt himself teetering on the brink of death, but then retreated back from the abyss, realizing he had been saved. Yet, he remained oblivious to the identity of his savior. Even as a master in his own right, it was inconceivable for him to deflect both attacks from such formidable opponents simultaneously. Yet, someone had accomplished this feat. Looking up, he beheld a young man standing beside him. Clad in a blue long robe, the words Revitalization Hall emblazoned on the cuffs. Lang Dapio and Fan Xingdong exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they turned to Wu Fan. "Who are you?" Lang Dapio inquired. "I am, of course, a member of the Medicine Guild," Wu Fan replied, brandishing his sword. "You little brat, do you seek death?" Fan Xingdong spat through gritted teeth. "Of course not. So it is you who shall perish," Wu Fan retorted, launching himself towards the two adversaries. All around, the battle ceased as onlookers turned their attention to this unexpected turn of events. Previously, many had anticipated the downfall of the Medicine Guild, but no one could have foreseen the emergence of such a formidable youth. In the distance, over 50 members of the Revitalization Hall, including Lu Lao, Song Fei, Hu Dazhong, Su Kuan, and Chun Peng, watched in astonishment. Suddenly, Wu Fan's sword emitted a radiant beam, aimed directly at Fan Xingdong, while he himself charged towards Lang Dapio. Intent on facing both foes, Fan Xingdong hurriedly raised his sword to block, but the light struck his blade with such force that his face flushed crimson. Unable to maintain control, he was propelled backward, crashing to the ground after flying several dozen feet, blood spilling from his mouth. Witnessing this, Lang Dapio was stricken with terror. There was no time for contemplation, as Wu Fan's sword was already aimed at his head. With all his might, Lang Dapio swung his blade, but the clash resonated with a thunderous boom, and he too fell, blood erupting from his lips. Silence enveloped the surroundings as all gazes remained fixed in disbelief. Two unparalleled masters had been made to cough blood by a mere youth. It was utterly unimaginable. Wu Fan wasted no time, pursuing Lang Dapio and plunging his sword through the latter's heart. From this moment, a supreme master, the leader of the Tianlang gang, Lang Dabiao, met his demise. Wu Fan turned to glance at Fan Xingdong, who was rising to his feet, and raised his sword, pointing it directly at him. "Spare me, noble sir. I beg for mercy. I was misled by Lang Dabiao. I acknowledge my wrongdoing, and I shall not dare again. Please, grant me my life." Fan Xingdong suddenly fell to his knees, pleading for his life. Wu Fan cast a glance at Yang Wentian and said, "It is the leader's decision. Seize Fan Xingdong and take him away." Yang Wentian, finally regaining his composure, promptly issued his command. Half a day later, the intruders of the Tianlang gang were either dead or fled. Thus, the crisis faced by the Medicine Gang was finally averted. Chapter 22. The Immortal. At the headquarters of the Medicine Guild, 3 individuals were seated in a grand hall. "Lu, my dear brother, it has been 5 years since you last returned to Qing Sean City. The Rejuvenation Hall has flourished under your stewardship. Your efforts are commendable," Yang Wentian remarked with a smile as he looked at Lu. "It is merely my duty, Guild Master." "You flatter me," Lu quickly responded. "Ha ha ha, dear Lu. You have indeed trained a remarkable disciple. If it weren't for Xiaofan this time, our guild would have been erased from the annals of the martial world. Your contributions shall be duly noted," Yang Wentian laughed heartily. Before Lu could respond, Yang Wentian turned to Wu Fan and continued, "Xiaofan, we owe you a great deal. Speak your desires. Whatever I can provide, I shall not refuse. The Guild Master is overly gracious. As a member of the Medicine Guild, it is only right that I contribute," Wu Fan replied, slightly embarrassed. "Ah, a fine young man indeed," Yang Wentian beamed. Then, Yang Wentian turned his attention back to Lu, saying, "Brother Lu, having served in Qing Sean City for so many years, and given your advancing age, it would be wise to avoid excessive toil. I propose you return to the headquarters for a well-deserved retirement. I can send someone to take your place in Qing Sean City. What do you think?" Lu was taken aback momentarily, but soon realized the Guild Master intended to reward him and Wu Fan for their achievements by keeping them at headquarters. He understood that if he consented, he could enjoy a leisurely retirement without further obligations. Yet, he was reluctant to leave Qing Sean City, having invested so many years and emotions there. With this thought, Lu replied, "I appreciate the Guild Master's kindness, but I am still in good health and can contribute to the Guild's endeavors. Moreover, I cannot bear to part with the Rejuvenation Hall. It holds too much of my dedication." I would prefer to remain in Qing Sean City for my retirement. Ah, since you have made your decision, I shall not press further. However, it seems I shall need to rely on you more in the future, Yang Wentian sighed. He then turned to Wu Fan and asked, "And what of you, Xiao Fan? Would you consider coming to the headquarters? I would devote myself to nurturing your talents and may even pass my position to you. How does that sound?" Wu Fan was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a proposal from the guild master. However, he had little interest in the position of guild master and wished to remain with his family. So he replied, "I am grateful for your generosity, guild master. But I do not wish to leave my family. I simply wish to live in Qing Sean City." "Very well, I shall respect your wishes. However, Xiao Fan, may I inquire about your remarkable inner strength at such a young age? What cultivation method do you practice?" Yang Wentian asked hesitantly. "Guildmaster, I practice the fire-burning technique from the scripture pavilion," Wu Fan responded promptly. "Fire-burning technique?" Yang Wentian's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly turned to Lu, saying, "Brother Lu, please step out for a moment. I wish to have a private conversation with Xiao Fan. Then I shall step out to greet some old friends." "You two carry on," Lu replied as he exited. After Lu Lao finished speaking, he rose and exited. Once Lu Lao had left, Yang Wentian turned to Wu Fan and inquired, "Xiao Fan, are you aware of what the fire-burning technique entails?" "I am not aware," Wu Fan replied candidly. "My master merely mentioned that this technique is not one that everyone can practice. I, too, approached it with a mindset of experimentation." Wu Fan had initially thought that Yang Wentian intended to discuss any potential issues with the fire-burning technique. Yet Yang Wentian shifted the conversation to a different topic entirely. "Xiao Fan," he asked, "do you know about cultivators?" "Cultivators?" Wu Fan was taken aback. "Indeed, cultivators, what the common folk refer to as immortals. They possess the ability to soar through the skies, traverse the earth, move mountains, and part seas. They are capable of extraordinary feats and enjoy lifespans that seemingly stretch into eternity, reportedly living for hundreds, if not thousands, of years without aging," Yang Wentian remarked enviously. "Isn't that merely a tale recounted by the storytellers and tea houses?" Wu Fan replied noncommittally. "In truth, such beings do exist in this world. And our great Xian nation is home to these immortals," Yang Wentian stated earnestly, gazing intently at Wu Fan. Wu Fan was at a loss for words, feeling as though he had been swept into a fantastical narrative. "I know you may not believe me. I, too, was once a skeptic in my youth. It wasn't until I accompanied the previous leader to the capital of Great Xia that I witnessed an immortal with my own eyes," Yang Wentian recounted nostalgically. Without allowing Wu Fan a moment to respond, he continued, "Xiao Fan, the fire-burning technique you are practicing is, in fact, a cultivation method for immortals." Wu Fan was momentarily speechless, utterly astonished that he was studying a technique meant for immortals. His mind struggled to process this revelation. Yang Wentian sighed and elaborated. "Within the entire medicine guild, I alone am privy to the secret of this technique. This knowledge has been passed down through generations of guild leaders. In my youth, I believed I possessed sufficient talent to practice this technique, but I was mistaken. After 5 years of effort, I ultimately achieved nothing, and in a fit of anger, I discarded the technique. Little did I know, it was later preserved by your pharmacy. The members of the medicine guild believed it to be an unparalleled inner strength method, albeit with restrictions on who could learn it. Yet I alone understood that it was, in essence, a cultivation technique for immortals." As Yang Wentian finished speaking, he studied Wu Fan's expression. Wu Fan's countenance reflected a tumultuous mix of emotions. He was profoundly shaken. However, thoughts of the mysterious orb began to surface in his mind, leading him to re-evaluate his understanding of this world anew. "In the days of yore, I accompanied the previous leader to the capital. As we traversed a quaint village, a horrifying spectacle unfolded before my eyes. A colossal creature, towering over 10 zhong, was assaulting the village. This beast bore a resemblance to a bear, yet its size was beyond comprehension. One of its massive paws was larger than my entire being. Stricken with terror, I stood frozen in place when suddenly, a celestial being descended from the heavens. With a flick of his wrist, he cast forth a sword that grew ever larger, ultimately reaching a staggering length of 20 zhong. The mighty sword cleaved through the creature, slicing it cleanly in two. With a mere flourish of his sleeve, the celestial figure made the monstrous entity vanish into thin air before soaring away into the sky. Yang Wentian, his eyes glimmering with reminiscence, spoke again. "Xiao Fan, I believe you ought to venture forth into the world. Should you be fortunate enough to encounter a celestial being, it would be most advantageous for you to join their sect, thus granting you the opportunity to cultivate immortality." His gaze was filled with encouragement as he regarded Wu Fan. Wu Fan, inspired by Yang Wentian's words, envisioned a future where he too could soar through the skies and attain eternal life. "Xiao Fan, go forth and explore. I shall look after your family in your absence. If you truly succeed in your cultivation, my only request is that, should the medicine guild face adversity in the future, you lend your assistance. That would suffice to quell any regrets I might harbor," Yang Wentian said slowly. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Fan's eyes gradually reflected a resolute determination. "Leader, I shall heed your counsel," he declared. Yang Wentian nodded, a smile gracing his features. Chapter 23. The Qiyun Mountain Range. 7 days later. Over 50 magnificent steeds galloped towards the gates of Qing Sean City. Upon arrival, the riders dismounted and, after undergoing inspection, gradually entered the city. These individuals were none other than the members of the Huichun Hall, returning from the headquarters of the Medicine Guild, where they had only stayed for 3 days before making their way back. Prior to their departure, Yang Wentian had promised Wu Fan that he would look after his family, and generously bestowed upon him a substantial amount of silver. Aware of Wu Fan's imminent departure, Elder Lu also assured him that he would take care of his family. Thus, Wu Fan spent a month in Qing Sean City, accompanying his parents. On this particular day, the grand hall of the Wu residence was teeming with people. Nearly everyone from Huichun Hall had gathered, including Meng Hetong and Meng Kai Dai from Baiyao Zhai, as well as Gao Qingbin from the Black Wolf Escort Agency. "Xiao Fan, go. I can't bear to see you go. After you're gone, I'll be all alone, and how dull that will be," Song Fei said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wu Fan and Song Fei had grown up together, sharing countless moments, studying, dining, and practicing martial arts side by side. The thought of Wu Fan leaving was overwhelming for Song Fei. "I'm not gone for good, don't worry. I will return often to visit you." Wu Fan reassured her with a playful pat on her shoulder. "Xiao Fan, when you venture out into the world alone, please take care of yourself," Elder Lu said. His own eyes misty as he gazed at his disciple. Having watched Wu Fan grow, he had always treated him as his own. The impending separation stirred a profound sadness within him, perhaps due to his advancing years and the absence of family, leaving him yearning for his disciple's companionship in his twilight years. Seeing the aged face of Elder Lu filled Wu Fan with sorrow, aside from his parents. His master had been the most caring figure in his life. Overwhelmed with emotion, he suddenly knelt before Elder Lu and said, "Master, I am unfilial. I will no longer be able to care for you." Elder Lu trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks as he hurriedly pulled Wu Fan to his feet. "It's nothing. Nothing at all. Go forth and forge your own path. I still have Xiao Fei with me." At that moment, Hu Laoda quickly approached, sensing the somber atmosphere and the presence of many outsiders. He chuckled, "Elder Lu, with Xiao Fan's martial prowess, who could possibly challenge him? I think you should worry less." Indeed, with his current skills, there is no place in the world he cannot go, Su Kuan agreed, joining in the conversation. Just then, Meng Kaidai stepped forward, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed intently at Wu Fan. Her lips moved slightly, hesitating for what felt like an eternity, yet no words escaped her lips. Finally, with a tremulous voice, she managed to utter, "Xiao Fan, go, take care." With that, she turned and fled, her sobs faintly echoing in the distance. Wu Fan watched her retreating figure, a soft sigh escaping his lips. 2 hours later, outside the gates of the Wu residence, Wu Fan mounted his horse. Casting a lingering glance at those behind him, he beheld the reluctant expressions of his parents, the tear-streaked face of his younger sister, Xiao Yu, and the waving figure of his elder brother, Wu Hao. After one last look at everyone, he turned and rode away. Thus commenced Wu Fan's journey in search of immortals. His destination was the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, Yunxi City, situated tens of thousands of miles from Qing Sean City, requiring him to traverse 3 provinces. Therefore, Wu Fan was indeed embarking on a long and arduous journey. Prior to his departure, he prepared an array of provisions, which he stored in a small space, including dried rations, spare clothing, and various healing and detoxification medicines. 1 year later, at the gates of the capital, a weary young man approached, riding a black horse, clad in a blue robe, making his way directly to the city gates. "Halt! Dismount for inspection," commanded a guard wielding a long blade, blocking the young man's path. After dismounting and undergoing the inspection, the young man entered the city. This young man was none other than Wu Fan, who, after a year of arduous travel, finally arrived in the capital today. Now 18, Wu Fan had shed his youthful naivety, possibly due to his cultivation of the fire burn technique, which endowed him with an aura of inviolability. During this year, few dared to trouble him due to his age. Along the way, he encountered several bandits and highwaymen, whom he swiftly dispatched with a few strokes of his sword before continuing on his journey. Throughout the year, Wu Fan traveled by day and practiced in his space at night. Though he had not yet reached the 5th level of the fire burn technique, he had attained the pinnacle of the 4th level, poised to break through at any moment. The capital, as the heart of the Great Xia Kingdom, boasted a level of prosperity unmatched by the remote Qing Sean City, its expanse being hundreds of times greater. To traverse the entire city would take no less than half a month. Upon arriving in the capital, Wu Fan casually sought out an inn to lodge in. Each day, he frequented tea houses and taverns, spending hours in the common areas, listening intently to the conversations around him. On one particular day, while dining in a tavern, Wu Fan overheard a table nearby discussing, "Brother Song, have you heard? Recently, a demon wolf has been terrorizing a small town just outside our capital, but at last, An immortal has come to slay the beast. Indeed, replied another, the demon wolf often preyed upon the townsfolk, driving them away. It was only a fortnight ago that an immortal arrived and vanquished the creature, allowing those who fled to return. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan immediately stood up and approached the table, taking a seat directly across from the two men. He then turned to the front and called out, "Innkeeper, please put this table's fare on my tab, and bring me some fine wine and dishes." A voice responded from the other side, "Certainly, esteemed guest." The two individuals at the table exchanged glances, and one of them spoke, "Thank you, young brother. May I inquire what brings you here?" "Oh, it's nothing. There's no need for gratitude. I have a particular fondness for tales of immortals. I couldn't help but approach when I overheard you two discussing such matters." Wu Fan replied with a smile. Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, the two individuals nodded in sudden realization. "So, the young brother enjoys stories of immortals." One of them remarked with a chuckle. "Might I ask, dear brother, do you know where one could encounter an immortal?" Wu Fan inquired playfully. "Alas, we are not privy to such knowledge. Immortals appear and vanish without a trace. Mere mortals seldom have the fortune to behold them. However, those fortunate enough may catch a glimpse of an immortal soaring through the sky," one replied. The other added, "I have heard that the Qing mountain range, located over 1,000 miles beyond our capital, is a place where immortals are often sighted. Yet, that mountain range is particularly treacherous. Once one ventures inside, it is quite difficult to emerge. There have been instances where individuals manage to return, and they spoke of becoming lost deep within, unable to find their way out." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan felt a surge of determination. He resolved to journey to the Qiyun mountain range. Chapter 24, The Clear Wind Gate. 10 days later. Qiyun mountain range. At the foot of the mountains, Wu Fan gazed into the distance, contemplating the grandeur of the Qiyun mountain range, which surpassed even the majestic Yandang mountains. It is said that this mountain range ranks among the top 5 in the entire Xia kingdom, spanning thousands of miles. Whispers of mythical beasts lurking within its depths intrigued him. Wu Fan murmured to himself, "Mythical beasts are not the same as ferocious beasts. Only immortals possess the power to vanquish them. Mortals stand no chance against such creatures. Some mythical beasts are said to be extraordinarily colossal, reaching dozens, even hundreds or thousands of feet in length. Their abilities are as varied as they are formidable. Some can soar through the skies, while others can breathe fire, burrow underground, or wield various magical arts." Hearing this, Wu Fan felt a blend of trepidation and an insatiable longing to encounter a mythical beast. He cast one last glance at the mountains before drawing the long sword from his waist, and, with a determined resolve, set forth toward the mountain range. 5 days later, Wu Fan stood over the lifeless body of a spotted tiger, wiping the blood from his sword. He turned and ventured deeper into the mountains. The first 2 days in the mountains were relatively uneventful, with few encounters with ferocious beasts. However, from the 3rd day onward, the frequency of attacks increased, and today marked the 6th beast he had slain. Some of these creatures proved formidable, demanding a fierce battle to defeat, yet Wu Fan pressed on into the depths. On the 6th day, "Strange, why have I not encountered any beasts for half a day?" Wu Fan pondered aloud. He scanned his surroundings, sensing something amiss. His journey had been unusually smooth, and after contemplating the situation, he shook his head and continued forward. Half a day later, Wu Fan's expression turned grim as he recognized his surroundings. He had been here before. He distinctly recalled resting on a particular stone. "What is happening? I have been moving deeper into the mountains while keeping track of the sun for direction. Logically, I should not have returned here," he muttered in frustration. Feeling helpless, he stubbornly resumed his trek into the mountain's depths. Yet another half-day passed. Wu Fan sat on a stone with a furrowed brow. Indeed, he had circled back once more. Realizing he was lost, he understood he had been wandering in circles. As dusk approached, he resolved to return the following day. The next day at noon, Wu Fan was on the verge of despair. Not only could he not ascend the mountain, but he found himself utterly unable to retrace his steps. No matter which path he took, he always ended up back at the same spot. On this day, as the sun began to set, a streak of light appeared in the distance, approaching from the horizon. Within this light was an elderly man clad in a white robe, who, despite appearing to be around 60 years of age, radiated vitality, showing no signs of aging. He soared through the air on a long sword. The old man muttered indignantly, "Those rascals at the Medicine King Valley promised to sell me the snowbone ginseng for 5,000 spirit stones, yet demanded an extra 1,000 during the transaction. It infuriates me. If not for my urgent need for the ginseng, I wouldn't have tolerated their nonsense. Just wait. I will have my revenge on this matter one day." The elder, in a fit of exasperation, suddenly glanced downward and murmured to himself, "Which disciple from this peak is trapped within the illusion? How can he be ensnared when he has already reached the 4th level of Qi refinement? Why does he not ascend?" With that, the elder stepped onto his flying sword and descended. Meanwhile, Wu Fan sat on a stone, his countenance grim, contemplating how to escape. He recalled a conversation at the tavern, where someone had warned him that venturing deep into the mountain range could lead to becoming lost, and exiting would prove exceedingly difficult. At the time, he had dismissed the warning as mere exaggeration, never anticipating that he would find himself in such a predicament. Suddenly, he noticed a brilliant light in the distant sky, drawing nearer. A jolt of apprehension coursed through him as he strained to see. The radiant glow halted 10 zhang above him, and a voice resonated. Which peak do you hail from? How is it that you find yourself ensnared here? What of your flying artifact? As the light dimmed, a figure emerged, an elder clad in white robes, standing atop a long sword. Wu Fan realized he was finally in the presence of an immortal. The elder, noticing Wu Fan's silence, furrowed his brow and pressed on. Are you a disciple of the Qingfeng sect? With utmost respect, Wu Fan bowed and replied, I am not a disciple of the Qingfeng sect, but merely a mortal. I stumbled in here by chance and now find myself unable to leave. A mortal? Yet you have reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. From whence do you come? The elder inquired further. I am from Qingzhou, specifically Qing Sean City, Wu Fan responded promptly, maintaining his respectful demeanor. Wu Fan's heart raced with a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. The anxiety stemmed from meeting an immortal for the first time, and the excitement arose from having journeyed across great distances to seek one. The elder, with a contemplative frown, asked, where did you acquire your cultivation technique? In Qing Sean City, there exists a pharmacy known as the Huichun Hall. At the age of 12, I discovered this technique within that establishment, Wu Fan recounted without reservation. Ah, since you are without a sect, how about this? Accompany me back to the Qingfeng sect. Once the disciples verify your background, you may join us. Would you be willing? The elder proposed with a smile. Yes, I would be honored, Wu Fan responded, his heart swelling with joy. Then let us proceed, the elder declared. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Wu Fan felt a rush of air. And when he regained his senses, he found himself standing upon the elder's flying sword, which then soared through the air. At a height of 1,000 zhang, Wu Fan gazed down, observing the endless mountain ranges and towering trees, which appeared diminutive from his vantage point. Unbeknownst to him, his legs began to tremble. He had never stood so high before, and a twinge of fear crept into his heart. Moments later, the elder broke the silence, saying, Young one, we have arrived at the Qingfeng sect. Wu Fan glanced around, perplexed. Where was the sect? To him, it appeared to be merely an ordinary mountain range. He mused to himself, could this immortal be jesting with me? At that moment, the immortal halted the flying sword and, with a flick of his sleeve, summoned a colossal transparent barrier. The enormity of the barrier was astonishing, stretching endlessly before his eyes. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the vast shield, and the elder swiftly guided the flying sword through it. Upon crossing the barrier, an entirely different scene unfolded before Wu Fan's astonished gaze. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape, almost dislocating his jaw. It was breathtaking. Was this not a paradise of immortals? Towering peaks soared toward the heavens, resplendent palaces gleamed like jade, and grand halls resembled ethereal sanctuaries. He noticed serene lakes with surfaces as smooth as mirrors. Looking further into the sky, he beheld celestial beings soaring on swords, some riding white cranes, others navigating fluffy clouds. These ethereal beings occasionally glided past Wu Fan, leaving him spellbound. Was this truly the realm of immortals? Chapter 25. Entering the sect, the elder skillfully maneuvered his flying sword to a mountain peak, landing upon a vast platform. Before them stood a grand hall, towering several dozen feet high. Wu Fan dismounted from the sword and followed the elder forward. Just then, a young man in his 20s emerged from the hall's entrance, rushing toward the elder with a bow and clasped hands. Greetings, elderly. Ah, Lu disciple, is it your watch today? The elder inquired with a smile. Reporting to elderly, it is indeed my turn. Is there anything I can assist you with? The young man named Lu replied. The elder glanced back at Wu Fan and said, This is a young lad I recently brought back, named Wu Fan. Please send someone to Qingzhou, Qing Sean City, to investigate his background. If he proves to be of clean lineage, allow him to cultivate at the outer gates of the Qingfeng sect. His admission to the inner sect will depend on his own capabilities. Understood, master. I shall dispatch someone to Qingzhou immediately, Lu responded with a respectful bow. At this moment, the elder turned to Wu Fan, saying, Come here, young Fan, and extend your arm. Wu Fan promptly approached and stretched out his arm. The elder grasped Wu Fan's forearm, and he felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, which swiftly dissipated after circulating through his body. The elder regarded Wu Fan with a peculiar expression, letting out a soft sigh. A mixed 5-element root, such a pity, he murmured, before soaring away on his sword light. Only Wu Fan and Lu remained on the platform. Lu then produced a piece of yellow paper, placing it near his mouth and whispering a few incantations. With a flick of his arm, the paper magically took flight. Turning his attention back to Wu Fan, he said, Junior brother, I am Lu Junwei. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to inquire at the Hall of Elders. Now, allow me to show you to your quarters. Thank you, senior brother, Wu Fan replied, bowing respectfully. Without further ado, Lu Junhui retrieved an object from his sleeve. Upon closer inspection, it was a small green boat. He tossed it into the air, and it enlarged to a size of 2 zhang. Lu leaped onto the vessel, turning to Wu Fan. "Come aboard, junior brother Wu." Wu Fan gazed at the green boat with envy, then followed suit and jumped aboard. The boat soared into the sky, carrying them swiftly forward. Approximately 15 minutes later, the boat halted before a massive mountain peak, atop which lay a vast valley filled with numerous courtyards, pavilions, and even a small lake. Lu skillfully guided the boat to a platform and declared, "Junior brother Wu, this peak is known as Luoxia Peak of the Outer Courtyard. You shall cultivate here from now on." Lu Junfeng pondered momentarily before speaking again. "By the way, junior brother Wu, I have already used a communication talisman to notify one of our fellow disciples. He should be en route to Qing Sean City now. You will have results regarding your matter in half a month. During this time, you must not leave your courtyard, understand?" "I understand. Thank you, senior brother." Wu Fan promptly replied. "Well then, let us find you a place to stay." With that, he led Wu Fan towards a particular pavilion. Upon entering, Wu Fan noticed a middle-aged man seated behind a table. The man remarked, "Ah, Lu junior brother, what brings you here today?" "Senior brother Wang, I am here on the orders of Elder Li to escort this junior brother Wu Fan. I must trouble you to arrange a place for him to reside. In half a month, barring any unforeseen circumstances, junior brother Wu will officially become an outer court disciple. At that time, I will also need your assistance with his entry procedures," Lu Junhui explained. "Ah, so it is Elder Li's command. Rest assured, Lu junior brother, I will handle everything." The middle-aged man named Wang replied without hesitation. The three then proceeded towards the courtyard area. After a quarter of an hour, they stopped at a courtyard. It spanned about an acre, adorned with several trees, and at its rear lay a small forest. In front of it was a serene lake, and the dwelling was constructed of a beautiful, unknown white stone. "Junior brother Wu, you shall reside in this courtyard. It is highly coveted by many. Previously, a fellow disciple lived here, but after achieving commendable results in the recent outer court competition, he caught the eye of an elder and was taken as a disciple, thus vacating this lovely residence. Many have sought to claim it, but I have turned them all away. Since you are acquainted with Elder Li, I will grant you this courtyard," Wang said with a smile directed at Wu Fan. "Thank you, senior brother Wang." Wu Fan quickly clasped his fists in gratitude, a look of joy illuminating his face. He was truly enamored with this courtyard. Its picturesque scenery and tranquil environment, devoid of nearby residences, provided the perfect sanctuary for his cultivation, allowing him to conceal his secrets effortlessly. At that moment, Lu Junhui spoke, "If there is nothing else, I shall return to the affairs hall. I am on duty today and cannot be away for long." "Go ahead, Lu junior brother. I will take care of Wu junior brother's matters," Wang reassured him. After expressing his thanks, Lu Junhui summoned a flying vessel and departed. "Junior brother Wu, you may return to your courtyard and rest. My name is Wang Lei. Feel free to seek me out whenever needed," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Thank you, senior brother. I may need to trouble you often in the future," Wu Fan replied, bowing respectfully. "Haha, there is no need for such formality. From now on, we are fellow disciples. Besides, being in the affairs hall, it is my duty to assist," Wang Lei said before turning to leave. Wu Fan entered the courtyard and strolled around, before making his way into the house. Inside, everything one could desire was present. He chose a room and lay on the bed, reflecting on his recent experiences, feeling as though he were in a dream. It had been over a year since he had departed from Qing Sean City, and after so much, he had finally encountered the immortal and fulfilled his wish to join a sect of cultivation. With this thought, a smile of joy graced Wu Fan's lips. As half a month swiftly passed, on this particular day, Brother Lu arrived at Wu Fan's residence, calling out, "Is Brother Wu there?" Wu Fan was in the midst of his cultivation when he heard the voice. He quickly rose and stepped outside. Upon seeing that it was indeed Brother Lu, he exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Lu, please, come inside for a moment." "Haha, I won't intrude," Brother Lu replied. "I must return after completing my business. The Deacon Hall is quite busy." "Brother Wu, allow me to congratulate you in advance. After verification, your background is clear, and you are now officially a disciple of the Qingfeng sect. Shortly, you should visit the administrative office and seek out Brother Wang to assist you with your registration," Brother Lu said with hearty laughter. Chapter 26. Enlightenment. Upon hearing Brother Lu's words, Wu Fan felt an immediate surge of joy and hurriedly clasped his fists together, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Lu. I shall seek out Brother Wang at once." "Wait a moment, Wu Shidi. Do not rush off just yet," Brother Lu chuckled heartily. He then produced a white jade token, inscribing a few characters upon it before tossing it to Wu Fan, saying, "This is your identity token. You need only to drip a drop of blood upon it, and it will be essential for your visits to the Scripture Pavilion or the Alchemy Hall in the future." Wu Fan reached out to catch the jade token and glanced at it. One side bore the inscription Qingfeng Sect, while the other side displayed his name, Wu Fan. Without hesitation, he bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the token. In an instant, The token shimmered brightly before returning to its normal state. Brother Lu smiled at Wu Fan and remarked, "Well then, Wu Shitty, I shall take my leave if there is nothing further." Wu Fan bowed respectfully as Brother Lu nodded and transformed into a streak of light, soaring away in his flying vessel. Once Brother Lu had departed, Wu Fan wasted no time in seeking out Brother Wang, his urgency evident as he wished to finalize his entry procedures immediately. A quarter of an hour later, has Wu Shitty arrived to complete his entry formalities today? Brother Wang Lei inquired, observing Wu Fan. Indeed, brother. Brother Lu sent me here, Wu Fan replied. Very well. I shall assist you with the process. Do you have your identity token? Brother Wang asked. I do, Wu Fan responded, extending his hand to present the jade token. Brother Wang examined it closely before returning it to Wu Fan. He then retrieved a ledger and began to write diligently. After a brief moment, Brother Wang stowed the ledger away and smiled. Wu Shitty, I have registered you. You are now officially a disciple of the Qing sect. Congratulations. Thank you, Brother Wang. Wu Fan said, his heart brimming with excitement. At this moment, Wu Fan had finally and formally joined the cultivation sect. He had left his home and parents, journeying far to arrive here, all in pursuit of learning the arts of immortality, with hopes of living for centuries or even millennia. Such thoughts filled him with a sense of joy and elation. Within the room, Brother Wang observed Wu Fan's delight, and a gentle smile graced his lips. After a short while, Brother Wang presented a book to Wu Fan, speaking earnestly. Wu Shitty, this contains the rules and regulations of our Qing sect. You must read it thoroughly upon your return and commit its contents to memory. Do not transgress these rules. Even a minor infraction could result in years of confinement. While a severe violation may lead to the destruction of your physical form and the extraction of your primordial spirit. Wu Fan's expression changed at once, and he resolved to study the rules diligently upon his return, vowing to remain vigilant and avoid any transgressions. At this moment, Brother Wang spoke again. Junior Brother Wu, allow me to enlighten you about our Qing sect. We are one of the 6 prominent cultivation sects in the Xia Kingdom, alongside the other 5, Yaowang Valley, Lingxiao Temple, Demon Sect, Lian Shizong, and Lian Qizong. The Xia Kingdom is also home to several cultivation families, although they do not possess the profound heritage of our sect. Some of the larger families cannot be underestimated. Our Qing sect was established in the Qiun mountain range over 6,000 years ago, thus boasting a rich history. Our sect is divided into the inner and outer sections. You currently reside in the outer sect, the Falling Sunset Peak. In the inner sect, each mountain peak is a sanctuary of concentrated spiritual energy, where cultivation occurs at a significantly accelerated pace compared to other locations. However, only inner disciples, core disciples, and elders are permitted to dwell there. Gaining entry into the inner sect is no easy feat, yet there are several paths to achieve this. Firstly, possessing a rare and unique constitution, such as celestial spiritual roots, thunder spiritual roots, purine bodies, 7-star lunar bodies, ice marrow bodies, or sword spirit bodies, qualifies one for immediate cultivation and advancement into the inner sect upon discovery by the sect. These exceptional constitutions are exceedingly rare, appearing only once in several hundred or even thousand years. Secondly, one may ascend to the inner sect through outstanding performance in the sect's grand competition, attracting the attention of the elders. Achieving such recognition is akin to soaring to great heights, as one would then become an inner disciple. Once one becomes an inner disciple, the resources and cultivation chambers provided by the sect are incomparable to those available in the outer sect. Brother Wang paused momentarily, allowing Wu Fan to absorb this information. Wu Fan finally comprehended that the Xia Kingdom was not solely represented by the Qing sect, and that there was indeed a distinction between the inner and outer sections. It was no wonder that Elder Li, who had accompanied him, remarked that whether he could become an inner disciple depended on his own abilities. The realization of how challenging it was to become an inner disciple struck him, and he suddenly recalled Elder Li's expression as he departed, along with his words regarding the mixed 5-element spiritual roots. Brother Wang, do you know what the mixed 5-element spiritual roots are? Wu Fan inquired, gazing at Brother Wang. Brother Wang looked at him with an unusual expression before responding. Let me explain the concept of spiritual roots. For practitioners like us, possessing spiritual roots is imperative for cultivation. Without them, one cannot embark on the path of immortality. For instance, if ordinary individuals devoid of spiritual roots attempt to cultivate the techniques you are currently practicing, they would be unable to manifest any magical power. Those with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. Among 10,000 ordinary people, there may be only one with spiritual roots, resulting in a scarcity of those who can cultivate. Moreover, spiritual roots can be classified as good or bad, divided into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with some mutated spiritual roots, such as thunder and wind spiritual roots, which have evolved from the 5 elemental spiritual roots. Let us first discuss the celestial roots, which are the epitome of singular attributes in spiritual roots. For instance, The pure gold root or the singular wood root exemplify exceptional quality, allowing their bearers to cultivate at a remarkably accelerated pace compared to others. Following the celestial roots, the earth roots comprise individuals with dual or triple spiritual roots. They possess only 2 or 3 attributes. Although not as superior as the celestial roots, they still hold the potential to reach the foundation establishment stage within their lifetimes. Beneath the earth roots lie the mixed roots, characterized by 4 or 5 diverse attributes, which render cultivation exceedingly arduous. The overwhelming diversity of spiritual roots results in a sluggish advancement, making it virtually impossible to attain the foundation establishment stage within a lifetime. Observing Wu Fan, Brother Wang remarked, "Do you understand now?" With a pale countenance, Wu Fan replied, "I understand." However, Wu Fan's heart was a tumult of emotions. He had never anticipated that his spiritual root would be of the least favorable kind. Previously, he had harbored dreams of diligent cultivation, aspiring to transcend into a true immortal capable of moving mountains and filling seas, achieving eternal life. Now, he felt as though his dreams had been shattered, and a sense of despondency enveloped him. Chapter 27. The Scripture Pavilion. Brother Wang, what exactly is the foundation establishment stage you mentioned? Wu Fan inquired, his voice tinged with frustration. Brother Wang glanced at Wu Fan's expression, recognizing his discontent, yet he chose to remain composed, and continued. I observe that you are currently at the 4th level of Qi refinement, which places you at the initial stages of a cultivator. The path of cultivation is divided into several stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core. The Qi refinement stage is further divided into 12 levels. With each level you ascend, your strength will significantly increase. Upon reaching the 12th level, you may attempt foundation establishment. However, this is no simple feat in our Qingfeng sect. With over 3,000 disciples, there are fewer than 100 elders at the foundation establishment stage. This illustrates the difficulty of attaining such a level. Most individuals remain at the Qi refinement stage throughout their lives. Nonetheless, should you succeed in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, your lifespan could extend to 300 years, and your power would undergo a profound transformation. In the Great Xia Kingdom, as long as you avoid the few golden core ancestors, you would be able to traverse freely. He continued, as for the golden core ancestors, they are truly formidable beings. Not only within the Great Xia Kingdom, but across the continent, they command immense respect. Upon reaching the golden core stage, one's lifespan can extend to 7 or 8 centuries. Wu Fan was utterly astonished. The prospect of living for 300 years at the foundation establishment stage, and even longer at the golden core stage, was incredibly enticing, filling him with admiration and envy. Brother Wang, is there nothing beyond the golden core stage? Wu Fan asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Haha. The golden core stage is already a lofty aspiration, one I dare not even dream of. If I could achieve the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime, I would be profoundly content. However, I have heard whispers of a stage beyond the golden core, the nascent soul stage. It is said that those who reach this level can live for thousands of years, though the truth of this eludes me. Currently, there are no nascent soul cultivators in the Great Xia Kingdom, Brother Wang replied with a hearty laugh. Wu Fan was momentarily speechless. To think that the nascent soul stage could grant such an extended lifespan, was that not akin to becoming a true immortal? How powerful must they be? Brother Wang, at which level of Qi refinement can one fly through the air? Wu Fan asked, eager to know the answer. You can fly upon reaching the 4th level. In fact, you are currently at that level, so you may begin learning the art of flight. Later, you can visit the Scripture Pavilion to acquire a comprehensive guide to basic spells for your studies. The art of flight is merely a minor technique, useful primarily for travel. Brother Wang responded promptly. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's heart swelled with joy. He had always envied those who could soar through the skies, and the realization that he too could soon take to the air filled him with exhilaration. Brother Wang, I saw the flying boat that Brother Lu was aboard. What was that? Wu Fan finally could not contain his curiosity any longer. Oh, that is a flying magical artifact. Once you have accumulated some spirit stones, you can purchase one as well, Brother Wang explained. What are spirit stones? Wu Fan asked, bewildered. Spirit stones are akin to silver among mortals, serving as the currency for us cultivators. Within these stones lies an abundance of spiritual energy, granting them numerous functions. They assist in cultivation, facilitate the formation of arrays, and can be exchanged for elixirs, magical tools, and materials. Essentially, anything a cultivator requires can be procured with spirit stones. As you are now an outer sect disciple, the sect will bestow upon you 30 spirit stones each month. Brother Wang remarked, as he produced a stone for Wu Fan to examine. Wu Shidi, behold. This is a spirit stone, he said, extending his hand. Wu Fan gazed at the spirit stone in Brother Wang's palm. It was the size of a thumb, translucent and resplendent, reminiscent of jade. Wu Fan then inquired further, and after 2 hours had passed. Brother Wang, I am truly grateful for your assistance today. Wu Fan said, bowing slightly in respect. Haha, no need for such formality. We are all fellow disciples now. Should you have any uncertainties in the future, feel free to seek my counsel, Brother Wang replied with hearty laughter. He then casually tossed a small bag to Wu Fan, adding, "Shitty. This is an item every new disciple is entitled to receive. This bag is known as a storage pouch. It contains a small space for storing various items. Simply infuse it with a bit of spiritual energy to retrieve or place items within. Inside, you will find 2 sets of outer sect disciple robes, 30 spirit stones, and a flying sword as well. With these gifts, my task is complete." Wu Fan bowed once more to Brother Wang, saying, "Thank you, Brother Wang. I understand. And if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Very well, Shitty, you may return. I shall not see you off," Brother Wang said with a smile. Upon returning to his quarters, Wu Fan curiously played with the small bag. He turned it upside down, and several items tumbled out. As they flew from the bag, they instantly enlarged, revealing spirit stones, a flying sword, and robes. He then returned these items to the pouch. This storage pouch is truly marvelous. Although the space is limited to a span of 10 feet, it is incredibly convenient. Unlike my mysterious space, which requires a quarter of an hour for me to bring items in, Wu Fan mused softly. Next, he retrieved the flying sword. It shimmered with radiant colors, imbued with a faint spiritual essence. Wu Fan had previously tested it, and found it to be far sharper than the long sword his elder brother had gifted him. This was only natural, as one was a flying sword used by cultivators, while the other was an iron sword meant for mortals. There was simply no comparison. Brother Wang had mentioned that once he mastered the art of flight, he would be able to soar through the skies with this sword. Subsequently, Wu Fan donned a white robe. According to Brother Wang, this robe was also a low-tier magical artifact. It could protect against dust and possessed a certain level of defensive capability. By infusing it with spiritual energy, it could withstand the strikes of mortal weapons. The robe bore the 3 golden characters of Qing sect. Wu Fan placed these items into a storage bag, which he then secured to his waist. Rising to his feet, he exited the courtyard, eager to visit the scripture repository and retrieve the compendium of basic spells. He was filled with anticipation to practice the art of aerial manipulation. 2 hours later, Wu Fan arrived before a grand pavilion, adorned with a large sign that bore the 3 golden characters for scripture repository. Standing in the expansive square before the pavilion, he occasionally observed a few individuals emerging from the building, while others ventured inside. After pausing for a moment, he lifted his foot and approached. Upon entering the scripture repository, he noticed an elderly man seated behind a desk. The old man glanced at him and said, "Present your identity token. What do you wish to select?" Wu Fan promptly walked over with respect, handing the identity token to the elder, and replied, "I seek the compendium of basic spells. 10 spirit stones. It's on the left side of the 2nd floor. Find it yourself." The elder said dismissively after examining the token, tossing it back to Wu Fan with a hint of impatience. Taken aback, Wu Fan realized that he needed spirit stones as well. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, and instead obediently produced 10 spirit stones to hand over to the elder before making his way upstairs. Chapter 28. Retreat. The 2nd floor of the library was vast, lined with rows of bookshelves, adorned with numerous tomes, yet even more abundant were the jade slips. Brother Wang had mentioned that cultivators typically utilize jade slips in place of traditional books, as they are far easier to preserve, unlike books that are prone to damage. Their usage is remarkably straightforward. One merely needs to press the jade slip against their forehead and employ their spiritual sense to peruse its contents. Speaking of spiritual sense, Wu Fan had once been oblivious to its nature, but later learned that his ability to introspect within his body relied on this very spiritual perception. He also discovered that the expanse within his mind was known amongst cultivators as the Sea of Consciousness, and that the luminous white orb he often transformed into was, in fact, his primordial spirit. Casually, Wu Fan extracted a jade slip, palm-sized and entirely white, resembling a jade tablet, its material an enigma. He pressed it to his forehead and began to explore it with his spiritual sense. Before him unfolded rows of script accompanied by vivid imagery. It was a cultivation technique titled Qingmu Changchunju, spanning from the 1st to the 12th layer of qi refinement. After replacing the slip, he retrieved another one, which also contained a technique named Li Hua Tuna Shu, similarly encompassing 12 layers of qi refinement. Wu Fan continued his exploration, examining each slip in succession. The 2nd floor of the scripture pavilion was replete with jade slips, yet Wu Fan observed that all were focused on qi refinement techniques, with none pertaining to the foundation establishment stage. Remarkably, he even found the fire-based technique he was practicing, Hua Funju. Thus, he spent an entire day on the 2nd floor, surrounded by slips detailing various refining materials, small formation techniques, and records of spiritual herbs and elixirs. Wu Fan yearned to acquire all these slips, yet alas, he lacked the requisite spirit stones. Upon locating the fundamentals of spells, he also sought out a slip titled True Understanding of Spiritual Herbs. This latter slip documented over 1,000 rare spiritual herbs, complete with descriptions and illustrations of each herb's appearance. After some contemplation, He also retrieved a slip labeled True Understanding of Spiritual Materials, which, akin to the previous one, cataloged various precious materials, detailing their uses and providing illustrations for identification. With 3 jade slips in hand, Wu Fan approached the elder. The elder accepted the slips, examined them briefly, and then produced 3 blank jade slips to begin inscribing. He placed each slip upon his forehead in succession, and after a brief interval, he handed the inscribed slips back to Wu Fan, simultaneously collecting the slips Wu Fan had brought. He then stated, "That will be 20 spirit stones." Wu Fan resigned, found that the spirit stones he had just acquired were swiftly depleted. With no alternative, he surrendered another 20 spirit stones to the elder. Subsequently, he stored the 3 newly inscribed slips in his storage bag and returned to his dwelling. Upon his return, Wu Fan seated himself cross-legged upon his bed. A faint luminescence began to emanate from his body, growing steadily brighter with the passage of time. After a quarter of an hour, the blinding radiance abruptly vanished, taking Wu Fan along with it into the unknown. In a confined space, Wu Fan first tended to the herbs, watering them despite the well only providing enough for a scant few. However, the passage of time outside equated to 10 days within this realm, and over the span of a year, those unwatered herbs had accumulated over a decade's worth of medicinal age. Alas, these herbs were too common, suited merely for mortal use, which is why Wu Fan had taken the elixir's true meanings from the scripture pavilion. He aimed to memorize all the elixirs, intending to procure seeds to cultivate them in his small sanctuary, while also planning to uproot the ordinary herbs as they occupied precious land in his limited space. Upon entering the abode, one would encounter a grand hall, flanked by 2 rooms on either side and 2 further rooms ahead. Wu Fan had devised a plan for these 6 chambers. The 2 front rooms included one vast space, approximately several miles in circumference, which Wu Fan intended to use as a training room for his aerial techniques and other spells, as the current dimensions were insufficient for his aspirations. The purpose of the other rooms soon revealed itself to him. One day, while venturing beyond the courtyard, he noticed 5 fruit trees bearing 7 fruits. He plucked all the fruits, placing 6 in a drawer within that room, while retaining 1 for himself. Busy with his cultivation, he forgot about the fruit, only to discover days later that it had rotted. Fearing for the 6 fruits, he hurried to check, and upon opening the drawer, he was astounded to find the fruits unchanged, as fresh as the moment they were picked. This revelation left Wu Fan in awe, for he learned that the multitude of drawers in that room served to preserve herbs, elixirs, and spiritual fruits. Henceforth, whenever he discovered ripe herbs, he would harvest them and store them in those drawers, transforming the room into a storeroom. As for the remaining 4 rooms on either side of the hall, one was designated as a bedroom, while another was earmarked for future use as an alchemy chamber. Wu Fan had come to realize that elixirs could significantly aid a cultivator in enhancing their cultivation and breaking through bottlenecks. With the awareness of his mixed elemental roots, he understood that to advance further on the path of immortality, he would need to rely on these elixirs. The final 2 rooms remained undecided in their purpose. In the sanctuary's bedroom, Wu Fan sat cross-legged upon his bed, holding 3 jade slips. He resolved to begin with the foundational spells and picked up 1 slip to place against his forehead. This slip contained several spells, including the aerial technique, spiritual eye technique, fireball technique, waterball technique, ice spike technique, and wind blade technique. Wu Fan was already familiar with the aerial technique, which he yearned to master. The spiritual eye technique was also potent and relatively simple to cultivate, requiring only the infusion of mana into the eyes. Its dual functions were noteworthy. First, it allowed one to discern the cultivation levels of others, although Wu Fan could currently only perceive those at the Qi refinement stage, unable to see those at the foundation establishment stage or higher unless they chose not to conceal their power. Secondly, it enabled the user to unravel simple formations. Had Wu Fan possessed this skill during his entrapment within the illusionary formation of the Qiyun mountain range, he would have escaped unscathed. Now, Wu Fan comprehends that the illusionary formation is a rudimentary array established by the Qingfeng sect to deceive mortals, primarily to prevent them from intruding into the sect's domain. The fireball technique is an offensive spell that enables the caster to conjure a small fireball from their hands. This fireball is not mere mortal flame, possessing an incendiary power that can ignite anything. The water sphere technique lacks any offensive capabilities. However, it proves practical when he is parched or wishes to cleanse himself. The ice spike technique is also an offensive spell, capable of unleashing a formidable ice spike, although its casting speed is considerably sluggish. Chapter 29. Selecting tasks. The wind blade technique is also an offensive spell that can unleash a blade of wind. Although its power is not particularly formidable, it excels in its rapid casting speed, allowing multiple blades to be released in quick succession. After 3 months in the outside world, more than 2 years had elapsed within the spatial realm. In the training chamber, Wu Fan soared through the air on his flying sword, maneuvering gracefully as he ascended, surged forward, or executed elegant sharp turns. After 2 hours, he skillfully guided the flying sword to the ground, a smile illuminating his face. At that moment, Wu Fan suddenly extended his palm, and a fireball, roughly the size of a fist, materialized with a whoosh. He then pushed his hand forward, sending the fireball hurtling ahead, where it exploded with considerable force. Without pausing, Wu Fan extended his hand once more, reciting incantations under his breath. Gradually, a massive ice spear emerged in his grasp. With another forward push, the ice spear shot forth, followed by a resounding boom in the distance, prompting Wu Fan to chuckle in delight. The power of the ice spear was indeed impressive. However, its casting speed was regrettably slow, a fact that Wu Fan lamented quietly. Suddenly, he flicked his sleeve forward, and a wind blade shot out with astounding speed, akin to a flash of lightning. Indeed, while the wind blade lacks significant power, its rapid casting is unparalleled, almost instantaneous. He mused to himself. Having finally mastered these 6 spells to a minor degree, Wu Fan realized that diligent practice would suffice for further refinement. He also committed to memory the true solutions for spiritual herbs and materials. Thus, after over 2 years of seclusion within the spatial realm, Wu Fan was ready to emerge. On a day 3 months later, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated Wu Fan's room in the outside world, only to vanish moments later, revealing Wu Fan's figure where the light had been. At last, I have refined all my spells to a minor accomplishment. However, I remain at the pinnacle of the 4th layer of Qi refinement without a breakthrough. It seems that mere cultivation alone will not suffice. The most pressing matter now is to sell the spiritual herbs from within the space and exchange them for spirit stones to procure elixirs that will help me overcome this bottleneck. I wonder how many spirit stones my herbs will yield. If sufficient, I could also acquire some superior magical artifacts for self-defense, Wu Fan muttered softly upon his return. After reviewing the true solutions for the spiritual herbs, Wu Fan entered the spatial herb garden for inspection. He discovered that he possessed only over 30 spiritual herbs, which, despite being the most common in the realm of cultivation, were not particularly valuable. What set them apart was their age, as most were several hundred to 1,000 years old. The remaining plots were filled with ordinary herbs. Since learning the Spirit Eye technique, Wu Fan had been able to discern the difference between spiritual herbs and ordinary plants. Those infused with spiritual energy were undoubtedly spiritual herbs, while those devoid of such energy were mere common herbs. Wu Fan observed that, aside from the 30-odd spirit herbs, the 5 fruit trees emanated an even greater aura of spiritual energy. However, the true compendium of spirit herbs did not mention the nature of these 5 spiritual trees. The 30-odd spirit herbs varied significantly in age. Some reached maturity in merely 300 to 500 years, while the oldest among them barely surpassed a millennium before ceasing to grow, as recorded in the true compendium of spirit herbs. Wu Fan now intended to visit the affairs office to collect the spirit stones he had earned over the past 2 months. For his previous 30 spirit stones had already been depleted, leaving him with none. As Wu Fan stepped out of the courtyard, he tapped his waist pouch with his palm, causing a long sword to soar out from within. With a leap, he stood upon the flying sword, which transformed into a streak of light, ascending into the sky. Hovering above, Wu Fan gazed down at the world beneath him, a smile gracing his lips. He was finally able to fly. However, the speed of this low-tier flying sword was rather sluggish, comparable to his full-speed execution of the flying swallow technique on the ground. And it was no match for Lu Shixiang's flying vessel. Wu Fan resolved that once he accumulated more spirit stones, he would certainly exchange it for a mid-tier or high-tier flying artifact. After 2 hours of seemingly reveling in the skies, Wu Fan decided to descend, landing directly in the courtyard of the affairs office. It has been 3 months since I last saw you, Junior Brother Wu. You haven't come to collect your spirit stones in all this time. As he entered the room, he was greeted by the laughter of Brother Wang. I have been diligently practicing the skyward technique, which is why I haven't come by, Wu Fan replied with a smile. Brother Wang rummaged through his storage pouch and tossed a bag to Wu Fan, chuckling. Here, your spirit stones. Upon catching the bag, Wu Fan scanned its contents with his spiritual sense and discovered 90 spirit stones within. With a smile, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Wang. Junior Brother Wu. The spirit stones distributed by the sect are scarcely sufficient for our daily expenses. Have you never considered earning your own spirit stones? Brother Wang inquired, looking at Wu Fan. Taken aback by the question, Wu Fan responded, Brother Wang, how should I go about earning spirit stones? Naturally, by undertaking sect tasks. For instance, overseeing the medicinal herb garden for the elders, caring for spirit beasts, or assisting the sect in gathering spirit herbs and materials. These endeavors can yield spirit stones. My work in the affairs office is also to earn spirit stones. You must understand that our cultivation, whether through elixirs or studying techniques in the scripture pavilion, necessitates spirit stones. To swiftly enhance our cultivation, we must purchase elixirs, and to strengthen our abilities, we require high-grade artifacts. Thus, spirit stones are indispensable for us cultivators. Brother Wang imparted earnestly. After contemplating briefly, Wu Fan declared, "Brother Wang, I wish to undertake a task for collecting spirit herbs." Wu Fan recognized the necessity of accepting tasks. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to explain the origins of his spirit stones. Relying solely on the sect's distribution would not suffice to afford artifacts. Wu Fan chose the task of gathering spirit herbs because he possessed a small space where he could cultivate spirit herb seeds, thus allowing him to complete the task with ease. "Very well, I shall assist you in your inquiry," said Brother Wang as he retrieved a tome to peruse. After a brief interval, Brother Wang approached with the book in hand and remarked, "Junior Brother Wu, I have discovered over 20 tasks related to the collection of spiritual herbs. Please take a look and decide which task you wish to undertake." Wu Fan accepted the tome and began to read. Collecting silverleaf herb. This spiritual herb can be found 500 miles to the east of the Qiyun mountain range. A 10-year-old specimen merits 5 spirit stones. A 15-year-old one yields 10 spirit stones. A 20-year-old one rewards 30 spirit stones. A 30-year-old one grants 60 spirit stones. And a 50-year-old one fetches 180 spirit stones. Collecting white beard ginseng. This spiritual ginseng can be discovered in a valley 400 miles within the Qiyun mountain range. A 10-year-old specimen earns 10 spirit stones. A 15-year-old one provides 20 spirit stones. A 20-year-old one offers 50 spirit stones. A 30-year-old one bestows 150 spirit stones. And a 50-year-old one brings 400 spirit stones. Collecting honeysuckle. Collecting fishy grass. Collecting tranquil herb. Thus, Wu Fan perused all the tasks before selecting 15 collection tasks related to spiritual herbs. He then rose to bid farewell to Brother Wang and departed. Chapter 30. Shanyang Square Market. As Wu Fan emerged from the affairs office, he was poised to take flight with his sword when suddenly, 2 streaks of light appeared in the distant sky, descending rapidly towards him. "Brother Zhou, can you guess how many spirit stones they demanded for a Yuanyang Dan at the Spirit Pill Pavilion?" inquired a young cultivator, aged around 24 or 25, addressing his companion. "I've been there before. They asked for 60 spirit stones per vial. However, after inquiring at Shanyang Square Market, I discovered they only charge 55 spirit stones. Henceforth, I shall never purchase elixirs from that spirit medicine pavilion again," the other cultivator retorted, visibly agitated. "Indeed, that's why I refrained from making a purchase earlier. I plan to visit Shanyang Square Market tomorrow," the first speaker echoed in frustration. As the two engaged in their conversation, they approached Wu Fan, who stood nearby, observing them intently. Upon drawing closer, one of them remarked, "This junior brother seems unfamiliar. Did you just join the sect?" Wu Fan quickly clasped his fists in greeting, replying, "Greetings, senior brother. I joined the sect 3 months ago. No wonder you seem unfamiliar. May I inquire what brings you here?" The cultivator continued, a friendly smile gracing his features. "I am Bai Xiaowen, and this is senior brother Zhou Yu. Pleasure to meet you, Bai senior brother and Zhou senior brother." "I am Wu Fan," he responded, bowing respectfully once more. I overheard you mention Shanyang Square Market. Might I ask where it is? I wish to pay a visit." Wu Fan expressed his curiosity. So you intend to go to Shanyang Square Market? That's quite convenient. I happen to be going there tomorrow as well. You can accompany me," Bai Xiaowen said without hesitation. "Thank you, Bai senior brother," Wu Fan exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy at the prospect. "I shall join you both on this excursion. I have no pressing matters and would like to see if there is anything worth purchasing at the market. Let us meet here tomorrow. What do you think?" Zhou Yu chimed in, smiling. "Excellent. It's settled then. Wu junior brother. I have some matters to attend to at the affairs office, so I shall take my leave for now. We will gather here tomorrow," Bai Xiaowen remarked, casting a glance at Wu Fan. "Since both senior brothers have matters to attend to, I shall not impose further. I will ensure to arrive punctually tomorrow," Wu Fan replied, clasping his fists once more before soaring into the sky on his sword. Upon returning to his residence, Wu Fan entered his small space, retrieving the spirit herbs he intended to sell the following day, alongside an assortment of ordinary herbs. The abundance of common herbs was overwhelming and seemed superfluous. Thus he contemplated selling them at the market. After preparing everything meticulously, he commenced his cultivation, patiently awaiting his visit to Shanyang Square Market the next day. The following day, Wu Fan arrived early at the affairs office to await his companions. After about half an hour, the two finally arrived, with Bai Xiaowen cheerfully exclaiming, "Wu junior brother, you arrived quite early." "I have only just arrived myself," Wu Fan replied, smiling in return. "Without further ado, let us set off," Zhou Yu declared. "Very well, let us set forth," Bai Xiaowen declared, as he mounted his flying sword and ascended into the sky. Zhou Yu and Wu Fan followed closely behind, the trio soaring together through the air. Wu Fan, employing his spiritual eye technique, cast a glance at his companions. Bai Xiaowen possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, while Zhou Yu had reached the 7th layer. Wu Fan, in contrast, was at the 4th layer. At that moment, Bai Xiaowen's voice resonated in the air. "Junior brother Wu, Shanyang Market is over 1,000 miles away. It will take us approximately half a day to reach it. I must admit, my motivation for going was to save 5 spiritual stones. as the elixirs and magical artifacts sold at Chanyang Market are somewhat more affordable than those at our Qingfeng sect. It was only yesterday, after listening to my senior brother, that I decided to visit today. Wu Fan replied with a smile. Chanyang Market is a collaborative establishment of several immortal cultivation families and independent cultivators. It is quite expansive, offering a myriad of goods, including elixirs and magical artifacts suitable for foundation establishment practitioners, often at reasonable prices. Consequently, many cultivators frequent this market. You need not worry about safety. There are foundation establishment practitioners stationed there, and fighting is strictly prohibited. Engaging in combat within the market carries severe repercussions if one is apprehended. Upon hearing Bai Xiaowen's assurances regarding the market's safety and the presence of foundation establishment guardians, Wu Fan felt relieved. He intended to sell over 30 spiritual herbs, as only through their sale could he procure the items he needed. Nevertheless, as a precaution, he decided to visit multiple vendors. Wu Fan also grasped the essence of independent cultivators. Prior to joining Qingfeng sect, he too was an independent cultivator. These individuals, unbound by sect affiliations, preferred self-directed cultivation. However, their path was fraught with challenges, lacking resources, support, and formidable techniques afforded by sects. They often remained stagnant at the Qi refinement stage, their strength significantly inferior to that of sect disciples. Nonetheless, this was not an absolute rule, as some independent cultivators managed to ascend to foundation establishment or even golden elixir stages, typically due to extraordinary opportunities. In contrast, immortal cultivation families were considerably stronger than independent cultivators. Although they could not rival sects, many prominent families had golden elixir ancestors overseeing them, and some had existed for millennia. Conversely, struggling families faced dire circumstances, with only a handful of foundation establishment practitioners sustaining them, and some lacked even a single foundation establishment member. After contemplating, Wu Fan inquired of Bai Xiaowen, senior brother, "Do you know if there are any formations for sale in the market? If you seek to purchase a formation, there are indeed some available in the market," Bai Xiaowen replied, shaking his head. "However, formations are exceedingly expensive, and I cannot afford one." Wu Fan indeed wished to acquire a set of formations, as he often felt that frequently entering and exiting confined spaces posed a significant danger. It is essential to acknowledge that the spiritual awareness of a foundation establishment elder can extend far beyond, unlike that of Qi refinement practitioners, whose perception is limited to several dozen zhang. Should a foundation establishment cultivator inadvertently soar over his courtyard and catch sight of him entering or exiting these small spaces, Wu Fan's life would be in grave peril. The small space harbors his most profound secret, and he is resolute in keeping it concealed from all. Thus, he contemplated purchasing a formation to safeguard his courtyard. As the trio engaged in casual conversation, time swiftly elapsed. "Junior brother Wu, we are approaching Changyang Fengshi," remarked senior brother Zhou to Wu Fan. Wu Fan gazed ahead, only to behold an ordinary mountain range. Utilizing his spiritual eye technique, he discerned that they were actually nearing a vast valley, adorned with numerous pavilions. In an open area, he spotted several lower-tier cultivators who seemed to be setting up stalls, presumably to sell various items. Upon their arrival in the valley, the three descended into a bustling square. Wu Fan surveyed the crowd around him, captivated by the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and the lively exchanges of bargaining, igniting his eagerness to explore the surroundings. "Junior brothers Bai and Wu, I shall take my leave now. Let us reconvene here in 3 days to return to the sect together," Zhou Yu announced to the two. "Very well. It is settled then. We shall meet here in 3 days," Bai Xiaowen concurred. Wu Fan nodded and stepped into the throng of people, his curiosity piqued. Chapter 31. Spirit Herb Pavilion. An hour later, Wu Fan stood before an elegant pavilion, its sign adorned with the gilded characters Spirit Herb Pavilion. After a brief glance, he stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a spacious hall, where rows of shelves were meticulously arranged into distinct sections. Neatly placed atop these shelves were small vials, each containing an array of elixirs. Wu Fan observed a diverse selection of pills, some designed to enhance cultivation, others to aid in breaking through bottlenecks, antidotes, and those that expedited the recovery of magical energy, among others. At that moment, an elderly man, approximately 60 years of age, approached him. Noticing Wu Fan's attire, which indicated he was a disciple of the Clear Wind sect, the old man did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly inquired, "Esteemed friend, may I ask what you wish to purchase?" Turning his attention to the elder, Wu Fan recognized him as a cultivator at the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage. He replied, "I wish to sell some spirit herbs. Does your esteemed establishment accept such items?" "Of course. Pray tell, what spirit herbs do you wish to sell?" The elder responded with a smile. Wu Fan remained silent for a moment, casting a glance at several cultivators who were purchasing pills within the shop. "Ah, I see. Please, follow me," the elder said, his expression shifting to one of enlightenment, as he led Wu Fan to a separate room. Once inside, the elder gestured for Wu Fan to take a seat. "Let us converse here. I assure you, no one will disturb us." Without further ado, Wu Fan produced 5 wooden boxes from his storage pouch and placed them on the table. He then sat down and regarded the elder, saying, "Please take a look." The elder glanced at Wu Fan before casually opening one of the wooden boxes. Inside lay a Lanyang herb, an item of minimal value. However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he became utterly speechless. He examined the spirit herb closely, then moved to the window to scrutinize it against the light. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting excitement. He realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. Acquiring this herb and taking it to auction would undoubtedly yield a significant profit. Turning to Wu Fan, the elder exclaimed, "Forgive my earlier oversight. I nearly missed the true value of this Lanyang herb. It possesses an impressive age of 500 years, truly a rare find. What price do you seek for it in spirit stones? What do you believe this spirit herb is worth?" Wu Fan replied, sensing from the elder's expression that the herb would command a considerable price. In truth, Wu Fan was uncertain of the exact value of this 500-year-old herb and thus redirected the question back to the elder. Although merely an ordinary spirit herb, in the realm of cultivation, even a century-old herb was quite rare, let alone one of 5 centuries. After a moment of contemplation, the elder proposed, "Would 5,000 spirit stones be agreeable?" Upon hearing the elder's offer, Wu Fan's heart leaped with joy. He had not anticipated such a generous sum. In his mind, he had estimated its worth to be around 2,000 spirit stones at most. Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, the Lanyang grass was not as precious a spiritual herb as one might believe. However, a herb aged 500 years was indeed a rarity. A foundational-level cultivator could expect to live only 300 years, while a Qi refining cultivator might reach a century at best. Who would cultivate spiritual herbs only to wait 5 centuries to harvest them? It is only the esteemed sects of great cultivation that might possess herbs aged hundreds or even thousands of years, thanks to their millennia-long heritage. In other regions, finding a herb aged hundreds of years is no easy feat, unless one stumbles upon a secluded mountain range, untouched by the hands of cultivators, where fortune might smile upon the fortunate few who discover such treasures. Wu Fan, with a glint in his eyes, remarked, "It is wise to remain practical, esteemed shopkeeper." Upon hearing this, the elderly man offered an awkward smile and, with a determined expression, replied, "I can add no more than 1,000 spirit stones to my offer. Beyond that, I cannot go. I assure you, no one in the entire Changyang market would provide a better deal." Wu Fan felt a surge of joy within, surprised that his casual remark had prompted the old man to increase his offer by 1,000 spirit stones. However, he maintained a composed demeanor and replied, "The price you propose is indeed reasonable. Let us now examine other spiritual herbs." The old man, relieved, began to inspect the additional herbs. As the old man perused the selection, his astonishment grew. The octagonal ice grass was aged 700 years, the wood spirit 3-needle flower 800 years, the thick earth Ganoderma 900 years, and the snow jade vitality ginseng a staggering 1,100 years. By the time he had finished examining the herbs, beads of sweat had formed upon his brow, and he stood there, stupefied, momentarily forgetting Wu Fan's presence. Wu Fan observed the old man quietly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After a brief pause, noticing the old man still lost in thought, he gently tapped the table with his finger. This action jolted the old man back to reality. With reluctance, he placed the snow jade vitality ginseng box down on the table and mused. "I never imagined I would encounter a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb in my lifetime. I have only ever seen such a marvel in books. This is my first encounter with a genuine 1,000-year-old herb. Fortunately, I possess a method to discern the age of spiritual herbs. Otherwise, I might have thought you were employing some deceitful means." After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "For these 5 herbs, I would normally offer you 55,000 spirit stones. However, considering their pristine condition and the fact that they appear freshly unearthed, with no loss of potency, I will extend my offer to 60,000 spirit stones. Should you come across any more herbs of a similar age in the future, I implore you to visit my herb shop first. I assure you, you will find my prices most agreeable." Wu Fan, pleased with the old man's offer of 60,000 spirit stones for the herbs, felt satisfied, as it exceeded his expectations. After a moment's thought, he replied, "A 1,000-year-old herb is not so easily obtained. However, should I acquire any more such treasures in the future, I shall certainly consider your herb shop first." "Very well, we have an agreement. I shall go procure the spirit stones," the elder declared as he prepared to exit. "Wait a moment, esteemed shopkeeper. I still wish to purchase some items from you," Wu Fan interjected hastily, blocking the elder's path. "Oh, pray tell, what does your esteemed friend wish to acquire?" "I assure you, my apothecary is well stocked with a plethora of elixirs," the elder replied, a smile gracing his features. "I am currently at the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage. I would like to purchase 50 bottles of elixirs to enhance my cultivation, along with 5 bottles designed to aid in breaking through bottlenecks. Lastly, I require some seeds for spiritual herbs. Here are 2 lists for your reference," Wu Fan stated. retrieving 2 scrolls from his storage pouch and presenting them to the elder. The elder examined the documents for a moment before responding, "For the spiritual herb seeds you seek, I can only provide you with the majority. The remainder will necessitate a visit to other shops, as I do not possess them here." "Very well. Then please fetch the items for me," Wu Fan replied. "Kindly hold on for a moment. I shall return shortly," the elder remarked before turning to leave. Chapter 32. The Refinement Pavilion. Wu Fan possessed 2 lists, one detailing the task of spiritual herb seeds he had acquired from senior brother Wang, and the other comprising precious spiritual herb seeds he had selected from the true understanding of spiritual herbs. Wu Fan aspired to cultivate rare, long-lived spiritual herbs within a small space, preferably those capable of maturing over millennia. Half an hour later, an elderly man entered, presenting a storage bag to Wu Fan. He remarked, "The items you requested are contained within this storage bag. Consider it a gift from our establishment. Each type of spiritual herb seed is included, along with 50 bottles of Yuan Yang pills for enhancing cultivation and 5 bottles of He Qi pills for breaking through bottlenecks. In total, we will charge you 11,000 spirit stones. If you could provide an even 10,000 spirit stones, it would suffice, as there are also 50,000 spirit stones remaining in the bag." Upon inspecting the contents with his divine sense, Wu Fan confirmed the elder's words were accurate. He then smiled, saying, "Thank you very much, esteemed shopkeeper. I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, dear friend. We hope to see you again soon." The elder replied with a smile, escorting Wu Fan out of the shop. Upon exiting the spiritual herb shop, Wu Fan's lips curled into a slight smile, which soon blossomed into a broad grin. The mere act of selling 5 spiritual herbs had netted him 50,000 spirit stones. It would be disingenuous to feign displeasure. Thus, Wu Fan continued his endeavors, visiting several shops to sell all his spiritual herbs and collecting a substantial number of herb seeds. To his surprise, these apothecaries accepted the ordinary herbs as well. However, the price for such commonplace herbs was exceedingly low, and despite their considerable quantity and age, they yielded less than 10,000 spirit stones in total. At this juncture, Wu Fan found himself with over 400,000 spirit stones, a considerable sum indeed. It was worth noting that Qing Feng sect disbursed only 30 spirit stones per month. Take Bai Xiaowen, for instance. He traveled 1,000 miles to Changyang Market simply to save 5 spirit stones, underscoring the difficulty of accumulating wealth. To avoid attracting undue attention, Wu Fan refrained from selling too many spiritual herbs at any one shop, opting instead to disperse his sales across multiple establishments. Despite the presence of foundation establishment cultivators in the market, he was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Observing the twilight, Wu Fan resolved to seek lodging at an inn for the night, planning to return the following day to purchase a formation and magical artifacts. Early the next morning, Wu Fan made his way to the largest refinement pavilion. The establishment buzzed with cultivators, and the walls of the first floor were adorned with a plethora of magical artifacts, including swords, shields, spears, bows, axes, long staffs, mirrors, alchemical furnaces, and flying artifacts, among others. Wu Fan, filled with urgency, headed straight for the high-tier magical artifacts, aware that a quality artifact could significantly enhance his combat prowess. With his ample spirit stones, he was determined to procure several superior artifacts. After a brief examination, he found that most of the items on display were low to mid-tier artifacts, leading him to shake his head in dissatisfaction. At that moment, a young attendant approached. Bowing respectfully before inquiring, "Esteemed guest, may I assist you in selecting a magical artifact?" Wu Fan observed that the young servant, though still in his youth, had merely attained the 2nd level of Qi refinement. He remarked, "I wish to purchase some fine magical artifacts, yet I find none to my liking here." Upon hearing these words, the servant's eyes lit up, and he quickly clasped his fists in greeting, saying, "Please, follow me. I shall take you to our manager." Wu Fan nodded and followed the young man to the 2nd floor, where they halted before a door. The servant then said, "Please wait here, I will inform him," and entered the room. In the span of half a tea's brewing time, the servant re-emerged, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Wu Fan was taken aback upon seeing the elder, for he possessed the remarkable cultivation of the 10th level of Qi refinement. It is worth noting that among all the Qi refinement practitioners Wu Fan had encountered, the most powerful was Brother Wang, who had only reached the 9th level. Higher levels of cultivation generally require exponentially more time and effort. For instance, Wu Fan himself had advanced relatively swiftly through the first 3 levels, but upon reaching the 4th, his progress had significantly slowed, and he had yet to break through. This was despite possessing the extraordinary treasure of a small space, which allowed him to attain the pinnacle of the 4th level before the age of 19. Otherwise, given his mixed elemental roots, it was uncertain whether he could ever reach the 10th level. The elder approached with a hearty laugh, addressing Wu Fan. "I hear that you wish to acquire some fine magical artifacts. Might I inquire what style you are seeking?" Wu Fan clasped his fists and replied, "I would prefer to see them before making a decision." "Very well, let us discuss it further inside," the elder said, nodding with a smile. He then led Wu Fan into the room and poured him a cup of tea. The interior of the room was exquisitely decorated, furnished with antique tables and chairs, arranged with elegance. Most astonishingly, a precious incense burner filled the air with a gentle plume of fragrant smoke, saturating the atmosphere with a delicate sandalwood aroma. Please, enjoy the tea. I shall summon someone to bring forth the magical artifacts for you to examine, the elders said, then called to the earlier servant. Go fetch the high-quality magical artifacts for this esteemed guest. The young man acknowledged and turned to depart. Thank you for your trouble, esteemed manager, Wu Fan said with a smile. Not at all, my friend. Take your time to choose. I assure you these are all high-quality artifacts that you will surely appreciate. The elder replied with a hearty laugh. A quarter of an hour later, the young servant returned, accompanied by 3 maidens, each carrying several wooden boxes. The elder approached and began to open the boxes one by one, stating, Please take a look at these magical artifacts and see if any catch your fancy. They are all of superior quality. Wu Fan understood that magical artifacts were categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and ultimately, supreme artifacts. Generally, practitioners at the 4th or 5th level of Qi refinement, like himself, would typically use low or mid-grade artifacts. Not only were high-grade artifacts often beyond their financial means, but even if acquired, they might not be able to fully harness the artifact's capabilities. Due to his insufficient cultivation and inadequate magical power, it is quite challenging to unleash the full potential of high-tier magical artifacts. However, should one wish to harness the complete might of such artifacts, there exists a method to channel all the magical energy within oneself into the artifact. Yet, this approach presents a significant dilemma, for the internal magical power would soon be depleted, leading to a state of exhaustion that renders one incapable of further combat. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, it is advisable to refrain from such actions. If circumstances demand it, one should strive for swift resolution. Otherwise, one risks becoming vulnerable to adversaries. Wu Fan observed these magical artifacts, which were undeniably superior to those on the first floor. Among them, a crimson flying sword particularly caught his fancy, as did a green short needle. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, I wonder how formidable this flying sword and short needle truly are? Chapter 33. The Enigmatic Divine Formation. Esteemed friend, you possess remarkable discernment. Among these items, these 2 magical artifacts stand out as the finest. This solar flare sword is incredibly resilient and imbued with fiery attributes, while this profound needle boasts remarkable speed and the ability to muffle sound during flight, making it an exceptional tool for stealthy assaults. However, regarding the price, the elder paused momentarily. The price is negotiable, as long as it is reasonable. I am capable of making a purchase. Wu Fan was well aware of the elder's intentions and promptly reassured him. Upon hearing this, the elder's face brightened with a smile as he continued. I offer this solar flare sword for 3,000 spirit stones, and the profound needle, being a rarity, for 5,000 spirit stones. What do you think, esteemed friend? Wu Fan, upon realizing that acquiring these 2 magical artifacts would require 8,000 spirit stones, deemed the cost rather exorbitant. This was a considerable sum, especially for others. It would take nearly a decade of saving the spirit stones provided by the sect to afford just the solar flare sword. This illustrates the extraordinary value of these artifacts to others. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that these were indeed superior-grade magical artifacts, exceptional among the elite, far surpassing the common low-tier or mid-tier items. Thus, Wu Fan felt a sense of acceptance. Yet, in addition to these 2 artifacts, he sought to procure a few other items, a magical artifact shield and a spacious storage bag. These 2 items were relatively inexpensive, and even if he purchased them, the shopkeeper would likely think little of it, perhaps believing him to be a descendant of a foundation-building elder. However, the last 2 items were quite costly, a flying artifact and a formation. Should Wu Fan choose to acquire these, the elder might entertain other notions. It remained uncertain whether the elder belonged to such a category of individuals. Yet for the sake of prudence, Wu Fan resolved to devise a strategy. Wu Fan's thoughts raced, and suddenly his eyes gleamed as he declared, the pricing appears reasonable. I am prepared to purchase these 2 magical artifacts. However, I require 2 additional artifacts. What else do you need, esteemed friend? The elder inquired with a smile. I also seek a shield of a higher grade and a spacious storage bag, Wu Fan replied. The elder nodded with a grin, then said, Please wait a moment. I shall summon someone to retrieve them. Wu Fan's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he remarked, Do not rush, esteemed shopkeeper. I have yet to finish my request. The shield and storage bag are indeed what I need. But my visit to your artifact refinement pavilion was at the behest of my esteemed ancestor. My ancestor instructed me to acquire 2 specific items, a flying magical artifact and a formation set. My ancestor emphasized that these must be the finest in your establishment. Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, the elder's heart raced with astonishment. His ancestor? Could it be the Golden Core ancestor of the Clearwind sect? and they specifically requested the finest flying artifact and formation from my shop? Upon encountering Wu Fan, the elderly man immediately recognized him as a disciple of the Qingfeng sect, primarily due to the distinctive attire he wore. However, he did not anticipate the young man's formidable status. It was no wonder he could purchase items worth several thousand spirit stones without a hint of concern. Once the elder learned that it was the Golden Core ancestor who wished to procure goods from his establishment, he dared not delay. He promptly assured, "Rest assured, my friend. I shall fetch the finest for you at once." He then called out to a young attendant, instructing him to swiftly retrieve a treasured flying spirit artifact, as well as the shop's prized possession, and additionally, to bring forth a magical shield and a large spatial storage bag. A quarter of an hour later, the attendant entered with a grave expression, carefully carrying several wooden boxes, which he gently placed upon the table. The elder, treating each box with equal solemnity, began to open them one by one. "Esteemed friend, behold this primordial diamond shield. It is a superior magical artifact. When unleashed in combat, I assure you, no cultivator below the Foundation Establishment stage can breach its defenses. Even those at the Foundation Establishment stage will find it a formidable challenge to penetrate its protection. This primordial diamond shield ranks among the finest of magical artifacts. Indeed, it stands as one of the utmost elite." Wu Fan glanced at the small silver shield, recognizing its status as a premier magical artifact, and felt a deep satisfaction within. At that moment, the elder solemnly reached into another wooden box, carefully presenting a small white boat, and continued, "Now, observe this cloud mist boat. It transcends the category of superior magical artifacts, qualifying instead as a spirit artifact, and it is a rare flying spirit artifact at that. The cloud mist boat not only boasts remarkable speed, but also possesses an extraordinary concealment feature. When activated, it releases a white mist that envelopes the boat, rendering it indistinguishable from an ordinary cloud in the sky. Furthermore, it inherently obstructs spiritual perception. Even a Foundation Establishment cultivator would be unable to detect it. Most remarkably, this cloud mist boat does not require the user to expend spiritual energy for activation. Inside the boat lies a driving formation. Simply infusing it with spirit stones will enable you to maneuver it effortlessly. This cloud mist boat is, without a doubt, the finest flying spirit artifact in my shop." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan was indeed taken aback. The boat's concealment ability and its capacity to obstruct spiritual perception, coupled with the fact that it did not deplete one's spiritual energy, was astonishing. He recalled how he and his companions had to rest thrice during their half-day journey to Chanyang Square due to the exhausting nature of controlling their flying sword. Wu Fan immediately resolved to acquire this flying boat, regardless of the cost in spirit stones. The elder observed that Wu Fan remained silent, then turned his gaze toward the final wooden box. He refrained from retrieving the contents, instead solemnly declaring, "This is a set of the mysterious heaven-severing god array. This formation is the treasure of my establishment. It embodies defense, illusion, and the obstruction of divine perception. The inner layer serves as a defensive array, capable of withstanding the attacks of Golden Core stage cultivators for an entire hour without breaking, while those below the Golden Core stage are incapable of breaching its defenses. The outer layer is an illusion array that proves exceptionally challenging for Foundation Establishment stage cultivators to escape once they enter. Additionally, it can hinder the divine perception of cultivators below the Golden Core stage, rendering it undetectable even to Golden Core cultivators unless they conduct a meticulous search. However, this formation is particularly taxing on spirit stones. It has 9 array eyes, each requiring 10 spirit stones per day. In total, this means it demands 90 spirit stones daily to maintain its operation. Should anyone attempt to breach the array, the consumption of spirit stones would escalate even further. This mysterious heaven-severing god array could serve as a protective formation for a cultivation family. After the elder finished speaking, he fell silent, awaiting Wu Fan's response. Upon hearing the elder's words, Wu Fan felt a surge of exhilaration, thinking to himself that this formation was precisely what he needed. However, he was taken aback by the high consumption of spirit stones. Requiring 90 stones a day seemed excessive. He mused inwardly, pondering who among others could possibly afford such a formation. Noticing Wu Fan's silence, the elder, feeling somewhat helpless, inquired, "What do you think of the cloud mist boat and the mysterious heaven-severing god array? Would your ancestor find them appealing?" Wu Fan merely nodded in acknowledgement, smiling without uttering a word. Sensing a glimmer of hope, the elder's spirits lifted, and he quickly produced a golden storage bag, stating, "This is a storage bag with a spatial capacity of 10 zhong, valued at around 1,000 spirit stones. I will gift it to you as a gesture of friendship." Wu Fan examined the golden storage bag. His own could only accommodate 1 zhong, while the elders boasted 10. Clearly, this was more than sufficient for Wu Fan's needs. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Please calculate the total cost of these items. If I find the price agreeable, I shall purchase them on behalf of my ancestor." Chapter 34. The transaction concluded. The elderly man wasted no words and stated directly, "This blazing sun sword costs 3,000 spirit stones. while the mysterious needle is priced at 5,000 spirit stones. The mixed element diamond shield is a top-grade magical artifact, so I will charge you 20,000 spirit stones for it. As for the rare flying spirit tool, the cloud mist boat, along with its accompanying concealment and mental disruption capabilities, I will require 150,000 spirit stones. My prized possession, the Mishienduan Divine Array, is quite expensive. I cannot part with it for less than 300,000 spirit stones. In total, that amounts to 478,000 spirit stones. Aware that these items were purchased by your esteemed ancestor, I shall not demand more from you, and I will settle for an even 450,000 spirit stones. Essentially, it means that I am gifting you the Blazing Sun Sword, the mysterious needle, and the mixed element diamond shield. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan realized that it was indeed a considerable sum. His entire fortune amounted to around 470,000 spirit stones, and spending 450,000 at once made him feel somewhat reluctant. After all, he had exchanged all his spiritual herbs for this sum. However, thinking of the magical artifacts and formations he was acquiring, he felt it was worth it. Resolute in his decision to purchase, Wu Fan did not hesitate and directly addressed the elder. Very well, I shall buy them. With that, he tossed a storage pouch to the elder. The elder caught the storage pouch and, with a sweep of his mental awareness inside, burst into hearty laughter. You are quite generous, friend. Thus, our transaction is complete. Please, do gather your artifacts. Wu Fan nodded with a smile and proceeded to collect all the magical items. He then clasped his hands in salute and said, Since the transaction is concluded, I shall take my leave. Travel safely, my friend. Should you require anything else in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. The elder replied with a smile as he bid farewell. Once Wu Fan departed, the elder muttered to himself, I did not expect this lad to be a descendant of the Golden Core ancestor. Nevertheless, it matters not. My collection of spirit stones was modest, and I doubt the esteemed ancestor would object. Little did the shopkeeper realize that this fictitious Golden Core ancestor was merely a guise fabricated by Wu Fan. However, it was understandable why the shopkeeper believed it. After all, the spirit stones Wu Fan spent today would be unattainable even for cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, let alone those at the foundation establishment stage. Wu Fan indeed produced such a significant amount, which only served to substantiate his claim. It would have been inconceivable for anyone to believe that a Qi refinement cultivator could present 450,000 spirit stones. Although Wu Fan had taken a risk, he had minimized the danger. For future safety, the risk of exchanging for that formation was indeed worthwhile. With it, entering and exiting the small space would be secure. Upon exiting the artifact refining pavilion, Wu Fan touched the golden storage pouch at his waist, and with a sweep of his mental awareness, he examined the magical artifacts within, feeling a surge of excitement. Subsequently, he purchased some quick recovery elixirs for mana and a supply of food replacement pills. Each of these pills allowed one to forego sustenance for an entire month, and they were quite inexpensive. Wu Fan bought enough food replacement pills to last him 5 years. At last, Wu Fan arrived at the entrance of a talisman shop. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped inside. When he emerged from the shop, his storage pouch had acquired an assortment of talismans, including 5 mid-tier invisibility talismans, which could render the body invisible, though they would not evade the keen eyes of foundation-building practitioners utilizing their spiritual perception. He also obtained 5 low-tier Earth Escape talismans, which allowed for subterranean movement, as well as several auxiliary or offensive talismans such as Prison Talismans, Ice Spike Talismans, Swift Movement Talismans, Immobilization Talismans, and Fire Arrow Talismans. The distinctive trait of talismans lies in their rapid casting speed and formidable power. For instance, while Wu Fan's Ice Spike technique is slow to cast and significantly drains his internal mana, talismans encapsulate spells within their paper, requiring only a modest infusion of mana from the practitioner to unleash instantaneous effects. Thus, in certain battles, talismans can prove exceedingly advantageous. After completing his purchases, Wu Fan found that only 15,000 spirit stones remained in his storage pouch. With a day remaining before Wu Fan and his companions departed the market, he decided to wander about the plaza, which was bustling with street vendors, though not much of value could be found. He intended to peruse casually, as he had already acquired all he needed. Upon entering the plaza, it felt akin to stepping into a marketplace in a mortal city. As he mingled with the crowd, he noticed that most of the visitors were practitioners below the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Standing at the edge of the plaza, Wu Fan observed the throngs of people, listening to the cacophony of bargaining. He even saw some purchasing medicinal pills by the individual rather than by the bottle, indicative of the hardships faced by lower-tier practitioners. As Wu Fan ventured further into the plaza, casually inspecting the stalls, he found that the items on display barely piqued his interest. While meandering, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixed upon a particular stall. The offerings were unimpressive, consisting of various low-tier refining materials and a few ordinary spirit herbs, approximately 10 years old. At the stall stood a young girl, around 16 or 17 years of age, clad in a flowing white gown with a sweet appearance. She was a mere second-layer Qi refinement practitioner, her eyes reddened from quiet sobbing, while several others at her stall engaged in light-hearted banter. Among them was a burly man of the fourth layer of Qi refinement, who laughed and said, "I say, Miss Ming Yao, you ought to stop your trickery. You parade that tattered book around daily, claiming it to be the secret technique of the Thousand Illusions ancestor, yet it's merely a half-damaged tome. Who would be foolish enough to pay such a steep price? Besides, who can afford it? I am not deceiving anyone. This truly is the secret technique cultivated by the Thousand Illusions ancestor, as my grandfather personally conveyed to me. Were it not for my grandfather being gravely poisoned, requiring the ice heart pill for his remedy, I would never consider selling it. However, that ice heart pill costs 900 spirit stones, leaving me with no alternative. Therefore, I can only offer this secret technique for 900 spirit stones. I will not part with it for any less. Although this is merely half a volume. The cultivation techniques within are lost, yet the secret arts remain intact. Whoever manages to master them would find the 900 spirit stones an incredible bargain." The girl named Meng Yao, while weeping, attempted to explain to the group. "Ha ha ha, how ludicrous. Meng Yao, do tell everyone. Is it possible to cultivate this secret art?" questioned another individual with a disdainful expression. Upon hearing this, Meng Yao lowered her head in silence, as if the man's words had struck a chord. The first burly man who had spoken earlier sneered, "Indeed, this secret art is utterly unachievable. Just 2 days ago, I discovered that it requires a millennium spirit herb for cultivation, and not merely 1 or 2, which is preposterous. Setting aside the authenticity of this secret art, who possesses a millennium spirit herb?" Nearby the stall, numerous observing cultivators, upon hearing this, shook their heads and departed with laughter. Chapter 35. Su Mingyao, the young girl, realized that this half-volume of the book would likely not sell. Yet she was in desperate need of spirit stones to save her grandfather. At that moment, helplessness flickered in her eyes as she slowly crouched down, burying her head between her knees, her hands cradling her head. Suddenly, she broke into loud sobs, unable to suppress her emotions any longer. Anxiety gnawed at her. If she could not acquire the medicinal pills necessary for her grandfather's treatment, she would lose a family member forever. She had already offered up the most treasured possessions of her household, yet they remained unsold. Many who witnessed her tears felt a pang of sympathy, but ultimately shook their heads and walked away. Just then, the girl heard a voice. "Excuse me, may I take a look at that book?" She gradually ceased her weeping and lifted her head to gaze at the speaker. Before her stood a handsome young man, only slightly older than herself, wearing a warm smile as he regarded her. Quickly, she rose, wiped her tears, and replied, "Yes, of course, please have a look." With that, she handed the book to him. The young man was none other than Wu Fan. He had been observing from a distance, but was drawn closer upon hearing that the secret technique required a millennium-old spirit herb for cultivation, stirring his curiosity. Wu Fan took the half-volume and inquired, "Miss, could you enlighten me about this secret technique?" Upon hearing Wu Fan's question, the girl forced a smile and introduced herself. "I am Su Mingyao. My family once belonged to a prominent cultivation lineage, but we have since fallen into decline, leaving only my grandfather and me to rely on one another. This half-volume was inherited from my ancestors. It is said to be the cultivation method of the ancient master Qianhuan. Thousands of years ago, Qianhuan, also known as the Qianhuan devil, dominated the cultivation world, creating chaos wherever he went. Many elders tried to unite against him, yet none succeeded. He escaped numerous assassination attempts through this secret technique. Once mastered, this technique allows one to alter their appearance and even disguise their aura, far surpassing the ordinary concealment techniques. Regrettably, the complete method is lost, leaving only this half-volume. However, rest assured, the contents are intact. I am not deceiving you. All I say is true." The girl seemed anxious that Wu Fan might doubt her, so she added a few more words. Wu Fan regarded her thoughtfully and asked, "What is this about the need for a millennium-old spirit herb?" Upon hearing this, the girl's face flushed suddenly, and she hesitantly replied, "The challenge in mastering this technique lies here. To cultivate it, one must utilize the millennium-old ghostly concealment herb. While it is relatively easy to find the herb, one with a millennium of age has become extinct in the cultivation world, making it utterly impossible to acquire." After speaking, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Wu Fan gradually grasped the underlying reasons and resolved to purchase the secret technique, regardless of whether the young girl was deceiving him. If the technique proved genuine, his ability to hasten the growth of medicinal herbs would allow him to cultivate it. If it were a fabrication, he would simply be aiding the girl. Upon first encountering her, he was reminded of his own sister and could not bear to see her in such a state of distress. With that thought in mind, Wu Fan declared, "I shall buy this secret technique." He then retrieved a large bag from his storage pouch and handed it to the girl. She hastily accepted the bag, her face betraying an expression of disbelief, and immediately began to inspect the spirit stones. After a thorough examination, joy illuminated her features, and she exclaimed, "Thank you, truly. Thank you for believing in me and for your assistance. Clutching the bag of spirit stones, she excitedly bowed to Wu Fan. He smiled gently and replied, "Dear lady, you should hurry along and procure the medicinal pills to save your grandfather. It is not entirely safe for you to carry such a sum of spirit stones." The girl nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude as she bowed once more before swiftly packing her stall and disappearing into the crowd. After tossing the book into his storage pouch, Wu Fan exited the square. He first acquired some spirit concealment grass seeds before returning to the inn. 3 days later, Wu Fan, Zhou Yu, and Bai Xiaowen departed in succession. Upon returning to his sect's residence, Wu Fan immediately produced the mysterious heaven-severing formation. Holding the resplendent 9 flags of the formation in his hands, a relieved smile graced his face. With this formation, he would no longer fear having his secrets uncovered. Although the formation consumed a significant amount of spirit stones, Wu Fan deemed it a worthy investment. At this moment, Wu Fan's foremost task was to swiftly refine the formation. Once the refinement was complete, it would be ready for use. The same applied to magical artifacts. They too required refinement, which was a straightforward process. One simply needed to imprint their consciousness onto the artifact and then gradually refine it. Upon completion, the artifact would belong solely to the individual. Others could not wield it unless they eradicated the owner's consciousness imprint and conducted their own refinement. 3 days later, in the courtyard, Wu Fan finally completed the refinement of the 9 flags. He examined the flags in his hand before casting them into the sky. The 9 flags soared to various positions within the courtyard, ultimately embedding themselves into the ground. Suddenly, a dense white mist enveloped the entire courtyard, gradually shrouding it entirely. Moments later, the mist dissipated, and from a distance, the courtyard appeared unchanged. However, any cultivator below the golden core stage attempting to enter would find it exceedingly difficult to exit unless Wu Fan chose to release them. Subsequently, Wu Fan retrieved all the spirit stones from his storage pouch and contemplated his next move. He returned 1,000 spirit stones to the storage bag, then proceeded to place over 10,000 spirit stones into the 9 formation nodes, sufficient for the array to operate for more than 3 months. Subsequently, Wu Fan entered the small space. After 5 days within the small space, Wu Fan finally completed the planting of all the medicinal herb seeds. Half a month later, within the confines of the small space, Wu Fan finished refining all the magical tools. In the spacious training room, Wu Fan was seen deftly maneuvering a crimson flying sword high in the air. After a quarter of an hour, he retracted the flying sword, then casually tossed out a green needle, which shot forward like lightning, soundless in its swift departure. Moments later, Wu Fan retrieved the flying needle as well. With a flick of his hand, a palm-sized silver shield materialized in his grasp. He then tossed the small shield before him, and it instantly expanded into a massive shield, measuring 10 feet in diameter, standing protectively before Wu Fan. After circling the giant shield and nodding in satisfaction, he stored the shield away. Chapter 36. The ghostly technique of energy convergence. At this moment, Wu Fan clapped his palm against his storage pouch, and a small white boat soared forth from within. The vessel shimmered and suddenly transformed into a grand flying craft, 3 zhang in size, hovering before him. Wu Fan's face lit up with joy as he caressed the boat, circling it with curiosity. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the vessel, noticing an indentation inside. He placed several spirit stones into the recess, and with a swift motion, he commanded the boat to take flight, zipping away at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he had soared hundreds of zhang into the distance. Soon, the flying craft was enveloped in layers of white mist, which gradually obscured it entirely. From afar, it appeared as though a solitary white cloud drifted through the sky. 2 hours later, Wu Fan sat cross-legged in his spatial chamber, holding a vial of elixirs. He poured a single pill into his mouth, and a surge of immense spiritual energy rushed into his body. Without a moment's delay, he guided this energy through his meridians, ultimately transforming it into magical power and channeling it back into his dantian, where it began to assail the long-standing bottleneck. After an hour, a resounding thud echoed from within him, and Wu Fan's aura significantly intensified. The magical power in his dantian swelled considerably, and at last, he had broken through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. The following day, Wu Fan slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. He mused to himself, "I never anticipated that the harmony pill would be so effective in breaking through my bottleneck. Just one was enough to shatter it." After a brief moment, he closed his eyes once more, embarking on his arduous journey of cultivation. Since his breakthrough, Wu Fan had relied heavily on yuanyang pills to elevate his cultivation level. He had never before employed elixirs in his training, and it was only after beginning to use them that he realized their profound significance. He reveled in the rich spiritual energy coursing through him, far surpassing the speed of his usual practice. Thus, Wu Fan consumed elixirs daily as though they were mere candies, a sight that would undoubtedly leave other cultivators in awe. Time swiftly passed, and after 2.5 years in his secluded space, Wu Fan gradually opened his eyes once more. During this interval, He had continuously ingested elixirs and, just 3 days ago, made another leap forward, entering the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Wu Fan was elated, for as one progresses in cultivation, the challenges only intensify. Had he not relied on elixirs, with his mixed elemental roots, it would have taken him much longer than 2 years to achieve this milestone, perhaps even a decade. Now, having exhausted his supply of elixirs, it was time to conclude his seclusion and venture forth. During this period, he had also cultivated 10 strains of Millennium Spirit herbs. He resolved to visit Chanyang Market again, as the spirit stones required to maintain the operation of the mysterious heaven-severing array were nearly depleted, and his stock of elixirs had dwindled considerably. Thus, he planned to sell the 10 spirit herbs in exchange for some spirit stones. In the external world, Wu Fan emerged from his courtyard and casually released the flying sword bestowed by his sect. He then stepped onto the sword, transforming it into a streak of light as he soared away. Wu Fan refrained from utilizing the cloud boat for his journey, as any discerning onlooker would recognize its immense value, being a spirit artifact of considerable worth. If it were to attract the attention of certain individuals within the sect, he would find himself unable to provide a satisfactory explanation. Similarly, he could not employ the Blazing Sun Sword, firstly, due to its exorbitant value, and secondly, his recent breakthrough to the 6th level of cultivation rendered him incapable of sustaining its flight for an extended period. He would need to wait until he reached the 7th level to wield it effectively. The Qi refinement stage comprises 12 levels, each 3 levels representing a distinct phase. From levels 1 to 3, one may utilize low-grade artifacts and manipulate them with ease. From levels 4 to 6, one can employ mid-grade artifacts with similar ease, while levels 7 to 9 allow for the use of high-grade artifacts. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of levels 10 to 12 can one manipulate the finest artifacts with proficiency. Within the cultivation process, the Qi refinement stage also presents 3 critical thresholds. Breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th level is relatively manageable, while the transition from the 6th to the 7th level poses considerable difficulty, with many cultivators remaining ensnared at this juncture for years. The leap from the 9th to the 10th level is a significant hurdle, with numerous Qi refinement practitioners spending their entire lives trapped at this level without advancing. Among all the Qi refinement cultivators Wu Fan had encountered, he had seen many below the 9th level, yet those above the 10th numbered fewer than 10, most of whom he had observed in the Chanyang Market, including the master of the artifact refining pavilion. Within the Qingfeng sect, those who had surpassed the 10th level were typically inner disciples or core disciples, seldom venturing to the outer sect, making their appearances rare. These individuals received focused cultivation from the sect, often leading them to engage in solitary training. 3 days later, upon his return to the sect, Wu Fan had sold 10 millennium-old spiritual herbs, acquiring nearly 300,000 spirit stones, all of which were over 1,000 years old and notably rare. Subsequently, he procured an ample supply of elixirs before returning. After his return, he revisited the scripture repository, selecting various secret techniques and spells he had previously sought but could not afford. These included beast taming technique, soul searching technique, concealment technique, freezing technique, quicksand technique, sound transmission technique, binding technique, object manipulation technique, and lightness technique, among other mid to high-level spells. He also gathered several jade slips he deemed useful from the repository, such as low-level elixir formulas, descriptions of demonic beasts, and informative slips about the cultivation world, including fundamental knowledge of cultivation, maps of the Xia Kingdom, and geographical information. This preparation would ensure that Wu Fan would not be utterly lost when venturing outside. Following this, he placed an ample supply of spirit stones at the core of the mysterious heavenly severing array before entering the small space. During this period of seclusion, aside from honing his skills, he intends to master all these spells, and most importantly, he aims to practice the secret technique he acquired from Su Mingyao. This decision stems from a recent encounter in Qing City, where he sensed imminent danger while attempting to sell several millennium spirit herbs. He noticed that the shopkeepers regarded him with ulterior motives. This reaction was not entirely unexpected, as it was his second venture to sell millennium spirit herbs. In the realm of cultivation, even century-old spirit herbs are a rarity, making the presence of millennium spirit herbs exceedingly suspicious. On his first visit, people might have thought he stumbled upon good fortune, but upon his return, their skepticism would undoubtedly deepen. Consequently, Wu Fan resolved not to sell spirit herbs again until he had mastered the secret technique. Once proficient, he would possess the ability to alter his appearance, physique, and aura at will, ensuring greater safety during his transactions. He had previously perused the secret technique, which comprises 2 distinct methods: the Heavenly Ghost Concealment Technique, which allows one to modify their aura and even conceal their cultivation level, and the Thousand Illusions Bone Shrinking Technique, enabling one to change their appearance and form at will. However, mastering these 2 techniques requires more than just reciting the incantations. It necessitates the use of Millennium Ghost Concealment Grass for cultivation. The process is relatively simple. one must refine the grass into a medicinal liquid, then bathe in this liquid daily, while simultaneously reciting the incantations to achieve mastery. Although this may seem straightforward, throughout the millennia of the cultivation world, only the 1,000 illusions old demon has succeeded in mastering it, primarily due to the scarcity of Millennium Ghost concealment grass. Even if one were fortunate enough to find a specimen, the chances of successful cultivation remain slim. Thus, Wu Fan intends to dedicate the coming years to cultivating more Millennium Ghost concealment grass. Chapter 37. 7th Level of Qi Refinement. Subsequently, Wu Fan entered a prolonged period of cultivation. During this time, 2 years passed in the outside world, and Wu Fan had now reached the age of 21. Although 2 decades had elapsed in the spatial realm, his appearance had scarcely changed, merely exhibiting a slight maturity. Wu Fan understood that his lifespan was measured according to the passage of time in the external world. In the initial 6 or 7 years of his 2 decades in the space, Wu Fan diligently practiced the fire-devouring technique. It was only now that he comprehended the arduous nature of possessing a mixed elemental root. Previously, he had heard tales that breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refinement was exceedingly difficult for those with a mixed elemental root, often leading them to remain stuck below the 6th level throughout their lives. At that time, he had been somewhat dismissive of such claims. But when he truly embarked on the path to the 6th level, he realized the formidable challenge it posed. He consumed pills like candy daily. Yet it took him 7 years to achieve the great perfection of the 6th level. However, when he attempted to break through to the 7th level, he encountered significant obstacles. Despite consuming an entire bottle of harmonizing pills, he could not surmount the bottleneck. He recognized his eagerness for quick results and understood that the transition from the 6th to the 7th level was a critical juncture. Ultimately, Wu Fan had no choice but to conclude his cultivation for the time being. He then commenced his studies in spells, having brought back numerous spell manuals from the scripture pavilion. Thus, the ensuing 5 years were dedicated to the mastery of these spells, during which he successfully cultivated each one, even achieving great proficiency in the foundational spell anthology he had previously studied. 12 years later, Wu Fan had matured a considerable quantity of ghostly hiding grass, even cultivating several specimens aged 2 to 3,000 years. Following this, he began practicing the Heavenly Ghost Concealment Technique and the 1,000 Illusions Bone Shrinkage Technique. After 6 years of rigorous training, he had just reached a rudimentary level of mastery. He could now initially alter his aura and appearance. Yet Wu Fan was confident that should he change his visage and essence, even a foundation-building practitioner employing spiritual sight would fail to discern his true identity. However, during his practice of these esoteric techniques, he endured considerable hardships. He had not anticipated the excruciating pain associated with the medicinal liquid extracted from the ghostly hiding grass during his baths, likening it to being gnawed upon by countless ants. Nonetheless, he deemed the trade-off of suffering for future safety while venturing outside to be well worth it. Once he had accomplished all necessary cultivation, Wu Fan prepared to break through his bottleneck. A year later, his diligence bore fruit, and he finally transcended the barrier, attaining the 7th level of Qi refinement. He then spent another year consolidating his cultivation. At this juncture, Wu Fan was ready to emerge from his secluded training. Within the confines of his small space, Wu Fan gazed out at several acres of land, witnessing a vibrant array of spiritual herbs flourishing there. These herbs, each boasting over 20 years of maturity, painted a picturesque scene. It was evident that selling these herbs would yield a substantial fortune in spirit stones. However, Wu Fan had never intended to part with them. Firstly, he lacked any need for spirit stones at present, and secondly, he planned to delve into alchemy in the future, making these herbs invaluable to his pursuits. As far as he knew, the art of alchemy was indeed quite arduous. It was not uncommon to lose some spiritual herbs during the process of concocting elixirs. Not only novice alchemists, but even masters experienced frequent failures in their endeavors. Therefore, he resolved to continue cultivating these spiritual herbs for future alchemical pursuits. At that moment, Wu Fan's body suddenly swayed, and he witnessed his form elongate, his muscles swelling in response. Simultaneously, his facial features began to contort and shift. In no time, Wu Fan transformed into the tall, robust figure of Song Fei. With a mere flick of his arm, a water mirror materialized before him. Gazing at his reflection, he burst into hearty laughter. Moments later, he began to morph again, this time taking on the visage of his master, Old Lu. Thus, he shifted from Wu Laoda to Brother Wang, and then to Bai Xiaowen. After 2 hours of playful transformations, Wu Fan, perhaps fatigued from his antics, reverted to his original form. On this day, 2 years later, Wu Fan exited the small space and returned to the outside world. He stepped out of the courtyard, paused in contemplation, and then began to employ the celestial ghost concealment technique, suppressing his cultivation from the 7th level of Qi refinement down to the 5th before unleashing his flying sword, which transformed into a streak of light soaring into the sky. Although Wu Fan had spent over 20 years in that space, only a little over 2 years had elapsed in the outside world. If others were to discover that he had advanced from the 4th level to the 7th level in just over 2 years, they would surely regard him as a monster. With such a cultivation speed, he would be no different from those with heavenly spiritual roots. Thus, Wu Fan felt compelled to restrain his cultivation to the 5th level of qi refinement. 15 minutes later, Wu Fan arrived at the affairs office. Upon entering, he encountered Brother Wang. The moment Brother Wang laid eyes on Wu Fan, he was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I haven't seen you for over 2 years, Wu Shitty. What have you been busy with all this time?" "Oh, it has indeed been a long time since we last met, Brother Wang. In these 2 years, apart from my cultivation, I have been engaged in various missions outside, which is why I haven't had the chance to visit," Wu Fan replied with a smile and a slight bow. Brother Wang scrutinized Wu Fan once more and remarked, "Haha, congratulations on breaking through to the 5th level of qi refinement. Have you completed the task you received 2 years ago?" Wu Fan merely smiled, not responding verbally. Instead, he cheerfully retrieved over 30 wooden boxes from his storage bag and placed them on the table. Brother Wang approached, opening each wooden box in succession, and said, "Wu Shitty, your luck is quite remarkable. These spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare, and few undertake such tasks. Please wait a moment while I tally the total value in spirit stones." Feeling a bit bashful, Wu Fan chuckled and replied, "I exerted considerable effort to gather these spiritual herbs. Haha, completing the task is indeed a good fortune. For you have acquired a substantial number of spirit stones. I calculated that these herbs can be exchanged for 1,850 spirit stones. Adding the 810 spirit stones issued by the sect over the past 2 years, you have a total of 2,650 spirit stones. Please wait a moment while I fetch your reward," Brother Wang concluded before turning to head deeper into the room. After a brief moment, Senior Brother Wang returned, extending a large bag towards Wu Fan. "Junior brother, here are your spirit stones." "Thank you, Senior brother," Wu Fan replied, accepting the bag. He then extracted 200 spirit stones from it and placed them into a smaller pouch, subsequently storing the larger bag in his storage space. Without warning, he thrust the small pouch into Senior Brother Wang's embrace. This. "Junior Brother Wu, is this appropriate?" Senior Brother Wang exclaimed, taken aback. He quickly glanced around, ensuring that no other cultivators were observing them, before releasing a sigh of relief. "Please accept it, Senior Brother. Over the years, I have troubled you greatly. In the past, I was rather short on resources and could not express my gratitude. Not to mention, the residence you arranged for me was exceedingly comfortable," Wu Fan said, his face reflecting sincere appreciation. "Well, if you insist, I shall shamelessly accept it. Should you require my assistance in the future, feel free to ask. I promise to assist you diligently," Senior Brother Wang declared, thumping his chest with pride. "Haha, Senior Brother, you are too modest. By the way, I would like to inquire about available tasks. I am eager to take on another," Wu Fan chuckled lightly before shifting the conversation towards the assignments. Chapter 38. Linshan Town. Rest assured, my Senior Brother, I shall find the most lucrative and easily accomplished task for you at once. After speaking, Wang Shixiang turned and headed towards the back room. A quarter of an hour later, he returned, cradling several volumes in his arms. "Wu Shitty, these are the meticulously selected tasks I have curated for you. Please peruse them and see if any piques your interest." Wang Shixiang's tone was noticeably warmer than before, as if he were particularly concerned for Wu Fan. "Thank you, Senior Brother." Wu Fan accepted the volumes and took a seat, slowly beginning to flip through the pages. After thoroughly reviewing each volume, he stood and declared, "Wang Shixiang, I wish to select this task of slaying the demon." Wang Shixiang glanced at the task Wu Fan had chosen, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "Wu Shitty, although this demon wolf is classified as a first-tier beast, its strength is comparable to that of a practitioner at the mid-stage of qi refining. You are only at the 5th level of qi refining. I believe this task may pose too great a risk. I strongly advise you to consider another option." Wang Shixiang's earnest concern for Wu Fan's safety was palpable. Wu Fan understood that levels 1 to 3 of qi refining represented the early stage, 4 to 6 the mid-stage, 7 to 9 the late stage, with levels 10 to 11 regarded as the pinnacle, and level 12 signifying the consummation of qi refining, at which point one could attempt foundation establishment. Though the demon wolf was categorized as first tier, its power was equivalent to that of a mid-stage qi refining practitioner. Conversely, a second-tier beast would be akin to a late-stage qi refining practitioner, or even one at the peak of qi refining. The prowess of a third-tier beast was formidable, capable of human speech and comparable to practitioners in the early or mid-stages of foundation establishment. Fourth-tier beasts possessed strength equivalent to late-stage foundation establishment or even perfection, and only an elder of the Golden Core stage could vanquish such creatures. If one were to encounter a fifth-tier beast, its strength would rival that of a Golden Core elder. These fifth-tier beasts were true ancient demons, capable of summoning storms and wielding extraordinary intelligence, rivaling that of human practitioners. The task Wu Fan selected involved the extermination of a demon wolf that had recently appeared over 20,000 miles away from the Qingfeng sect. in a small town within its sphere of influence. 2 months prior, the demon wolf had emerged, claiming the lives of several townsfolk, instilling fear in the hearts of the residents who lived in constant dread of becoming its next meal. Given the severity of the situation, it was imperative for the Qing sect to intervene, resulting in the task that Wu Fan had chosen. Completion of this task would yield a reward of 300 spiritual stones. However, Wu Fan was indifferent to the reward, choosing the task merely for convenience. As a mountain range named the Black Dragon Mountains lay not far from the town. This range stretched for thousands of miles and appeared like a black dragon when viewed from the sky, hence its name. While reviewing the tasks earlier, Wu Fan had also noted a gathering task for a spiritual herb known as Dragon Heart 9-leaf mushroom, an auxiliary herb used in the refinement of Foundation establishment pills. This herb flourished deep within the Black Dragon Mountains. The elixir in question is exceedingly precious, and it is absent from Wu Fan's spatial medicinal field. Therefore, Wu Fan intends to embark on a journey to the Black Dragon Mountain range, hoping to procure this elixir while simultaneously fulfilling his task. Presently, he has reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, not merely the 5th, with his cultivation level merely suppressed by his heavenly demon concealment technique. This is why Senior Brother Wang advised him against undertaking this mission. Wu Fan, however, does not believe he is incapable of defeating a first-tier demon wolf, especially considering he possesses several high-level magical artifacts. He even suspects that the demon wolf may have emerged from the Black Dragon Mountain range. With this thought in mind, Wu Fan turned to Senior Brother Wang and expressed, "Thank you for your concern, but I still wish to attempt this. I believe that even if I cannot slay the demon wolf, should I wish to retreat, I would certainly be able to escape." "Very well. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not press the matter further," Senior Brother Wang replied, shaking his head in resignation before registering Wu Fan's task. "Senior Brother Wang, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Wu Fan said. "Safe travels, Junior Brother," Senior Brother Wang responded. Upon exiting the affairs office, Wu Fan immediately mounted his flying sword and returned to his courtyard. After storing away the Mixianchi formation, he took a final glance at his surroundings before transforming into a beam of light and soaring out of Qing sect. The Black Dragon Mountain range lies over 20,000 miles from Qing sect. If Wu Fan were to fly on his sword, it would take him approximately half a month to arrive. However, after flying a few hundred miles from Qing sect, he opted to board a cloud mist vessel to expedite his journey. Wu Fan wished to conserve his magical energy for the task ahead. The cloud mist vessel is remarkably swift, and he managed to reach a nearby town within 5 days, even without utilizing the vessel's maximum speed. This illustrates the extraordinary velocity of this flying spiritual artifact. Yet, the vessel consumes an excessive amount of spirit stones. Over these 5 days, it expended a total of 500 spirit stones, which exceeds the earnings from his task. Nevertheless, Wu Fan, now affluent, remains unconcerned about this trifling expenditure. On this day, a small town named Linshan Town lies 500 miles from the edge of the Black Dragon Mountain range. Not far from Linshan Town, atop a certain peak, a small courtyard is nestled. At this moment, an elderly man, appearing to be around 70 years of age, with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles, dressed in a gray long robe, stands anxiously within the courtyard, awaiting something. He casts his gaze down to the town and mutters to himself, "Why hasn't the sect sent anyone yet? The demon wolf has already devoured over 50 people. If help doesn't arrive soon, I fear this town will be lost." At that moment, a streak of light suddenly streaked across the sky, halting above the courtyard, revealing a young man dressed in a white robe. Upon seeing the young man's attire, the elder's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward, clasping his hands in salute and bowing, "I am Huang Tsang, and I am grateful that the esteemed envoy has finally arrived. Is it you who informed the sect about the demon wolf's attack on the village?" The young man gazed intently at the elder and inquired. The young man in question is none other than Wu Fan. After enduring 5 days of arduous travel, he finally arrived at Linshan Town. He sought to report to his sect, for the demon wolf was indeed formidable, and the old man found himself powerless to confront it. Thus he could only notify the sect. The elder replied, his face etched with sorrow, "Do you know the whereabouts of the demon wolf?" Wu Fan inquired promptly. "I lack the ability to fly, and dare not pursue the beast. Therefore, I cannot say where it is," the elder lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Wu Fan recognized that the elder was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement and understood his words to be true. To master the art of flight, one must reach at least the 4th level of Qi refinement, which means that only those who have attained the mid-Qi refinement stage can soar through the skies. At that moment, the elder spoke again. "However, the demon wolf attacks the village every evening. You need only wait a few hours to encounter it." This elder, known as Huang Tsang, was once a member of the Qing sect. However, there was a stipulation in the sect that if a practitioner had not reached the mid-Qi refinement stage by the age of 20, they would be expelled from the sect and assigned to guard remote locations, while also losing all privileges within the sect. Chapter 39. slaying the demon wolf in light of this. Let us wait a few hours. Wu Fan, unperturbed, decided to bide his time until the demon wolf was vanquished before making his way to the Black Dragon Mountain range. Upon hearing Wu Fan's willingness to wait, the elder promptly bowed and clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "If the esteemed one does not mind, I humbly invite you to rest at my modest abode for a while. Your journey from afar must have been arduous." Wu Fan nodded in agreement and descended to the ground, following the elder into his humble dwelling. The town of Lingshan was modest, comprising only about 500 to 600 households. The farming families lived in constant trepidation, gripped by the fear instilled by the demon wolf, anxious that they might one day be devoured by the beast. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, these villagers would hurriedly retreat into their cellars, seeking refuge. This grim routine had persisted for over 2 months, leaving them in uncertainty about when their plight would end, casting a shadow of dread over their hearts. On this particular day, the villagers toiled as usual, but as the sun began to set, they all set down their tools and hastily made their way home. Suddenly, a chilling wolf's howl echoed from the distance, causing their faces to drain of color. They could not comprehend why the demon wolf had arrived earlier than usual. In a panic, they all sprinted towards their homes, fearing that any delay might result in their demise at the jaws of the beast. Just as the villagers were frantically fleeing, a piercing scream pierced the air. They turned to see a massive black demon wolf, measuring over 3 meters in length, clamping its jaws around the head of a middle-aged man. In one swift motion, the wolf lifted its head, swallowing the man whole. The horrifying sound of crunching bones filled the air as the wolf savored its gruesome meal, seated upon the ground with blood dripping from its jaws. Its eyes, half closed, exuded a sinister delight as the sounds of gnashing echoed ominously. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the villagers were paralyzed with fear, screaming as they raced homeward. At that moment, a brilliant flash of light surged through the sky, revealing a figure suspended above the demon wolf. A voice boomed forth, "You audacious demon wolf, dare you consume humans? Come forth to meet your demise." Upon hearing this proclamation, the fleeing villagers halted in their tracks and looked up towards the celestial figure. Tears of joy welled in their eyes as they beheld the sight above. "Look, a celestial being. It truly is a celestial being. Hooray, we are saved. Hurry, kneel and pay homage to the celestial." In that instant, the entire town of Lingshan fell to their knees, bowing fervently towards the figure in the sky, their hearts filled with hope and reverence. The shadow before us was undoubtedly that of Wu Fan. Upon discovering the demon wolf, he had already soared through the air on his sword, yet regrettably arrived a moment too late, witnessing the beast devouring a person. Anger surged within Wu Fan as he beheld this scene, for he too had once tread the path of a mere mortal. His eyes, now ablaze with fury, were fixed upon the demon wolf, which, upon hearing his voice, turned to face him. With a fierce roar, the wolf displayed a flicker of human-like fear in its eyes, sensing that the man in the sky was more formidable than itself. At that moment, Wu Fan swiftly drew forth his high-grade magical weapon, the solar sword. From his storage pouch, the sword transformed into a radiant beam of light, hurtling towards the demon wolf. Aware of the sword's might, the wolf opened its mouth and unleashed several blades of wind. The clash of the flying sword and the wind blades reverberated through the air with a series of resounding booms. Remarkably, the demon wolf managed to block Wu Fan's attack, despite the solar sword being a high-grade artifact wielded by a 7th-layer Qi refining cultivator. Wu Fan was taken aback by the wolf's ability to withstand his strike. However, he deduced that the wolf could not produce many wind blades, as it was merely a first-tier demonic beast with limited demonic energy. His assumption proved correct, as the wolf could indeed muster only a few such attacks. With a cold snort, Wu Fan directed the flying sword towards the demon wolf once more. The wolf, now displaying visible fear, hastily expelled a few more wind blades before turning to flee. The flying sword was once again deflected, while the demon wolf dashed away from the town at an astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. Wu Fan recognized this demon wolf as the Gale Wolf, known for its ability to unleash wind blades and its remarkable swiftness, categorizing it as a low-tier beast. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Wu Fan resolved not to delay any further. If the wolf escaped, he would face additional complications. He promptly commanded the flying sword to pursue the wolf. The creature, left with no choice, turned back and expelled a few more wind blades. The ensuing collisions echoed with loud bangs as the flying sword met the wind blades once again. Just as the wolf prepared to flee, a faint green light shot towards it, silent as a whisper. By the time the wolf noticed the green light, it was too late. The light pierced through its skull and continued on, ultimately landing in Wu Fan's hand. The object revealed itself to be a slender, emerald green needle. The Mystic Needle, another of Wu Fan's high-grade magical artifacts. With the Mystic Needle having penetrated its skull, the demon wolf shuddered momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Lifeless, The people of Linshan Town erupted into jubilant cheers upon witnessing the demise of the demon wolf at the hands of the immortal. Their elation knew no bounds, as they had long awaited this day, finally liberated from the fear of being devoured by the wolf. They could now resume their normal lives and work without trepidation. In gratitude, the townsfolk bowed deeply to Wu Fan, expressing their heartfelt thanks with fervent words. At this moment, a smile graced Wu Fan's lips. He felt a genuine sense of joy in being able to assist these mortals. With a swift motion of his arm, the corpse of the demon wolf suddenly soared towards him, gradually shrinking as it entered his storage pouch. Subsequently, Wu Fan took flight on his sword, departing from the location. The demon wolf's corpse could fetch several hundred spirit stones, and Wu Fan could not simply abandon it here. After his departure, he arrived at the courtyard of the elder, known as Huang Tsang. Your Excellency, your might is unparalleled. As I witnessed your display of power, my blood surged with excitement. I am also grateful for your rescue of these mortals, the elder exclaimed, hastening to greet Wu Fan and showering him with compliments and thanks. I have come merely to fulfill a mission for my sect. There is no need for gratitude. I have completed my tasks here and am now prepared to take my leave. Please report the events of this place to the sect in due course. Wu Fan replied before ascending on his sword and departing. Rest assured, Your Excellency, I shall promptly report this matter to the sect. The elder called out to Wu Fan's retreating figure. Chapter 40. The Black Dragon Mountain Range. After departing from Linshan Town, Wu Fan hurriedly set his course towards the Black Dragon Mountain Range. By the time he arrived at the mountains, the sky was shrouded in darkness. However, he had no intention of halting his journey. He flew directly into the heart of the mountains. Ever since Wu Fan mastered the Spirit Eye technique, the night appeared as bright as day to him. The Black Dragon Mountain Range stretches for thousands of miles, and within its depths, a myriad of demonic beasts lurked. Upon crossing the periphery of the mountains, Wu Fan descended from his flight and began to traverse the interior cautiously. He refrained from boldly venturing deeper, fully aware that encountering a third-tier or higher demonic beast could spell great peril, even leading to his demise. Once he penetrated deeper into the mountains, Wu Fan employed the celestial ghost concealment technique to mask his presence, allowing him to proceed with greater assurance. As night turned to dawn, Wu Fan's spirits were dampened. Despite searching throughout the night, he had yet to locate the Dragon Heart 9-leaf herb. This particular herb was not available in the marketplace, and Wu Fan had failed to procure its seeds. Nonetheless, he yearned for this spiritual medicine, as it was an essential ingredient for crafting the Foundation Establishment Pill. The significance of the Foundation Establishment Pill cannot be overstated. For cultivators who achieve the 12th level of Qi refinement, it is imperative to consume this pill to break through their bottleneck. A successful Foundation establishment would signify their departure from mundane existence, embarking on the path of immortality, and extend their lifespans to 300 years, elevating their status to that of elders within their sections. Foundation establishment cannot be achieved without the Foundation Establishment Pill. Yet even the largest sects find this pill to be exceedingly rare. This scarcity arises from the dwindling supply of certain herbs required for its creation, causing many cultivators to remain stagnant, unable to advance due to the lack of the necessary pills. Understanding his own constitution, Wu Fan doubted his ability to successfully establish his foundation, even if he were to acquire a Foundation Establishment Pill from his sect in the future. He was aware that while some cultivators could succeed with a single pill, this was a rarity. The majority often required 2 or even 3 pills, yet still faced failure. Given the limited availability of these precious pills, many cultivators regrettably spent their lives without achieving their breakthrough. Wu Fan resolved to prepare in advance, aiming to gather sufficient herbs for crafting the Foundation Establishment Pill before he reached the 12th level of Qi refinement. His plan was to cultivate these herbs in his small space and subsequently refine a substantial quantity of the pills himself, which was the very purpose of his expedition to the Black Dragon Mountain Range. As Wu Fan searched for spiritual herbs over the course of 7 days, he had yet to find the Dragon Heart 9-leaf herb. However, he discovered over a dozen other rare herbs, and a smile finally graced his face. Now delving deeper into the mountains, he encountered several first- and second-tier demonic beasts. Nonetheless, thanks to the celestial ghost concealment technique and his deliberate avoidance, these low-tier creatures remained oblivious to his presence. Upon arriving at a valley, he discovered a mystical herb beside a pond. Wu Fan glanced around, finding no sign of any beasts, and cautiously approached the herb. Just as he intended to harvest it, a sudden hissing sound emanated from the pond. Wu Fan quickly retreated, only to witness a colossal black spider emerging from the water. This enormous creature, measuring 2 zhang in size, possessed 8 eyes and 8 formidable legs, all fixated on Wu Fan with its foremost pair of eyes. It was none other than the second-tier beast, the bloodthirsty spider. Trouble was at hand. It had already detected his presence. Wu Fan's expression darkened. He had no desire to engage in a battle with this creature. However, he realized that summoning the cloud mist boat for an escape would be futile, as the spider would not grant him the opportunity to flee. Resolving to confront the situation, he unleashed his flying sword, preparing for combat. The spider's eyes gleamed with malice, seemingly poised to launch an attack. In a sudden burst of determination, Wu Fan leaped into the air, landing on his flying sword, intending to retreat. Sure enough, the bloodthirsty spider did not afford him the chance to escape. The moment Wu Fan jumped onto his sword, the spider lunged at him, expelling a white web directly towards him. With no choice left, Wu Fan abandoned his escape. If he could not flee, he would have to fight. He silently recited an incantation, conjuring a fireball that shot forth towards the web, incinerating it in a flash. At that moment, the bloodthirsty spider charged at Wu Fan with lightning speed, swinging its 8 massive legs. Wu Fan, refusing to be complacent, directed his solar sword toward the spider. The spider's front leg swung out, producing a thunderous impact that sent the flying sword spiraling away, leaving only minor cracks on its leg. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback. The flying sword was a superior magical artifact, highlighting the spider's formidable resilience. Suffering from the blow, the spider let out a piercing hiss and retaliated with another leg, sharp and glinting ominously, capable of inflicting grave injury. With his flying sword out of reach, Wu Fan was left vulnerable. In a swift motion, he tapped his storage pouch, and a silver shield emerged, expanding into a massive barrier that stood before him just as the spider struck. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, causing the spider to recoil. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Fan summoned his solar sword back, launching another strike at the spider. It was forced to defend with its front leg once more, resulting in another violent clash that staggered the creature backward. In that critical moment, a green needle silently zipped through the air, piercing the spider's eye. The spider writhed violently on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, before falling still, motionless. At this moment, Wu Fan lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Although he had ascended to the 7th level of Qi refinement, his internal reservoir of spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He had just exerted himself by controlling 2 high-grade magical artifacts and 1 supreme-grade artifact, leaving little energy within him. After a while, Wu Fan managed to sit up. He retrieved a vial of elixir from his storage pouch. This elixir, named Huanglong Dan, was renowned for its ability to rapidly replenish spiritual energy. He opened the vial and poured a single pill into his mouth, then began to meditate, focusing on his breath. 2 hours later, Wu Fan stood up and approached the corpse of the bloodthirsty spider, observing it for a moment. Previously, in the scripture pavilion, he had extracted several jade slips, a few of which contained descriptions of various magical beasts. It was said that the bloodthirsty spider possessed a remarkably tough body and immense strength, capable of spitting webs. Its 8 gigantic legs were considered materials of exceptional quality for crafting magical artifacts. This marked Wu Fan's first kill of a second-tier magical beast, and he was surprised to find that he had indeed succeeded in slaying the spider. After collecting the corpse of the bloodthirsty spider, Wu Fan made his way to the edge of the pond, where he also gathered the spiritual herb before continuing his journey deeper into the mountains. Chapter 41. The little white fox. Wu Fan ventured deeper for another 5 days, and the number of demonic beasts in this region had evidently increased. After enduring 6 battles, he had successfully vanquished 6 demonic creatures, 4 of which were first-tier beasts and 2 second-tier. His combat experience was noticeably on the rise. When he defeated a second-tier beast, the Black Iron Bull, it proved to be quite a challenge, inflicting him with some minor injuries in the process. This Black Iron Bull was far more formidable than the bloodthirsty spider, possessing the prowess of a top-tier Qi refinement practitioner, its coppery hide and iron bones incredibly resilient. During the encounter, Wu Fan exerted all his strength, utilizing every artifact at his disposal and expending several high-tier attack talismans. Ultimately, he was struck by the bull's final charge, leaving him feeling as though his entire skeletal structure was about to disintegrate, forcing him to lie on the ground for quite some time before he could rise again. It was fortunate that he possessed the exquisite artifact, the primordial diamond shield. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even realized how he had met his end. On this particular day, Wu Fan arrived at a modest mountain peak, where he concealed himself behind a massive boulder, observing the battle below. 2 demonic beasts were engaged in a fierce chase, one of which was a 3rd-tier beast, the azure-eyed mad lion. This creature was 2 zhang in size, its fur a rich tawny hue, and its enormous, emerald green eyes were striking. Wu Fan was taken aback upon first sighting this 3rd-tier beast. It was his inaugural encounter with such a formidable foe, and to claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. The other beast was a small fox, its fur an immaculate white, measuring merely 3 feet in length. Its ruby red eyes sparkled like precious gems, complemented by a tiny black nose and its pristine coat, rendering it irresistibly adorable. This little white fox, although only a 2nd-tier beast, appeared quite beleaguered. Thankfully, its speed was remarkable, allowing it to deftly evade the attacks of the azure-eyed mad lion. However, it was evident that the fox was beginning to tire, given the circumstances. It seemed unlikely that it would escape being devoured by the lion for much longer. Wu Fan felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Yet he dared not move for fear of being detected by the beasts below. He also refrained from releasing his cloud mist vessel, as the surge of spiritual energy would certainly alert the creatures beneath him. Even if he ascended into the sky, he would become an easy target for other beasts. Not having enough time to activate the concealment function before the vessel could reach a safe altitude. In a moment of desperation, Wu Fan retrieved 9 formation flags from his storage bag. He began to meticulously set up his illusory heaven disruption formation atop the mountain. Once the formation was complete, he placed numerous spirit stones at the 9 focal points. With everything prepared, he finally felt secure enough to watch the battle unfold below. Below, 2 monstrous beasts were engaged in a relentless chase. The azure-eyed lion, perhaps feeling a surge of impatience, let out a thunderous roar before lunging toward the little white fox. Its massive jaws revealing razor-sharp fangs, seemingly intent on devouring the creature whole. At that moment, the little white fox appeared somewhat exhausted, its speed noticeably diminishing. Just as it seemed on the verge of being consumed, a striking transformation occurred. Its eyes suddenly glowed a fierce crimson, locking onto the azure-eyed lion. In a miraculous turn of events, the lion's body halted abruptly, its once sharp gaze becoming unfocused, and it astonishingly ceased its aggressive pursuit. Seizing this unexpected opportunity, the little white fox swiftly retreated, moving so rapidly that it left behind only a trail of afterimages. The earlier display of fatigue had merely been a ruse, for its true intention was to lure the azure-eyed lion closer, allowing it to unleash its ocular technique. Evidence of the fox's cunning intelligence. Wu Fan, witnessing the little white fox sprinting toward his direction, felt a jolt of surprise. Pondering in vexation, he wondered what misfortune had befallen him to attract such trouble. Despite his frustration, he resigned himself to the situation, relieved that he had previously set up the mission Shuo array. Just as the little white fox was about to dart into the protective formation, the azure-eyed lion regained its clarity. Upon noticing the fox fleeing up the mountain, it let out an enraged roar and followed in hot pursuit. Wu Fan's vexation deepened. He understood that trouble was inevitable and could only proceed with caution. The little white fox was the first to breach the array, closely followed by the azure-eyed lion. Upon entering, the little white fox found itself enveloped in a thick, white mist, perplexed that what had appeared to be an ordinary mountain had transformed into a shroud of fog. Attempting to retrace its steps, it discovered that the path was obscured, and no matter which direction it ran, the outcome remained the same. The azure-eyed lion faced a similar plight. Unable to escape the mist, watching the 2 beasts flounder like headless flies, Wu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. However, the array was merely a defensive and trapping formation, lacking any offensive capabilities. Should he wish to eliminate them, he would have to rely on his own skills. Resolving to let the 2 beasts exhaust their energy within the formation, Wu Fan planned to confront them once they were sufficiently weakened. The carcasses of these creatures would fetch a substantial sum of spirit stones, particularly that of the 3rd-tier azure-eyed lion, which was a formidable beast equivalent to a foundation-building cultivator. Surely worth a considerable fortune. Had it not been for this formation, Wu Fan would have never dared to entertain the thought of slaying a 3rd-tier monster. Should he encounter such a beast head-on, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. However, since this 3rd-tier monster has intruded upon the formation, Wu Fan now has the opportunity to vanquish it. He is well aware of the formidable power of this formation. Not only 3rd-tier monsters, but even 4th-tier beasts would find themselves at the mercy of its might, rendered helpless and subjected to relentless punishment. With this in mind, Wu Fan settled into a meditative posture atop the mountain peak, patiently awaiting the exhaustion of the 2 monsters. Having perused texts concerning these beasts, he understands that only a 5th-tier monster possesses a level of intelligence comparable to that of humans. Given the current intellect of these 2 beasts, Wu Fan harbors no concerns that they will remain stationary. Rather, he surmises that they will incessantly seek an escape, eager to break free from the enveloping white mist. Chapter 42. Taming the Little White Fox. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. Throughout this period, Wu Fan diligently observed the 2 demonic beasts. By now, the azure-eyed lion beast lay exhausted upon the ground, unable to rise. Wu Fan sensed that the moment had arrived. He prepared to eliminate this 3rd-tier beast. However, as he scrutinized the little white fox, a peculiar glint shone in his eyes, for this white fox possessed a far greater intelligence than the azure-eyed lion. During these 3 days, whenever the white fox felt fatigued, it would pause to rest momentarily before resuming its quest for an escape route. Wu Fan found himself somewhat reluctant to slay the charming creature before him. Resolving not to delay any longer, Wu Fan decided to first vanquish the azure-eyed lion beast. At that moment, he summoned forth the blazing sun sword from his storage pouch, which soared forth with remarkable speed towards the 3rd-tier beast. Within the confines of the formation, the beast was as blind as a bat, utterly oblivious to the approaching sword. However, it did perceive the sound of something slicing through the air, prompting its ears to twitch suddenly. In an instant, it sprang to its feet, adopting an aggressive stance. Just then, the blazing sun's sword neared its target. The beast, in a sudden leap, evaded the sharp strike. Yet, the sword executed a graceful turn and launched itself again towards the beast. This time, the third-tier beast could not escape the onslaught of the flying sword, which left a deep gash across its body, blood oozing forth in a chilling stream. In agony, the beast let out a furious roar and bolted forward in a desperate attempt to flee, with the sword relentlessly pursuing it. Half an hour later, through the combined efforts of the blazing sun sword and the mysterious Yin needle, Wu Fan succeeded in slaying the azure-eyed lion beast. He then approached the fallen creature, gathering its lifeless form into his possession. Standing still, he turned his gaze towards the little white fox. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes flickered with uncertainty. With a soft sigh, he concluded that he could not bring himself to slay the little creature, attributing his reluctance to its remarkable intelligence and adorable demeanor. After pondering for a while, Wu Fan resolved to explore the possibility of taming the little white fox as a spirit companion. In the realm of cultivation, many practitioners possessed spirit pets, which offered numerous advantages. For instance, spirit pets could assist their masters in combat, while certain avian companions could carry cultivators through the skies. Moreover, spirit pets were known to guard homes and protect sanctuaries, and within the grander sects of cultivation, guardian spirit beasts were commonplace. Having witnessed the capabilities of the little white fox, Wu Fan felt a stirring interest. Not only was the white fox exceptionally swift, but its ability to cast illusions upon adversaries was truly remarkable. He had personally observed how a mere glance from the white fox rendered the azure-eyed lion beast entranced. Standing motionless, it is worth noting that in the throes of battle, a moment's distraction could spell the difference between life and death. Upon contemplating this, Wu Fan resolved to give it a try. However, one might wonder why he did not attempt to subdue the recently encountered third-tier demon beast. The truth is, he understood that the demon beast's rank was far too elevated, and he lacked the confidence to tame it. He feared that a moment's carelessness during the taming process could lead to a disastrous counterattack from the beast, resulting in an untimely demise. At this juncture, Wu Fan had already commenced his approach towards the little white fox. Unbeknownst to it, someone was drawing near. The little white fox lay pitiably on the ground, resting, its beautiful eyes occasionally darting from side to side. Regrettably, it was surrounded by a blinding white haze, rendering it unable to see anything. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the silence. "Little white fox, do you wish to leave this place? If you agree to become my spirit companion, I shall grant you your freedom." Startled by the voice, the little white fox sprang to its feet, turning towards the source of the sound. Its eyes sparkled with intelligence, clearly indicating that it comprehended the meaning behind the words. Having been trapped here for 3 days, it was understandably distressed and longed for freedom. Yet, the thought of becoming someone's spirit companion filled it with reluctance, for such a fate would mean the loss of its autonomy. Noticing the little white fox's indifference, Wu Fan assumed it either did not understand or simply did not wish to be a spirit companion. With a furrowed brow, he let out a huff and retrieved the corpse of the azure-eyed wild lion from his storage bag, tossing it before the little white fox. Upon seeing the carcass, the little white fox trembled in fear. The voice then resonated again. "Will you or will you not become my spirit companion?" At that moment, the little white fox exhibited a remarkably human-like demeanor. It sat on the ground and, with a sorrowful nod, indicated its acquiescence. A smile finally graced Wu Fan's face as he instructed, "Remain still, open your mind, and do not resist." The little white fox obediently nodded again. Wu Fan, initially eager to advance, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Therefore, he retrieved the primordial diamond shield and, after a moment's thought, also took out the profound Yin needle, feeling sufficiently reassured to approach. Upon reaching the little white fox, he found it remarkably compliant, remaining motionless. He placed his palm upon its head and began to enact the beast taming technique. This technique, discovered by Wu Fan in the scripture repository, was designed for subduing demon beasts and establishing a master-servant contract. However, it came with several restrictions. It could only be employed when the beast was agreeable and not resistant. As Wu Fan fervently employed the technique, a look of anguish appeared on the little white fox's face. Moments later, a droplet of soul blood suddenly emerged from its forehead, swiftly entering Wu Fan's body and ultimately settling within his sea of consciousness, motionless. At last, Wu Fan had successfully subdued the little white fox. From this day forth, the little white fox was bound to obey his will, should it disobey. A mere thought from Wu Fan would suffice to bring about its demise. Realizing its fate as another's spirit companion, the little white fox resignedly lay at Wu Fan's feet. After Wu Fan collected the magical artifact and the corpse of the azure-eyed wild lion, he crouched down to gaze at the little white fox. At this moment, his heart brimmed with joy, for this little white fox was the first spirit beast he had tamed, a second-tier spirit beast no less, thus adding another card to his hand. In the realm of cultivation, wild creatures that remain untamed are referred to as demon beasts. These demon beasts can absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into demonic power within themselves. And they can also draw upon the vital blood of human cultivators to enhance their innate bloodline strength, ultimately ascending to a higher tier of demon beasts. Conversely, those tamed and subdued by cultivators are known as spirit beasts. From that point onward, spirit beasts will heed only the commands of their masters, gradually shedding their inherent wildness and merging into the realm of human cultivators, thus relinquishing any unwarranted animosity towards humans. However, should their master command them to vanquish foes, they would show no mercy towards humanity. Chapter 43. The resurgence of the golden yuan. Wu Fan gazed affectionately at the little white fox. Noting the various wounds marring its pristine fur, evidently inflicted by the fierce Beijing mad lion beast. Gently, he stroked the soft, white coat of the fox and retrieved a vial of healing elixir from his storage pouch. He poured out a single pill and placed it by the fox's mouth. The little creature sniffed delicately with its adorable nose, and upon recognizing the scent, its eyes brightened, leading it to eagerly swallow the pill. Do not worry, little white fox. You shall not suffer while you are with me. In time, I will provide you with ample pills to aid your cultivation. Wu Fan spoke softly to the fox. Understanding her master's intent, the little fox stood up and yipped joyfully a couple of times, then began to frolic around Wu Fan, eventually leaping into his arms, prompting hearty laughter from him. Thus, Wu Fan kept the little white fox company as it recuperated over the next 2 days. Once its injuries healed, he retracted the formation and departed with the fox. A day later. Slow down, little white fox. Where are you leading me? Wait for me. I can hardly keep up. Wu Fan called out, panting. Upon hearing his voice, the little fox halted, turned to Wu Fan, and yipped as if to say, Master, you are too slow. With its captivating eyes fixed on him, the fox resumed its swift dash forward. Wu Fan, with no choice but to pursue, felt certain the little fox was guiding him to a specific destination. Thus, in this manner, the duo, one human and one beast, chased and ran together for yet another day. When they finally reached a towering peak that pierced the clouds, the little fox came to a stop. It turned back to Wu Fan, yipping several times before glancing at the summit and then bounding upwards. As they reached the mountainside, the little white fox approached a particularly concealed crevice in the rocks. After casting a glance back at Wu Fan, it slipped into the narrow opening. Wu Fan, somewhat resigned, followed suit. However, he soon realized the crevice was too small for him to enter. With a thoughtful flick of his eyes, his form suddenly shrank, allowing him to squeeze through the opening. Such trivial obstacles posed no challenge for Wu Fan. He adeptly employed the 1,000 mirage bone shrinking technique to navigate through. After a considerable time crawling, he emerged into a vast cavern, where the little white fox awaited him eagerly. Upon seeing her master arrive, she let out cheerful yips before darting ahead once more. Wu Fan trailed the fox through the cavern until they arrived at a stone door, where the fox finally halted, remaining still. Wu Fan understood they had reached their destination. The little fox had undoubtedly brought him to this stone door. He approached slowly, extending his hand to push the door open. Before him lay a slightly smaller chamber, adorned with medicinal fields and dwellings. Wu Fan realized without a doubt that this was a hidden abode. He stepped into the cave and gazed towards the medicinal field, which revealed not a single herb but instead a solitary sapling. This small tree emanated a faint golden glow, unmistakably indicating its status as a rare spiritual tree. Wu Fan, filled with curiosity, realized he had no knowledge of this tree's name. None of the jade slips he had perused contained any descriptions of it. As Wu Fan approached the sapling, an unexpected occurrence transpired. He suddenly felt an immense weight pressing down upon him, as if a colossal stone had settled on his body, rendering him exceedingly uncomfortable. He quickly retreated, and at that very moment, the oppressive sensation vanished, leaving him astonished. Why did he experience such gravity when nearing this small tree? Unfazed, Wu Fan took another step forward, and the previous sensation returned, making him feel as though he might collapse at any moment. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, stepping forward once more. With a resounding thud, he found himself pinned to the ground, unable to rise. After taking a second step, the heaviness intensified. Wu Fan was in agony. It felt as if his bones might shatter. Struggling on the ground, he painstakingly began to retreat. Finally, through sheer determination, he managed to extricate himself from that oppressive vicinity. With lingering trepidation, Wu Fan stood up, now regarding the small tree with a weighty seriousness. He understood that this sapling was undoubtedly a treasure of immense value. He circled around it, attempting to approach several times, only to experience the same debilitating force each time. With a sigh of resignation, he contemplated his next move and walked towards the stone hut, where a little white fox awaited him at the entrance. Wu Fan pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was modest, containing only a mat and a stone table. However, upon closer inspection of the stone table, he discovered 2 items, a jade slip and a stone box. Wu Fan picked up the jade slip and pressed it against his forehead to examine it. I am Luo Yangzi of the Zhongtian continent. I do not know who you are, But if you see this jade slip, it likely signifies that I have perished beneath the tribulation. In my time, I traversed the realms of cultivation for over 10,000 years, only to meet a tragic end. I arrived here by chance through a spatial rift, but alas, I can no longer return. As the tribulation approaches and I lie grievously wounded, my chances of surviving are slim. I have left behind some opportunities for those fated to find them. These 2 items were fundamental to my dominance in the realm of cultivation, and I entrust them to you. For it is better they remain than be destroyed alongside me in the tribulation. To the fated one, these 2 items are. Wu Fan spent nearly an hour perusing the jade slip, gradually comprehending the matter at hand. The slip revealed that the elderly man was known as Luo Yangzi, a cultivator from the Middle Heaven continent. While the slip did not specify the extent of his cultivation, it detailed how he had been besieged by several formidable demons. In a fortuitous turn of events, he inadvertently found himself in a spatial rift, thus arriving at Wu Fan's location. The old man lamented that he had sustained grave injuries from the demon assailants and was now faced with the impending tribulation, believing his demise was imminent. However, he felt a sense of regret for the 2 treasures he would leave behind, which he deemed too precious to perish alongside him. The first of these treasures was the small tree outside, known as the Golden Essence Spirit Wood, a rare gem within the realm of cultivation. With this being its sole existence, this Golden Essence Spirit Wood could be cultivated into a divine ability called Golden Essence Gravity Light. Should one achieve a modest mastery of this skill, it would manifest an area of gravitational influence surrounding the practitioner, akin to Wu Fan's earlier encounter as he approached the tree. Any adversary entering this gravitational domain would be subjected to its weight, while intangible entities such as flames, lightning, and toxic gases would remain unaffected. However, mastering this divine ability proved to be a formidable challenge, requiring an inordinate amount of time. To cultivate the Golden Essence Gravity Light, one must absorb the gravity light inherent within the Golden Essence Spirit Wood. Yet, should the gravity light be completely consumed, the tree would necessitate a millennium to rejuvenate. Thus, to continue the cultivation process, one must endure a lengthy wait of 1,000 years. Nevertheless, Wu Fan felt an overwhelming joy in his heart, for he was undaunted. He could expedite the growth of the small tree, ensuring its swift recovery. Chapter 44, Celestial Fire of the Heavenly Net. The second item of significance is the stone box resting upon the stone table. Within this box resides a flame known as the Celestial Fire of the Heavenly Net. It is said that the legendary figure, Luo Yangzi, who once traversed the realm of cultivation, attributed much of his success to this formidable fire. Its power is immense, capable of igniting anything it encounters. Regrettably, the Celestial Fire of the Heavenly Net was severely weakened during a catastrophic battle in the past, leaving it as but a mere flicker of its former self. To restore its once mighty prowess, it must be nurtured within one's body and infused with potent flames from other sources, allowing it to gradually regain its strength. The final instructions inscribed on the jade slip detail the process of refining the celestial fire and cultivating the golden yuan rejuvenation. After perusing the jade slip, Wu Fan was left utterly astounded. Who, indeed, was Luo Yangzi? What are spatial rifts? And what of the tribulation? Is the realm of cultivation not filled with demonic cultivators? Why then does he refer to them as the demon race? Moreover, what level of cultivation has he attained? Even the legendary nascent soul stage allows for a lifespan of but 1,000 or 2. How could he have lived for 10 millennia? Wu Fan was besieged by questions, his mind reeling with bewilderment. Realizing that he currently lacked the elevation of understanding to grasp such high-level matters, he chose to set them aside. Wu Fan then lifted the lid of the stone box, revealing a faint yellow flame, no larger than a pinky finger, flickering as if it might extinguish at any moment. Recognizing this as the weakened celestial fire of the heavenly net, disappointment washed over his face. He had not anticipated that such a powerful fire could now be reduced to such a fragile ember. It was truly lamentable. Replacing the lid, Wu Fan casually tossed the box into his storage bag and turned to exit the stone chamber. Upon returning to the small tree, excitement gleamed in his eyes. This truly was a treasure. Should he successfully cultivate the golden yuan rejuvenation, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surge. Thank you so much for bringing me here, little white fox. These 2 treasures are immensely important to me. Here are 5 vials of elixirs to enhance your magical powers, as a token of my gratitude. Please wait here for me, and do not wander off, Wu Fan said to the little white fox that had faithfully followed him, offering it the 5 vials from his storage bag. Upon seeing the elixirs, the little fox yipped joyfully, and then nuzzled Wu Fan's thigh, clearly ecstatic. Wu Fan could not help but chuckle at its adorable demeanor. Not wishing to linger, Wu Fan seated himself cross-legged on the ground and retrieved the jade slip once more, engrossed in its contents for 3 consecutive days. Once he had finished, he rose and approached the small tree. Just as he took his first step, he quickly settled back into a meditative position, enduring the gravitational pull as he began to silently recite the incantation. Before long, A strand of golden light emerged from the direction of the small tree, gradually entering his body. This process continued, with Wu Fan drawing forth strands of golden light at intervals, each one seamlessly integrating into him. 3 days elapsed, and Wu Fan finally rose to his feet. He took a step forward, and once again, the same scene from 3 days prior unfolded. He sat cross-legged on the ground, silently reciting incantations, inviting golden light to enter his body. Thus, every 3 days, he would advance a step. After 3 months, Wu Fan gazed at the small tree within arm's reach, and a smile finally graced his face. He began to use his flying sword to excavate the soil surrounding the tree, and before long, he cradled the small tree in his arms. His body emitted a faint glow, and a quarter of an hour later, he and the tree simultaneously vanished. Upon entering the small space, Wu Fan planted the little tree not far from the entrance of his courtyard, carefully clearing a small patch of land for it. Once completed, he exited the small space, leading the little white fox out of the cave. 3 days later, in a forest, Wu Fan was laughing heartily as he held a peculiar spiritual herb in his hand. This herb bore an uncanny resemblance to a racer mushroom, yet it had 9 leaves. Indeed, Wu Fan had finally discovered the 9-leaf dragon heart mushroom, fulfilling his purpose for venturing into the Black Dragon Mountain Range. Subsequently, he returned to the Qing sect with the little white fox. Upon returning to the Qing sect, Wu Fan completed the task handover and set off again with the little white fox. This time, he intended to visit Chang'an Square City, first to purchase some items and sell the corpses of the beasts he had hunted. As he neared Chang'an Square City, Wu Fan descended on his flying sword, finding a safe spot to send the little white fox into the small space. Inside the thatched cottage within the small space, there were 2 additional rooms that Wu Fan had yet to determine their purpose. Now, he decided to reserve one for the little white fox and chose a room for it. After a few instructions, he advised it not to venture outside the courtyard to consume any spiritual herbs. He then exited the small space. In the outside world, Wu Fan stood atop a massive stone. Suddenly, his face began to contort, and his body started to swell. In no time, he transformed into a robust middle-aged man. He changed his attire, and then took to the skies on his flying sword, disappearing in a flash. In Chang'an Square City, Wu Fan surveyed the familiar scenery and strode purposefully towards a loft. A quarter of an hour later, a young attendant approached him with a welcoming smile. "Esteemed guest, what can I assist you with today? Our shop boasts a comprehensive selection of goods, guaranteed to satisfy." At that moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the entrance. "I wish to sell materials for magical beasts. Please summon your manager." The middle-aged man was straightforward, revealing his intentions without hesitation. The young attendant was momentarily taken aback by the man's words. He had worked in this shop for 5 or 6 years, yet rarely encountered anyone wishing to sell materials for magical beasts. The beasts were notoriously difficult to hunt, typically pursued only by cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement or in the foundation establishment stage. Those below the 9th level of Qi refinement generally refrained from such endeavors, as encountering a second-tier beast could lead to their demise. The attendant scrutinized the middle-aged man, noting that he was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Could it be that this individual had employed some secret technique to conceal his true cultivation? It is unlikely that he is merely a 7th-layer Qi refining cultivator, or perhaps he is merely selling materials from first-tier demonic beasts. The young attendant's expression fluctuated, caught in a dilemma. This was due to the innkeeper's explicit instructions that morning. Unless an urgent matter arose, he was not to disturb him. Faced with this predicament, the attendant was at a loss for what to do. At that moment, the man opposite spoke again, his tone clearly tinged with impatience. "Are you going to summon the innkeeper or not? Are you still conducting business? If not, I shall take my leave. Please, esteemed guest, do not be angry. May I inquire about the tier of the demonic beast materials you are selling?" After pondering for a moment, the attendant resolved that if the middle-aged man was selling common first-tier medicinal beast materials, he would refrain from seeking the innkeeper. "We have both first and second tiers," the burly man replied, his impatience evident. Upon hearing that there were second-tier demonic beast materials, the attendant's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Very well, esteemed guest, please hold on. I will summon the innkeeper immediately." With that, he dashed off in a hurry. The middle-aged man, of course, was none other than Wu Fan in disguise. Chapter 45. Ambushed. Wu Fan did not wait long. Shortly after, he observed a young servant hastily approaching with an elderly man. Upon seeing Wu Fan, the old man scrutinized him with keen eyes and remarked, "Esteemed friend, I apologize for the wait. I hear you are here to sell materials for magical beasts?" "Indeed, I wish to sell materials for magical beasts. Please, lead me to the courtyard, for this room cannot accommodate the corpses I bring," Wu Fan replied. Recognizing the elderly man as the shopkeeper he had encountered on previous visits, albeit with a changed appearance, Wu Fan noted that the shopkeeper had not recognized him. The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with interest at Wu Fan's words, thinking to himself that this robust man seemed to be carrying a substantial amount of magical beast materials. If he indeed possessed second-tier beasts, it would be a lucrative transaction. Very well, esteemed friend, please follow me, the shopkeeper said, turning towards the back door, with Wu Fan closely trailing behind. After passing through the shop's rear entrance, they arrived at a vacant area in the courtyard. Wu Fan surveyed the space, deeming it barely sufficient to accommodate the corpses of the magical beasts. Esteemed friend, do you find this place suitable? The shopkeeper inquired, glancing back at Wu Fan. It will suffice, Wu Fan replied succinctly. Without further ado, he clapped his hands against several storage pouches at his waist, and suddenly, over a dozen corpses of magical beasts emerged, the smaller ones measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, while the larger ones extended to 7 or 8 meters. The sight astonished the shopkeeper. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the array of magical beast corpses. First-tier gale wolves, second-tier bloodthirsty spiders, second-tier black iron bison, second-tier crimson venomous serpents. When the shopkeeper laid eyes on the final corpse, he nearly leapt in astonishment, for he recognized it as a third-tier magical beast, the azure-eyed frenzied lion. This formidable creature was a sight to behold, and he wondered which esteemed predecessor had vanquished it. The shopkeeper, of course, did not believe Wu Fan possessed the capability to slay such beasts. Hence, he assumed it was the work of a senior expert. After a thorough examination of the magical beast corpses, the shopkeeper finally exhaled and asked, "Are you intending to sell all of these?" "Yes, I wish to sell them all." "Please provide me with an offer," Wu Fan responded. "Very well, let me calculate. For these first-tier beasts, I shall offer you 3,000 spirit stones. For these 5 second-tier beasts, I shall give you 12,000 spirit stones. As for the third-tier beast, I can offer you 30,000 spirit stones. How does that sound to you?" The shopkeeper began to tally the amounts carefully. "Agreed. Let us proceed with your valuation. However, I also wish to purchase some items from you," Wu Fan replied noncommittally. Upon hearing that the transaction was proceeding so smoothly and that the man intended to make further purchases, the shopkeeper's heart soared with joy. "What is it that you wish to buy?" he inquired eagerly. "I seek to acquire a high-quality spirit beast pouch, along with some elixirs," Wu Fan stated. Thus, after a brief hour, Wu Fan exited the shop and took to the skies on his flying sword, heading towards the outskirts of Qing City. Wu Fan purchased the spirit beast pouch primarily for the little white fox, as storage bags cannot contain living creatures. However, this spirit beast pouch possesses an extraordinary quality. Its size is comparable to that of a storage bag, roughly the size of a palm, yet it can accommodate living beings. This is due to the presence of spiritual energy within the pouch, allowing spirit beasts to cultivate while inside. Wu Fan found his small space inconvenient, as each entry required a waiting period of 15 minutes, and he had to accompany the little white fox to enter. Similarly, when he wished to exit, he had to go inside first to retrieve the little white fox. Hence, he acquired this spirit beast pouch, significantly easing the process of summoning the little white fox in the future. Additionally, Wu Fan purchased numerous medicinal pills, a substantial portion intended for the little white fox, along with some talismans, as he had nearly exhausted the talismans he previously bought during his time in the Black Dragon Mountain Range. Once all matters were settled, Wu Fan flew out of Qing, seeking a concealed spot over 100 miles away, where he released the little white fox. "Little white fox, this is the spirit beast pouch I bought for you. From now on, when I venture out, you can reside in this pouch, where I have also placed many medicinal pills," Wu Fan gently spoke while holding the little white fox. Upon hearing about the pills, the little white fox joyfully yipped twice and playfully licked Wu Fan's face with its delicate pink tongue, provoking hearty laughter from him. After a brief period of playful interaction, the little white fox swiftly leaped into the spirit beast pouch at Wu Fan's waist, evidently eager to consume the pills inside. After surveying his surroundings, Wu Fan rose and took to the skies on his flying sword, not heading towards the Qingfeng sect, but rather in another direction. Approximately 500 miles from Qing. Within a grove, 2 figures were engaged in conversation. One of them sighed, saying, "Sigh, Brother Xiong, it has been half a month since we last acted. I suggest we change our location. There are hardly any cultivators passing by here." The speaker appeared to be in his 40s, marked by a scar on his face and a beard adorning his features. "Brother Qi, do not be impatient. This place is close to Qing, so it is likely that solitary cultivators will pass through. The other routes are generally frequented by major sects or immortal families, individuals we cannot afford to provoke." "I believe we should wait a little longer," replied the other, also in his 40s but possessing a robust and formidable appearance. "Brother Xiong, how about we carry out a few more jobs and then call it quits? If we ever intercept a formidable figure, we won't even have a place to regret our decision," the scarred man, Brother Qi, lamented with a frown. "Oof, what are you afraid of? You are at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, while I am at the 9th. As long as we avoid robbing top-tier cultivators at the 10th layer or above, whom should we fear? Do not forget, I possess a high-grade magical artifact. Besides, we have been robbing for so many years. When have we ever failed?" Brother Xiong retorted dismissively. Just as Brother Xiong finished speaking, A beam of sword light shot across the horizon, heading directly towards them. At last, a prey has arrived. And a mere Qi refinement stage 7 cultivator at that. Observing his attire, it is evident he does not belong to any prominent sect. Old Bear, chuckling heartily, felt that after a fortnight of waiting, he had finally encountered a young lamb. His companion, known as Brother Qi, also displayed a cruel grin, chuckling incessantly. As Wu Fan soared through the sky upon his flying sword, two beams of escape light suddenly shot towards him. As the brilliance dissipated, two burly middle-aged men emerged, one adorned with a full beard, while the other stood tall and imposing. Wu Fan, intrigued, pondered their intentions in obstructing his path, for he did not recognize them from his memories. Since his entrance into the world of cultivation, Wu Fan had never been targeted by other cultivators, nor had he engaged in combat with them. Over the years, aside from occasional visits to the Chanyang market, he had devoted himself to rigorous training within his sect. The market was safeguarded by Foundation establishment cultivators, ensuring a measure of safety, and the sect itself was even more secure. None would dare to provoke the Qingfeng sect, where strict regulations prohibited conflicts among disciples. Thus, apart from slaying a few demonic beasts in the Black Dragon mountain range, Wu Fan had not truly engaged in battle. Chapter 46. The fierce battle. Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, the realm of cultivation is exceedingly ruthless, even more so than the mortal martial world, where acts of murder for treasures and the plundering of female cultivators are commonplace. At that moment, one of the assailants, with a mocking tone, exclaimed, "Haha, where are you off to, kid? Hand over your storage bag. If we are pleased, we might spare your life." The other, displaying impatience, retorted, "Bear, why waste words on him? Just kill him and be done with it. We don't need to wait for more to arrive." Upon hearing their exchange, Wu Fan realized he had encountered bandits intent on murder and theft. He assessed their cultivation levels, one at the 8th stage of Qi refinement and the other at the 9th. To his amusement, he could not help but chuckle, believing that dispatching these two would be a trivial matter. Setting aside the fact that he possessed numerous high-tier magical artifacts, even the strength of his second-tier spirit beast, the little white fox, would make the task of defeating them a mere game. With this in mind, Wu Fan gazed at the two with a playful demeanor, a smile gracing his lips without uttering a word. "Curse it, kid, what are you laughing at? Do you seek death?" The scarred man, known as Qi, bellowed, his face contorted with rage, evidently incensed by Wu Fan's laughter. Despite the harshness of their words, Wu Fan felt an urge to toy with them. "Esteemed sirs, I possess no spirit stones on me. I implore you, please spare my life," he feigned fearfully. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two men softened slightly, as they felt their authority reinstated. At this juncture, Bear caught sight of the flying sword beneath Wu Fan's feet, his eyes widening in astonishment, soon replaced by a look of sheer elation. It was a superior-grade flying sword, clearly a fine specimen among the high-tier artifacts. This one sword was worth more than all the treasures they had intercepted over the years, making their weight of half a month worthwhile. Bear then declared, "Kid, hand over the flying sword beneath your feet." Upon hearing this, Qi also glanced down at the sword, and his expression mirrored Bear's previous excitement. He then burst into laughter, a superior-grade flying sword. "Haha, Bear, we've hit the jackpot this time." Seeing their jubilant expressions, Wu Fan could not help but join in their merriment. "Since you desire my flying sword, I shall grant it to you," he said, as he tapped his storage bag, releasing the flying sword bestowed by his sect and stepping onto it. Next, he began to chant an incantation, and in an instant, the blazing sun sword surged forward, hurtling toward Bear. Bear's face shifted dramatically, realizing that this young man was not merely jesting. The apparent plea for mercy had been a ruse. Acting swiftly, he drew a mid-grade shield from his storage bag and positioned it before him, simultaneously unleashing a flying sword aimed at Wu Fan. Albeit his sword was merely a mid-grade artifact. With a resounding crash, the blazing sun sword collided with the shield, which immediately developed a visible crack. At this moment, Wu Fan had unleashed his primordial golden shield, positioning it defensively before him. Suddenly, a resounding clash echoed as the sword and shield collided. The result was that the bare-headed man's flying sword was repelled, while Wu Fan's shield remained unscathed. Upon witnessing the intensity of the battle, a scar-faced man named Qi, who had been observing, decided to join the fray, launching a flying dagger towards Wu Fan. When the bare-headed man saw his sword being deflected, he was momentarily taken aback. He quickly turned his gaze towards Wu Fan's shield, and upon seeing it, his eyes widened in disbelief. A top-tier magical artifact? How could this be? The bare-headed man could hardly fathom that his opponent possessed such a formidable item. He pondered, could the opponent be someone of great significance? What kind of background allows one to wield a top-tier artifact? Have I unwittingly stirred up a hornet's nest? With little time to contemplate, a flying sword was again hurtling towards him, forcing him to raise his cracked shield in defense. A tremendous crash resounded as the shield ultimately succumbed to the impact, shattering into numerous fragments that fell like shooting stars, thus rendering a mid-tier artifact utterly destroyed. Meanwhile, after Wu Fan successfully blocked Qi's flying dagger with his primordial golden shield, he swiftly tapped his storage bag, and a plethora of talismans appeared in his hand. He hurled these talismans towards Qi, which included Fireball, Windblade, and Ice Spike talismans. Such extravagance was characteristic of Wu Fan. Most would hesitate to waste such precious resources, as each talisman represented a significant amount of spirit stones. As Qi was bombarded by these offensive talismans, a cacophony of explosions and the whistling of wind blades filled the air. From a distance, the scene appeared as a vibrant explosion of colors, illuminating the surroundings before coalescing into a thick cloud of smoke, a sight to behold. Yet amid this colorful chaos, Qi's agonizing screams echoed. As the smoke dissipated, Qi was revealed, his body riddled with injuries, yet he was not wholly defeated. His severely wounded form plummeted from the sky towards the ground. In his descent, a green needle suddenly shot forth, piercing through his skull, thus ending the life of the 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator. Witnessing the destruction of his mid-tier shield and Qi's demise, the bare-headed man was gripped by fear. He realized he had encountered an opponent he should not have trifled with, yet there was no retreat. He could only fight to the death, clenching his teeth in defiance. His eyes glinted with malice as he glared at Wu Fan. He then reached into his storage bag, producing a rope that shot forth with a vengeance, while his face contorted with hatred. "You dare to kill Qi? I shall make you pay for it. Prepare to witness the might of my binding spirit rope," he shouted, directing the rope towards Wu Fan. Upon catching sight of the golden glimmering rope, Wu Fan immediately recognized it as a high-tier magical artifact. He dared not hesitate and swiftly commanded the blazing sun sword to strike at the rope. With a resounding clash, Wu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as his expression shifted. The blazing sun sword had been repelled, while the rope remained unscathed. "This rope is remarkably resilient. My blazing sun sword could not sever it," Wu Fan murmured to himself. Without further contemplation, Wu Fan hurriedly summoned the primordial diamond shield for protection. A peculiar scene unfolded before him, as the rope, instead of colliding with the diamond shield, coiled around it and surged toward Wu Fan. Taken aback by this turn of events, he anticipated that the rope would circumvent the shield and approach him directly. As the rope closed in, Wu Fan, in a flurry of motion, tossed out a talisman and propelled himself backward, following a thunderous explosion. The rope astonishingly surged out of the blast radius, continuing its relentless pursuit of Wu Fan. Realizing it was too late to escape, he watched helplessly as the rope wound around him in successive loops, binding him tightly. Once ensnared, Wu Fan felt his magical energy come to a standstill, rendered incapable of functioning. Furthermore, he could not command the flying sword beneath him, his body plummeting towards the ground like a kite severed from its string. Should he fall from such a height, Wu Fan was certain that death would be inevitable. Chapter 47. The fiery volcano group. Wu Fan plummeted through the air at an alarming speed, his countenance dark with dismay. He had not anticipated the formidable nature of the opponent's binding rope. With a resigned sigh, he called out, "Little white fox, come forth." At that moment, a radiant light emanated from the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and a white fox soared into the air. As the little white fox burst forth from the pouch, its enchanting eyes fixed upon the formidable bear boss, and suddenly, those eyes blazed with a vivid red glow. Meanwhile, Bear Boss, reveling in the success of his binding rope, felt a surge of triumph as he observed his adversary plummeting from the heights. He was convinced that Wu Fan was doomed to meet his end. The thought of soon acquiring a high-grade magical artifact, alongside a premium one, sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him, and a broad smile began to spread across his face, which soon erupted into hearty laughter. His joy, however, was abruptly stifled when he beheld the emergence of the little white fox. As it gazed at him, an overwhelming emptiness enveloped his mind, as if his very capacity for thought had been stripped away, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. With Bear Boss ensnared by the illusion cast by the little white fox, the ropes binding Wu Fan fell slack, and the magic within him surged back to life. Swiftly, Wu Fan seized control of his flying sword and ascended into the air once more. Meanwhile, Bear Boss, incapacitated by the illusion, began to descend into the abyss. A tragic twist of fate that he could never have foreseen. Just moments ago, he had believed Wu Fan would be crushed by the fall. Yet the outcome had turned against him, sealing his own demise. Wu Fan, his expression ashen, watched Bear Boss's descent with a mix of anger and relief. His earlier arrogance had nearly led to his downfall, and had it not been for the little white fox, he would have found himself in grave peril. This incident served as a stark reminder to Wu Fan, instilling in him a solemn warning. Never again should he underestimate any foe, regardless of their appearance. Upon landing, Wu Fan approached the lifeless form of Bear Boss, his face still clouded with anger, and delivered a final strike with his sword. He then seized the storage pouch from the fallen foe, before moving a short distance away to collect the pouch belonging to Qi Laudi. Naturally, he would not neglect the binding rope and flying dagger, ensuring they too were secured within his own pouch. Standing amidst the two corpses, Wu Fan contemplated for a moment before making a decisive gesture with one hand. He unleashed 2 fireballs that sped towards the bodies, incinerating them into ashes with a whoosh. At last, the tumultuous battle drew to a close. Wu Fan, having expended a significant portion of his magical energy, recognized that although the skirmish had been brief, the supreme artifact, the primordial diamond shield, had drained him considerably. Given his current level of cultivation, wielding such a powerful artifact proved to be quite taxing. He resolved to locate a suitable place to recuperate his energy before examining the contents of the 2 storage pouches. With this intention in mind, Wu Fan summoned the little white fox back into the spirit beast pouch and swiftly took flight, vanishing into the horizon. After traversing approximately 100 miles, he ceased his flight and descended into a secluded valley. In this tranquil setting, he casually selected a spot and meticulously arranged the Mighten dueling array before settling down cross-legged to gradually restore his magical energy. Half a day later, Wu Fan sat upon the ground, gazing at the 2 storage bags in his hands, a glimmer of disappointment flickering in his eyes. He murmured to himself, "These 2 are exceedingly destitute. Combined, they possess barely 2,000 spirit stones, along with some trifling items of little worth. Among all their possessions, the only item that brought him any satisfaction was a spirit binding rope." Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, among the scattered cultivators, these 2 were, in fact, relatively affluent. Over the past few years, they had engaged in numerous raids on other practitioners, and after accounting for their daily expenses, managing to retain such spirit stones was quite remarkable. It was absurd that he found them lacking in wealth, especially in a realm where one could effortlessly sell a millennium-old spirit herb for tens of thousands of spirit stones. Once Wu Fan had replenished his magical energy, he retracted the Mighten dueling array and took to the skies once more. His destination lay within the territory of Suzhou in the Great Xia Kingdom. In the southern region of Suzhou, there existed a volcanic cluster known as the Blazing Flame Volcanoes. Wu Fan's purpose for venturing there was to restore some potency to the Tianluo extreme fire, which had dwindled to a mere flicker of flame. To rejuvenate it, he needed to nurture it within himself continuously or absorb some flames, preferably from the ethereal spirit flames of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, Wu Fan had no knowledge of where to find such flames, so he settled for absorbing the fire from the earth's crust instead. Restoring the Tianluo extreme fire would provide Wu Fan with an additional trump card. During his time in Suzhou, he intended to expedite the cultivation of his Golden Yuan rejuvenation technique to a minor success, while the Tianluo extreme fire absorbed the flames. A fortnight later, in the southern part of Suzhou, amidst the blazing flame volcanoes, an expanse stretching several hundred miles, composed of numerous volcanoes, Wu Fan stood at the edge of a caldera. Peering down, he beheld a sea of golden yellow lava, which occasionally emitted bubbles and splattered fiery droplets upwards. The sight was both awe-inspiring and fearsome. Standing at the volcano's rim, he was assaulted by waves of scorching heat, a clear indication of the extreme temperatures below. After observing for a moment, Wu Fan took his leave from that perilous spot. Half an hour later, he descended into a forest and established the Mighten dueling array within its confines. Subsequently, he retrieved a stone box from his storage bag and opened it, revealing a small flickering flame within. A resolute expression crossed his face as he inhaled deeply and, without hesitation, swallowed the flame. Wu Fan then seated himself cross-legged on the ground, silently reciting a spell as he enveloped the flame with his magical energy, slowly refining it within his body. At that moment, beads of sweat poured from his brow, and his features contorted in agony, clearly enduring tremendous suffering. 7 days later, Wu Fan returned to the volcanic crater, his face adorned with a radiant smile, as if he were celebrating a joyous occasion. Indeed, he had successfully refined the heavenly fire. Suddenly, Wu Fan opened his mouth and exhaled a small flame, which appeared slightly larger than it had 7 days prior and seemed imbued with a hint of sentience. He cradled the flickering flame in his palm, which danced eagerly, as if yearning to escape from his grasp. Wu Fan erupted into hearty laughter, no longer restraining the flame. With a flick of his hand, the flame eagerly darted downward, diving into the golden-hued magma below. After observing for a moment, Wu Fan departed, returning to the forest where he stepped into the formation and released the little white fox from its spirit beast pouch. Embracing the fox, he entered the small space. Wu Fan resolved to enter a prolonged seclusion here. Once inside, he placed the white fox in its spirit beast chamber, tossing it some elixirs and urging it to cultivate diligently. Subsequently, he exited the courtyard and settled beneath the Golden Yuan spirit tree, where he sat cross-legged, embarking on a lengthy period of meditation and cultivation. Chapter 48. Return to the sect. Time flies, and 2 decades have elapsed within the confines of a small space. Since entering this realm, Wu Fan has devoted himself to the cultivation of the Golden Yuan radiance. However, he soon discovered that mastering this technique proved exceedingly arduous. Perhaps his cultivation level was too low, for he struggled significantly during the process, absorbing the radiant energy at an excruciatingly slow pace. After 12 years, he had managed to absorb less than 1% of the radiance from the golden yuan spirit tree. At this rate, it would take him over 1,000 years to fully absorb the energy contained within the small tree. Initially, Wu Fan had felt a sense of relief, believing he could hasten the growth of the golden yuan spirit tree to expedite its recovery. Yet, it now appeared that such hopes were in vain. Unbeknownst to him, only by achieving a cultivation level akin to that of the esteemed Luo Yangzi could one absorb and refine the radiance from the golden yuan spirit tree in a short span of time. Thus, the potency of this divine ability grew exponentially in its later stages. After 12 years of diligent cultivation, Wu Fan's internal radiance reached saturation, rendering him unable to absorb even a modicum more. Nevertheless, despite this limitation, he had honed this divine ability to a formidable degree. He was confident that if he were to unleash the domain of golden yuan radiance now, even a perfected qi refining practitioner would be significantly affected. As for foundational stage cultivators, he could not guarantee the same, though they would still experience some degree of impact. Years later, should Wu Fan reach the foundational stage and continue his practice of golden yuan radiance, the power of this technique would undoubtedly amplify, making it exceedingly difficult for foundational stage practitioners to withstand his domain. 12 years later, Wu Fan returned to his chamber within the space, resuming his cultivation. This period of rigorous training lasted for another 8 years, during which he consumed various elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Finally, after 8 years, he achieved the 8th layer of qi refining. At last, Wu Fan was ready to emerge from seclusion. Throughout these 2 decades, the little white fox had also ascended to the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, yet it showed no inclination to progress to the 3rd tier. Wu Fan understood that the path of a demonic beast in cultivation was arduous, far slower than that of humans. However, they possessed a remarkably long lifespan. The little white fox's rapid ascent to the 2nd tier's peak was attributable to its continuous consumption of elixirs. 2 years later in the outside world, Wu Fan, accompanied by the little white fox, exited the small space. He retracted the formation and made his way to the volcanic crater. Upon arriving, it seemed that the celestial inferno sensed his presence, as the flames suddenly surged forth from the magma, racing toward Wu Fan before landing in the palm of his hand. Gazing at the flames within his grasp, Wu Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. The celestial inferno had undergone a remarkable transformation. No longer resembling a mere flame the size of a fingertip, it now resembled a fist, its color shifting from pale yellow to a rich golden hue, with hints of a delicate purple flickering within. Wu Fan sensed the formidable power of the extreme fire, and his face immediately lit up with joy. He could distinctly perceive that, at its current potency, the extreme fire surpassed the fireball technique by at least 100-fold. Elated, Wu Fan could hardly believe that within a mere 2 years, the extreme fire had attained such immense strength. At this moment, it was undoubtedly his most powerful offensive capability, and he resolved to wield it as his ultimate weapon henceforth. After resolving all his affairs, he took to the clouds aboard his misty vessel, returning to the Qingfeng sect. Half a month later, within the Qingfeng sect, as Wu Fan descended into the courtyard, he noticed 2 figures approaching from a distance. Before they could land, a voice called out, "Haha, junior brother Wu, you have finally returned. You have been away for 2 years. If you had delayed your return any longer, you would have missed the outer sect competition." Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, then recollected that he had unknowingly been at the Qingfeng sect for nearly 5 years. He remembered that upon joining the sect, senior brother Wang had mentioned that the sect had just concluded its outer sect competition. It was precisely because of this recent event that Wu Fan was able to reside in his current courtyard, as the previous occupant had advanced into the inner sect, reportedly achieving commendable results in the competition and being accepted as a disciple by a foundation establishment cultivator. The outer sect competition, held every 5 years, was a momentous occasion, drawing thousands of disciples eager to engage in combat and showcase their talents. Those who excelled had the opportunity to ascend to the inner sect, where they would gain access to greater resources for cultivation and reside in a cave abode rich in spiritual energy. Consequently, the outer sect's disciples eagerly anticipated this day, hoping to make a remarkable impression and be selected as disciples by esteemed foundation establishment elders. Wu Fan, too, aspired to enter the inner sect, not solely for the prestige, but for the vast array of profound techniques and secrets it housed. He was determined to exert every effort to succeed, having long coveted the advanced methods of cultivation. The scripture repository of the inner sect was far superior to that of the outer sect, which contained only rudimentary spells and lacked any foundation establishment techniques. In contrast, the inner sect boasted powerful skills, including those accessible only to cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Additionally, the alchemical arts Wu Fan yearned to master could only be learned within the inner sect. The advantages of entering the inner sect were numerous and incomparable to those of the outer sect. For instance, one would receive guidance from a master in their cultivation journey. Among other benefits, Wu Fan turned to the approaching figures and recognized them as senior brothers Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen. Both had made significant progress in their cultivation. Bai had finally reached the advanced stage of qi refinement, attaining the 7th layer, while Zhou had also advanced, similarly reaching the 8th layer, just like Wu Fan. The speaker was none other than senior brother Zhou Yu. Wu Fan hurriedly approached them, clasping his fists in greeting, and smiled. "What brings you both here?" "I have been occupied with tasks outside, which delayed my return." "Ha. Fortunately, I made it in time. In just a month, the grand competition will commence. How has my junior brother been preparing?" "Oh, you have already reached the 6th layer of qi refinement? Your progress is quite remarkable," Bai Xiaowen exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Ha, junior brother. I have been occupied with tasks over the past few years and have saved some spirit stones to purchase various elixirs, which has contributed to my rapid advancement." Wu Fan replied with a hint of embarrassment. Upon his return, Wu Fan had utilized the celestial demon concealment technique to suppress his cultivation to the 6th layer of qi refinement, which led Bai Xiaowen to mistakenly believe Wu Fan had only attained that level. If Wu Fan were to reveal his true cultivation at the 8th layer of qi refinement, both would undoubtedly be left in awe. However, this way, he appears to be on par with ordinary practitioners, preventing others from perceiving his progress as excessively rapid or outrageous. Chapter 49, The Outer Sect Competition, Part 1. Brother Wu, we have visited many times without seeing you return. Our purpose is not of great importance. We merely wish to discuss the upcoming Outer Sect competition with you. Given that you have only recently joined the sect and do not often mingle in public, you may not be well acquainted with the details of the competition. As we are acquaintances, we will do our utmost to assist you." Brother Zhou Yu explained with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan felt a deep sense of gratitude. He had few friends in the Qing sect. Aside from Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen, he was relatively close to brother Wang Lei. As for brother Lu Junhui, who worked in the Hall of Affairs, his busy schedule, coupled with Wu Fan's frequent seclusion, resulted in rare encounters. "Thank you, brother Zhou and brother Bai, for your concern. I must admit that I am indeed not well informed about the Outer Sect competition, so I appreciate your guidance," Wu Fan replied, clasping his hands and bowing slightly to the two brothers before inviting them inside. "Haha, it is no trouble at all. We have just concluded our own seclusions and have nothing pressing to attend to. It brings us joy to reconnect and chat with you." Brother Bai laughed heartily, striding into the room without waiting for Wu Fan or Zhou Yu, displaying a carefree demeanor. Wu Fan and Zhou Yu exchanged a glance, then chuckled and shook their heads, following Bai Xiaowen into the room. Once the three were seated, brother Zhou spoke first. "Brother Wu, as far as I know, this Outer Sect competition is indeed a fierce battle. Although there are over 2,000 individuals in our Outer Sect, more than 1,600 will participate in the competition, with nearly all cultivators at the 4th layer of qi refinement and above joining in. Indeed, it is said that there are over 600 cultivators at the 7th to 9th layers of qi refinement," Bai Xiaowen added, nodding in agreement. Zhou Yu shot a glance at Bai Xiaowen, seemingly reproaching him for interrupting. He then continued, "Brother Wu, you need not worry. Although you are only at the 6th layer of qi refinement, you still have a chance. During the competition, the elders in the foundation establishment stage will evaluate the disciples comprehensively. Even if you do not win, there remains the possibility of being accepted as a disciple by an elder. For instance, if you can triumph over stronger opponents, your proficiency in spells, your innate talent, your age, and your cultivation level, particularly your spiritual root and constitution, will all be under the elders' scrutiny." Upon hearing that the elders would be observing spiritual roots and constitutions, Wu Fan's expression soured. This was due to the fact that his spiritual root and constitution were exceptionally poor. Noticing Wu Fan's disconcerted expression, Zhou Yu mistakenly believed Wu Fan was concerned about his cultivation level being too low. He added, "Historically, those who place in the top 100 of the competition can enter the inner sect. However, whether an elder will take you as a disciple is uncertain. If you can rank in the top 10, that would be remarkable. Provided that your spiritual root and constitution are not excessively deficient, you can be assured that elders will eagerly vie to accept you as their disciple. The sect may even bestow upon you certain treasures as rewards, such as elixirs, magical artifacts, and materials for refining tools." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's mood darkened further. He found himself lacking neither elixirs nor artifacts. Yet he believed that even if he were to rank among the top 10, no elder would take him as a disciple, solely due to his mixed elemental roots. With a heavy heart, he sighed inwardly. "Brother Zhou, what if one enters the top 10 but is not chosen by an elder? Does that mean there would be no master?" Wu Fan inquired, his demeanor somewhat despondent. Naturally, his spirits were low, given his current strength. He considered himself capable of entering the inner sect. Even placing in the top 10, he felt he could contend for a position. However, he feared that should he rank among the top 10, no elder would accept him. In that case, he would prefer to aim for a position within the top 100, as both would grant him entry into the inner sect. The rewards for placing in the top 10 held little significance for him. Yet, Wu Fan yearned to enter the inner sect, particularly the Pill Peak. If he could become a disciple of the elder at Pill Peak, it would be a dream come true. Having been a member of the Qing sect for 5 years, he was well aware of the circumstances within the inner sect. There were a total of 36 peaks, each imbued with spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the outer sect, making each peak a veritable paradise. The entire inner sect, including core disciples and elders, boasted fewer than 1,000 members, resulting in a sparse population across the peaks, with some housing only 10 or so individuals. Elders were particularly scarce, as the Qing sect had fewer than 100 foundation-building cultivators, making it fortunate for a peak to have 2 or 3 of them. Among these 36 peaks was Pill Peak, primarily focused on alchemy and holding a prestigious position within the Qing sect. All elixirs produced within the sect originated from Pill Peak, including foundational elixirs. To become a disciple of Pill Peak would elevate one's status within the Qing sect significantly. One would garner attention from fellow disciples on the streets, and some might even approach to forge connections, illustrating the high regard in which alchemists are held. Cultivators aspire to befriend an alchemist, for when the need for elixirs arises, their requests would be much more readily accommodated. This is a natural occurrence for cultivators, whether they are training, breaking through bottlenecks, or dealing with injuries or toxins. They are invariably reliant on elixirs. While ordinary elixirs can be procured in the markets, acquiring rare ones often hinges upon sheer luck. Currently, Wu Fan, at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, could still find elixirs to enhance his cultivation in the marketplace. However, once he ascends to the 10th layer, obtaining elixirs would become increasingly challenging, let alone those meant for foundation-building cultivators. Besides relying on fortuitous circumstances, he would only encounter a few vials during auctions. The Qing sect is a prestigious sect in its own right, incomparable to those families of cultivators or solitary practitioners. As the alchemical chamber of the Qing sect, the Danding Peak's prowess in alchemy is even more unparalleled. Wu Fan's intention to enter the Danding Peak is not driven by a desire for fame or status. Rather, he is eager to master the art of alchemy swiftly. Only Wu Fan himself understands that his spiritual root constitution is inextricably linked to elixirs. Over the past few years, his frequent consumption of pills has led to the development of a tolerance. The Yuanyang pill he previously took no longer serves to enhance his cultivation. Presently, he is consuming the Longli pill, which marks the 5th type of elixir he has attempted. Thus, Wu Fan is in urgent need of acquiring alchemical skills. Otherwise, once he reaches the 10th level of Qi refinement, he will find himself devoid of pills, rendering any pursuit of the path of cultivation futile. Chapter 50, The Outer Sect Competition, Part 2. At that moment, Senior Brother Zhou remarked, "If one enters the inner sect but has not been accepted as a disciple by an elder, one can only be regarded as an ordinary inner disciple, unless you manage to secure a spot among the top 3. Only those who place in the top 3 possess the privilege to choose which elder to take as their master." At this, Bai Xiaowen interjected, interrupting Zhou Yu's words. Zhou Yu gazed at Bai Xiaowen for a considerable time. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's eyes lit up. The prospect of having the right to choose a master by placing in the top 3, the flickering flame of ambition within him, which had nearly been extinguished, now blazed with fervor once more. He resolved to strive vigorously for a top 3 finish. Bai Xiaowen, feeling somewhat awkward under Zhou Yu's scrutiny, lowered his head. It was then that Senior Brother Zhou Yu turned his attention back to Wu Fan and continued, "Junior Brother Wu, let us not dwell on the top 3. Rather, allow me to discuss the ordinary inner disciples with you. Becoming an ordinary inner disciple is a realm far beyond that of us outer disciples. They enjoy abundant cultivation resources, superior cave abodes, formidable techniques, and most importantly, they receive instruction from foundational elders. Within the inner sect, there exists a transmission hall where foundational elders periodically address the disciples, elucidating the intricacies of cultivation." At this juncture, Senior Brother Zhou Yu paused briefly, then sighed. "Ah, how I envy those fortunate enough to have a master. They possess their own mentors, and when faced with uncertainties in their cultivation or encountering bottlenecks, they can seek guidance from their masters at any time. Moreover, masters often share their insights on cultivation with their disciples. One can only wonder who will be fortunate enough to secure a spot among the top 3. It truly evokes envy. Junior Brother Wu, who do you think it could be?" Of course, it is none other than Senior Brother Chen Yi, Senior Brother Hao Yu, and Senior Sister Ling Wei. I believe the top 3 will undoubtedly fall into their hands. After Bai Xiaowen spoke, he was momentarily taken aback. Slowly, he turned to look at Senior Brother Zhou Yu, only to find him breathing rapidly, his complexion ashen, eyes filled with displeasure, and fists clenched tightly. Upon witnessing Zhou Yu's expression, Bai Xiaowen's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily lowered his head once more. Wu Fan, observing the situation, was also taken aback. He gently rested his hand on his forehead. Bai Xiaowen truly lacked awareness. Did he not realize that frequently interrupting others was quite impolite? In an effort to lighten the mood, Wu Fan quickly said, "Come now, Senior Brother Zhou, Have some tea. I must apologize for the lack of fine tea. Please make do with what I have. After saying this, he prepared to pour some tea, but at that moment, Zhou Yu spoke again. Junior brother Wu, I shall forego the tea. It is getting late, and I must take my leave. I shall return another day. With that, senior brother Zhou Yu rose and made his way toward the exit. Bai Xiaowen glanced at Wu Fan, offering a somewhat awkward smile before saying, Junior brother, I too shall take my leave. I will visit again another day. He then stood and followed Zhou Yu out. Wu Fan hurriedly called after their retreating figures, safe travels. Senior brothers. With just a month remaining until the grand competition, Wu Fan needed to prepare diligently in hopes of securing a place among the top 3. Only by achieving this feat could he gain entry to the revered Danding Peak. Thus, it was imperative for Wu Fan to strive for a top 3 finish. Failure would mean waiting another 5 years for the next opportunity. It was rumored that the inner sect also held a competition, occurring 5 years hence. Wu Fan harbored little confidence in his ability to claim a top 3 position, as since entering the realm of cultivation, he had only engaged in combat once against a pair of bandits. Due to his own carelessness and overconfidence, he had nearly faced dire consequences. Were it not for the assistance of his little white fox, which had averted a potential disaster. Uncertain of the strength of his fellow disciples participating in the competition, Wu Fan could not ascertain whether he could secure a top 3 finish. However, based on his own estimations, he believed that entering the top 10 was within reach. Armed with the Liang sword, the Yin-turning needle, and the binding spirit rope, each a high-grade magical artifact, coupled with his newly attained mastery of the Golden Yuan rejuvenation technique, Wu Fan felt he still had a chance to contend for a top position. Conversely, he was hesitant to employ the Hunyuan Diamond Shield and the Tianluo Extreme Fire. The former was a supreme magical artifact, too conspicuous for his liking, while the latter was even more formidable. He was certain that should he unleash the Tianluo Extreme Fire, any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage would either be severely wounded or face death. However, killing was prohibited in the competition among peers. Moreover, he dared not let any elder of the foundation establishment stage witness the Tianluo Extreme Fire, should any of them recognize its power. Wu Fan would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation, possibly attracting unwanted attention from envious elders eager to seize his extraordinary flame. With these thoughts in mind, Wu Fan resolved to visit the Changyang market to procure several essential items. Firstly, he needed to purchase some medicinal pills, as he had nearly depleted his stock during his years of seclusion, and his little white fox was also running low on supplies. Secondly, he sought to acquire a defensive magical artifact of high quality. Thirdly, he required a flying sword or flight artifact, though it need not be of high grade. While he possessed the Cloud Mist Boat, a flying spirit tool, he was reluctant to use it casually due to its elevated rank. He reserved it solely for long-distance travel or emergencies. The reason he sought a flying sword was that, apart from the Liang sword, he only had access to a low-grade flying sword issued by the sect. For instance, during his aerial battle with the bandits, had he wished to wield the Liang sword, he would have had to utilize the sect's low-grade flying sword for flight, while he found the seized flying dagger from that encounter unappealing. Lastly, he intended to purchase various talismans, attack talismans, defensive talismans, and enemy-binding talismans, to bolster his arsenal. Having made up his mind, Wu Fan rose and stepped outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, he summoned his flying sword, which transformed into a streak of light and soared away. 2 days later, Wu Fan returned from Changyang Market, seated cross-legged on his bed, gazing at the 2 items in his possession with a smile gracing his face. The first was a flying sword, entirely silver, through which he could feel a gentle breeze swirling around. This high-grade magical artifact, known as the Gale Sword, lacked formidable offensive capabilities and was not as resilient as the Liang sword. However, its sole capability lies in its remarkable speed, which can be considered a form of flying artifact. Of course, in terms of velocity, it pales in comparison to the Cloud Mist vessel. The second item is a piece of inner armor, crafted from golden cicada silk, known as the golden cicada armor. This high-tier defensive artifact is a delicate shade of pale gold, soft and comfortable against the skin, and its close fit renders it quite discreet while providing commendable protection. In the subsequent days, Wu Fan first refined these 2 artifacts, then he entered a small space to commence his cultivation. 3 days prior to the grand competition, Wu Fan concluded his training and emerged from the small space. In the following 3 days, he sought information regarding the upcoming competition, after which he patiently awaited its commencement. Chapter 51, The Outer Sect Competition, Part 3, 3 days swiftly passed. This morning, the Qingfeng sect was particularly lively, with numerous cultivators soaring through the sky. Their forms transformed into brilliant streaks of light. Some traveled in groups of 2 or 3, while others ventured alone, all heading towards the inner sect. Typically, outer sect disciples are prohibited from entering the inner sect at will. However, the attending disciples are exempt from this rule, as they possess tokens allowing them unrestricted access. Within the inner sect stands a majestic peak known as Dozhan Peak, named for the grand competition held there every 5 years. This location also serves as a battleground for disciples during regular contests. Fighting is generally forbidden within Qing sect, but should conflicts arise among fellow disciples, they may resolve their disputes here, merely needing to report to the elder guarding the peak, who will also serve as a referee to prevent any injuries. At the summit of Dojan Peak lies a valley, above which is a vast platform. This platform is adorned with 10 arenas, surrounded on 3 sides by densely packed seating arranged in tiers that ascend towards the heavens. On the opposite side of the expansive platform, there are fewer than 100 chairs, reserved exclusively for elders in the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, the seating areas were already filled with several thousand cultivators, who were animatedly conversing, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Yet, some appeared disheartened, occasionally emitting sighs. Indeed, this competition brought joy to some and sorrow to others. Those with profound cultivation were eagerly rubbing their hands in anticipation, while those of lesser ability wore expressions of despair, feeling they once again lacked the opportunity to enter the inner sect. The area designated for the elders remained conspicuously vacant, indicating that they had yet to arrive. Just then, 3 streaks of light appeared in the distance, revealing themselves to be Wu Fan, Zhou Yu, and Bai Xiaowen. Haha, Brother Zhou, Junior Brother Wu, I finally saved enough spirit stones to purchase a high-tier magical artifact from the Changyang market. This time, I am determined to enter the inner sect. If I could catch the eye of any elder, that would be even better, Bai Xiaowen exclaimed exuberantly to Zhou and Wu. Zhou Yu rolled his eyes, scoffing dismissively, and retorted, there are over 600 high-level Qi refinement cultivators in this competition. I don't even have confidence in my ability to enter the inner sect. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen's flying sword wobbled beneath him, and he continued on his way, dejected. Junior Brother Wu, how are you preparing? Do not feel pressured. If you do not enter the inner sect this time, there will still be another opportunity in 5 years, as long as you are under 30. You can participate in the outer sect competition, Zhou Yu said, turning to Wu Fan. Sighing, Wu Fan replied, alas, I lack confidence in myself as well. If I cannot enter the inner sect this time, I shall have to wait for the next opportunity. Look, we've arrived. So many cultivators. Oh, I see Senior Sister Xinyan. She is as beautiful as ever. Haha, look over there. It's Senior Sister Jingyao and Senior Sister Zhira. Oh my, I even spotted Senior Sister Lingwei. I can guarantee that she will definitely rank in the top 3. Senior Sister Lingwei is truly stunning. If she could be my dual cultivation partner, I would wake from dreams with a smile. Bai Xiaowen's face was flushed with desire, and he wiped away some drool absent-mindedly. Wu Fan and Zhou Yu exchanged eye rolls simultaneously. Wu Fan observed that the vast square was already filled with over 1,000 people. The female cultivators were noticeably fewer, numbering only 500 or 600. Each of them resembled celestial maidens, sitting gracefully like flowers vying for attention, each possessing her own unique charm. Even Wu Fan, with his character, found himself captivated by the scene before him. He too spotted the illustrious Senior Sister Lingwei, who was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin was as delicate as cream, her face akin to a peach blossom, and her bright eyes sparkled. Dressed in a flowing pale yellow gown, she resembled a colorful butterfly amidst the crowd. It seemed that Senior Sister Lingwei sensed someone gazing at her. She turned her eyes towards Wu Fan, who, feeling his cheeks flush, hurriedly averted his gaze. Noticing Wu Fan's reaction, Senior Sister Lingwei furrowed her brows and turned her head away as well. After the trio found a vacant spot in the square and settled down, Zhou Yu remarked, in just an hour, the competition will commence, and the elders should be arriving soon. As time passed, more disciples gathered, swiftly filling the seats. At that moment, streaks of escaping light appeared in the sky, flying in clusters with incredible speed, their formidable auras palpable. They headed directly for the elders' seats, landing gracefully in their chairs. Among them were middle-aged men, elderly individuals with white hair, and strikingly beautiful young women. Some engaged in conversations with nearby cultivators, while others simply closed their eyes to meditate. Indeed, these individuals were all foundational stage cultivators. Upon their arrival, the square fell silent, and the disciples displayed a considerable degree of restraint. Wu Fan was equally astonished upon seeing so many foundational stage elders. He had never encountered such a multitude before. The overwhelming presence of their auras made his heart race. The Daxia kingdom is vast, yet foundational stage cultivators are exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. It is challenging to catch a glimpse of them, as those who reach such levels are typically devoted to the pursuit of immortality, spending their days in secluded meditation and rarely venturing out. Since entering the world of cultivation, Wu Fan had only seen one foundational stage cultivator, Elderly, who had brought him to the mountain. Previously, Wu Fan had inquired about Elderly, a formidable cultivator at the mid-foundation level, who held a prestigious position within the Qing sect. The reason for his esteemed status lies in the fact that Elderly is a master alchemist, renowned for his exceptional pill-refining skills that rank among the finest in the entire Xia country's cultivation realm. He is one of the elders of the Danding Peak. The first time Wu Fan encountered Elder Li, he was purchasing a rare medicinal herb, seemingly preparing to concoct a crucial elixir in haste. On his return journey, Elder Li fortuitously brought Wu Fan along, making him a benefactor in Wu Fan's life. At this moment, more than half of the elders had already taken their seats. And after a meticulous search, Wu Fan finally spotted Elder Li in the front row, engaged in light-hearted conversation with another individual. The two elders appeared to be sharing a jovial exchange while occasionally glancing towards the outer disciples. Yet Elder Li remained oblivious to Wu Fan's presence. Chapter 52, The Outer Sect Competition, Part 4. As time passed, the elder seats were almost entirely filled, with approximately 70 Foundation establishment elders in attendance. Suddenly, a golden streak of light soared from the horizon, gradually halting above the Foundation establishment elders. As the light dissipated, an elderly man emerged, appearing to be in his 70s. With white hair and beard, a ruddy complexion, and adorned in a moon-white robe. At first glance, he resembled an ethereal immortal, exuding an aura of otherworldliness. Standing solemnly in the sky, he commanded a palpable authority. As the elder gazed down at the crowd below, the more than 70 Foundation establishment cultivators immediately rose to their feet, bowing deeply in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect master." Following suit, the over 1,000 disciples below also stood up, bowing collectively while calling out, "We pay our respects to the sect master." Although Wu Fan had never met the sect master, he hurriedly followed the crowd in bowing to the elder. The elder surveyed the assembly and then spoke, "Everyone, please rise." "Thank you, sect master." The crowd responded in unison. The elder showed no intention of descending to the ground. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the Foundation establishment cultivators and declared, "Today marks the outer sect competition held every 5 years. I urge all elders to carefully observe these disciples, ensuring that no promising talent is overlooked, as those selected for the inner sect will become the backbone of our Qing sect in the future. We will faithfully adhere to the sect master's decree," the Foundation establishment elders replied in chorus. The elder then addressed the outer sect disciples, saying, "Disciples, you must perform to the best of your abilities today. Those who succeed in entering the inner sect will receive our utmost support, and exceptional performers will be rewarded by the sect. Now, let the competition commence." Upon finishing his words, he took flight, departing from the battle peak before the disciples could respond. After the elder had left, a middle-aged man in his 40s stepped forward from the Foundation establishment elder area. He announced, "Disciples, I am Rue Yuan from Yuhua Peak. You may call me Elder Rue. Today marks the outer sect competition held once every 5 years. Before we begin, I will outline the rules of the competition. As in previous years, all participants will be divided into 10 platforms for dueling, competing in pairs until 100 champions are determined. These 100 disciples will be selected as inner sect disciples. Additionally, those who perform exceptionally well may be accepted as disciples by the elders." He paused for a moment, surveying the crowd before continuing, "Ultimately, the top 100 disciples will continue to compete to determine the top 10. These top 10 will engage in a round-robin battle, with specific rules to be detailed after the top 10 are established. Furthermore, the top 10 will receive rewards from the sect. Thus, I hope everyone will give their utmost effort. During the competition, please refrain from inflicting serious harm on opponents or harming fellow disciples. Should such misconduct occur, those responsible will face severe penalties, ranging from 5 years of seclusion for reflection to the complete forfeiture of their cultivation and expulsion from Qing sect. This time, over 1,600 disciples participated in the grand competition. Before the contest commenced, everyone drew lots to select their respective arenas, followed by a second draw to determine their opponents. For instance, the disciple who drew number 1 would face the one who drew number 2. The third would compete against the fourth, and so forth. Any disciple who did not fully comprehend the competition rules could refer to the stone tablets located around the square, where detailed explanations were provided. The draw was about to begin, and in half an hour, all 10 arenas would commence the official matches simultaneously. After the middle-aged cultivator finished speaking, he turned and strode away. At that moment, all the disciples below surged toward the arenas, where wooden barrels had been prepared, containing over 1,000 bamboo slips. "Brother Zhou, junior brother Wu, we should hurry as well. I wonder which arena I will draw. Heaven, please grant that I do not end up in the arena of those formidable cultivators," Bai Xiaowen exclaimed, raising his hands in a gesture of supplication towards the sky. Both Wu Fan and Zhou Yu rolled their eyes in unison. At this point, Brother Zhou suggested, "Let us go as well. I merely hope that the 3 of us are not placed in the same arena." Wu Fan, Zhou Yu, and Bai Xiaowen exchanged knowing smiles before heading towards the arenas. Upon Wu Fan's arrival at the arena, he noticed that the bamboo slips in the barrel had dwindled significantly. He casually drew one, which bore the number 8. Wu Fan realized he had been assigned to the 8th arena. He then made his way to the designated area, where he found over 100 cultivators queuing to draw lots. After a careful glance, he did not see Zhou Yu or Bai Xiaowen. indicating that the three of them had indeed been allocated to different arenas. Standing in place for a while, Wu Fan waited until the crowd thinned before approaching the barrel again. He retrieved another bamboo slip, which displayed the number 86. He understood that he would be competing against the disciple who drew number 85, but since there were still over 80 individuals ahead of him, he returned to his seat with the slip in hand. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen returned as well. Zhou Yu inquired, "Junior brother Wu, which arena do you belong to?" "I am in arena number 8, brother Zhou." "What about you and brother Bai?" "I am in arena 6, and junior brother Bai is." "I am in arena 9. Haha, I just glanced at the disciples in arena 9 and did not spot any of those renowned formidable figures. My chances of making it into the top 100 are quite promising." Bai Xiaowen joyfully brandished his bamboo slip, clearly oblivious to the fact that he had interrupted the conversation. Half an hour later, as all participants had drawn their slips, those holding number 1 and number 2 were the only ones remaining in the arena, while the rest descended. At this point, the duel among the cultivators in the 10 arenas officially commenced. As Wu Fan conversed with Zhou and Bai, he kept a keen eye on the battles below, eager to discern the differences in strength between his fellow disciples and himself. After observing for a while, Wu Fan felt a renewed sense of confidence. Thus, it continued until the afternoon, when finally it was Wu Fan's turn to take the stage. He gracefully descended onto the arena, riding his flying sword. At this moment, a male cultivator stood upon the platform, roughly the same age as Wu Fan, possessing a cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. The moment the man cast a glance at Wu Fan and discerned his superior cultivation, disappointment momentarily crossed his face, soon replaced by a stubborn resolve. He introduced himself, saying, "I am Feng Xiu. May I inquire your esteemed name, senior brother?" Wu Fan replied, "I am Wu Fan. I welcome your guidance, junior brother." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed the blazing sun sword. Feng Xiu also summoned his own flying sword, albeit a mid-grade magical artifact. The two swords collided with a resounding boom. At the instant Wu Fan released his sword, he expertly formed a hand seal, summoning a flurry of wind blades that surged forth with remarkable speed. Wu Fan's proficiency in releasing wind blades was unparalleled, a result of years spent honing these fundamental spells within a confined space, achieving mastery, while others lacked the luxury of such time. Most cultivators preferred to dedicate their efforts toward enhancing their cultivation levels, often neglecting the refinement of basic spells, content if they could merely reach minor accomplishments. Seeing his sword deflected, Feng Xiu was taken aback. In a flurry, he hastily conjured a small shield to block the incoming wind blades, intending to protect himself before devising a further strategy. With a sharp hiss, the wind blade struck the shield, but as he summoned the shield, Wu Fan had already unleashed 3 or 4 more wind blades, while his flying sword charged toward him from behind. Realizing the overwhelming strength of his opponent, Feng Xiu understood he was defeated. He had underestimated the swiftness of Wu Fan's wind blades. "I concede." As Feng Xiu cried out, Wu Fan's sword halted, and the remaining wind blades were successfully intercepted by the small shield. Feng Xiu cupped his fists in a gesture of respect towards Wu Fan and, with a heavy heart, descended from the stage. After concluding the duel, Wu Fan also returned to his place. Chapter 53, Outer Sect Competition, Part 5. Upon returning to his seat, Wu Fan noticed the astonished expression on Bai Xiaowen's face. "When did you acquire such a high-grade flying sword, junior brother Wu? And how did you master the wind blade technique? It seems you have already perfected it. Truly remarkable." Zhou Yu also gazed at Wu Fan with astonishment, though he remained silent, as Bai Xiaowen had already articulated all that he wished to express. "Ahem, it was merely a casual practice," Wu Fan replied somewhat ambiguously. "Casual practice?" Bai Xiaowen rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical. "And what of the flying sword?" "I purchased it with the spirit stones I earned from completing tasks," Wu Fan explained. "What kind of task yields such a wealth of spirit stones? Every little bit adds up." While Wu Fan chatted with Bai Xiaowen and Zhou Yu, his gaze remained fixed on the battles taking place until dusk, when a middle-aged elder announced the conclusion of the day's competition, stating that it would resume the following morning. The three of them returned to their lodgings, awaiting the next day's events. Both Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen had performed exceptionally well in their matches, and Bai Xiaowen took great pride in his victories. On the second day, Wu Fan found himself on the arena facing a female cultivator. She was relatively attractive, albeit somewhat diminutive in stature, yet she possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. The outcome of the battle was never in doubt. Wu Fan emerged victorious once more. On the third day, Wu Fan finally encountered a higher-level cultivator, a male practitioner at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Yet again, the result remained unchanged, as Wu Fan effortlessly defeated him using his solar sword and basic spells, prompting the opponent to concede. By the 4th day, Wu Fan was aware that it was the day to determine the top 100 participants. He arrived early at the fighting peak, where only 200 disciples remained. These individuals exhibited a range of emotions. Some were anxious, fearing the possibility of facing formidable opponents and thus jeopardizing their chances of entering the inner sect, while others were filled with anticipation, believing in their profound cultivation and eager to impress the elders for a chance at greater fortune. Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen had also persevered thus far, indicating that they had been fortunate indeed. Throughout the previous days of competition, those who remained on the arena were all advanced Qi refinement cultivators, prompting Wu Fan to heighten his focus. On this day, the foundation-building elders were equally vigilant, employing their spiritual senses to scrutinize each disciple. Should they encounter a promising candidate, they would commit the name to memory, seeking to recruit them before other elders could stake their claim. Wu Fan, too, decided to no longer suppress his cultivation level, revealing his prowess at the 8th layer. Fearing that should he enter the inner sect, he might struggle to justify his cultivation status. An hour later, Wu Fan finally took to the stage, where he faced an opponent, a male cultivator at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Without exchanging a word, the man summoned his flying sword, and Wu Fan swiftly responded in kind, unleashing 3 fireballs towards his adversary. The man opposite wielded his flying sword, engaging in a fierce duel with the blazing sun sword. Suddenly, he tapped his storage bag, and a shield materialized before him. He then produced a short spear, aiming it directly at Wu Poku. Caught off guard by the presence of another magical artifact, Wu Fan swiftly reacted, summoning a binding rope from his own storage bag, which flew towards his opponent. Simultaneously, he unleashed 5 or 6 wind blades targeting the short spear. After a thunderous clash, the wind blades intercepted the spear, while the binding rope circumvented the shield and ensnared the man. Thus, the battle concluded swiftly. "Your skills are commendable," Wu Fan remarked as he retrieved the binding rope and the blazing sun sword. The man, now with a gloomy expression, glared at Wu Fan before scoffing and departing. Within the foundational elders area, several elders observed the skirmish. This young man possesses some merit. He concluded his duel faster than anyone across the 10 arenas. Indeed, this little fellow has honed his spellcasting to an impressive level, a rarity indeed. If his spiritual roots are of exceptional quality, I shall gladly take him as a disciple. Elder Huang, I too find this lad quite appealing. Might I inquire if you would consider relinquishing him? Haha, Elder Zhao, so eager to claim him. Let us see whom the young man chooses in the end. At this moment, Elder Li, who had escorted Wu Fan up the mountain, also noticed the scene. Upon seeing Wu Fan, he was momentarily taken aback, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. After a moment of reflection, he recalled that he had indeed brought this young man up the mountain. He was astonished that this boy, with a mixed elemental root, had managed to cultivate to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Elder Li pondered this, questioning whether he might have misjudged Wu Fan's potential during their initial assessment. Upon Wu Fan's return to the seating area, he noticed that Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen were regarding him with expressions of astonishment. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed his cultivation level, Wu Fan braced himself for Bai's inevitable inquiries, given his character. As anticipated, the moment he sat down, Bai Xiaowen began to speak. You. Elder Bai, please hear me out. I did not intentionally conceal my cultivation level. I merely sought to avoid complications while out in the world. I understand you are feeling disheartened, but this is beyond my control. I feared that revealing my true strength would lead you to react as you are now. At this moment, Zhou Yu sighed. Alas, was shitty. To think you would hide, even from us. It is a pity we considered you a brother. I sincerely apologize, Brother Zhou. Wu Fan stood and bowed to both of them. Thus, Wu Fan spent half an hour explaining himself, only to be interrupted by Bai Xiaowen, who was called to compete. Just before Bai took the stage, Wu Fan discreetly slipped a talisman into his hands. Bai Xiaowen, upon inspecting it, cast a grateful glance at Wu Fan before proceeding onto the platform. Bai Xiaowen was fortunate. His opponent was a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement, of the same tier as he. After a grueling and arduous contest, he ultimately emerged victorious, albeit with a few minor injuries. Nevertheless, excitement flickered in his eyes as he finally achieved his long-cherished dream of entering the inner sect. Not long after, Zhou Yu took to the stage. Possessing a cultivation level of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, he had always exhibited formidable strength and, in due course, secured victory in his match as well. Thus, the 3 of them successfully gained admission into the inner sect, and their previous grievances dissipated in the wake of their shared joy. Once all competitions concluded, the top 100 disciples, under the envious gaze of their fellow cultivators, were summoned to the arena for a redraw of opponents. Setting the stage for the contest to determine the top 50, Wu Fan drew number 18, which meant he would compete relatively early. After 3 hours, it was finally Wu Fan's turn to take the stage. Before him stood a female cultivator, also at the 8th level of Qi refinement, whose striking beauty was accentuated by her long legs, drawing attention effortlessly. With an alluring smile, she coyly remarked, "Senior brother, could you possibly grant me a favor? Your junior sister is very eager to win this match." Chapter 54, The Outer Sect Competition, Part 6. I too aspire to triumph in this contest. My apologies to you. Junior sister, declared Wu Fan as he readied himself for battle. Upon hearing his words, the woman let out a cold snort, her expression darkening. Very well, then. Show me your true abilities, she retorted, unleashing a crimson silk ribbon that spiraled around before hurtling towards Wu Fan. Wu Fan swiftly retrieved a binding spirit rope from his storage pouch, which soared forth to entwine with the ribbon. The two magical artifacts engaged in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Wu Fan chanted a spell, and his blazing sun sword transformed into a streak of red light, darting towards the woman with great speed. Yet, he was not finished. Devoid of any sentimentality, he invoked another incantation, summoning a massive ice spear that raced towards her with ferocity. The woman, taken aback by Wu Fan's formidable initial strike, felt a pang of anxiety. In a moment of desperation, she conjured a golden disc, a high-tier defensive artifact. With a thunderous crash, the disc was sent flying by the blazing sun sword, just as the ice spear approached her in a frenzy. In a flurry of panic, she produced a talisman, crushed it in her palm, and a golden light enveloped her form. Yet, the ice spear continued its relentless advance, striking her with a resounding impact, sending her sprawling to the ground. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. I concede, she gasped, struggling to rise while casting a venomous glare at Wu Fan. Wu Fan clasped his fists in respect before waving his arm. The blazing sun sword and binding spirit rope circled back to him. He stored the artifacts and made his way to the spectator's platform, indifferent to the woman's expression. Junior brother Wu, you are truly formidable. You dispatched that beauty in mere moments. How ruthless of you, chided by Xiaowen, shaking his head in disbelief. At that moment, Zhou Yu reprimanded him. Focus on your own affairs. Your turn to compete is approaching. Instead of worrying about others, it would be prudent to rest and recuperate your injuries. Indeed, by Shi Xiao. Aim for the top 50 this time. Your efforts could catch the elder's attention, Wu Fan added in agreement. With this wisdom imparted, Bai Xiaowen acknowledged the advice and began to meditate, consuming medicinal pills. Wu Fan successfully dealt with the loquaciousness of his companion and turned his attention back to the ongoing matches. 2 hours later, it was Zhou Yu's turn to compete. But fortune did not favor him this time. He faced a formidable opponent at the 9th level and ultimately succumbed. Witnessing Zhou Yu descend from the arena, disheartened, Wu Fan and Bai Xiaowen could only offer words of consolation. After another hour had passed, Bai Xiaowen took to the stage, facing a female cultivator of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Although this female cultivator was not particularly formidable in Wu Fan's eyes, Bai Xiaowen, possessing merely the 7th layer of cultivation, was destined to be defeated. This was not a result of any leniency on his part due to her gender. Rather, he simply found himself unable to match her strength. Observing Bai Xiaowen's woeful expression, Wu Fan felt a twinge of sympathy, yet he could not suppress a chuckle. As he watched the competition unfold, it became evident that Bai Xiaowen was being thoroughly overwhelmed, and within mere minutes, he cried out for surrender. Given his performance, it would indeed be a miracle if any elder were to take him as a disciple. Upon returning to the seating area, Wu Fan, unable to contain his concern, began to offer words of comfort to Bai Xiaowen, who was too engrossed in his own thoughts to pay him any mind, as he was still reeling from his own defeat. As darkness enveloped the sky, all disciples concluded their matches, marking the end of the day's competitions. The 50 victors departed early for their accommodations to recuperate and restore their spiritual energy, as the following day would determine the top 25. Wu Fan and his companions also returned via flying swords, and before parting, each assured him they would attend his match the next day to lend their support. Wu Fan responded with a smile and a nod. On the following day, the arena was left with only the final 50 participants. Wu Fan had previously consulted the stele containing the competition rules, which stated that the matches for the top 50 would occur on the same platform. He drew number 8, with only 3 matches preceding his own. Thus, he required no extensive preparation and simply returned to the seating area to await his turn. Time passed swiftly, and after an hour, Wu Fan ascended the arena. At that moment, a male cultivator approached him from across the platform. This man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, was short in stature, with slanted eyes and uneven teeth, rendering him quite unattractive. However, he possessed the impressive cultivation of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, making him the strongest opponent Wu Fan had encountered thus far. As the diminutive man took the stage, he greeted Wu Fan with a peculiar grin before suddenly producing 2 black, curved hooks from his hands, both of which were high-grade magical artifacts. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, having never before seen a pair of magical artifacts wielded together. The male cultivator hurled the hooks at Wu Fan, who watched as they spiraled through the air, emitting a faint black glow and traveling at remarkable speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Fan swiftly retrieved the Sunfire Sword and the binding spirit rope from his storage pouch. The Sunfire Sword darted towards one of the hooks, while the binding spirit rope lunged directly at the male cultivator. Following this, Wu Fan unleashed 3 wind blades targeting the other hook. resulting in a series of explosive collisions as both hooks were simultaneously thwarted by the wind blades and the Sunfire sword. Meanwhile, the binding spirit rope circumvented the hooks, racing towards the male cultivator, who, upon witnessing the rope's swift approach, was struck with astonishment. He had not anticipated that even with his 2 high-grade magical artifacts, he would be unable to fend off all of his opponent's attacks, as the rope surged past his defenses toward him. Without further ado, the male cultivator swiftly struck his storage pouch, summoning a dark, imposing shield to shield himself. However, he was taken aback when the rope paused momentarily before his shield, only to then adhere to it and curl around to his rear, continuing its assault towards him. The cultivator, momentarily dazed, found himself pondering his next move. But by the time he gathered his wits, it was too late. The rope had ensnared him completely, binding him tightly. He felt his magical energy come to a halt, unable to muster even a flicker of power. In desperation, he shouted, "I concede. I yield." Upon concluding the battle, Wu Fan stowed away his magical instrument and soared towards the platform. After Wu Fan's victory, an uproar erupted among the disciples on the platform. As they gazed at Wu Fan, expressions of astonishment filled their eyes. Who is this fellow disciple? I do not recall ever seeing him before. How could a formidable 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator be so decisively overpowered? And to conclude the fight so swiftly is truly astonishing. This senior brother has been under my observation for several days. He consistently opts for swift resolutions, and few peers stand as his equals. I have not encountered him in the outer sect. I wonder when he joined our ranks. Alas, it is a pity that I spent the past few days watching other arenas and failed to notice this senior brother, missing out on such an exhilarating duel. I crossed paths with this senior brother 2 years ago in the outer sect scripture pavilion, but I distinctly remember him being only a 5th-layer cultivator at that time. How could he possibly have advanced to the 8th layer? Am I mistaken? Such rapid progress in merely 2 years seems improbable. I believe this senior brother is almost certain to secure a place within the top 10. Truly, he is the envy of many. Chapter 55, The Outer Sect Competition, Part 7. With the prowess of this senior brother, it is certain that elders will be eager to take him as their disciple, which indeed evokes profound envy. The disciples in the viewing area were engaged in fervent discussions, occasionally casting glances at Wu Fan, each expression reflecting a distinct sentiment. Some were envious, others jealous, wary, or even admiring. Yet, among them were a few gazes that brimmed with animosity, belonging to those whom he had bested in prior contests. Meanwhile, voices arose in the elders section of the Foundation establishment stage. "Ha ha, Elder Huang, I have my eyes set on this disciple. Humph. Let us see who claims him in the end. I suggest you two refrain from squabbling for now. If this lad secures a spot in the top 3, it may well be he who chooses his master. Besides, we remain unaware of his spiritual root and constitution. Why the rush?" Feeling the weight of the attention upon him, Wu Fan experienced a tinge of discomfort. He had never been the focus of such scrutiny before, and unease began to settle in. Thus, he spent that day observing the competition. The following day, Wu Fan arrived early, seated in a meditative posture, quietly cultivating his energy. Today, the number of cultivators gathered to watch had noticeably increased, for it was the day of the final contest. The remaining 25 contestants, all formidable in their own right, eagerly anticipated their chance to surge into the top 10. Wu Fan felt no trepidation about entering the top 10, only he knew of his hidden trump card. Time swiftly passed, and with the authoritative call of the middle-aged elder, the competition begins. The 25 remaining participants surged onto the stage. In this round, one disciple would receive a bye. Whoever drew the empty lot would indeed be fortunate. As Wu Fan ascended the platform, he casually drew a bamboo slip. Upon inspection, he found himself momentarily frozen in disbelief. Could it truly be this fortuitous? Turning the slip over, he discovered it still bore no markings, confirming that he had indeed drawn a bye. Elated, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, having conserved a great deal of spiritual energy. With his spirits lifted, he returned to the seating area, prepared to watch the unfolding matches. Before long, 3 hours had elapsed, and only 13 contestants remained on the stage, including Wu Fan. Among them were 4 female cultivators and 9 male cultivators. Of the remaining 12, 3 particularly caught Wu Fan's attention. One was a man in his late 20s, strikingly handsome and skilled in a technique involving 3 flying swords. Wu Fan had been observing him closely over the past few days. Like Wu Fan, he had consistently triumphed in just a few exchanges. This male cultivator was named Chen Yi, a peak 9th-layer Qi refining practitioner, and Wu Fan recalled that Bai Xiaowen had previously mentioned him. The second individual is a remarkably imposing man, wielding a formidable black hammer. Upon observation, Wu Fan deduces that he is a physical cultivator, a kind of practitioner who emphasizes the enhancement of the physical body to render it as impenetrable as a defensive artifact. Possessing immense strength, engaging in combat with a physical cultivator necessitates maintaining distance. Otherwise, one may find themselves in considerable trouble. This man is named Hao Yu, a peak practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, previously mentioned by Xiaowen. The final participant is senior sister Ling Wei, who captures Wu Fan's attention not merely for her striking beauty, but for her undeniable prowess as a formidable practitioner, also at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the 10th. At just over 20 years of age, it is evident that her talent is extraordinarily exceptional. At this moment, the middle-aged elder named Rue Yuan approaches, casting a glance over the 13 individuals present. He then announces, the forthcoming matches will adopt a round-robin format. With the following rules, each participant has one opportunity to challenge another. The selected practitioner cannot refuse the duel. Once a match concludes, no one may challenge the defeated practitioner until the next round begins. A participant who endures 3 consecutive losses will be eliminated, and rankings will be determined accordingly. The order of challenges will be decided by drawing lots. After a brief pause, Elder Rue Yuan surveys the 13 once more and proclaims, "Let the contest commence." He then retreats to his previous position. On the stage, the 13 participants, having drawn their bamboo sticks, retreat to the edges of the platform, with Wu Fan holding the 6th stick. At this juncture, the male practitioner with the first stick strides to the center of the stage, surveying the crowd before pointing toward a female practitioner who possesses an 8th level Qi refinement. Her relatively modest cultivation level indicates that luck has played a role in her progression thus far. Upon realizing she has been chosen first, the young woman's fair complexion reddens with indignation, and with a haughty snort, she ascends the stage. The two begin to engage in combat. She wields twin short guns, while he brandishes a long knife. Their strengths are closely matched, resulting in a fiercely contested exchange. As time passes, the young woman ultimately succumbs to defeat, while the man, panting heavily, retreats to the edge of the platform to sit cross-legged and recuperate his energy. At this moment, a female practitioner holding the second bamboo stick ascends the stage, promptly selecting the man who has just finished his match. Upon realizing he has been chosen, his expression darkens with frustration, exclaiming in indignation at the perceived underhandedness of the challenge. With his internal energy depleted and ill-suited for further combat, he finds himself at the mercy of the situation. The woman, fully aware of his predicament, hastens to engage him, aiming for a swift resolution. The outcome is devoid of suspense. The man cannot withstand the onslaught for even a quarter of an hour before he succumbs, dejectedly exiting the stage. However, he is afforded a respite, as per the rules. No one may challenge him during this round. After 5 consecutive matches, no one dared to challenge Wu Fan, which was hardly surprising. Anyone who had witnessed Wu Fan's prowess in combat understood the extent of his abilities. No fool would dare provoke him. In the 6th match, Wu Fan ascended the stage and casually pointed to a man who possessed a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, an impressive skill level in its own right. However, Wu Fan had no alternative, as most of the weaker opponents had already been challenged by others. Having observed this man's previous matches, Wu Fan considered his strength to be rather average, hence he called him to the stage. Upon realizing he was being challenged by Wu Fan, the man was immediately taken aback, his expression shifting to one of despondency. Yet, with no option available, he reluctantly stepped onto the stage. Once there, he candidly addressed Wu Fan, stating, "Senior brother Wu, I have witnessed your matches and know well that I am not your opponent. Therefore, I concede this match." After bowing slightly to Wu Fan, he exited the arena. His decision to concede so promptly was entirely reasonable. Engaging in a contest when defeat was inevitable would only result in the needless depletion of his inner energy. Preserving his strength for the next round was indeed a prudent choice. After the man conceded, Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, but soon shook his head with a smile and returned to the edge of the stage. Chapter 56, The Outer Sect Grand Competition, Part 8. As the matches concluded one by one, only the final 10 contestants remained in the arena, representing the top 10 disciples. Among the 3 eliminated, there were 2 males and 1 female. The first female cultivator to take the stage was ultimately the first to be eliminated, followed by a male who had barely settled in before being challenged, and a young man of the 8th level, whose prowess was the least impressive among the 13. Among the top 10 cultivators, some had faced 2 defeats, while others had suffered a single loss. Currently, only 4 individuals remained undefeated: Wu Fan, Chen Yi, Hao Yu, and Ling Wei. At that moment, thousands of disciples seated in the stands were engaged in fervent discussions. Some expressed their excitement, while others gazed at the 10 finalists with envy. It was common knowledge that these 10 would certainly be taken under the wing of the elders and receive rewards from the sect. To claim that no one felt jealousy would be a falsehood. I never expected junior brother Wu to be hiding such depths. His strength is truly formidable. Managing to break into the top 10, Zhou Yu remarked, his face reflecting disbelief as he looked at Wu Fan in the arena. He once deceived us so thoroughly, and we foolishly regarded him as a brother. However, the stronger Wu brother becomes, the better. Ideally, he will secure a place in the top 3. If he chooses a powerful master, he will have a solid backing, and with him around, our lives in the inner sect will be much more favorable. by Xiaowen added with a playful grin. Meanwhile, in the elders section, one elder mused, "This fellow named Chun Yi is quite impressive. It seems he is on the verge of breaking through to the 10th level. His adept use of 3 flying swords indicates a strong mental acuity." Another elder remarked, "I find Ling Wei to be remarkable. At such a young age, she has cultivated to the peak of the 9th level, suggesting her innate talent must be exceptional. Haha. Fairy Lingyun, I suspect you wish to take this girl under your wing at Miaoying Peak. It is widely known that no elder would compete with you for her, given that your peak only accepts female disciples." Giggling, "Then I shall graciously accept your appreciation, esteemed elders. I find that young man how you rather appealing. A cultivator should hone the physical body, for strength is the true path to mastery," interjected a robust middle-aged man with a bald head, his imposing stature suggesting he was a practitioner of physical cultivation. "Humph, Elder Time Man. Do not presume that your status as a body cultivator grants you the right to look down upon others. The cultivation world is vast. Yet I have yet to meet a body cultivator bold enough to claim supremacy over it. What's this? Elder Fan wishes to challenge me? Very well. If it's a contest you desire, I fear you not. Enough of your bickering. With so many elders present, do you not fear ridicule? Ladies and gentlemen, I must say that the young man named Wu Fan is quite impressive. Despite his youth, he possesses considerable strength. I believe it is indeed possible for him to break into the top 3. Indeed, Elder Sun speaks with great wisdom. I, too, find this young lad quite impressive. Observing his age, which appears to be just over 20, it is no small feat for him to have cultivated to the 8th level of Qi refining. On the competition stage, fierce duels were ongoing. Among the top 10 contenders, 7 were men and 3 were women. At this moment, it was Chun Yi engaged in combat with a male cultivator. I observed that Chun Yi was indeed formidable. He deftly manipulated 3 flying swords, his expression remaining completely impassive. His control was so adept that he wielded his weapons with remarkable ease, indicating that his spiritual consciousness was certainly extraordinary. I believed I could not achieve such mastery. With my current level of spiritual awareness, I could manage only 3 magical artifacts at best, and handling a 4th would be utterly impossible. Even while controlling 3 artifacts simultaneously, I could not maintain the same composure as Chun Yi. It is said that foundational period cultivators can effortlessly manipulate 6 or 7 artifacts at once, which is truly impressive. Spiritual consciousness resides within the sea of consciousness of a cultivator, whether they are guiding flying swords, engaging in combat with artifacts, or concocting elixirs. All require this consciousness for support. While some cultivators are naturally endowed with robust spiritual awareness, this is a rarity. Most cultivate their consciousness gradually as their realm ascends. However, in ancient times, there existed secret techniques specifically for the cultivation of consciousness, which seem to have vanished from the contemporary realm of cultivation. At this moment, Chun Yi had rendered his opponent utterly defenseless. Unsurprisingly, after several exchanges, Chun Yi emerged victorious. The next match featured Hao Yu against another male contestant. Upon entering the arena, Hao Yu's imposing stature radiated an aura of tremendous valor, while his opponent displayed a look of trepidation, his gaze flickering nervously. Internally, he wrestled with the decision to fight or withdraw. Having observed Hao Yu's previous battles, it was evident that most opponents ended their contests in injury, and now, after 2 consecutive losses, he faced the prospect of elimination if he chose not to engage. Ultimately, after a moment of internal conflict, he resolved to participate, believing that even if injured, it would be more honorable than conceding defeat outright. The outcome, however, held no suspense. Within a quarter of an hour, the man was severely injured and subsequently removed from the arena. At this juncture, only 8 competitors remained, with Wu Fan being the sole cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining, yet none dared to underestimate him. The subsequent match pitted senior sister Ling Wei against a male cultivator. As senior sister Ling Wei entered the arena, she exuded an enchanting presence. Clad in a flowing pale yellow gown, her delicate, fair face reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. She wielded a long red silk ribbon, which danced through the air like a spiraling dragon, striking at her male opponent with overwhelming force. He was utterly incapable of retaliating, while she stood poised, calmly observing him and occasionally forming intricate hand seals. Moments later, the man could no longer withstand her assault, becoming ensnared by the ribbon and collapsing to the ground. Since his fall, the 8th position has been bestowed upon him. In the next match, Wu Fan took to the arena, this time selecting a female cultivator. She was around the same age as Wu Fan, approximately 23 or 24 years old, and her name was Jing Yao. She possessed a graceful figure, particularly accentuated by her prominent curves, which caught Wu Fan's gaze more than once, causing a slight flush to bloom on her cheeks. Embarrassed by his lingering stare, she let out a delicate huff and remarked, "Junior brother, have you had your fill of looking? If so, let us commence the competition." Wu Fan, feeling quite awkward at her words and blushing furiously, replied, "Sister, please." Chapter 57, The Outer Sect Grand Competition, Part 9. Thus, the two commenced their duel. The enchanting fairy Jing Yao wielded a silver flying sword, demonstrating commendable prowess. Indeed, those who reached the top 10 were generally no weaklings. Yet, to Wu Fan, this woman appeared rather feeble. He merely unleashed the blazing sun's sword and the binding spirit rope, supplemented with ice spikes and wind blades, compelling her to concede defeat. At this moment, the remaining competitors included the top 6, Wu Fan, Chen Yi, Hao Yu, Ling Wei, and 2 others, 1 male and 1 female. The male, clad in black attire with neatly cropped hair, was named Hao Ran. The female, adorned in a flowing white gown, appeared to be around 23 or 24 years of age. Named Xian Yan, she was strikingly beautiful, though slightly eclipsed by Ling Wei's allure. The ensuing match featured these two contenders, whose strengths were relatively balanced, resulting in a back-and-forth exchange that lasted a full half-hour before a victor emerged. Xian Yan lost the contest. Next, it was Chen Yi's turn to select an opponent. He chose the man named Hao Ran, who had previously challenged Xian Yan, thus adhering to the competition's regulations. Upon realizing that Chen Yi was challenging him, Hao Ran's expression darkened significantly. He understood that retaining his 5th position was already a feat, and he stood no chance against Chen Yi. Nevertheless, he steeled himself for the confrontation, unwilling to concede without a fight. A quarter of an hour later, Hao Ran descended the stage, defeated. The subsequent match was Hao Yu's choice. He stepped onto the stage and, with a grin directed at Wu Fan, remarked, "Junior brother Wu, I have observed many of your matches and recognize your formidable strength. However, today, I regret to inform you that your luck has run out. This match is destined for your defeat. Come forth, allow me to experience the full extent of your mastery, and see if you can breach my defenses. Since senior brother wishes to test my skills, I shall humbly oblige," Wu Fan replied as he ascended the stage, summoning the blazing sun's sword into his grasp. At that moment, Hao Yu brandished a large hammer, gripping it firmly in his right hand, and declared with a smirk, "Junior brother Wu, I am about to launch my assault. You must avoid allowing me to close the distance, or you will find yourself exiting the arena in a severely injured state. Feel free to advance, senior brother. Should I sustain injuries, I shall accept that it is my own inadequacy," Wu Fan retorted, his expression darkening at Hao Yu's excessive banter. Why the unnecessary chatter before the battle? Meanwhile, the 2,000 disciples seated in the audience gazed intently at the duel below, their expressions alight with anticipation. The atmosphere hushed to a profound silence. Bai Shao Wan and Zhou Yu, with clenched fists, also focused on the unfolding clash, whispering fervently their determination to emerge victorious. In the elders section, the attention was equally captivated by the duel, with several elders offering their evaluations. It remained uncertain which of these two young fighters would ultimately prevail. In my opinion, it is undoubtedly Hao Yu who will emerge victorious, unless that Wu Fan possesses some hidden trump card. Absent that, he will surely find himself unable to prevail, even if he has mastered those rudimentary spells to perfection. He simply cannot breach Hao Yu's defenses unless he attains absolute mastery of those basic incantations, which seems implausible. Who possesses the luxury of time to devote to the cultivation of such trivial spells? It is already commendable that Wu Fan has managed to refine these foundational spells to such a level. Elder Bai's words ring true. Indeed, I concur with Elder Bai's assessment. At this moment, Elder Li, who had brought Wu Fan to the mountain, sat in silence, quietly observing. He, too, had not anticipated that the small fry he had casually escorted up the mountain years ago would now be competing for a place among the top 10. With a possibility of advancing even further, though whether he could break into the top 3 remains uncertain. Meanwhile, Wu Fan's expression grew grave, shedding the nonchalance he had displayed in previous matches. He watched as Hao Yu charged towards him, not deploying his magical artifacts for an assault, but instead opting for a close-quarters confrontation. This exemplifies the unique prowess of physical cultivators, who rely on the strength of their bodies to overpower their opponents. Once a physical cultivator closes the distance, the outcome is all but assured. As Hao Yu rushed forward, Wu Fan, wary of underestimating his opponent, swiftly summoned the Sunfire Sword, which spiraled through the air before hurtling towards Hao Yu. To Wu Fan's astonishment, Hao Yu disregarded the incoming weapon entirely, grinning maniacally as he swung his massive hammer towards the Sunfire Sword with tremendous force. The resulting collision echoed loudly, shaking the arena, and the Sunfire Sword was sent soaring into the sky, disappearing from sight. Wu Fan was momentarily stunned, his heart racing in trepidation. Such immense strength was required to achieve this feat. The durability of the Sunfire Sword was remarkable. Had it been an ordinary artifact, that singular strike could have easily shattered it into fragments. Without further contemplation, Hao Yu continued his advance, undeterred by the Sunfire Sword's assault. Wu Fan, reacting swiftly, reached for his storage pouch and unleashed the binding spirit rope, a tool renowned for its efficacy. He was confident that Hao Yu would not evade this strike. As the binding spirit rope approached Hao Yu, ready to ensnare him, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Hao Yu extended his left hand and grasped one end of the rope, effortlessly capturing it. With remarkable agility, he began to whirl his arm before launching the binding spirit rope into the sky with tremendous force, mirroring the fate of the Sunfire Sword. Wu Fan, having engaged in numerous battles, had never encountered such a technique before. Although astonished, he had no time for reflection, as Hao Yu was almost upon him. In that moment, Hao Yu let out a sinister laugh, as if to taunt, "Boy, you are on the brink of serious injury and imminent defeat." At that moment, Wu Fan formed a hand seal with a single hand, and with a swift motion of his arm, he unleashed 5 or 6 blades of wind. Feeling it insufficient, he subsequently conjured several fireballs, culminating in the summoning of a massive ice spear, hoping these spells would impede his adversary's advance. However, upon witnessing these incantations, Hao Yu merely smirked. Suddenly, a layer of dark light emanated from his body, and he positioned his enormous hammer before him, beginning to spin it wildly, the hammer whirling like a fan. With a series of muffled thuds and explosive sounds, Wu Fan observed that nearly all of his spells were deflected by the hammer, with only a few wind blades grazing Hao Yu's form, yet he appeared utterly unscathed. It was astonishing. Wu Fan's mastery of the wind blade technique was such that even a massive boulder could be effortlessly cleaved in two. Yet, Hao Yu stood unharmed, leaving Wu Fan in a state of shock. Before he could ponder further, Hao Yu was already upon him, and with no other option, Wu Fan resolved to deploy his ultimate move. He let out a cold snort, and in that instant, his body trembled as a soft golden radiance suddenly enveloped him, expanding outward to a distance of 10 zhang. At the moment this golden light spread, Hao Yu, who had just approached, abruptly halted, as if immobilized by an unseen force. It seemed as though an immense weight pressed down upon him, forcing him to crouch down slowly. Sweat poured from his brow, and he gritted his teeth in defiance, his eyes betraying a look of terror, devoid of the arrogance he had previously displayed. As a practitioner of physical cultivation, he was holding his ground. But had it been anyone else, they would have been crushed to the ground. Yet, he was slowly beginning to rise. Meanwhile, Wu Fan leisurely approached him, a long sword appearing in his hand, pointed directly at Hao Yu's head. "You have lost." Chapter 58, The Outer Sect Competition, Part 10. After Wu Fan declared "You have lost," he promptly stowed away the golden yuan heavy light and tossed the swift wind sword into his storage bag. Subsequently, he collected the falling sun's sword and binding spirit rope that had descended from the sky. He then slowly made his way back to the edge of the arena. Meanwhile, Hao Yu stood in a state of shock, unable to comprehend his defeat. This was his first loss, and more perplexing was the fact that he could not ascertain the reason behind it. What kind of mystical power had rendered him, a body cultivator, so utterly helpless? Recalling the earlier scene, he felt a lingering dread. It was as if a colossal mountain had pressed down upon him, rendering him incapable of rising. In such a predicament, he could only allow himself to be slaughtered, with no room for resistance. With these thoughts, he gradually rose to his feet and cast a glance at the distant Wu Fan. There was no resentment in his eyes, no bitterness, nor any sense of discouragement from his defeat. He understood that his loss was justified, simply because his opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. Picking up his heavy hammer, he walked slowly back to the sidelines. At that moment, Chen Yi, Ling Wei, Xian Yen, Jing Yao, and Hao Ran, along with the thousands of disciples seated in the stands, were all rendered speechless. They could hardly believe how events had unfolded. Hao Yu had lost. Just moments ago, they had envisioned Wu Fan being severely injured, yet here he stood, unscathed, sword in hand, pointing it at Hao Yu. The contrast was staggering. It was as if they had witnessed Hao Yu rushing to kneel before Wu Fan in a desperate bid for mercy, a speed so swift that it left them momentarily dazed. At this juncture, Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen stood in astonishment, gazing at Wu Fan. Their junior brother appeared to be exceedingly formidable. "Zhou, pinch me. I think I am hallucinating. Did I just see Hao Yu kneel before our junior brother Wu?" Bai Xiaowen remarked, nudging Zhou Yu with his elbow, though his gaze remained fixed below. "Don't touch me. I think I am hallucinating too, just as you saw." Zhou Yu replied. In the Foundation Establishment Elders section, comments arose. "What secret technique is this lad practicing? I have never seen it before. It should not belong to our sect. It resembles the legendary domain powers, yet it does not quite fit. Its potency is far less than what is described in tales. This secret technique may work against qi refining practitioners, but if used against us, it would be of little consequence." "You're talking nonsense. Have you even considered this lad's current cultivation level? If he were to reach the Foundation Establishment stage, do you dare to claim you could withstand this technique? I want this boy. Do not compete with me for him." "Huh. Elder Bai, your thoughts are commendable, but with this secret technique in his arsenal, securing a place in the top 3 is a certainty. Do you think he would choose you as his master?" "Humph. As long as this lad is willing to join my sect, I shall teach him diligently. At such a young age, he has already reached the 8th layer of qi refining. His spiritual roots and physique must be extraordinary. In a few decades, our Xian Peak will surely see the emergence of a Foundation Establishment powerhouse." I addressed Elder Bai, urging him to glance back at the crowd. There are many who share your sentiment. Do not speak as if this young lad has already become your disciple. It remains uncertain to whom he truly belongs. Humph. Irrespective of your attempts to claim this boy, I have already set my sights on Hao Yu. He is the most suitable candidate for cultivating the techniques of Qingtian Peak, and there are no other peaks for him to consider if he wishes to pursue body cultivation. I remarked to Elder Teeman that no one is contesting Hao Yu with you, so there is no need for you to repeatedly remind everyone. Humph, that is for the best. Should anyone dare to vie with me for Hao Yu, they shall not escape my wrath. Hee. Since Brother Teeman has spoken thus, I shall shamelessly lay claim to both Miss Jingyao and Miss Xin Yan for Ling Yun. I interjected. Fairy Ling Yun, you have already chosen Miss Ling Wei. How can you now claim 2 more disciples from the top 10? Does Miaoying Peak truly lack disciples? Is this not a bit excessive? Alas, Brother Zhou, you have misjudged Ling Yun. These 2 maidens are designated for my 2 junior sisters at Miaoying Peak, while I have only accepted Miss Ling Wei. Enough of this bickering. Let us discuss it again after the grand competition concludes. On the arena, the next round of matches commenced with Ling Wei selecting her opponent. As she ascended the stage, Ling Wei greeted Chun Yi with a graceful bow and spoke, Brother Chun Yi, I wish to learn from your sword control techniques in this match. I hope you will show mercy. Haha, since my junior sister wishes to challenge me, I shall not hold back, he replied graciously. This time, Ling Wei chose not to employ any magical artifacts, aside from her long ribbon, as she summoned a sword into her hand. Chun Yi, as usual, unleashed 3 flying swords that surged towards Ling Wei. In response, Ling Wei deftly produced a small shield, tossing it into the air with a flick of her wrist. The shield expanded in the wind, transforming into a massive barrier above her. Consequently, only one of Chun Yi's flying swords continued its relentless assault towards the shield, while the other 2 were deftly intercepted by Ling Wei's ribbon and sword. With a thunderous crash, Chun Yi's last flying sword was likewise deflected. The duel between the 2 was exceptionally intense, making it difficult to determine a victor. However, as time passed, Ling Wei began to falter, ultimately succumbing to defeat in this match. Now, among the 4 participants, only Wu Fan and Chun Yi remained undefeated, while Hao Yu and Ling Wei each faced 1 loss. The next round was Wu Fan's turn to select an opponent. Wu Fan approached the arena, directing his gaze towards the trio. According to the rules, since Chun Yi had just been challenged, Wu Fan could not select him. Moreover, Ling Wei, having just fought, was depleted of her magical energy, and Wu Fan could not bring himself to challenge her. Thus, he turned his attention to Hao Yu, who straightforwardly declared, I concede. Wu Fan shook his head in resignation and returned, while Ling Wei expressed her gratitude with a nod. Thus, this round concluded. In the upcoming match, it was once again up to Chun Yi to select his opponent. He glanced back and forth, uncertain. His choices were limited to Wu Fan or Ling Wei, as Hao Yu had just been chosen by Wu Fan and thus could not be selected again. He felt at a loss regarding whom to choose. Opting for Ling Wei would be awkward since they had just competed against each other, and it would be somewhat embarrassing to challenge her again, especially considering she was a renowned female cultivator. However, if he chose Wu Fan, he lacked the confidence to secure a victory, with thousands of disciples and numerous elders observing. He pondered for a moment before directing his gaze towards Wu Fan. Wu Fan, unfazed, approached the arena and said, Brother Chun Yi, please. Junior brother Wu Fan possesses formidable strength. I can only give my all, Chun Yi replied with a smile. I hope you won't take offense. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Did Chun Yi possess any hidden trump cards aside from his 3 flying swords? It is only natural for a senior brother to exert his full strength. There is nothing to take offense at, Wu Fan responded, then unleashed the blazing sun sword. Chapter 59. The conclusion of the competition. Wu Fan harbored some unconventional thoughts regarding the contest. He pondered whether he could triumph over Chun Yi without resorting to the Jin Yuan Shengguang technique. If not, he would have no choice but to employ it. At that moment, Wu Fan formed a single-handed seal, and the blazing sun sword transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards Chun Yi. Simultaneously, he unleashed the binding spirit rope and grasped the Xian Yi needle in his left hand. Again, he began to form a seal with one hand and muttered incantations under his breath. Suddenly, a massive ice spike materialized in his right hand, also aimed at Chun Yi. Upon witnessing Wu Fan's ferocious onslaught, Chun Yi's expression shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he commanded 3 flying swords to engage Wu Fan's magical artifacts and spells. With a cacophony of thunderous sounds, the 3 flying swords were ultimately repelled by Wu Fan's ice spike. Aware that his blazing sun sword and binding spirit rope could only counter 2 of the enemy's flying swords, Wu Fan realized he had to rely on spells to defend against the last one. His mind raced as he devised a strategy to win the contest without the Jin Yuan Shengguang technique. He concluded that he could continue to unleash spells to impede the remaining flying sword. Given his mastery of spellcasting, his speed was unparalleled, allowing him to conjecture that he could indeed delay the enemy's flying sword momentarily, a feat that would be inconceivable for others. Who could possibly achieve such mastery in foundational spells before reaching their 20s? Abandoning the pursuit of personal advancement to solely hone spells was a notion reserved for fools. Wu Fan aimed to use spells to obstruct the enemy's flying sword just long enough to wait for the opportune moment to silently deploy the Xianyi needle, ultimately securing victory. As the tumultuous sounds reverberated, Wu Fan continued to unleash his spells without pause, sending forth a barrage of fireballs, wind blades, and ice spikes towards the enemy's flying sword. The rapidity of his assault left the spectators in awe. Gradually, the progress of the enemy's flying sword began to falter under the relentless barrage, and amidst the chaos of the spell explosions, Wu Fan discreetly released the Xianyi needle. The success of his plan hinged on this decisive strike. However, just as he focused intently on the unfolding scene, his heart skipped a beat at the sight before him. Chun-Yi, fully engrossed in his attention towards Wu Fan, grinned just as the Xianyi needle neared him. Suddenly, a dagger slipped from his sleeve, revealing itself as a high-grade magical artifact. With a swift motion of his arm, Chun-Yi launched the dagger directly toward the Xianyi needle. In a resounding clash, the needle was thwarted. However, as Chun-Yi released the dagger, his complexion turned pale, a look of agony crossing his face. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Fan stood in stunned disbelief. How could Chun-Yi simultaneously control from magical artifacts? Just how formidable was his spiritual sense to accomplish such a feat? Without much contemplation, Wu Fan's spells lasted but a fleeting moment. At that instant, the opponent's flying sword surged towards him with great velocity. In a hurried attempt, Wu Fan hurled several attack talismans, but despite the resounding explosions, the outcome remained unchanged. The flying sword advanced towards him, and with a sigh in his heart, Wu Fan felt a gentle tremor through his body. Suddenly, a soft golden light emanated from within him, expanding instantaneously to a radius of 10 zhang. In that very moment, the flying sword that had been racing towards Wu Fan abruptly halted in midair, only to plummet with a soft thud to the ground. Quivering as if yearning to take flight again, yet it was doomed to remain earthbound. Simultaneously, 20 zhang away from Wu Fan, several of Chun-Yi's flying swords and daggers also fell to the ground, along with Chun-Yi himself, who collapsed as well. Thus, the contest concluded. Wu Fan regarded Chun-Yi with a sigh, realizing that without employing the Golden Yuan's radiance, he would not have triumphed in this contest. Fortunately, he had mastered this formidable technique. Otherwise, he might not have secured a position among the top 3, and at that point, he would have forfeited the right to choose his master. Wu Fan retracted his divine powers and gathered his magical artifacts before making his way back to the sidelines. As Wu Fan withdrew his powers, Chun-Yi slowly rose, his expression mirroring that of the previously defeated Hao Yu. He finally comprehended why Hao Yu had been so disheveled. The opponent was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Had this technique been employed from the outset, he would have had no means of resistance. Disheartened, he returned to the stands, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. He had harbored a trump card, longing to make a stunning impression with his 4th magical artifact. Yet ultimately, he faced a crushing defeat. The over 2,000 disciples seated in the arena had begun to recover from their astonishment, marveling once again at Wu Fan's display of this technique. In the elders section, however, the elders displayed little emotion, as if they had already anticipated this outcome. The next match would see Ling Wei selecting her opponent. She had no choice but to face Hao Yu, as she could not contend with Chun-Yi and had just witnessed Wu Fan's prowess. Even if she could select Wu Fan, she lacked the confidence to confront him. Ling Wei ascended the stage, casting a glance at Hao Yu before declaring, "Senior brother, please." Hao Yu stepped forward slowly, gazing at the graceful Ling Wei standing on the stage, and replied, "Junior sister, you are not my match. My strikes will surely harm you." After speaking, he glanced back at Wu Fan and added, "Except for Wu senior brother." Ling Wei, incensed by his words, felt her expression darkening. After a moment's thought, she reiterated, "Senior brother, please." She then unleashed a long silk ribbon and summoned a flying sword, while Hao Yu sighed and grasped his hefty hammer. The battle unfolded swiftly, concluding in less than a quarter of an hour. Under Hao Yu's deliberate restraint, Ling Wei sustained only minor injuries, marking the end of the contest. Ling Wei descended from the stage in a daze, acutely aware that she would not be among the top 3. The 3 competitors before her were formidable opponents. And with this realization, she let out a soft sigh. Currently, Hao Yu had lost 2 matches, both of which were against Wu Fan. In a comparison of defeats, he had conceded 1 battle, while Ling Wei had also faced 2 losses, one against Chun-Yi and the other against Hao Yu. Chun-Yi had suffered a single defeat, leaving Wu Fan as the only undefeated contender. At that moment, the middle-aged elder, Rue Yuan, approached the stage, glanced at the competitors, and announced, "Chun-Yi and Hao Yu. You two will face each other in a final match to determine the 2nd and 3rd places." With that, Elder Rue Yuan returned to his position. Everyone present recognized that there was no further need for competition. The strengths and weaknesses of the competitors were already apparent. The only remaining uncertainty lay in the outcome of the battle between Chun Yi and Hao Yu. The two stood ready in the arena. Chun Yi's eyes reflected a hint of concern. Having observed several of Hao Yu's battles, he understood the latter's formidable prowess. Hao Yu was not only physically indomitable, but also possessed immense strength, qualities that Chun Yi could not hope to match. Thus, he resolved to employ his flying sword for ranged attacks, determined to keep his opponent at bay. Only by exhausting Hao Yu's stamina could he hope to secure victory. As the battle commenced, both competitors unleashed their full abilities. However, to the discerning eye, it became evident that Chun Yi was gradually falling behind. It was not long before Hao Yu surged forward, and indeed, half an hour later, the match concluded. Hao Yu proved overwhelmingly powerful. Despite Chun Yi's attempts to control from magical artifacts, he was unable to halt Hao Yu's advance. Ultimately, Hao Yu broke through, and Chun Yi succumbed to defeat in this contest. Chapter 60. Entering the inner gate with the conclusion of the outer sect competition. The top 100 disciples ascended the stage, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the elders. Their eyes shimmered with anticipation, yearning to be chosen by one of the esteemed elders. However, those at the lower ranks had little hope, while the top 10 disciples remained untroubled, confident that they would be taken under the wings of the elders. Among them, the top 3 were the least concerned, for they possessed a coveted privilege, the right to select their own masters. At this moment, the over 2,000 disciples seated were gazing enviously at the 100 individuals on stage. From this day forth, these 100 would be distinguished from the rest, not only in status, but in numerous aspects that evoked envy. When they looked at Wu Fan, Hao Yu, and Chun Yi, their eyes sparkled with fervor. Even wishing to take their places, Wu Fan, too, felt a surge of excitement. After enduring numerous contests, he had finally achieved his goal of entering the top 3 and securing the first position. He no longer needed to fret about his spiritual root or the possibility of not being chosen by an elder. Contemplating this, he instinctively tightened his grip within his sleeves. At last, amidst the eager gazes of the disciples, the Foundation establishment elders descended from their seats and approached the assembly. The middle-aged elder, Rui Yuan, spoke with authority. The 7-day outer sect competition has concluded. The performance of the top 100 disciples has been commendable, and the elders present have taken note. Now, I invite each elder to select their favored disciple. As for you 3, Wu Fan, Hao Yu, and Chun Yi, you may choose your masters now, or take a moment to observe before deciding. After a brief pause, Elder Rui Yuan scanned the gathered disciples and continued. Once the selections are complete, all of you will accompany me to the Ancestor Hall to pay respects to the esteemed predecessors of the Qing sect, where our senior brother will officiate the ceremony. With that, Elder Rui Yuan turned to the elders and smiled. Let the selection begin. Suddenly, a burly, bald man stepped forth from the group of elders, his voice resonant as he fixed his gaze upon Hao Yu. Hao Yu, I am Tai Man of the Qing Peak. Will you be my disciple? Do not hastily refuse. I understand you have the right to choose. But you must realize that within the entire Qing sect, only Qing Peak specializes in the cultivation of the physical path. So, ponder your decision carefully. I am willing. Hao Yu exclaimed without a moment's hesitation, for he had always aspired to cultivate the physical path and had longed to join Qing Peak. Upon hearing this, the bald man nodded in satisfaction, a smile breaking across his rugged visage. At that moment, 3 foundation-building female cultivators emerged from the crowd of elderly individuals. Though they appeared to be in their 30s or 40s, in reality, their ages could easily exceed 1 or 2 centuries. Once cultivators reached the foundation-building stage, their aging process slows significantly, and some female practitioners even master techniques to maintain their youthful appearances. Thus, it is impossible to discern their true ages merely by their looks. One of the women turned to Ling Wei and said, Ling Wei, my dear, I am Elder Ling Yun of the Miaoyin Peak. Would you care to become my disciple? Elder Ling Yun, appearing to be under 40, possessed a dignified and stunning beauty that captivated anyone who beheld her. I am willing to be your disciple, Ling Wei replied, stepping forward to bow respectfully to Elder Ling Yun. Very well, Ling Wei, rise and stand behind me. Elder Ling Yun said with a smile, taking a moment to appraise Ling Wei, nodding in apparent satisfaction with her new apprentice. Then another elder addressed Xian Yan, saying, Xian Yan, my dear, I am also an elder of Miaoyin Peak. Do you wish to become my disciple? Upon hearing this, Xian Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly responded, I am willing. The last of the female elders was more direct. She approached and stated, Jing Yao. I too am an elder of Miaoyin Peak. Why do you not come forth? Jing Yao, already strikingly beautiful, revealed a look of delight upon being called, and after a couple of joyous laughs that accentuated her allure, she dashed towards the elder, exclaiming, I am willing. As she ran, her ample bosom swayed enticingly. At that moment, Elder Rui Yuan laughed heartily. I must ask, dear ladies, have you not considered examining the spiritual roots of these disciples? Are you so eager to take them under your wings? Oh, what is there to examine? If they are already capable of reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement at such a young age, their spiritual roots cannot be lacking. Elder Ling Yun replied with a chuckle. Suddenly, a male elder hurriedly emerged, appearing to be in his 50s. He called out, Wu Fan. I am Elder Huang of Yunhai Peak. Would you like to become my disciple? Wu Fan, hearing this, froze momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. Just as another elder rushed forward. Wu Fan, I am Elder Bai of Chui Yun Peak. Join my sect, and I shall ensure you receive excellent guidance. Then, 3 or 4 more elders stepped forward. Wu Fan, I am Elder Fan of Tianhen Peak. Do you wish to join my sect? Wu Fan, I am Elder Zheng of Chaoxiao Peak. You should come to my sect. I have fewer disciples, and I have ample time to devote to your training. Rest assured, I will instruct you well. Elder Zheng, have you not already accepted 7 or 8 disciples? How can you claim to have few? Wu Fan, come to Guangyun Peak. I have only 3 disciples. At that moment, 5 or 6 elders emerged, all casting their gazes upon Wu Fan. However, before they could utter a word, the astute Rui Yuan hastily interjected, Esteemed elders, please hold on a moment. Do not rush to claim him. This young man, Wu Fan, has secured the first position in the grand competition, granting him the privilege to choose his own master. Should we not first inquire which mountain peak he wishes to ascend? Upon hearing Rui Yuan's words, the elders collectively turned their attention to Wu Fan, awaiting his response in silence. Wu Fan surveyed the assembly of elders, feeling an undeniable tension within him. Never before had he been scrutinized by so many foundational cultivators. The formidable aura emanating from them caused his legs to tremble slightly. He was not a timid individual. Rather, the sheer intensity of their presence was overwhelming. He had never anticipated such a scenario unfolding today. What would these elders think if they were to discover that he possessed a mixed elemental root? Should Wu Fan indeed become a disciple under one of them? It was foreseeable that this master might regret accepting him upon learning of his true nature, potentially neglecting him in the future. Chapter 61. Apprenticeship. Wu Fan realized that he must articulate his intentions, so he spoke up. Disciple wishes to join the Danding Peak. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so foundation establishment elders exchanged glances, then turned their attention to another elder among the crowd. This elder, clad in a moon-white robe, appeared to be around 60, with a rosy complexion and graying hair. He was none other than Elder Li, who had brought Wu Fan to the mountain. At this moment, Elder Li was taken aback, not anticipating that Wu Fan would seek to join his Danding Peak. However, he was aware of Wu Fan's spiritual root condition, which was why he had refrained from following the others outside earlier. Did the lad recognize his own limitations and conclude that he could not progress to the foundation establishment stage, thus seeking to study alchemy under him? Or perhaps he had identified him as the one who brought him to the Qingfeng sect and wished to become his disciple. Elder Li had originally intended to take on a disciple named Chen Yi, whose innate spiritual perception was exceedingly potent, greatly benefiting the study of alchemy. Yet now, Wu Fan sought to be his student, and given the sect's regulations, the top 3 indeed had the authority to choose their masters, leaving Elder Li no choice but to relinquish his desire to take on Chen Yi. Perhaps this was fate, a destined connection between him and Wu Fan. With this thought, he sighed deeply, stepped out of the crowd, and addressed Wu Fan. I am Li Ning, Elder of Danding Peak. Do you still remember me? Disciple remembers. If it were not for your guidance in bringing me to the mountain, I might still be an ordinary mortal. This kindness will forever be etched in my heart. Wu Fan replied, bowing deeply to Elder Li and remaining in that position for an extended moment. Elder Li gazed at Wu Fan for a while, a smile gradually emerging on his face. He could not help but nod gently before uttering the long-awaited words. Wu Fan, do you wish to become my disciple? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's eyes sparkled, and he straightened up, his expression filled with excitement as he declared, Disciple is willing. Elder Li looked at his newly accepted disciple, sighing internally. Why must this disciple possess a mixed elemental spiritual root? Even with my assistance, it would be remarkable if he could reach the peak of Qi refinement. Alas, what a pity. Wu Fan, come to my side. Wu Fan bowed once more to his master and obediently approached him. Meanwhile, the other elders who had hoped to take Wu Fan as their disciple could only sigh in resignation and shake their heads as they departed. They dared not compete with Elder Li for a disciple, for he held a prominent position within the sect. Not only was he a powerful practitioner at the mid-foundation stage, but he was also a distinguished master of alchemy. At that moment, another elder stepped forth from the crowd, a middle-aged male cultivator. Standing there, he resembled a drawn sword, exuding an aura of sharpness, with a long sword slung across his back. Some disciples found it peculiar that this elder carried a sword. Why did he not store it in a spatial pouch? The external disciples remained oblivious to the fact that this elder was, in truth, a sword cultivator. Much like body cultivators, sword cultivators harbor a singular devotion to the blade, dedicating their lives to the pursuit of the sword path. Their offensive prowess is remarkably sharp and formidable, rendering them nearly invincible among peers of the same tier. Upon his arrival, The elder cast his gaze directly at Chun Yi and spoke in a succinct manner, inquiring, Chun Yi, will you come to the sword concealment peak? Numerous foundational elders harbor desires to recruit Chun Yi, yet upon witnessing the emergence of this middle-aged cultivator, they swallowed their words. Chun Yi, eager and exhilarated, promptly stepped forward and bowed to the elder, fully aware of the significance of the sword concealment peak, a realm accessible solely to sword cultivators. It was his fervent aspiration to become one of them. Subsequently, over a dozen elders selected their disciples, while the remaining ones refrained from doing so, perhaps finding no suitable candidates among them. The Qing sect boasted approximately 100 foundational cultivators, some of whom were in secluded meditation or absent from the sect. Ultimately, fewer than 30 elders chose disciples, and the rest departed, returning to their respective abodes. Those unselected disciples were left with expressions of disappointment, realizing they could only aspire to be ordinary inner sect disciples henceforth. At that moment, Elder Ruin approached, surveying the crowd before declaring, "Follow me. The sect leader has sent word and awaits you in the Ancestor Hall." The 100 disciples then soared into the sky alongside Ryuan, accompanied by the fewer than 30 foundational elders. After the vibrant events of the past 7 days, the battle peak finally regained its former tranquility. The Ancestor Hall was perched atop a towering mountain, and from its summit, one could only behold a vast sea of clouds. Atop this mountain lay an expansive plaza, where the 100 disciples stood, facing a grand hall adorned with a colossal plaque emblazoned with the golden characters Ancestor Hall. From within the hall emerged an elder, approximately 70 years of age, who was none other than the current leader of the Qing sect. Upon seeing him, the foundational elders hastened towards him, offering their respects. The elder nodded and instructed, "All foundational elders remain outside. The other disciples, follow me inside." Upon his command, he turned and re-entered, with the 100 disciples closely trailing behind. As they crossed the threshold, they entered a vast hall, measuring several hundred feet in size and soaring to a height of over 10 feet. Standing within this expansive chamber, the disciples felt a profound sense of spaciousness, and before them lay a magnificent offering table. Upon the offering table, numerous memorial tablets were displayed, each inscribed with a distinct black name. In front of the table stood a massive bronze cauldron, within which several half-burned incense candles were inserted, releasing wisps of blue smoke. Above the offering table hung a grand portrait, depicting an elderly man with flowing white hair, clad in a moonlight blue robe, wielding a long sword that rested upon his back, gazing thoughtfully into the distance from a mountain peak. The entire hall exuded an atmosphere of solemnity. At that moment, the elder led the assembly to the offering table. Casting a glance at the gathered individuals, he spoke. "You have successfully advanced to the inner sect through the grand competition, and from this day forth, you shall be recognized as formal disciples of the Qing sect. Before you lies the ancestral hall of our sect. The founder of the Qing sect, Qing Zhenren, established our lineage over 6,000 years ago. The portrait before you depicts our esteemed founder, while the tablets below honor the ancestors of our sect. It is through the protection of these venerable predecessors that our lineage has endured to this day. Now, one by one, step forward to offer incense to the founder and our esteemed ancestors. Remember to announce your names as you present your offerings." Chapter 62, Danding Peak. Thus, all disciples, including Wu Fan, stepped forward one by one, bowing and lighting incense for the ancestors and revered masters. When it was Wu Fan's turn, he approached the grand bronze cauldron, casually took a stick of incense, lit it, and placed it within the cauldron. He surveyed the solemn hall, his gaze drifting to the ancestral tablets and the imposing portrait of the revered master, before landing on the stern visage of the sect leader. A tremor coursed through his heart. Without further contemplation, he knelt before the meditation mat, bowing thrice while proclaiming, "Disciple Wu Fan." He then rose and returned to the throng of disciples. 3 hours later, as all the disciples concluded their incense offerings, the sect leader glanced at the assembly and spoke. "At this moment, you have officially become inner disciples of our sect. Henceforth, you must cultivate diligently and not squander the sect's nurturing. The realm of cultivation is inherently brutal. The continuation of a sect relies upon your growth and protection. Now, go forth and seek your masters. Those without a master should look for Elder Rue Yuan. He will arrange your affairs. As for the rewards for the top 10 disciples in the grand competition, they will be delivered to you in due course." Upon finishing his address, the elder received a respectful bow from all disciples, and they proceeded to exit the hall. When Wu Fan approached his master, Elder Li Ning, the elder was smiling warmly at him. "Come, let us return to Danding Peak," he said. "Yes, master," Wu Fan replied respectfully. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Elder Li Ning summoned a flying sword and leapt onto it, turning to beckon Wu Fan, "Join me." Wu Fan followed suit and ascended onto the flying sword as his master guided it towards Danding Peak. 5 years had passed since Wu Fan last stood upon this sword, just as it had been 5 years prior. The elder stood at the front while Wu Fan remained behind, observing his surroundings. Yet, he was no longer the same. He had ascended to the 8th level of Qi refinement and had secured the first position in the outer set competition. He gazed at his master's back, feeling a profound sense of time's passage. Half an hour later, they arrived at Danding Peak. Wu Fan beheld the majestic mountain ahead, absorbing the rich spiritual energy that enveloped it. A smile gradually spread across his face. He had finally arrived at the long-anticipated Danding Peak, the place where he would dedicate himself to cultivation. He admired the picturesque scenery, lush greenery surrounding cultivated medicinal fields, vast lakes, and towering ancient trees. At the peak's summit stood a grand hall. His master guided him toward that hall, which was preceded by a vast square featuring a monumental stone tablet inscribed with the words Danding Peak in large gilded characters. Surrounding the square were 7 imposing cauldrons. As the sword's light descended, Wu Fan followed his master into the hall. Upon entering the grand hall, Wu Fan cast his gaze around, taking in the elegantly arranged interior. Flanking the hall were 2 rows of seats, while at the forefront stood 3 chairs. At that moment, a man was stationed within the hall, appearing to be in his 30s. He was somewhat rotund, with a plump visage and a corpulent frame. His presence resembled that of a large, meaty orb. His ample face compressed his small eyes into mere slits. Upon noticing the arrival of Wu Fan and his companion, he widened his eyes in an attempt to increase their narrow opening, but despite his efforts, they remained unchanged. He then waddled over on his stout legs, resembling a rolling meatball, and greeted them in a deep, resonant voice. "Master, you have finally returned. Is this the new junior disciple?" Initially in good spirits, Elderly S' expression darkened upon seeing the corpulent man, and he let out a cold snort. "You, having reached the 11th level of Qi refinement, still indulge in such gluttony. Can you not shed a few pounds? At this rate, you won't even be able to fly." After saying this, Li Ning strode towards the 3 chairs at the top, ignoring the man entirely. The man, feeling awkward, managed to smile, though it only accentuated the diminutive nature of his eyes, leading Wu Fan to wonder if he could even see properly. Once Elderly settled into his chair, he turned to Wu Fan and said, "Wu Fan, from this day forth, you shall be my 6th disciple. This is your 2nd senior brother, Zhu Ming." Li Ning paused, casting a glance at Zhu Ming, before snorting again and continuing. "You also have 2 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters, though some are in closed-door training. Others are refining pills, and some are simply not present. You will naturally meet them in due time. Our Danding Peak has 3 foundation-building elders, aside from myself. There are 2 uncles. One, named Yin Fun, is currently engaged in alchemy, while the other, Su Yao, is not within the sect at this moment. Each of these uncles has 5 or 6 disciples under their guidance, making our total number of disciples here at Danding Peak around 20. Observing Wu Fan, Elderly added, "Aren't you coming forward to pay your respects?" Upon hearing this, Wu Fan hastily approached his master, kneeling before him and declaring, "Disciple Wu Fan pays his respects to master," followed by 3 respectful bows. Seeing his 6th disciple before him, Li Ning's expression softened somewhat. He often felt an inexplicable irritation whenever he encountered his 2nd disciple, which had contributed to his dark demeanor since entering the room. "Rise," he instructed. "These 3 vials of elixirs are a token of my welcome. One contains Superior Pei Yuan Dan, a potion for rapid mana recovery. Another holds Xian Yuan Dan, which you may take upon breaking through the 10th level bottleneck, as it will aid you in overcoming it. The final vial contains Xueqi Dan, a high-grade healing elixir to be used in times of severe injury. These potions are exclusive gifts from me, unavailable in the markets outside." "Thank you, Master," Wu Fan replied gratefully. Wu Fan rose to his feet, extending his hand to receive the 3 vials of elixirs, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. These vials were exceedingly precious, having never before graced his eyes in Changyang Square. He carefully placed the elixirs into his storage pouch. At that moment, his master turned his palm and produced a jade slip, handing it to Wu Fan. He remarked, "This contains my insights on alchemy. Take it home and study it diligently. If you can master the content within, you will be capable of concocting foundational elixirs. However, the art of alchemy is fraught with challenges. It all depends on your innate talent. Among my disciples, only your senior brother is an alchemist. Your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th brothers, as well as your 5th sister, can only brew elixirs for the Qi refinement stage. I hold alchemy sessions once a month, during which you may observe. The extent of your learning will depend on your own capabilities. As for the spirit herb garden within our Pill Cauldron Peak, you must not recklessly harvest the herbs there. Once you have selected a suitable cave dwelling, you may cultivate your own garden. During your initial studies in alchemy, I will provide you with some low-grade spirit herbs for practice. Once you achieve some results and can concoct elixirs on your own, you will be able to exchange your elixirs for spirit stones and purchase spirit herbs for your alchemical endeavors. However, be forewarned that the early stages of learning alchemy can be quite resource-intensive, consuming both spirit herbs and stones. The herbs I provide will not suffice for your needs. The remainder will depend on your resourcefulness. If you can successfully concoct elixirs swiftly, you will soon see returns. If not, you may find yourself in dire straits later on. As an inner disciple, you are entitled to receive 200 spirit stones each month, and the scripture pavilion will be accessible to you. However, you may only view techniques pertaining to the Qi refinement stage, which also requires spirit stones and contributions to the sect for access. Chapter 63. The second senior brother. As Li Ning spoke, he cast a glance at his second disciple and continued, Xiao Fan, afterward. Allow your second senior brother to accompany you in search of a cave dwelling. On our Dan Ding Peak, the number of disciples is scarce, thus the space is limited. You may freely select an area within a radius of several dozen miles to establish your cave dwelling. Once you have chosen, it shall be under your personal management. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave. Should I require your presence, I will summon you with a communication talisman. Understood, Master, Wu Fan replied, preparing to bow and depart. However, Li Ning, after observing Wu Fan for a moment, added, Wait, Xiao Fan, what was the secret technique you employed during the grand competition? Where did you learn it? This question caused Wu Fan to tremble involuntarily, and a look of panic flashed across his face, soon replaced by a struggle. He was reluctant to reveal his secret, as it encompassed many elements, such as the jade slips discovered within the cave and the Tianluo extreme fire. Most importantly, if he disclosed everything, the secrets of the small space might also be exposed, as the golden origin spiritual wood was currently within that space, which was impossible to explain. Faced with this dilemma, Wu Fan's expression turned troubled, leaving him at a loss for words. Upon noticing his disciple's reaction, Li Ning understood and said, Very well. The acquisition of this secret technique is your own fortune. It is quite precious. Henceforth, cultivate it diligently. You too may withdraw. Thank you, Master. Wu Fan bowed deeply, feeling a weight lift from his heart, and he unconsciously exhaled a long breath. At that moment, the second senior brother, Zhu Ming, staggered over. He intended to bow to his master, but, after several attempts, ultimately gave up and stood instead, saying, Master, I too shall take my leave. Li Ning cast a glance at his second disciple, his expression darkening. Hurry and leave, he commanded. Zhu Ming, turning to Wu Fan, offered an awkward smile before saying, Junior brother, let us depart. From the moment Wu Fan first beheld this second senior brother, he nearly burst into laughter, only suppressing the urge with great effort. He had never encountered anyone quite so corpulent. Despite the seriousness of his master's displeasure, Wu Fan found himself on the verge of laughter more than once. He glanced at the rotund Zhu Ming, then bowed and introduced himself. Junior brother Wu Fan pays his respects to second senior brother. No need for formality, junior brother. From now on, we shall be close as brothers, Zhu Ming replied with a grin. Come with me to my cave dwelling. I have a unicorn there. We can roast it and enjoy a feast together. I also have 2 jars of fine wine. We can eat and chat. What a delightful time it shall be. Rest assured, if you ever wish for a meal, just let me know. My culinary skills are exceptional, and I guarantee you'll be left wanting more, Zhu Ming said, his belly jiggling as he approached Wu Fan with a cheerful demeanor. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind them. Leave. Upon hearing that voice, Wu Fan turned around to find his master with a dark expression, his eyes wide and bulging, wielding a wooden staff, striding directly towards his second senior brother. Faced with this scene, Wu Fan paid no heed to his second senior brother's words and fled towards the entrance of the great hall. He ran far away, and even from that distance, he could still hear the wails of his second senior brother. After waiting in the square for a full quarter of an hour, his battered second senior brother finally rolled over to him, bruised and battered, yet maintaining an audacious spirit, laughing heartily. Come on, junior brother. Let us head to my cave dwelling. Today, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Wu Fan cast a furtive glance back towards the great hall, and, upon confirming the absence of his master, replied, Let us go. The two then took to the skies on their flying swords, journeying into the distance. Despite his second senior brother's rotund physique, he was indeed a formidable cultivator at the 11th level of the Qi refinement stage, and their speed of flight was quite swift. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the second senior brother's cave, which was perched on the mountainside by the lake. According to him, he had chosen this location for the convenience of fishing. As they descended, a veil of mist enveloped the area. With a vigorous wave of his stout arm, the second senior brother dispersed the fog, revealing a picturesque courtyard. However, there were no structures within the courtyard. Instead, a grand stone door was embedded in the mountainside. The second senior brother led Wu Fan to the stone door, pushed it open, and stepped inside, with Wu Fan following closely behind. This cave dwelling was carved into the mountain. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious hall furnished with tables and chairs, the ceiling soaring 6 or 7 zhang high. The stone walls were adorned with numerous luminous pearls, illuminating the entire hall brilliantly. The cave was replete with amenities, including a bedroom, a training room, and an alchemy chamber. What astonished Wu Fan the most was the presence of a vast kitchen, an unexpected sight since cultivators typically consumed little food, relying instead on energy-restoring pills to sustain their bodies during the Qi refinement stage. It was said that by the Golden Core stage, they required no sustenance at all, living instead on the absorption of ambient spiritual energy for 7 to 8 centuries. In that expansive kitchen, there were also over a dozen spirit beast chambers, which were quite different from others, as it was more fitting to refer to his second senior brother's spirit beast chambers as a pantry, for the first and second tier monsters within were meant for consumption. Sixth junior brother, wait for a moment. I shall go and prepare that unicorn for our feast, the second senior brother declared before waddling into the kitchen. An hour later, the two sat opposite each other, though they could not see one another, for a succulent, glistening roasted unicorn lay upon the stone table between them. Wu Fan had not indulged in food for quite some time. Upon encountering the roasted flesh of the demonic beast, he could not help but swallow hard. The aroma heightened his appetite immensely. Without hesitation, he tore off a generous chunk of meat and placed it into his mouth. At that very moment, his eyes sparkled with delight. His second senior brother was indeed not exaggerating. The meat was extraordinarily delectable. Wu Fan had never experienced such exquisite fare in his entire life. After savoring the first bite, he found himself unable to stop. Meanwhile, the actions of his second senior brother were nothing short of astonishing. With both hands engaged, he alternated in shoving meat into his mouth, seemingly without chewing. As soon as the morsel entered, it was swallowed whole. The thought of wine was entirely forgotten by the two of them. While others enjoyed their meals with conversation and drink, these two were immersed in a scene where the only sound in the grand hall was the rhythmic crunching of food. Thus, the hall was filled with the striking image of two brothers, oblivious to one another, devoid of words and wine, united solely in their harmonious gluttony. Chapter 64. Establishing the cave dwelling at last. After an hour, the two met. They consumed a staggering amount of food, nearly 100 pounds, leaving not a morsel behind. Wu Fan had eaten approximately 10 pounds, and the rest. Haha, sixth junior brother. How do you find my culinary skills? The second senior brother, with his squint-a-little eyes, looked at Wu Fan with pride. Indeed, your culinary prowess is as remarkable as rumored. Wu Fan nodded in agreement. Oh, have you heard of my culinary expertise? Well, junior brother, I heard you mention it yourself. I also heard that junior brother secured first place in the outer set competition today. Truly impressive. It was merely luck that led to my victory. Haha, junior brother, you are too modest. Why don't you rest here tonight? Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to explore the cave dwelling. Then I shall impose upon you, senior brother. The following day, Wu Fan and Zhu Ming spent half a day searching the entire Danding Peak, finally discovering a location in a secluded valley that pleased Wu Fan. The small valley was alive with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, complemented by a majestic waterfall cascading into a large pool beneath it. The spiritual energy in this place was abundant, and upon arriving, Wu Fan resolved to establish his cave dwelling here. At that moment, the second senior brother, with his rotund figure, rolled over to a cliff not far from the waterfall and remarked, "Junior brother, this place is splendid. Allow me to assist you in establishing your cave dwelling. I am quite adept at it." Before Wu Fan could respond, the second senior brother unleashed his flying sword, directing it towards the mountainside. A thunderous roar ensued as his sword penetrated the mountain. Upon witnessing his brother's eagerness to assist, Wu Fan hurriedly called out, "Senior brother, I do not require a kitchen." Amidst the thunderous sounds emanating from within the mountain, the second senior brother intermittently cast spells to clear the debris. After half a day, the commotion finally ceased. As they entered the cave dwelling, Wu Fan could not help but commend the second senior brother's skill. He truly excelled in creating cave abodes. Upon entering, they were greeted by a grand hall with bedrooms, a spirit beast room, an alchemy chamber, a training room, and a kitchen. "What do you think, junior brother? How does my creation fare?" the senior brother inquired. "I have laid out the general framework. The finer details will require your own touch." "Thank you, senior brother. I am genuinely pleased with this cave dwelling." Wu Fan's eyes glimmered with gratitude. He sincerely appreciated the warmth his senior brother had shown him since yesterday. Few had treated him with such kindness since he entered the realm of cultivation. This thought led Wu Fan to reminisce about Bai Xiaowen and Zhou Yu. He wondered how they were faring, having also entered the inner sect, yet regrettably not being accepted as disciples by the elders. "Junior brother, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You may continue to refine your cave dwelling. In a few days, I will bring some spirit beast meat to visit you." Noting that there was little left to do, the second senior brother prepared to depart. "Senior brother, may I inquire why Master appeared upset upon seeing you?" Wu Fan finally asked the question he had been holding in for 2 days as the second senior brother was about to leave. "Ah, do not even mention it. It is precisely because I have indulged in gluttony all day that I have delayed my cultivation and neglected the study of alchemy. Consequently, my physical form has suffered, which is why my esteemed master is always infuriated upon seeing me. I have long grown accustomed to it. After all, who can restrain the desires of this mouth of mine? Haha, I apologize for amusing my junior brother." The second senior brother recounted the entire incident with an air of indifference. It was only then that Wu Fan comprehended the situation. simultaneously reminding himself not to succumb to the temptations of culinary delights in the future. The next time the second senior brother invites him to dine, he shall resolutely decline. After the second senior brother departed, Wu Fan devoted 3 more days to meticulously refining his cave dwelling. Subsequently, he arranged the Mishianduan divine array throughout the valley, establishing it as his private domain. He also cultivated a plot of medicinal herbs within the valley, planting seeds of spiritual flora. He undertook these endeavors merely to maintain a faade, for his spatial realm harbored an abundance of spiritual herbs. Wu Fan returned to his cave dwelling, pushed open the stone door, and surveyed the spacious hall. He then tapped his storage pouch, causing an array of tables and chairs to emerge and elegantly arrange themselves within the hall. Next, he embedded some luminous pearls into the ceiling, ensuring that his cave was well equipped. Satisfied with his abode, Wu Fan nodded approvingly and called out, "Little white fox, come forth." Suddenly, a beam of white light erupted from the spirit beast pouch at his waist, landing gracefully on the ground and revealing its true form, the little white fox. Once released, the fox curiously surveyed its surroundings before racing around the cave. Wu Fan chuckled and said, "Come, let me show you your spirit beast chamber." 2 hours later, Wu Fan led the little white fox into the small space. Eager to delve into alchemy, he recalled the jade slip his master had previously bestowed upon him, containing insights on the art of alchemy. Wu Fan was now prepared to study these notes diligently, and he intended to attend his master's alchemy sessions each month to further his education. Wu Fan had resolved to temporarily pause his cultivation efforts, prioritizing the study of alchemy instead. At the very least, he wished to master the creation of medicinal pills before progressing further in his cultivation. Entering his spatial bedroom, he settled cross-legged on the bed and began to examine the alchemical insights. As time swiftly passed, half a year vanished within the confines of his space. One day, Wu Fan suddenly opened his eyes, furrowing his brow as he murmured, "Who has intruded upon my array?" Having successfully refined the Mishianduan divine array, he could sense any trespassers within it. At that moment, his body was enveloped in a radiant white light, and he vanished without a trace. A fortnight later, a blinding white light materialized within Wu Fan's cave, quickly dissipating to reveal his figure as he rose and walked outside. Once outside, he released his spiritual awareness to ascertain the identity of the individual who had entered his array. In Wu Fan's mind, a vivid image materialized: a man, approximately 28 or 29 years of age, dressed in the garments of an inner disciple, was anxiously searching for an escape route while calling out, "Junior Brother Wu, I am sent by the sect leader. Please let me in. I have come to deliver the rewards for the grand competition." As Wu Fan opened his eyes, a smile graced his face, and he mused, "Why has it taken so long for the grand competition rewards to arrive? It's already been over half a month." With a swift motion of his arm, he dispelled the formation surrounding him. The man outside, still in a state of urgency, suddenly found his vision brightening. The endless white mist had dissipated. He looked up to see a young man of around 22 or 23 approaching. He recognized him as Wu Fan, the champion of the outer sect competition and a disciple of elderly Ning. "I must say, Junior Brother Wu, your formation is quite formidable. Had you not let me in, I would have remained trapped indefinitely." "Haha, my apologies, Senior Brother. I was engrossed in my cultivation and thus emerged a bit late." Wu Fan replied with a slight bow and clasped hands. "Not a problem at all, Junior Brother. I am here on behalf of the sect leader to present you with your rewards. My name is Cui Jiming." The man responded with a courteous gesture. "Thank you, Senior Brother Cui. I appreciate your effort in making this journey. If you are not too busy, would you care to join me for a cup of tea in my humble abode?" "I must decline, as I have other matters to attend to. I shall visit you another day," Cui Jiming replied, handing Wu Fan a storage bag. After Wu Fan accepted the bag, Cui Jiming took his leave. Chapter 65. The Black Gold Dragon Furnace. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Wu Fan gazed at the storage bag in his hand, pondering what rewards the sect might bestow upon him for securing first place in the grand competition. He hoped that the items would be of use to him. With this thought in mind, he began to examine the contents. The first item he retrieved was a vial of elixir. After taking a whiff, he discovered it was a potion designed to enhance cultivation. Although the grade of this elixir was notably high, disappointment flickered across Wu Fan's face. As he unveiled the second item, a glimmer of joy appeared on his countenance. It was a high-tier magical artifact, a moon-white robe. The mere sight of the robe captivated Wu Fan. Wearing it would undoubtedly draw attention. Furthermore, this robe possessed properties of dust resistance and protection against water and fire, serving as a defensive magical artifact as well. Wu Fan felt quite satisfied with this garment. In the future, should he don this robe over his golden cicada armor during battles, it would provide him with additional security. Coupled with his primordial Vajra shield, Wu Fan had fortified his defenses thoroughly. The third item was a palm-sized token. Upon inspecting it, a broad smile spread across Wu Fan's face, for he realized that the most valuable reward lay within. The token granted him the privilege to access the scripture repository at will and select a secret technique of his choice. Wu Fan had previously inquired about the techniques housed in the inner sect scripture repository, learning that even the most basic ones required 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones to exchange, while some demanded tens of thousands. Moreover, certain techniques were not available for purchase with spirit stones alone. Contributions to the sect were necessary to acquire those potent arts. It was evident how significant this token was. Wu Fan had contemplated engaging in more sect tasks to accumulate contribution points, which would allow him to exchange for those invaluable techniques in the future. Looking ahead, if he were to advance to the foundation establishment stage, both techniques and secret arts would require contribution points for acquisition. He could not possibly rely on basic spells when reaching that level. Furthermore, the current technique he practiced, the fire-burning decision, was limited to the 12th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Upon reaching foundation establishment, he would need to obtain a corresponding technique. Contribution points could be earned through various tasks the sect regularly issued. Wu Fan had heard from his second senior brother that the disciples of the Pill Peak primarily garnered their contributions by refining pills for the sect. The sect had bestowed upon him only these 3 items. After examining them all, Wu Fan donned the moon-white robe, placing the elixir and token back into his storage bag. He had no immediate plans to visit the scripture repository, as his current priority was to learn the art of alchemy. With this thought, Wu Fan rose and stepped outside. Upon exiting the cave, he clapped the storage bag, summoning his swift wind sword, and ascended into the sky upon the flying blade. Wu Fan prepared to visit Changjiangfang Market to procure an alchemical furnace. He had already delved into the initial portion of alchemical techniques and intended to observe his master's alchemical practices to grasp some skills before attempting to refine elixirs himself. In a few days, it would be the day his master would commence alchemical operations, so it was prudent to acquire the furnace as soon as possible. The swift gale sword transported him to Changjiangfang Market in merely 3 hours. Wu Fan headed directly to a loft, stepping inside with purpose. Esteemed guest, may I inquire what magical artifact you seek? A young attendant promptly approached upon noticing his arrival. I wish to see your shopkeeper, Wu Fan stated without hesitation. The attendant, perceiving that this middle-aged man was a cultivator of the 8th layer of Qi refinement and likely seeking high-grade artifacts, did not dare to be negligent. Please wait a moment. I shall summon the shopkeeper at once. Wu Fan was quite familiar with this artifact store, having purchased his Liang sword, Xianyi needle, and Yunwu boat from this very establishment. It was reputed to be the largest store in all of Changjiangfang Market, with whispers of a connection to a significant sect, though the truth of such claims remained uncertain. Moments later, the shopkeeper emerged. Wu Fan observed the elderly gentleman, noting he remained at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, unchanged from several years prior, though he appeared notably older compared to 5 years ago. Yet, this was an inevitable consequence. Even cultivators would gradually age before reaching the foundation establishment stage, ultimately succumbing to the passage of time. What brings you here, fellow Taoist? Are you in need of any magical artifacts? The old man inquired, bowing slightly. Shopkeeper, I seek a high-tier alchemical furnace. The higher the grade, the better. Wu Fan replied straightforwardly after returning the gesture. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with interest as he scrutinized Wu Fan. Could this middle-aged man be an alchemist? Yet, I have never heard of such a figure. If he is merely beginning his studies, there would be no need for a high-tier furnace. A basic one would suffice for practice. After all, alchemical furnaces are quite different from other artifacts. They are akin to formations, being relatively costly. With his cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, how many spirit stones could he possibly possess? Pondering this, he cautiously asked, fellow Taoist, I do happen to have a fine alchemical furnace, but fear not about the price. As long as I am satisfied with the item, Wu Fan interjected nonchalantly. The shopkeeper, reassured by Wu Fan's response, declared, very well, please follow me to the 2nd floor. Thus, Wu Fan accompanied the shopkeeper to a room on the 2nd floor, the same room he had first visited. Please wait a moment. I shall have my assistant fetch the alchemical furnace, the old man said, pouring a cup of tea for Wu Fan as he spoke. Without haste, Wu Fan approached a chair and took a seat, sipping his tea while occasionally engaging in casual conversation with the elderly gentleman. Before long, merely the span of half a cup of tea passed, and a young attendant returned, carrying a wooden box with great care, placing it gently on the table before retreating. The shopkeeper opened the lid, revealing a striking red alchemical furnace, exquisitely designed with intricate dragon motifs, emanating a faint aura of fire attribute spiritual energy. Dear friend, what do you make of this alchemical furnace? It is a supreme grade artifact. The Wujin Panlong furnace, a rare find indeed among alchemical devices. It stands among the foremost in its category, beneath the rank of spiritual tools. Moreover, it possesses a remarkable capability that would entice any alchemist. It enhances the success rate of alchemical concoctions. However, the price. The shopkeeper paused, inviting a discussion of the cost. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's introduction of the furnace, Wu Fan realized that it would not come cheaply. Yet, he acknowledged its exceptional quality. Being classified as a supreme-grade artifact spoke volumes of its rarity. Notably, Wu Fan owned only one such artifact, the Hunyuan Vajra shield. With the knowledge that this furnace could improve the success rate of his alchemical endeavors, Wu Fan resolved that this furnace was an acquisition he could not forego. Chapter 66. The Treasure Pavilion. The elder gazed intently at the expression on Wu Fan's face, noticing that the middle-aged man was quite taken with the alchemy furnace. He declared, "This black gold dragon-patterned furnace is not for sale at less than 80,000 spirit stones." Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the elder's price. He had not anticipated such exorbitance. After all, the exquisite Hunyuan diamond shield was only priced at 20,000 spirit stones, while this alchemy furnace commanded a staggering 80,000. The most awkward part was that Wu Fan simply did not possess such a sum. His storage bag contained barely 50,000 spirit stones in total. Before his arrival, he had believed that this amount would suffice, but he had not foreseen that alchemical instruments would be so exorbitantly priced compared to other artifacts. Since entering the realm of cultivation, Wu Fan had only sold spiritual herbs twice in the Changyang market. The first time, he garnered 470,000, of which 450,000 had been spent on artifacts and formations from this very elder. During his second transaction, he sold herbs for approximately 300,000, but decided thereafter to cease selling, having sensed danger during that experience. Even after mastering the techniques of Tian Gui Lianqi and Qianhuan Sugu, he had not ventured to sell herbs again. Although he did sell beast materials for over 30,000 spirit stones, though it appeared that Wu Fan possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones, he had expended them at an astonishing rate over the years. The spirit stones consumed on pills alone amounted to a significant sum, and the Mixianduan Shin formation also required spirit stones for its operation. Additionally, he had acquired the Swift Wind Sword, the Golden Cicada armor, and more. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, an awkward expression crept onto Wu Fan's face. The shopkeeper, upon noticing Wu Fan's demeanor, understood immediately. His expression darkened, and a powerful aura emanated from his 10th level of Qi refinement, pressing down upon Wu Fan. Realizing that the elder was on the verge of eruption, Wu Fan quickly interjected, "Please, do not be angry, esteemed shopkeeper. I truly lack the necessary spirit stones at this moment. I am short by 30,000. I did not foresee that this furnace would be so costly. If you would trust me, I ask that you allow me 2 hours. I shall return to purchase the furnace then. What do you think? Humph, do you take me for a fool? Do you truly believe I would be so gullible?" The shopkeeper retorted with a grim expression. "How about this? I can provide you with 30,000 spirit stones as a deposit. If I do not return within 2 hours, you may keep the stones. Surely, this is acceptable?" Wu Fan hastily proposed. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's countenance gradually softened. He was not unreasonable, and it seemed clear that this man genuinely wished to acquire the furnace. "Since you have spoken so earnestly, I shall not believe you are attempting to deceive me. There is no need to mention the 2 hours. If you can bring 5,000 spirit stones today, I shall reserve the furnace for you. Alternatively, I also have other affordable alchemical furnaces available. Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper. I have decided to purchase this alchemical furnace." With a slight bow to the elder, Wu Fan tossed a storage bag aside and exited the room. Upon leaving the shop, he sighed softly, surprised by the exorbitant price of the furnace. Nevertheless, having made the decision to buy it, he resolved to sell a few precious millennium herbs. With this thought in mind, Wu Fan quickened his pace and, after a quarter of an hour, arrived at the entrance of a pavilion. Above the grand door hung a plaque inscribed with the words Wanbao Pavilion. Wu Fan stepped inside, recalling previous visits where he found the prices to be quite reasonable. Thus, he went directly to Wanbao Pavilion, feeling reassured that the shopkeeper would harbor no ill intentions toward him, given his altered appearance. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire what you wish to purchase?" A young attendant approached, noting Wu Fan's cultivation level at the 8th layer and refraining from any disrespect. "I wish to sell some medicinal herbs and require an audience with your shopkeeper," Wu Fan stated plainly, not wishing to engage in idle chatter with the lad. The attendant, taken aback by his request, hesitated before cautiously asking, "Might I ask, are these herbs quite valuable?" "Indeed, you are not in a position to make that determination," Wu Fan replied impatiently, aware of the attendant's thoughts from his previous visits. "Very well, please follow me upstairs to meet our shopkeeper," the attendant said, leading the way, with Wu Fan closely trailing behind. An hour later, Wu Fan emerged from Wanbao Pavilion, his storage bag now containing 500,000 spirit stones. Simultaneously, within a room on the 2nd floor of the pavilion, an elderly man was instructing an attendant. "Quickly inform the brothers Zhou Qi and Zhou Wei to follow this individual without fail. Once he exits the Changyang market, I do not care what methods they employ. They must ascertain from him the source of those millennium herbs." "Understood," the attendant replied eagerly before rushing out. The elderly man wore a grave expression, murmuring softly to himself. After 4 years, someone has finally come to sell millennium herbs again. Although this individual differs from the last, they must be part of the same group. In the current cultivation world, even century-old herbs are scarce. How could it be that multiple individuals are acquiring millennium herbs in succession, and all freshly unearthed? Such coincidences are improbable. I must extract the truth from him regarding the source of these millennium herbs. If this matter is not resolved, I will find it difficult to report to my superiors. Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, someone harbored malicious intent toward him as he journeyed toward the refining pavilion. A quarter of an hour later. Ah, my friend. You are indeed a man of your word. I did not expect you to gather the spirit stones within 2 hours. In that case, this exquisite black gold coiling dragon furnace shall belong to you, the shopkeeper remarked, his face lighting up with delight upon seeing that Wu Fan had indeed brought the remaining spirit stones. Having promised the shopkeeper, I shall certainly fulfill my commitment, especially since I genuinely wish to acquire this alchemical furnace, Wu Fan remarked with delight as he held his own furnace. Haha, my friend, you clearly possess a forthright character. I have decided to befriend you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, and I shall ensure to offer you a favorable price. The shopkeeper replied, equally pleased as he clutched a pouch of spiritual stones. If I find myself in need again, I shall come to your establishment first. My business here is concluded, so I bid you farewell, Wu Fan stated, bowing respectfully to the elder before making his exit. Safe travels, dear friend. Upon leaving the refining hall, Wu Fan summoned his swift wind sword and soared towards the outskirts of Changyang Square, unaware that 2 individuals were discreetly tailing him. Chapter 67. Ambushed on the road over 50 miles from Changyang Fengshe, 2 individuals were soaring through the skies on their swords. One of them spoke, elder brother. This should suffice. Let us hasten to complete our task. I fear that if we delay too long, his companions may come to his aid. This brat has merely attained the 8th level of Qi refinement. If we both strike simultaneously, we can capture him in no time. Afterwards, we can find a secure place and compel him to reveal the source of the millennium spiritual herb. No, we must wait a bit longer. We are too close to Changyang Fengshe. Should a foundation-building cultivator sense our presence, it would spell trouble, the other firmly disagreed. 2 hours later. At this moment, Wu Fan was leisurely soaring towards Qingfeng Gate, his hands occupied with the alchemical furnace, his face alight with joy. With this black gold coiling dragon furnace to refine elixirs, my efforts will surely yield exceptional results. I never expected to acquire such a fine furnace, he murmured to himself, filled with delight. Just then, he sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy approaching. He abruptly lifted his gaze, eyes fixed ahead, where the air suddenly distorted, revealing 2 figures. They were clutching talismans, clearly having concealed their presence with them. Wu Fan narrowed his eyes. He was no longer the naive individual he once was. After the recent robbery, he had come to understand the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Observing the 2 figures, Wu Fan noted their similar ages, both appearing to be in their 30s, with features strikingly alike. However, what surprised him was that both possessed the cultivation of the 11th level of Qi refinement, a level comparable to that of his second senior brother, whose strength Wu Fan well understood. Notably, during the recent outer sect competition, Wu Fan had struggled against Chen Yi, a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, without employing his golden yuan radiance. Yet, upon encountering these 2, he felt only surprise, devoid of fear. He was no longer the same as before. At that moment, one of the individuals spoke. Kid, our time is limited. If you willingly accompany us, we may allow you to leave once our business is concluded, and perhaps even grant you some benefits. However, should you refuse to cooperate, do not blame us for resorting to force. Capturing you will be equally straightforward. Upon hearing these words, Wu Fan realized their intentions were far from benign, and he surmised the reason for their visit. For years, he had refrained from selling the millennium spiritual herb, precisely to avoid such situations. Yet, now that trouble had found him, he resolved to fight. Thus, he inquired, where do you intend to take me, esteemed friends? What business do you have with me? Humph, that is none of your concern. You need only come with us, the man coldly replied. And if I refuse to accompany you? Wu Fan's expression hardened. Elder brother, why waste words on this brat? Let us simply seize him and be done with it, the other urged, growing impatient. Before taking action, the man ceased his idle chatter and barked a command at his brother. The one referred to as the elder brother swiftly tapped his storage bag, unleashing a vast, pitch-black net that shimmered with a layer of dark radiance, hurtling directly toward Wu Fan. Meanwhile, the other individual released a flying sword aimed at Wu Fan, though its trajectory suggested an intention to spare his life while obstructing his retreat. It was evident that these 2 were accustomed to working in tandem, their movements exhibiting a remarkable synchronicity. As the 2 launched their fierce assault, Wu Fan remained motionless, as if surrendering himself, with his hands clasped behind his back. He glanced at the encroaching black net and then at the approaching sword, a faint smirk gracing his lips. This unexpected demeanor startled the attackers. Did this young man have a change of heart and wish to join them? Yet, they pressed on with their assault. Just as the two magical artifacts were about to reach Wu Fan, he trembled slightly, and a radiant golden light erupted from him. As this luminescence spread, a shocking spectacle unfolded. The black net and flying sword abruptly halted in their tracks, trembling violently, as if they were about to plummet from the sky. The two assailants exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the sudden turn of events. What was this golden light emanating from the youth? Their expressions shifted to astonishment. And without a moment to ponder, they hastily formed hand seals, striving to regain control over the falling artifacts, albeit their speed was painfully sluggish. Wu Fan, witnessing this extraordinary scene, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his opponents could retain control over their artifacts and continue their advance, a testament to their prowess as cultivators at the 11th level of Qi refinement. He recalled the outer sect competition, where Chun Yi's sword had plummeted to the ground upon encountering the golden light, demonstrating the stark contrast between mid-tier and top-tier Qi refinement practitioners. As the two artifacts edged closer, Wu Fan smiled, observing the flush on their faces and the beads of sweat forming on their brows, a clear indication of their struggle to maintain control. Unfortunately, Wu Fan's golden light could only extend 10 zhang, falling short of affecting his adversaries, who remained beyond its reach. As the artifacts neared, Wu Fan finally made his move. He commanded his flying sword to soar away from the area and directly toward the two men, aiming to envelop them in the golden radiance. However, the two quickly recognized the peculiar nature of the golden light and directed their sword to retreat. Noticing that he could not catch up with them, Wu Fan remained unfazed. He tapped his storage bag, summoning a small white boat that expanded in the wind, ultimately reaching a size of 3 zhang. With a leap, Wu Fan mounted the vessel and steered it at tremendous speed toward his adversaries, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Upon witnessing Wu Fan unleashing his flying vessel, the two individuals immediately sensed that trouble was at hand. They could discern that the vessel was far more than a mere magical artifact. Indeed, Wu Fan's cloud mist boat was a genuine spiritual tool of exceptional caliber. As Wu Fan approached them with increasing proximity, no matter how swiftly the pair attempted to flee, the distance between them diminished rapidly. In a mere span of several breaths, Wu Fan reached their side, enveloping them within the resplendent glow of golden light. The moment they entered this luminous aura, both individuals suddenly faltered, their flight ceasing, leaving them to precariously maintain their altitude in the air. Wu Fan, taken aback by their ability to remain airborne, recalled that Hao Yu, a renowned body cultivator, had collapsed to his knees upon entering the golden light, while Chun Yi had succumbed entirely, falling flat on the ground. Yet, these two managed to control their flying swords and hover in the air, a testament to their formidable strength. Standing atop the cloud mist boat, Wu Fan gazed down at the two, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Why have you ceased your escape? Pray tell, what brings you here? And who sent you?" Chapter 68. Slaying the enemy. At this moment, the two adversaries wore expressions of distress, their eyes betraying a palpable fear. When Wu Fan posed questions to them, they remained silent. They realized that their attempt to capture him had failed. They had not anticipated that someone at the 8th level of Qi refinement could possess such formidable power. More alarmingly, they had never encountered such a terrifying technique as the golden light that emanated from him. At this juncture, their thoughts of apprehending Wu Fan had completely dissipated. Their sole desire was to flee and escape the dire situation. The man referred to as Big Brother suddenly shifted his gaze and called to his companion, "Second brother, let us descend." Upon hearing his brother's command, the second brother found it to be a sound strategy. Without uttering a word, he utilized the gravitational pull of the golden light to plunge downward, while Big Brother followed suit, both of them rapidly escaping the reach of the golden glow. Observing the two retreating swiftly downward, Wu Fan remained unperturbed, maneuvering his flying vessel in pursuit. In a brief span of time, all three alighted upon the ground. Wu Fan's face radiated a smile as he regarded the two, whereas their countenances were now etched with despair, for they found themselves ensnared once more within the golden light. "Shall we continue our flight?" Wu Fan inquired, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Esteemed friend, my brother and I mistakenly identified you as our intended target. We sincerely hope you will not take offense," Big Brother said, bowing respectfully to Wu Fan, genuine earnestness in his tone. Indeed, we truly misidentified you earlier. We deeply apologize, good sir," the second brother chimed in hastily, eager to align with his brother's conciliatory remarks. "Oh, is that so? In this world, there exists another who bears such a resemblance to me? Do you truly consider me a fool?" Wu Fan's smile gradually faded, replaced by an icy demeanor. His anger ignited. The two men still refused to divulge their origins, and he felt compelled to demonstrate his displeasure. Without warning, Wu Fan struck his storage pouch, and the blazing sun's sword shot forth, hovering ominously before Big Brother. Upon witnessing the emergence of the flying sword, Big Brother understood that Wu Fan was incensed. Yet there was no escape for him now. He could only continue. "What do you intend to do, esteemed friend?" "What do I intend to do? Humph. You are from the Wanbao Tower, are you not?" Wu Fan retorted with a cold snort. In truth, from the moment Wu Fan laid eyes on them, he had surmised their connection to Wanbao Tower, for he had only visited that establishment today to procure a millennium-old spiritual herb. Upon realizing that Wu Fan had unraveled the truth, an unsettling tension gripped the two men, their expressions shifting to one of anxiety. Suddenly, Big Brother bellowed, "Second brother, attack!" In unison, the two unleashed their swords, sending them hurtling toward Wu Fan. However, their assault was painfully sluggish, the blades trembling and wavering in flight, clearly straining under the effort. As Wu Fan witnessed the opponent unleashing their flying swords, he remained unfazed and showed no inclination to evade. Just as the swords were about to strike him, Wu Fan suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a golden fireball, roughly the size of a fist. With a hint of purple flickering within, the golden fireball soared from his mouth, heading straight for the two swords, and in an instant, they collided. A sharp hissing sound echoed as the swords melted at an observable rate, transforming into molten iron within a mere breath. The two opponents were momentarily stunned by this spectacle, quickly replaced by sheer terror. They had never encountered such a horrifying phenomenon. What immense power must this fireball possess to reduce two high-grade magical flying swords to liquid? With such force, who below the foundation building stage could withstand it? What extraordinary flame was this? How could this youth, merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement, be adorned with such formidable treasures? After the fireball obliterated the swords, it sped towards the man referred to as Big Brother, moving with the swiftness of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it reached him and incinerated him to ashes in less than a breath, without so much as a scream, a swift exit from this world. Even though the so-called Big Brother was enveloped in radiant light, Wu Fan could have easily overtaken him and reduced him to cinders in an instant, given the fireball's velocity. Upon witnessing his brother's instantaneous demise, the man known as Second Brother turned pale as he comprehended the gravity of his predicament. If given another chance, he would not hesitate to distance himself from this harbinger of doom, perhaps wishing never to encounter him again. Alas, there is no remedy for regret, and the two brothers must face the consequences of their actions. Trembling in fear, the second brother found himself devoid of the strength to resist the golden light and involuntarily sank to his knees, his face contorted in terror. He was not ready to die. Having attained the 11th level of Qi refinement at such a young age, he had promising prospects for advancing to the foundation building stage, which would grant him 300 years of life. Overwhelmed by despair, he wept and begged for mercy, exclaiming, "Spare my life, fellow cultivator. I will divulge everything. Just please let me go. I do not wish to die." The fireball hovered a mere 10 feet away, emanating intense heat that made it difficult for him to breathe. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. A glimmer of cold resolve flashed in Wu Fan's eyes as he spoke icily. "A single concealment, and you shall meet the same fate as your brother. I will tell you everything. I will tell you everything." The matter unfolded in this manner. Upon the arrival of a fellow cultivator at my Wanbao Tower today, our esteemed manager, a quarter of an hour later, this is how events transpired. It is worth noting that Wanbao Tower is presided over by a venerable cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. This true master of our establishment is indeed an extraordinary being. Although he is a solitary practitioner, his strength is formidable. He refers to himself as the Red Demon Elder and typically operates behind the scenes. The recent pursuit we engaged in against the cultivator was entirely orchestrated by this esteemed elder, who had forewarned us 4 years ago that should anyone attempt to sell millennium elixirs at Wanbao Tower, we must take action. This individual is referred to as Erdi. I shall refrain from elaborating further on that. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan grasped the essence of the situation. It became clear that a foundation establishment cultivator loomed in the background. However, with his current cultivation level, he was ill-equipped to confront such a formidable opponent. Yet he etched this enmity into his memory. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a fierce expression suddenly manifested on his face. He promptly summoned the golden fireball, reducing the one called Erdi to mere ashes. In a deliberate display of control over the golden fireball, Wu Fan ensured that he preserved the storage bags of the two adversaries. With a mere gesture, the two storage bags swiftly soared into his grasp, and without a fleeting glance, he cast them into his own storage pouch. Following that, with another flick of his hand, the golden fireball, exhibiting an almost sentient awareness, darted towards him and settled gracefully into his palm. Chapter 69. Fifth Senior Sister Wu Fan gazed at the fireball in his hand, softly murmuring to himself, "I never anticipated that this celestial fire would be so formidable. Even a top-grade flying sword is reduced to nothingness before it. Truly, it is a deadly weapon." He observed the celestial fire for a moment longer, then opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Subsequently, he stowed the black net artifact away and steered his flying sword towards the direction of the Qingfeng sect. 2 hours later, within Wu Fan's cave dwelling, he was examining 2 storage bags, which contained over 10,000 spirit stones. Although this amount was insignificant to Wu Fan, it represented a substantial fortune for other peak Qi refinement practitioners. The bags also held a variety of talismans and elixirs, among which several bottles of elixirs pleased Wu Fan, while the remainder consisted of assorted trivial items of little use. Wu Fan put away the storage bags and sat in silence, contemplating that unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from selling thousand-year spirit herbs in the future. Through this incident, he had grasped the principle of keeping wealth discreet and resolved that, unless required, he would no longer hasten the maturation of thousand-year spirit herbs. With his current cultivation level, he had no need for such herbs in alchemy. It would be wiser to use the well water to expedite the growth of several decades' worth of spirit herbs, which he could then use for alchemical endeavors. Next, Wu Fan prepared to learn alchemy. He now possessed an alchemy furnace, a top-tier magical artifact, and he lacked for spirit herbs, having ample resources in his small space. He had comprehended more than half of the alchemical insights given by his master, and now he primarily needed to observe his master's alchemical processes and engage in practical application. 3 days later, a talisman suddenly flew into the mysterious sky disruption formation outside Wu Fan's cave. He stepped out, waved his arm, and the talisman instantly soared into his hand. With a firm grip, he crushed the talisman, and a voice resonated in his ear. "Today, I shall commence alchemy." Upon hearing these words, Wu Fan's heart leaped with joy. After instructing the little white fox to guard the cave, he took to the skies on his flying sword and departed. 15 minutes later, this time, Wu Fan did not head towards the grand hall atop the peak, but rather to a vast valley even larger than his cave dwelling. In this valley, there were 5 or 6 spirit herb gardens, all filled with rare herbs. Some disciples were currently tending to the gardens, and Wu Fan recognized them as outer sect disciples tasked with overseeing the herb gardens. He recalled that senior brother Wang from the outer sect affairs office had mentioned this task to him, but Wu Fan had opted to seek herbs elsewhere instead. With no desire to engage with the disciples, he simply passed by, venturing deeper into the valley. "Hey, look, wasn't that Wu Shixiang who just passed by?" Indeed, it was Wu Shixiang. I saw him too. He is truly remarkable, not only securing first place in the grand competition, but also becoming a disciple of elderly. How enviable. Wu Shixiang possesses considerable strength. I too participated in the grand competition, only to be eliminated in the first round. Alas, I truly envy those disciples with masters. They have abundant resources for cultivation, splendid abodes, and guidance from their mentors. Just look at Wu Shixiang. He has come to seek his master's wisdom in alchemy. Merely envying others serves no purpose. We must strive diligently, undertake more tasks to earn spirit stones, purchase elixirs to enhance our cultivation. In 5 years, we will still have our opportunities, for I am only 22 this year. Enough of the chatter, let us commence our work. As Wu Fan traversed the medicinal garden, he soon encountered a courtyard sprawling over 10 acres. Within the courtyard stood a modestly constructed house, not ostentatious but exuding a comforting aura reminiscent of a humble mortal homestead. Upon approaching, Wu Fan spotted a large, rotund figure by the gate. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his second senior brother. He called out, "Second senior brother, what brings you here? Are you waiting for me?" The rotund figure turned at the sound of Wu Fan's voice and dejectedly replied, "Ah, it seems I have indeed been waiting for you, sixth junior brother." "Seems is not the right word, second senior brother. What do you mean?" Wu Fan questioned, somewhat puzzled. "It is because your fifth senior sister has emerged from her seclusion, and she is currently inside, the second senior brother's side." Wu Fan was taken aback. Fifth senior sister? He was aware he had 3 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters, but what could have prompted such a reaction from the second senior brother? "Why are you not entering if fifth senior sister is inside?" "Sixth junior brother, you will understand in due time," the rotund figure replied with a shake of his body and a sigh. This only deepened Wu Fan's confusion. Yet he decided to dismiss it and hastened to observe his master practicing alchemy. With that thought, he stepped into the courtyard, followed closely by the second senior brother. Upon entering the house, before even catching sight of fifth senior sister, Wu Fan heard her voice. Where has that fat fool gone? I just saw him a moment ago. Humph, how dare he avoid me? He better not let me catch sight of him again." Wu Fan was taken aback by her words. What could have transpired between the second senior brother and fifth senior sister? Meanwhile, the second senior brother trembled at the sound of her voice. As they entered, they found themselves in a hall, which led deeper into the alchemy chamber. Upon reaching the doorway of the chamber, they finally beheld the source of the second senior brother's trepidation, fifth senior sister. She appeared to be of a similar age to Wu Fan, yet she possessed a cultivation level of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. She was charmingly attractive, with a round face and large, sparkling eyes that radiated a hint of mischief. Her delicate mouth was currently pouted, likely due to her anger, which only accentuated her adorable dimples, further enhancing her beauty. Dressed in a striking red dress, she stood with her hands on her hips, gazing intently ahead. Upon encountering her second senior brother, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed towards him. Once in close proximity, she seized his ear with her delicate white hand and exclaimed loudly, "You glutton, where have you been hiding? What do you mean by avoiding me?"
Do you believe I wouldn't set your spirit beasts ablaze in your cave? Do you think I wouldn't speak ill of you to our master? You possess quite the audacity to evade me. The fifth senior sister unleashed a torrent of words, leaving Wu Fan utterly astounded. Such audacity from the fifth senior sister was remarkable. No wonder the second senior brother feared her so. She was nothing short of a female tyrant. What should I do now? Should I lend a hand to the second senior brother? Wu Fan's thoughts raced, and after careful consideration, he resolved to let it be. The second senior brother could fend for himself. The scene was so daunting that Wu Fan instinctively took a step back, contemplating the futility of offering assistance. Fortunately, the second senior brother's imposing stature shielded Wu Fan completely, and as of yet, the fifth senior sister had not noticed him. Chapter 70. The Art of Alchemy, Be Gentle. Junior sister, my ears might just fall off. The sixth junior brother is right beside me. Could you perhaps spare me a little dignity? The second senior brother could no longer endure and finally cried out. Oh, the sixth junior brother? Where is he? As soon as the fifth senior sister delivered a swift kick, she sent the second senior brother flying. It was then that she noticed the real Wu Fan. Upon witnessing such a robust figure being so easily dispatched, Wu Fan pondered whether the fifth senior sister had indeed unleashed her internal power, or if she was a practitioner of physical cultivation. You are my sixth junior brother? Curiosity sparkled in the fifth senior sister's eyes as she fixed her gaze on Wu Fan, her large eyes wide open. Wu Fan, greetings to you, fifth senior sister. Wu Fan hastily cupped his fists and bowed deeply as a sign of respect. Haha, I am no longer the youngest. I now have a junior brother. How delightful. Sixth junior brother, should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek out your senior sister. With me around, no disciple from the Pill Cauldron Peak would dare to bully you. It was evident that the fifth senior sister was genuinely pleased, a glimmer of joy unmistakably shining in her eyes. Thank you very much, senior sister. Wu Fan bowed once more. Are you here to learn the art of alchemy from our master? The fifth senior sister inquired earnestly, seemingly oblivious to the redundancy of her question. Indeed, today marks my first day observing our master's alchemy. I am uncertain if he has commenced yet. Wu Fan aimed to subtly convey to the fifth senior sister that he wished not to squander time, fearing he might miss the start of their master's alchemical practices. Oh, the master has yet to begin. He has been waiting for both of you. By the way, sixth junior brother, I have not introduced myself. My name is Ru Shui. The fifth senior sister winked at Wu Fan. At that moment, the second senior brother rolled over, urging, let us hurry inside. Our master might become displeased soon. Humph, you glutton. I will spare you today. Given the presence of the junior brother, the fifth senior sister remarked, casually referring to the sixth junior brother as the little junior brother. Yes. Thank you, junior sister. Shall we proceed in now? The second senior brother inquired cautiously. Very well, let us enter. Little junior brother, come along with me. The fifth senior sister beckoned to Wu Fan. With no choice but to comply, Wu Fan stepped beside the fifth senior sister, and together they proceeded to the alchemy chamber. Upon entering, the first thing that caught their attention was a colossal alchemical furnace, standing nearly 10 feet tall, beside which their master sat in a meditative posture. As Wu Fan and the others entered, their master opened his eyes and directed a gaze at them, speaking, have you all had your fun? If you are done, take your seats over there. The fifth senior sister stuck out her tongue and hurried to the back, tugging at Wu Fan's sleeve, signaling him to follow. The second senior brother quickly followed suit. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Fan approached his master, bowed deeply, and respectfully addressed him before joining the other two. Zhu Ming, are your third junior brother and fourth junior sister still in seclusion? Their master inquired of the second senior brother. Yes, master. It seems the third junior brother is engaged in alchemy, while the fourth junior sister has been diligently cultivating. She should be on the verge of breaking through to the 11th level of Qi refinement. The second senior brother replied in a deep, resonant voice. Very well. Let the three of you observe my alchemical endeavors, Master Li Ning declared, proceeding to extract a series of wooden boxes from his storage pouch, simultaneously unveiling each one to reveal an assortment of spiritual herbs. He then formed intricate hand seals and pointed towards the ground beneath the alchemical furnace. Instantly, a circular obsidian cover at the base of the furnace shifted aside, unveiling an opening through which a column of fire erupted, racing towards the furnace's bottom to ignite it. Master Li Ning, with a single hand gesture, performed another seal, prompting the furnace lid to respond accordingly and open. Periodically, he cast a spiritual herb into the furnace until all had been deposited, after which he resealed the lid. For the ensuing hours, he remained intensely focused on the furnace, occasionally channeling additional incantations into it. After 3 full hours, he finally ceased his incantations and lifted the furnace lid, with a swift motion sending forth 7 thumb-sized pills that soared from within, accompanied by a rich aroma of alchemical fragrance. Throughout these 3 hours, Wu Fan remained enraptured, absorbing every detail of his master's alchemical process. Having studied the insights provided by his master for several months, he possessed a foundational understanding of the steps and precautions necessary for alchemy. Yet, Witnessing his master in action imparted profound wisdom that he had not anticipated. Wu Fan was astounded to discover that beneath the alchemical chamber, a vein of earth fire resided. It became clear why his master chose this location for his abode. The assistance of this earth fire rendered the alchemical process significantly more effortless. Wu Fan had previously visited his second brother's alchemical chamber, which lacked the benefit of earth fire. Instead, his second brother employed a fire concentration array, a modest formation that required only a minimal amount of spiritual stones to maintain its function. This arrangement proved quite convenient. However, some alchemical apprentices, constrained by financial limitations, resorted to casting fireball spells for their alchemical practices. Unfortunately, this method demanded considerable mental and magical energy, often leaving them utterly exhausted after producing a single batch of pills. Wu Fan, however, paid little heed to such challenges, for he wielded a flame far superior to earth fire, the celestial flame, a fire he had personally refined, granting him greater control and yielding more efficient results during the alchemical process. In the practice of alchemy, the intervals at which spiritual herbs are introduced into the furnace are of paramount importance. It is not a matter of haphazardly tossing them in. Timing is crucial. Premature or belated additions can compromise the process, and the sequence of herbs must be meticulously adhered to. Each type of pill is governed by a specific formula, honed through millennia of exploration and refinement by predecessors. Should any herb prescribed in a formula become extinct within the realm of cultivation, the alchemist must seek out substitutes and engage in hundreds or thousands of trials and modifications before success is attainable. Thus, alchemical formulas are exceedingly precious. Often, an alchemist may risk everything to secure a rare formula. It is only the great sects of cultivation or prominent families with a rich heritage and centuries of accumulated knowledge that can amass a wealth of formulas to be passed down through generations. Alchemy entails several critical considerations, such as the regulation of flame intensity and the adept application of alchemical techniques. These factors serve as a true testament to an alchemist's experience and proficiency. Thus, aspiring to become an alchemist is no trivial endeavor. For instance, the resources squandered on elixirs during the early stages of learning represent a significant expenditure of spirit stones, a privilege typically afforded only to the prominent sects of cultivation. At this juncture, their master took the 7 elixirs into his hands, scrutinizing them closely, before lamenting, "Alas, this batch has yielded but 7 elixirs, and they are merely ordinary vitality-guarding pills. What a pity." With that, he did not pause for rest, but immediately commenced the crafting of the second batch of elixirs. Chapter 71. Attempting alchemy. As dusk descended, Wu Fan and his companions emerged from their master's alchemical chamber. Throughout the day, while the master concocted elixirs, he imparted a wealth of alchemical wisdom to the trio. Wu Fan, having observed the master's process, experienced a profound epiphany and gained invaluable insights, though he pondered the progress of his second senior brother and 5th senior sister. "Fatty, shortly I shall take the junior brother to your cave, and you must roast a spirit beast for us. Furthermore, present your finest wine. I wish to treat the junior brother," declared 5th senior sister Ru Shui, her striking eyes narrowing as she addressed her second senior brother. "Why must you use my wine to treat the junior brother?" Second senior brother Zhu Ming retorted casually, only to be met with, "Ouch, is it not permissible to use my wine? Sister, please refrain from hitting me again." Wu Fan observed the exchange, finally placing a hand to his forehead in exasperation. A quarter of an hour later, the trio arrived at the second senior brother's abode. Noticing his slightly troubled expression, Wu Fan inquired telepathically, "Second senior brother, why do you harbor such fear of 5th senior sister?" Turning to glance at Wu Fan, the second senior brother replied telepathically, "Little junior brother, you are unaware that 5th senior sister is greatly favored by our master. I truly cannot afford to offend her. I have resisted before. Yet she reported my misdeeds to the master, resulting in several reprimands with the wooden staff. However, prior to your arrival, 5th senior sister was the youngest among us, and we, her older brothers, indulged her, choosing not to confront her. Within our Dan Ding Peak, including the disciples under the 2 uncles, no one dares to provoke her. Everyone is aware of her backing from the master. Yet there is one exception. 5th senior sister fears only one person on Dan Ding Peak, and that is your 4th senior sister, who alone can subdue her. In time, you will understand." Wu Fan finally grasped the reason behind the second senior brother's trepidation towards 5th senior sister, as well as the presence of a wooden staff within the master's storage pouch. He had previously found it perplexing that a distinguished foundation establishment cultivator would always carry a mere wooden staff, devoid of magical properties. Now, the answer became clear. This predicament, however, stemmed from the second senior brother's own choices. Despite possessing excellent aptitude, he was reluctant to diligently cultivate, currently stagnating at the 11th layer of qi refinement and showing little progress in alchemy. Were Wu Fan his master, he too would feel exasperated. From the second senior brother's words, Wu Fan sensed a deep bond among his seniors. He now understood that fourth senior sister was breaking through her bottleneck and that third senior brother was engaged in alchemy. However, he had not heard any mention of the eldest senior brother. Today, the master had not referenced him either, leaving Wu Fan feeling intrigued. After a moment of contemplation, he transmitted to the second senior brother, why have I not heard you speak of the eldest senior brother? Where is he currently? Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, the second senior brother was momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, he sighed and said, the first senior brother left the sect 5 years ago, and now no one knows his whereabouts. 6 years ago, he was ambushed by members of the demonic earth sect and was afflicted with a peculiar poison. Our master, being deeply concerned for him, frequently concocted elixirs to alleviate the poison's effects. Yet, despite all efforts, the poison proved formidable, and master could only manage to suppress its resurgence. During that year, master traveled extensively in search of rare herbs to refine antidotes, but for reasons unknown, the first senior brother secretly left the sect and has since vanished without a trace. Perhaps he departed to spare master from further worry. It was around the time you, my junior brother, first joined the sect that he chose to leave. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan grasped the situation fully. It was likely that master's quest for medicinal herbs was intended to craft antidotes for the first senior brother, which explained why he encountered Wu Fan upon his return and brought him into the fold. With this realization, Wu Fan felt a flicker of gratitude towards the unmasked first senior brother. Had it not been for master's search for remedies, Wu Fan might never have embarked on his journey of cultivation. That day, Wu Fan enjoyed another delightful feast of roasted spirit beast at his second senior brother's abode. Upon returning to his own dwelling, he savored the lingering aroma of the rich meat. Today, he had also partaken in spirit wine, courtesy of the fifth senior sister. The second senior brother dared not withhold the spirit wine. Though the fifth senior sister was somewhat unkind towards him, she was exceedingly protective of her junior brother. She had proclaimed, with a resolute thump of her chest, that she would serve as Wu Fan's pillar of support and would not permit anyone to bully him. Although, with his current abilities, Wu Fan had no fear of cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. He was nonetheless moved by her words, uncertain whether they stemmed from her inebriation. Yet he took them to heart. Upon returning to his cave, he immediately entered his small space with the little white fox. Wu Fan initially took a nap. He could have easily extracted the spirit wine without resting, yet he yearned for the sensation of intoxication. Perhaps it was the tale of the first senior brother that left him feeling somewhat unsettled. In the space of the following day, Wu Fan arrived at the alchemy chamber. Brimming with energy, he swiftly summoned a crimson alchemical furnace from his storage pouch, which landed with a resounding thud upon the ground. Observing the furnace, a subtle smile graced his lips, and he nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, he suddenly opened his mouth, and the celestial flame burst forth, spiraling around the furnace before settling at its base. The flame flickered slightly, expanding from the size of a fist to that of a head. Wu Fan then tapped his storage pouch once more, and a flurry of wooden boxes soared out, landing neatly before him. With deft movements, he formed hand seals and pointed at the furnace, causing the lid to fly open with a loud bang. He casually retrieved a spirit herb from one of the boxes and cast it into the furnace. Thus, he intermittently tossed various herbs into the furnace. Time passed swiftly, and half an hour later, a tremendous sound erupted from within the furnace, causing Wu Fan's expression to darken. He sighed, and with a flick of his sleeve, the remnants of the failed concoction erupted from the furnace. Refining elixirs is indeed a challenging endeavor. I have remained vigilant, yet failure persists, Wu Fan murmured softly to himself. Undeterred, he produced more spirit herbs and commenced the alchemical process anew. This cycle of attempts and failures continued, and unbeknownst to him, he had exhausted the spirit herbs given by his master. However, rather than fretting over the scarcity of materials, he ventured into the medicinal garden beyond the courtyard to gather more herbs, returning to continue his alchemical pursuits. As his failures accumulated, the time taken for each attempt lengthened, from half an hour to an hour, and then to an hour and a half. 10 days elapsed, and he gazed at a dull, gray pill in his hand, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. After 10 days of relentless effort, he had finally produced an elixir, only to find it to be a worthless concoction. Nevertheless, Wu Fan's spirits remained high. This signified that he had progressed a step closer to success. Thus, he immersed himself in the art of alchemy for the long term. Chapter 72. The third senior brother with each session of alchemical refinement. The spiritual herbs in the garden outside the courtyard gradually diminished. Finally, on a day a month later, he successfully concocted a genuine elixir. As the golden pill emerged, Wu Fan erupted into hearty laughter. His diligent efforts had borne fruit. After numerous attempts and the consumption of countless spiritual herbs, he had finally triumphed. Gazing at the golden-hued pill in his hand and inhaling its fragrant aroma, he took a considerable time to calm his excitement. Although this batch represented merely the most basic of elixirs, and he had only produced one, it was nonetheless a significant advancement for him. He pondered how long it might take to achieve the proficiency of his master, who could effortlessly produce 7 or 8 pills in a single session. Nevertheless, he held firm confidence in his future capabilities, for he possessed a spatial herb garden and an abundance of spiritual herbs at his disposal. Even if his alchemical talent was lacking, he was assured that he could swiftly enhance his skills. Thus, a year passed in the outside world. During this time, aside from his monthly visits to his master to learn the art of alchemy, Wu Fan spent his days immersed in refining elixirs and cultivating his skills. Occasionally, he would indulge in drinks and roasted spiritual meats with his second senior brother and fifth senior sister. However, a month ago, his second senior brother had secluded himself, refusing visitors, as he lamented the near depletion of their precious spiritual wine, a source of great frustration for him. Throughout the year, Wu Fan made considerable strides in alchemy. He could now attain a success rate of 60% when refining pills suitable for high-level qi refinement practitioners, producing 5 or 6 pills in each batch. During this time, he consistently consumed the elixirs he had crafted, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 8th layer of qi refinement. And he anticipated a breakthrough to the 9th layer in the near future. However, the spiritual herbs in his spatial garden were dwindling, a testament to the vast quantity he had utilized over the year. Fortunately, he had previously collected numerous seeds, allowing him to replant the garden. On this day, Wu Fan exited his cave dwelling and, as was customary, set off towards his master's courtyard. Before he could approach, he heard the familiar voice of his fifth senior sister calling out, "Yilei, you have finally emerged. Were you so captivated by alchemy? After such a long seclusion, are you now capable of refining foundational elixir? Oh, have you reached the 11th layer of qi refinement? Impressive, Yilei. So you have been concealing your breakthrough from us. I had suspected you could not possibly spend over a year without producing any elixirs. My dear fifth junior sister, the truth is that during this past year, I was indeed focused on alchemy. However, I soon sensed the signs of a breakthrough, prompting me to halt my refining and dedicate myself to cultivation. Hence, I have just emerged to visit our master. Yilei, you have no idea. During your seclusion, a significant event transpired at Danding Peak. Oh, what momentous occasion could that be? Haha, I am no longer the youngest disciple of our master. I am now a senior sister. Isn't that remarkable? Has our master taken on another disciple? Indeed, it is certain, and moreover, he was the champion of the outer sect competition a year ago. How splendid. That young junior brother is truly remarkable. He possesses both charm and a particularly obedient demeanor. Unlike some of you, especially that insufferable senior sister. Third junior brother. Our little junior brother should be arriving shortly. Oh, is that him now? Just as second senior brother Zhu Ming finished speaking, a beam of sword light descended from the sky, revealing the figure of Wu Fan. Upon landing in the courtyard, Wu Fan gazed at the 3 individuals before him. Second senior brother, with his rotund physique, was looking directly at him, while fifth senior sister turned her body upon hearing second senior brother's words. There was also a man, appearing to be in his late 20s, clad in a flowing white robe, strikingly handsome with long, unbound hair cascading freely, presenting an air of nonchalance that left a lasting impression of nobility. At that moment, he too regarded Wu Fan, a smile gracing his features. Wu Fan recognized him as third senior brother Yilei. After a year of apprenticeship, he was finally meeting this esteemed senior brother. Hurriedly, Wu Fan approached and bowed respectfully, saying, "Junior brother Wu Fan pays his respects to third senior brother." Haha, dear junior brother, I truly apologize. I have just emerged from seclusion and was unaware of your accomplishments. Otherwise, I would have visited you sooner, third senior brother warmly replied, stepping closer to pat Wu Fan on the shoulder. No, third senior brother, you are too kind. It should have been I who came to pay you a visit. But I heard you were in seclusion, so I did not dare disturb you. Wu Fan responded with a smile. I've heard that you are the champion of the outer sect competition. You are indeed remarkable. Our master has a keen eye, third senior brother Yilei remarked, scrutinizing Wu Fan with renewed interest. Feeling somewhat bashful at the compliment, Wu Fan offered a sheepish smile. At that moment, fifth senior sister approached Wu Fan, took his arm, and urged him towards the house, saying, "Come, junior brother, let us go. Do not linger with Yilei's chatter. Our master is waiting for us." Wu Fan glanced back at third senior brother, offering an awkward smile, while third senior brother returned a somewhat resigned grin. They then followed the two into the house, leaving second senior brother in a state of bewilderment as he pondered, what is the meaning of this? Why do they ignore me? Is there no regard for me? Their second senior brother? Not only do they refrain from speaking to me, but they also neglect to invite me inside? With a shake of his plump form, he too made his way into the house. As usual, they observed their master practicing alchemy, during which he imparted valuable insights into the craft. The only difference today was the presence of third senior brother. By evening, the four emerged from the courtyard, at which point third senior brother Yilei proposed. Second senior brother, let us gather at your abode today. I have yet to share a drink with our little junior brother this year. Shall we indulge in a revelry tonight? Upon hearing this, second senior brother was taken aback and promptly replied, third junior brother, How about we gather at your abode instead? Junior brother, I am not adept at roasting spirit meat. Besides, elder brother, with your abundant fine wines, it is only natural that we gather at your abode. Spoke the third brother, utterly perplexed. Ah, alas! I, too, am out of spirit wine, lamented the second brother, his expression heavy with sorrow. Foolish glutton, cease your prattle. Today, there is no escaping. Do you intend to avoid us for an entire month? Chided the fifth sister, her hands on her hips and her gaze fierce. Upon hearing her words, the third brother quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, the spirit wine of the second brother had been consumed by the fifth sister and her companion. With a wry smile, he suggested, how about this? I shall fetch the wine, and second brother, you can handle the roasting of the spirit meat. Well, very well then. The second brother wished to express that there were hardly any spirit beasts left, yet the words remained unspoken, and he could only nod in agreement. The four enjoyed a considerable amount of wine that day, and Wu Fan found a kindred spirit in the third brother, engaging in delightful conversation. Chapter 73. Choosing the divine ability on the following day, Wu Fan sat cross-legged on his bed, holding a token in his hand. This token was none other than a reward bestowed by his sect, granting him a singular opportunity to enter the scripture pavilion and select a technique or secret art. Wu Fan gazed at the token for a considerable time before rising and exiting his cave dwelling. He then took to the skies on his flying sword, soaring towards the distant horizon. Atop a majestic and towering peak stood a grand pavilion, its entrance adorned with a colossal plaque inscribed with the three gilded characters, Scripture Pavilion. This was the true Scripture Pavilion of the Qing sect, far surpassing the external one. It was said that within the inner pavilion, 3 foundational cultivators were stationed year-round, and concealed within, beyond the sight of lower-tier cultivators, lay formidable defensive and offensive arrays, safeguarding the pavilion like an impregnable fortress. However, these arrays would only activate in times of peril. At this moment, the plaza before the Scripture Pavilion bustled with inner-sect disciples coming and going. Just then, a beam of sword light streaked across the sky, dissipating to reveal Wu Fan's figure. He scanned the gathered cultivators in the square, and upon spotting a striking silhouette, he was momentarily taken aback. Was that not senior sister Ling Wei? What a coincidence to encounter her here. Surely she too had come to select a technique. Did she possess a token as well? Wu Fan mused inwardly. Descending, he landed gracefully in the plaza, intentionally ignoring Ling Wei as he moved to one side. He was not particularly acquainted with her, thus there was no need for casual conversation. However, at that moment, a voice reached his ears. Junior brother Wu, have you also come to the Scripture Pavilion to select a technique? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan realized that since senior sister Ling Wei had initiated conversation, he had no choice but to halt his steps and turn to respond. Ah, it is you, senior sister Ling Wei. Indeed, I have come to select a technique. Are you here for the same purpose? Yes, I wish to select a technique as well. I just entered the Scripture Pavilion, but alas, while the techniques are commendable, I find myself unable to afford them, Ling Wei replied, shaking her head with an expression of helplessness in her eyes. Oh, and why is that? Did you not receive a token? Wu Fan inquired. The token you mentioned is not something everyone can obtain. Only those who have rendered significant service to the sect are granted one. However, I am aware that you possess such a token. For the top 10 in the previous grand competition are awarded one. It is truly enviable, Ling Wei giggled. Wu Fan then understood that the token was not easily acquired even for those in the top 10 of the competition. He continued, indeed. I have received a token and am preparing to enter the Scripture Pavilion to take a look. From what you just said, is it that you lack sufficient spirit stones to exchange for a technique? Alas, that is not the case. Over the years, I have managed to save some spirit stones. What I meant by unfortunate is that after a brief tour inside, I found that the techniques I wish to obtain cannot be acquired with spirit stones. While those available for exchange do not satisfy me, Ling Wei sighed, her eyes filled with regret. Wu Fan comprehended her meaning. This senior sister Ling Wei sought to exchange for martial arts secrets that required contribution points. Given her youth and the fact that she had cultivated to the 9th level of Qi refinement, it was evident that her accomplishments stemmed from prolonged seclusion. Consequently, her limited time precluded her from undertaking sect tasks, thus hindering her ability to accrue contribution points. Reflecting on this, Wu Fan could only offer consolation. What a pity. Yet there is no need for you to despair, senior sister. You may engage in some sect tasks to earn contributions, and it would not be too late to exchange for martial arts later. Sighing, Ling Wei replied, alas, it must be so. You may proceed inside. I shall take my leave for now. Take care, senior sister. I shall enter now, Wu Fan responded before turning towards the Scripture Pavilion. Upon entering the first floor, he beheld an expansive hall where an elderly man sat behind a table, engrossed in a book. As Wu Fan stepped into the hall, the elder did not even glance his way, simply instructing, go to the second floor and seek for yourself. Once you have made your selection, return to find me. After uttering these words, the elder fell silent, utterly absorbed in his reading. Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback by the elder's words. Upon casting another glance at the man, he was astonished to discover that he could not discern the elder's cultivation level. It was clear that this elder was undoubtedly a foundation establishment stage practitioner. He hadn't expected such a formidable presence to be stationed in the inner sect's scripture pavilion. Not wishing to disturb the elder, Wu Fan offered a respectful bow and proceeded to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he was greeted by rows of wooden shelves, partitioned into two sections clearly labeled Spirit Stone Exchange Area and Contribution Point Exchange Area. Wu Fan ventured into the Spirit Stone section, examining the jade slips displayed on the shelves, each accompanied by a description. For instance, Blood Mist Ghost Flash, 2,000 Spirit Stones, Purple Pattern Royal Finger, 3,000 Spirit Stones, Thunder Phantom Wave Art, 5,000 Spirit Stones, Inner Scene Returning to Sect Decision, 8,000 Spirit Stones. After surveying the area, Wu Fan found, as Ling Wei had indicated, that these martial arts secrets were not particularly rare, although some exceptions demanded an astonishing quantity of Spirit Stones. Having scanned the Spirit Stone area, he proceeded to the Contribution Point area. Upon glancing at the shelves, a look of delight spread across his face. The martial arts secrets available here were indeed far superior to those in the Spirit Stone section. As he scrutinized each jade slip, his astonishment grew. Every martial art was formidable. Regrettably, Wu Fan had already cultivated the fire-burning decision, making it imprudent to switch at this juncture. Thus, he could only peruse the secrets, and after a moment of contemplation, he noticed several that ignited a covetous glint in his eyes, provoking an urge to seize them all. Alas, he possessed but a single token, compelling him to select only one from this impressive array. There exists a mystical technique known as the Great Celestial Finger, which requires a contribution value of 5,000 points. This technique is a formidable set of finger gestures, possessing a power that surpasses the Ice Spike spell by more than tenfold upon mastery. However, within this contribution value zone, all mystical arts are limited to the Qi refinement stage. To cultivate the foundational volume of the Great Celestial Finger, one must ascend to the third floor, accessible solely to foundation establishment cultivators, where the contribution values for those mystical techniques are even greater. Additionally, there is a technique called the Extreme Fire Divine Palm, which necessitates a contribution value of 7,000 points. This palm technique is equally impressive, allowing the practitioner to unleash a grand hand seal during combat, akin to a high-grade flying sword attacking from a distance. One can even project this hand seal from several dozen paces away to send an opponent flying. Had Wu Fan possessed this technique during the outer sect competition, he would undoubtedly have claimed the first place without relying on the Golden Yuan rejuvenation. Chapter 74. Swift Phantom. What captivated Wu Fan the most were three esoteric techniques, one of which was a martial art focused on close combat, particularly suitable for physical cultivators. This technique was named the Devil Sky Fist, requiring a staggering contribution of 15,000 points. Wu Fan's intrigue stemmed primarily from another body refinement technique, as he had always admired physical cultivators like Hao Yu, who exhibited immense bravery, formidable physical strength, and boundless power, reminiscent of mighty beasts. After his encounter with Hao Yu, Wu Fan developed a profound yearning for body refinement techniques. Today, within the scripture repository, he stumbled upon a powerful body refinement technique called the Celestial Beast Armor Art, which was significantly superior to the technique practiced by Hao Yu. However, the contribution required for this art was exorbitantly high, demanding a total of 20,000 points. The final technique that piqued Wu Fan's interest was one entitled Swift Phantom Movement. Upon discovering this secret art, he resolved to acquire it without hesitation. This technique ranked among the top 10 in the entire contribution value domain. If he could master it to perfection, he would be capable of moving within a radius of several dozen yards, appearing and disappearing as if by teleportation. Yet, this technique also required a staggering contribution of 25,000 points. Upon seeing this figure, Wu Fan's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. This was merely the first half of the entire set of techniques. He could only wonder how many contribution points would be required for the latter half on the third floor. Wu Fan was deeply drawn to these three techniques. If he could cultivate all three simultaneously, how powerful would he become? Regrettably, he could only select one to take with him. Contemplating this, a look of indecision, akin to that of senior sister Ling Wei moments ago, emerged on his face. After much deliberation, Wu Fan resolved to first exchange for the Swift Phantom technique. However, he decided that once he broke through to the 9th level of Qi refinement and simultaneously cultivated the Swift Phantom to a minor completion, he would immediately undertake a sect mission. Once he accumulated enough contribution points, he would be determined to acquire the Celestial Beast Armor Art and, if possible, retrieve the Devil Sky Fist as well. Upon reaching the first floor, Wu Fan approached the elderly man, bowed respectfully, and stated, "Elder, I have completed my selection." He then extended the jade slip toward the elder. The elder, however, did not take it. Instead, he remained engrossed in the book he held, savoring its content. Wu Fan, feeling awkward, stood silently in place, refraining from interrupting. After what felt like an eternity, the elder finally set down his book and turned his gaze towards Wu Fan. Upon seeing the jade slip, the elder exclaimed softly and then inquired, "Young man, do you know how many contribution points this technique requires? Do you possess that many points?" Wu Fan remained silent, merely bowing again and offering his token. Upon seeing the token, the elder's expression shifted to one of realization. "I did not expect you to possess a token. You must be that lad who claimed first place in the outer sect competition," the elder observed, fixing his gaze upon Wu Fan. Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, pondering how this venerable figure could possibly know of his status as the foremost disciple of the outer sect. He distinctly recalled that he had not encountered this elder among the council of elders before. Perhaps sensing Wu Fan's bewilderment, the elder continued, "In recent years, only a handful of these tokens have been distributed, and I am well aware of the individuals who possess them. Although I was stationed at the Scripture Pavilion during the outer sect competition, I have records regarding the origins of this token. Since you possess it, I shall bestow upon you this divine technique." Upon concluding his words, the elder inscribed a jade slip and casually tossed it to Wu Fan, subsequently returning to his reading. Wu Fan bowed respectfully once more, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, elder." Observing that the elder had lapsed into silence, Wu Fan smiled faintly and rose to exit. Half an hour later, Wu Fan returned to his chamber, where he found himself seated cross-legged upon his bed, contemplating the jade slip in his hand. He murmured to himself, "From now on, I shall prioritize alchemy above all else, followed by the enhancement of my cultivation level, while simultaneously practicing this rapid illusion technique. I will strive to master it by the time I reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement, allowing me to undertake tasks thereafter." With this resolution, Wu Fan entered a period of seclusion. A year later in the external world, within the confines of the spatial alchemy chamber, Wu Fan was wholly engrossed in his alchemical endeavors. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated, causing Wu Fan's expression to darken. He sighed, "Alas, this first-tier elixir is exceedingly challenging to concoct. I have been immersed in this endeavor for over a month and have yet to succeed even once. It is no wonder that the ascent to becoming an alchemist is deemed arduous. Among my senior brothers and sisters, only the eldest brother has attained the rank of alchemist. Perhaps my cultivation level is insufficient. No matter, I shall conclude my seclusion for now and attempt this again once I reach the 10th layer of Qi refinement." Wu Fan understood that only upon advancing to the rank of alchemist could he concoct elixirs of a certain grade, and the sole criterion for such an advancement was the successful formulation of a first-tier elixir. This first-tier potion was commonly consumed by cultivators in the early stages of foundation establishment, while second-tier elixirs were suitable for those in the mid-phase of foundation establishment, and third-tier elixirs for those in the later stages. Should he succeed in crafting a fourth-tier elixir, it would signify his elevation to the esteemed rank of Master Alchemist. Currently, Wu Fan's master was a Master Alchemist capable of producing fifth-tier elixirs, holding a prestigious status within the sect. It was said that the ability to create seventh-tier elixirs would elevate one to the legendary status of an alchemy grandmaster. However, no such grandmaster existed in the entirety of the Great Xia Kingdom. As for Wu Fan, he could only be considered an apprentice alchemist, limited to the creation of inferior-grade potions. Wu Fan is currently concocting pills for peak Qi refinement practitioners, achieving a remarkable success rate of 7 out of 10 batches. Furthermore, he has managed to maintain a yield of over 6 pills per batch. Given his current proficiency in alchemy, he stands as the foremost among his peers, second only to the eldest senior brother. His rapid advancement can be attributed to the possession of a spatial medicinal garden, replete with a plethora of spiritual herbs at his disposal for alchemical experimentation. Through numerous failures, he has gradually cultivated invaluable experience, a privilege not afforded to others who lack such advantageous conditions. Thus, his swift improvement in the art of alchemy is entirely justifiable. Throughout the past year, aside from his monthly lessons with his master in alchemy, Wu Fan has remained steadfast in his cultivation, ultimately breaking through his previous bottleneck and ascending to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. He has also refined the technique of rapid phantom to a significant level of proficiency. With this progress, he now prepares to embark on a mission for his sect, as he has long coveted a certain physical cultivation technique. He is resolute in his determination to reclaim that coveted manual. Having concluded his alchemical endeavors, Wu Fan approaches the spirit beast chamber, cradling the little white fox in his arms before stepping out of the small space. Chapter 75. The fourth senior sister Wu Fan resolved to first inform his master before proceeding to the inner gate affairs office to acquire a task. Upon approaching the vicinity of his master's courtyard, he noticed 3 figures standing within: his master, the second senior brother, and the 5th senior sister. Wu Fan found it peculiar that they were gathered there, especially since it was not a day designated for alchemy. At that moment, his master's voice resonated in the courtyard. "Ah, Zhu Ming, are you once again courting trouble? Your fifth junior sister merely requested a few spirit beasts from you. As an elder brother, can't you be a bit more generous? Must you come to me with such trivial complaints? Meanwhile, the fifth senior sister, Ru Shui, was reveling in her triumph, occasionally casting a gloating glance at the second senior brother, as if to say, serves you right for being scolded. The second senior brother, however, wore a look of indignation. Sensing his master's rising ire, he took a step back and murmured, Master, it is not as you think. The junior sister has already asked me for over a dozen spirit beasts recently, and I am left with only 5 in my cave. Those 5 were caught just a few days ago, yet the moment she opened her mouth, she demanded 3 more. Master, you must intercede on my behalf. Besides, she has reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. Why can't she catch spirit beasts herself? Ru Shui, upon hearing this, retorted defiantly, I have only attained the 10th level of Qi refinement. How could I dare to catch spirit beasts? What if I encounter a 2nd or 3rd tier beast? Unlike you, who has mastered various escape techniques. Furthermore, I am only looking out for your well-being. Just look at how plump you've become. Master has admonished you countless times against indulging your appetite, yet you neglect your cultivation and alchemy studies, fixating solely on capturing spirit beasts to feast upon. Upon hearing Ru Shui's reasonable remarks, the master's expression darkened further. He turned to the second disciple, Zhu Ming, and casually withdrew a wooden staff from his storage bag, stepping forward as if to strike. At the sight of the staff, the second senior brother hastily turned to flee, but upon glancing back, his eyes lit up as he spotted Wu Fan. Wu Fan shook his head helplessly and approached, bowing respectfully. He then spoke, Master, I wish to undertake a sect mission and will be away for some time. His master, Li Ning, upon noticing Wu Fan's presence, snorted and lowered the wooden staff, saying, Xiao Fan, you seek to complete a mission for contribution points, I presume? Wu Fan glanced at the second senior brother, who was looking at him with gratitude. Wu Fan smiled and winked before responding to his master. Indeed, master. I have my sights set on several techniques in the scripture pavilion and wish to exchange my contributions for them. Li Ning then inquired, has your alchemy skill improved? Wu Fan replied, I can now barely concoct high-tier elixirs. There has indeed been some progress. In truth, Wu Fan had already mastered the creation of top-tier elixirs, but he refrained from revealing this, lest it provoke astonishment. Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, his master's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not anticipated that his disciple, having only been in the sect for 2 years, could already refine high-level elixirs. This talent for alchemy was truly astonishing. It was unexpected that although the disciple's spiritual roots were of poor quality, his aptitude for potion making was exceptional. Contemplating this, he continued to inquire, why do you wish to leave the sect? You could choose to refine elixirs to earn contribution points. Why venture outside? Wu Fan was well aware that refining elixirs could yield contribution points, yet he harbored his own plans. Firstly, he believed that earning contribution points through alchemy was excessively slow compared to undertaking other sect missions, and he was confident in his abilities. As long as he did not encounter Foundation establishment cultivators, he felt completing tasks would be quite manageable. Secondly, he sought to continue searching for the medicinal herbs necessary to concoct Foundation establishment pills, along with other rare herbs. Should he advance to the 10th layer of Qi refinement in the future, the herbs required would be even more precious. The herbs he possessed could only serve as auxiliary ingredients. The primary ones must be sought after personally. He had previously requested some rare herb seeds from his master, but those were still inadequate. Currently, he had only managed to gather seeds for 2 high-tier elixirs. However, due to his physical condition, he needed to frequently change the elixirs to enhance his cultivation, as continuously using the same elixir could lead to resistance. At present, he had managed to gather seeds for a first-grade elixir and a second-grade elixir, but that was a matter for another time. With these thoughts in mind, he pondered how to respond to his master. After a moment of reflection, he finally said, Master, I wish to go out and experience the world. Very well. Seeking experience is indeed a wise choice. However, Xiao Fan, do remember to prioritize your safety while you are out there, his master cautioned. A hint of sadness flickering in his eyes as if he recalled some unhappy memories. Wu Fan, noticing his master's expression, understood the underlying sentiments and replied, I will be cautious, master. At that moment, the 5th senior sister approached with a reluctant expression, grasping Wu Fan's arm. Little junior brother, without you at the Danding Peak, I shall be dreadfully bored. Just then, the 2nd senior brother, with his rotund figure, joined them, advising, little junior brother, be sure to prioritize your safety out there. Avoid taking on overly dangerous tasks. Understood, senior brother and sister, Wu Fan replied with a smile, feeling a twinge of warmth in his heart. At that instant, the 5th senior sister, recalling that their matter remained unresolved, hurriedly stepped closer to the 2nd senior brother and pinched his ear, exclaiming, You glutton, will you or will you not give me the spirit beast? The 2nd senior brother yelped in surprise and called out to their master, Master, look at our little junior sister. Seeing this scene, Wu Fan could only shake his head in resignation, pondering why these two always seemed to bicker upon meeting. Just as his master was about to speak, a streak of light suddenly shot across the sky, and before the figure could be seen, a cold, feminine voice echoed, "Humph. Ru Shui, you are becoming increasingly unreasonable. Will you not release your grip?" Upon hearing this voice, the fifth sister shuddered violently, instinctively withdrawing her hand from the second brother's ear, and subsequently became strangely still. In contrast, the second brother's eyes brightened upon hearing the sound, and a look of delight illuminated his features. A subtle smile also graced their master's face. Witnessing the expressions of these individuals, Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that this must be the long-anticipated fourth sister he had yet to meet. He turned his gaze skyward, where a woman, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, stood poised atop a flying sword. Clad in an immaculate white gown, her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist. Her complexion resembled the finest jade, her eyes sparkled with brilliance, and her lips were delicate, presenting a beauty that rivaled that of Sister Ling Wei. However, this woman exuded an aura reminiscent of ancient ice, her expression as frigid as frost, evoking an impression of a celestial being, untouchable and divine. Chapter 76. The Hall of Affairs. As the young woman descended to the ground, she approached her master and coldly stated, "Master, I have emerged from my seclusion." Her master, wearing a smile, carefully scrutinized her and remarked, "Indeed, you have reached the 11th level of Qi refining." At that moment, the second senior brother exclaimed with delight, "Fourth junior sister, you have finally emerged. How wonderful. By the way, this is our little junior brother, who has been an apprentice for 2 years now. Unfortunately, you were in seclusion and have not had the chance to meet him." Upon hearing this, the young woman slowly turned around, examining Wu Fan with newfound interest. A smile graced her face for the first time, radiating beauty akin to a garden in full bloom. If she were to frequently display such a smile, one could only wonder how many hearts would be ensnared. Before she could speak, Wu Fan stepped forward, bowing respectfully with clasped fists. Junior brother Wu Fan pays his respects to fourth senior sister. After a brief smile, the young woman reverted to her previous demeanor of coldness. She parted her lips slightly and said, "Junior brother, I am Zhu Shuang. I have been in seclusion and was unaware of your arrival. I hope you will not take offense." Wu Fan hastily replied, "Fourth senior sister, you flatter me. It is I who should have sought you out." Zhu Shuang nodded slightly, and then turned her gaze to fifth senior sister, Ru Shui, her voice icy as she inquired, "Ru Shui, what is the meaning of this?" Since the arrival of fourth senior sister, Ru Shui had remained rooted in place, silent, her eyes darting about as if lost in thought. Upon hearing fourth senior sister's question, she merely huffed softly before taking flight on her sword, neglecting to bid farewell to their master. Zhu Shuang let out a light huff, muttering under her breath about the increasing absurdity of the situation, then turned to her master and said, "Master, it is you who have indulged fifth junior sister." Seeing Ru Shui depart, their master could only shake his head with a gentle sigh, then turned and walked back into the residence. The second senior brother, Zhu Ming, sensing the shift in mood, quickly attempted to lighten the atmosphere, exclaiming, "Ha ha, little junior brother, are you not off to undertake a task? Best be on your way." Fourth senior sister Zhu Shuang also looked at Wu Fan, gently asking, "Are you embarking on a sect mission, junior brother?" "Yes. I wish to venture out for some practical experience and perhaps undertake a few tasks," Wu Fan replied to his fourth senior sister. The fourth senior sister, Zhu Shuang, wore a serious expression and spoke, "If you wish to venture out for training, you must remain vigilant and never underestimate the dangers that lie ahead. You must understand that the world of cultivation is exceedingly ruthless. In this realm, whether from the righteous sects or the demonic paths, all are driven by a relentless pursuit of defiance against fate, adhering to the principle of survival of the fittest. The righteous sects advocate for gradual progress and natural development, employing gentler methods. Yet, under the guise of exorcising evil and upholding justice, they often engage in despicable acts, embodying hypocrisy and pretense. Conversely, the demonic sects prioritize rapid advancement of power, often resorting to malicious and treacherous practices. They may claim to follow their true nature, but as their powers grow and their realms elevate, they can become increasingly extreme, ultimately losing their very essence and transforming into bloodthirsty savages. She paused momentarily before continuing, "Remember, junior brother, regardless of whether they belong to the righteous or the wicked, or even other practitioners, no matter how sweetly they speak, they all adhere to the law of the jungle. We cultivators are not mere mortals. Higher-tier practitioners regard lower-tier ones as insignificant insects, and a mere disagreement could lead to fatal consequences. So, dear junior brother, heed my words. I shall not delay you any further. Upon your return, I will visit your abode." Wu Fan listened intently, somewhat bewildered by the depth of her counsel, unsure why she felt compelled to share such insights today. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the wisdom in her words and committed them to memory. He recalled the last time he sold spiritual herbs and was ambushed by members of the Wanbao building. Was it not a stark example of the survival of the fittest she had described? Thank you, fourth senior sister, for your guidance. I shall remember your teachings, he said sincerely, bowing deeply in respect. The second senior brother, upon hearing Zhu Shuang's words, let out a sigh and shook his head. Well then, fourth senior sister, junior brother must take his leave, Wu Fan concluded, stepping onto his flying sword and soaring into the sky. As he approached Yuzhao Peak, he noticed that this peak was significantly smaller than the other mountains of the Qingfeng sect, with an exceptionally thin aura of spiritual energy. Yet, many disciples of the Qingfeng sect frequented this place, as the affairs hall of the sect was situated atop Yuzhao Peak. At that moment, on the summit's plaza, numerous figures were making their way toward the affairs hall, while many others emerged from the grand hall, bustling with activity. Just then, a beam of sword light descended from the horizon and landed on the plaza. Observing the throng of individuals entering and exiting the hall, Wu Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he stepped forward into the grand hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by walls adorned with countless unknown jade stones, upon which were inscribed densely packed golden characters. Wu Fan understood that these inscriptions represented tasks, unlike the outer sect's affairs office. This inner sect hall did not record tasks in books. Wu Fan stepped forward, observing the myriad tasks displayed upon the wall. The variety was extensive. Minor tasks offered mere dozens of contribution points, while more significant undertakings boasted thousands. He scrutinized the listings, seeking assignments that promised high contribution values, brevity in duration, and a semblance of safety. After half an hour of careful examination, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. He promptly produced his identification badge and waved it towards the task he had chosen. Instantly, the golden script of the task transformed into black, signifying that it had already been claimed by another. Having selected his task, Wu Fan wasted no time and swiftly exited the hall, unleashing his flying sword, which soared beyond the gates of Qingfeng sect. An hour later, he found himself over 200 miles from the sect. With a swift motion, he patted his storage pouch, and the cloud mist boat shot forth with a whoosh, expanding against the wind to a size of 3 zhang. Wu Fan leapt onto it, and the vessel darted away like an arrow loosed from a bow. A smile graced his lips. The task he had undertaken was one that promised 1,200 contribution points. It required him to journey to the main city of Liangzhou, known as Qing City, which lay at the border of Qingfeng sect's domain. Beyond that boundary lay the territory of the Earth Demon sect. The task detailed that over the course of several months, countless mortals had mysteriously vanished from within and around Qing City, their fates unknown. Wu Fan's primary objective was to investigate this matter and, if possible, quell the unrest. Should he uncover any involvement of foundational-level cultivators in the disappearances, he would report his findings to the sect, which would dispatch cultivators to resolve the situation. Chapter 77. Liangzhou. Upon encountering this task, Wu Fan felt confident in his ability to manage it. It merely involved uncovering the truth behind a particular matter. If this case of missing persons did not involve any foundational period cultivators, he believed he could resolve it with ease. However, should such entities be involved, he would prefer to report it directly to his sect, thereby completing the task without unnecessary risk. The substantial contribution value associated with this task was compelling. Wu Fan had every reason to accept it, as he was eager to accumulate enough contribution points swiftly to exchange for body cultivation techniques. 10 days later in Liangzhou, 50 miles outside Qing City, a sudden beam of white light descended from the sky. As the radiance dissipated, a small white boat emerged. Wu Fan glanced ahead before retracting the flying vessel and proceeding towards Qing City. As he walked, his features began to distort, and his stature gradually grew more imposing. Moments later, Wu Fan transformed into a middle-aged man, his aura now completely undetectable. Were a foundational period cultivator to pass by, they would perceive him as an ordinary mortal, oblivious to his true identity as a cultivator. An hour later, Wu Fan found himself in an alley within Qing City, standing before a courtyard gate. He knocked gently. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man emerged. Upon seeing Wu Fan, the old man's brow furrowed, and confusion flickered in his eyes. As he opened his mouth to inquire, he suddenly noticed the white jade token in the large man's hand, which Wu Fan waved before him. The moment the elder beheld the token, his eyes brightened, and he hastily bowed, saying, "I am by too honored to meet the esteemed envoy. Rise, and lead me inside. I have questions for you," Wu Fan replied casually. "Please, esteemed envoy, enter," the elder said, bowing deeply as he ushered Wu Fan inside. The elder harbored some doubts within. How high could the cultivation of this esteemed envoy be? Why did he sense no fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from him? Perhaps it was due to his own low cultivation level, and this esteemed envoy possessed some formidable concealment technique. It was unlikely that the sect would dispatch a foundational period cultivator directly. Upon entering, Wu Fan discerned the elder's cultivation level, merely a low-tier practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Once they were inside, Wu Fan spoke. "I am an inner disciple of the Qingfeng sect, and I have taken on this task. Please share with me all the information you possess." Upon hearing Wu Fan's inquiry, the elder quickly bowed and clasped his hands, saying, "Esteemed envoy, the situation is as follows. 6 months ago, individuals began to vanish inexplicably throughout the Liangzhou region. Initially, the number of missing persons was small, and I failed to notice it. However, in the past 2 months, the number of disappearances has markedly increased. When I finally recognized the pattern, I rushed to investigate, only to discover that the number of missing individuals had soared to 6 or 7,000, and it continues to rise. To date, approximately 10,000 people have gone missing." Wu Fan fell into contemplation upon hearing the elder's account. After a moment, he inquired, "Given that so many have vanished, has the government not taken notice? Even with Liangzhou's dense population, they should have detected this long ago." The elder pondered for a moment before replying, "Indeed, the esteemed official is correct. Initially, I shared the same sentiment. However, what is perplexing is that I sensed something amiss 2 months ago, yet the authorities remained utterly unresponsive. It was only a month prior, amidst rising panic among the populace, that the government took action. They posted notices at the city gates and dispatched soldiers to patrol day and night. Yet the number of missing persons not only failed to diminish, but actually increased." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's eyes narrowed, and he inquired, "Have you uncovered anything?" The elder, upon hearing Wu Fan's question, displayed a look of embarrassment and replied, "I am but a humble man of limited capability, and thus far, I have found no suspicious leads." After a brief pause, he added, "However, I am confident that the matter of the missing persons involves cultivators. It is inconceivable for mere mortals to abduct so many individuals. I have investigated and noted that among the missing are children, women, and the elderly. If it were the work of mortals, what purpose would they serve?" Wu Fan, upon reflecting on the elder's words, replied, "Very well, I understand. I will take care of this matter. Should you uncover any further information, please do not hesitate to inform me." The elder clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "Understood. I shall take my leave now." With that, Wu Fan stood and made his way out. As Wu Fan exited the courtyard, the elder hastily called after him, "Esteemed official, travel safely." Wu Fan strolled casually down the street, murmuring to himself, "There is an air of malevolence surrounding this affair. From what I currently know, the case of the missing persons is undoubtedly linked to cultivators, and the government must also be implicated." He entered a tavern, ordered a few small dishes, and attentively listened to the conversations of the other patrons, contemplating the risks he would take that night. As a mere mortal, he was curious to see if anyone would dare to capture him. However, by nightfall, he had gleaned no useful information. He rose, tossed a few silver coins onto the table, and exited the tavern, continuing his leisurely walk down the street. As the clock struck midnight, the streets lay deserted. Yet Wu Fan had still not discerned anything unusual. He then made his way towards the Lord's manor. After half an hour, at the grand rear gate of the manor, Wu Fan tapped his storage pouch, causing a talisman to soar forth and affix itself to him. In an instant, he vanished, concealed by the cloaking talisman, which could easily deceive ordinary mortals. However, if a cultivator were to employ a spiritual eye technique, Wu Fan's presence would be unmistakably revealed. Wu Fan leaped gracefully into the courtyard, moving silently within. Upon reaching a grand loft, he sensed the presence of a cultivator. Wu Fan felt no anxiety about being detected. Only he understood the formidable prowess of his heavenly ghost concealment technique. As long as the cultivator did not employ spiritual vision to scrutinize him, his figure would remain undisclosed. Peering through the narrow slit of a window, he observed 2 individuals within. One was clad in a form-fitting black garb, wearing a broad-brimmed hat that obscured his features. However, his voice suggested he was a middle-aged man, a cultivator of the 10th level of Qi refinement. The other was an ordinary mortal, over 60 years of age, adorned in splendid attire, with a countenance that exuded authority, clearly a man accustomed to high status. Yet, at that moment, the elder's face was etched with anxiety as he bowed deeply to the man in black, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, which he dared not wipe away. With a voice heavy with despair, the old man implored, "Esteemed lord, I am at a loss as to how many more individuals you require. I, a mere old man, can scarcely bear this pressure any longer. If this matter were to become known, my entire family would be at risk of execution, even if we had 9 lives. I beseech you, esteemed lord, to intercede with your superior on my behalf and spare my family. I am prepared to return home with my loved ones." Chapter 78 Interrogation. After the elder finished speaking, the man in black opposite him displayed evident impatience and coldly snorted, "Why do you have so much irrelevant chatter? The fact that the esteemed one has chosen you for this task is a blessing from your past life. If you can please the esteemed one, rest assured, he will not treat you poorly. The esteemed one has stated that if you perform well, he will reward you with elixirs that will cure all your ailments and extend your life by a decade. You must keep this information confidential and ensure that the common folk do not spread news of this matter in Liangzhou. Should the disciples of Qing Feng's sect discover what is happening here, Neither the esteemed one nor you and I will have a favorable outcome. Just hold on for a few more days. The esteemed one's grand plan is nearing completion. Upon hearing about the elixirs, the elder's eyes clearly brightened. But then he fell into despair as the weight of his past deeds hit him. He had caused the deaths of far too many individuals, over 10,000 lives. Would he be met with retribution for his actions? Yet, he felt powerless to refuse, as his family was firmly in the hands of these powerful figures. With this in mind, he could only respond, "This old man shall do his utmost to serve the esteemed one." That's more like it. Rest assured, once the task is accomplished, you will not be overlooked. You just need to endure for 3 more days. It will be nothing. I shall take my leave now. The man in black declared before turning to exit. Farewell, esteemed one. The elder quickly bowed towards the departing figure. Once the man in black exited the city lord's manor, he scanned his surroundings and, seeing no one in sight, produced a talisman with a flick of his hand. He affixed it to himself, becoming indistinct, much like Wu Fan had before, and then swiftly departed into the distance. After leaving Liangzhou, he released a circular magical artifact and stood upon it, soaring into the air. Over 200 miles away, high above a mountain range, the man abruptly halted and glanced back, speaking coldly. "Your concealed technique is indeed impressive. Had you not mismanaged the wind speed during your flight, I would have been unaware of your pursuit. May I inquire what business you have in following me?" In the space where the man in black gazed, the air began to warp, revealing a middle-aged man who held a talisman, seemingly just removed from his own person. The man chuckled, "Haha. I indeed have some queries for you, esteemed friend. I would appreciate it if you could enlighten me, should you have the time." "Oh, what is it that you wish to ask? I am unfamiliar with you, so why should I respond?" The expression of the man in black turned frosty, his tone chilling. "I merely wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the over 10,000 missing commoners, as well as your identity and sect. Additionally, who is this esteemed one you speak of? What is their cultivation level? And for what purpose are they capturing these commoners? I apologize for the multitude of questions, but I implore you to clarify these matters for me." The middle-aged man's voice gradually became colder as he finished speaking. "Humph. You do have quite a few questions, yet I have no intention of divulging anything to you. What can you do about it?" The man in black retorted with a cold snort. "Alas, what a pity. In truth, there was no need for your demise. Since you are intent on courting death, I can hardly be blamed." As the middle-aged man finished speaking, his form suddenly shimmered and vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, not far from the cloaked figure, the fabric of space warped, and in an instant, the previously disappeared middle-aged man reappeared. Upon his emergence, he let out a chuckle, and then a radiant golden light erupted from his body, expanding instantaneously to a distance of 10 zhang, enveloping the cloaked man within its embrace. The moment the cloaked man came into contact with the golden light, he felt an immense gravitational force bearing down upon him, as if a mountain were pressing upon his very being. At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly swung his arm, and a rope shot forth from his hand, speeding towards the cloaked figure. Given the proximity and the cloaked man's struggle against the golden radiance, the rope encountered no resistance as it ensnared him. The cloaked man immediately sensed his internal energy falter, unable to summon even a trace of power. A look of terror flashed across his eyes, and while he was momentarily stunned, the middle-aged man had already reached his side, grinning before propelling them both away with astonishing speed. From the moment the middle-aged man struck until he whisked the cloaked man away, merely a few breaths had passed, a velocity that left onlookers astounded. More than 100 miles away, atop a low mountain peak amidst a forest of rubble, the cloaked man sat bound by a rope, his gaze fixed in fear and hatred upon the middle-aged man before him. "Can you now answer my questions, my friend?" The middle-aged man inquired casually. "I know not of what you speak. I advise you to release me at once, or you shall pay dearly," the cloaked man threatened. "Alas, I have already stated that you need not meet your end, yet you remain obstinate. Thus, do not blame me for my ruthlessness," the middle-aged man retorted. With that, a long sword appeared in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, a flash of crimson light darted forth, followed by a piercing scream. The cloaked man was now missing an arm, blood gushing from the severed stump, the anguished cry echoing his torment. "Will you speak?" the middle-aged man demanded, his eyes glinting with menace. "Even if you kill me, I will not divulge anything. Abandon your hopes." The cloaked man contorted his face in agony, his voice strained. Without another word, the middle-aged man stepped closer, raising his sword once more, and with a swift motion, the remaining arm of the cloaked man fell to the ground. "Oh, I will speak. I beg you spare me," the cloaked man croaked, his voice hoarse with despair. The middle-aged man set aside his long sword and remarked, "Had you spoken earlier, we could have avoided this agony of severed limbs. Now, reveal all that you know." The man in black, his visage twisted in anguish, began to speak. "Those mortals were sent by my master to capture." At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed, and the head of the man in black erupted, showering the surroundings with a gruesome mixture of red and white. He perished before he could finish his sentence. The middle-aged man, his expression darkened. gazed at the lifeless body and murmured to himself, I did not anticipate that this individual's primordial spirit was ensnared by a high-ranking cultivator's restraint. Alas, I have uncovered nothing. Since the trail has gone cold, I must return to the Lord's estate to seek that elder. This middle-aged man was none other than Wu Fan himself. He had been tailing the man in black since his departure from the Lord's estate, but despite his efforts, he had found no leads. With a swift motion, Wu Fan summoned the storage pouch from the waist of the deceased, and then, with a single hand gesture, conjured a fireball the size of a fist, incinerating the man in black into ashes. Only then did he release his flying sword, ascending into the sky. Chapter 79. The prefect of Liangzhou. As Wu Fan soared through the sky, he had already examined the storage bag of the man in black, discovering several thousand spirit stones, 3 high-grade magical artifacts, a few bottles of elixirs, and an assortment of miscellaneous items, with nothing further of significance, nor any objects that could attest to the man's identity. Upon returning to the city lord's mansion, it was already the dead of night. He paused before the previously seen pavilion, observing that the elder was seated solemnly in the hall, seemingly lost in thought. A slight smirk played upon Wu Fan's lips as he watched the elder's visage begin to contort, his stature shifting as well. In a mere moment, Wu Fan transformed into the likeness of the man in black. He then retrieved the storage bag from the black-clad man, extracting a complete set of black attire along with a wide-brimmed hat. After donning the ensemble, he stepped purposefully into the room. Wu Fan was left with no alternative but to resort to such measures. The elder was merely an ordinary mortal. Should Wu Fan attempt to employ the soul search technique on him, the frail body of the elder would succumb instantly. Likewise, he could not perform the same on the black-clad man. Though Wu Fan had indeed studied the soul search technique, it bore restrictions. Only high-tier cultivators could wield it against those of lower rank. Were Wu Fan a foundation-building cultivator, he would not find himself in such a predicament. However, the black-clad man's primordial spirit was bound by a restriction, rendering Wu Fan powerless against him. Invoking the soul search technique would only hasten the man's demise. Arriving at the door, Wu Fan made no pretense, boldly pushing it open. The elder, startled by the sudden entrance, instinctively thought that the intruder must be a cultivator. Otherwise, given the rigorous defenses of his residence, an ordinary person would find it impossible to gain entry. Upon the man's entrance, the elder was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't the esteemed official just departed? Not daring to be negligent, the elder hastily approached and bowed, inquiring, "Esteemed official, have you perhaps forgotten to relay some instructions?" Wu Fan, disguised as the man in black, spoke in a voice that resonated with authority. "I have returned to verify that your tasks have been executed flawlessly. I have discovered that someone has leaked information. This is impossible. The individuals I entrusted with the tasks are my most loyal confidants. They would never betray my trust. Esteemed official, what shall we do?" The elder's complexion paled instantly at these words, realizing that if the information had indeed escaped, not only would he face the wrath of his superior, but the court would also bring ruin upon his entire family. Wu Fan's gaze sharpened as he replied, "You should be acutely aware of the gravity of this situation. I shall say no more. If it is discovered that you have failed in your duties, prepare yourself for the ire of your superior." The elder, nearly collapsing from fear, steadied himself and tremulously asked, "Esteemed official, what am I to do? I beseech you, please save me." What else is there to do? "You must swiftly take me to your confidants to uncover the truth of this matter," Wu Fan retorted sharply, flicking his sleeve in indignation. "Indeed, I shall accompany you to seek out my confidants," the elderly man declared, hastily striding towards the door. Wu Fan followed closely behind, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips as he observed the old man's retreating figure. As they walked, Wu Fan noted the palpable fear emanating from the elder. His unsteady gait betrayed his trepidation, nearly causing him to stumble 5 times over a distance of less than 100 paces. The city lord's residence was vast, comprising both inner and outer courtyards. Upon exiting the inner courtyard, despite the late hour, the outer courtyard was alive with pairs of guards patrolling, weapons in hand. As one such pair approached, they spotted Wu Fan and the elder, immediately dropping to one knee and exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Lord Prefect." "Rise," the elder replied, attempting to maintain an air of composure. The guards stood, and one, evidently the leader, stepped forward, inquiring, "Lord Prefect, is there any task you require us to undertake?" "Take me to the 5th Army camp," the elder replied casually. "Yes, your servant shall obey." The leader turned to his subordinates, commanding, "Move out to the 5th Army camp. Chen Gang, prepare the horses and carriage." "Understood." One of the men responded, promptly darting away. Wu Fan followed the group as they made their way out of the residence. A quarter of an hour later, Wu Fan and the elder found themselves seated in a carriage, advancing towards the city gates. After half an hour had elapsed, the elder gradually regained his composure, his expression sharpening with newfound clarity. He cautiously inquired, "Lord, may I ask how you became aware of the information leak?" "That is of no concern to you. I have my own methods," Wu Fan retorted with a dismissive scoff. Yes, yes, my apologies for my impertinence, the elder stammered. Clearly taken aback, he then tentatively asked, Lord, if you are aware of the 5th Army Camp's location, why do you require my company? At this question, Wu Fan's heart skipped a beat, though his demeanor remained unchanged as he replied, there is a reason for your presence. Refrain from unnecessary chatter. Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, the elder felt a pang of anxiety, but remained silent. Wu Fan scrutinized the elder's expression, his gaze turning icy as he suddenly queried, how did you discover this? The elder, upon hearing the question, felt his body weaken, nearly collapsing within the carriage. He managed to sit upright, and, with trembling hands, clasped his fists, pleading, spare me. Oh immortal, spare me. I demand to know how you came to this knowledge. Wu Fan's tone chilled. The way you address the immortal differs from that of the Lord. And I was merely testing your awareness, for you do not truly know the location of the 5th Army Camp, the elder confessed, sensing Wu Fan's growing ire. I did not expect you to possess such cunning. Since you have discerned my true identity, divulge all that you know, or else. Wu Fan's voice deepened ominously. The elder's face drained of color, yet he uttered, immortal, I truly cannot speak. My entire family is at the mercy of the Lord. Even if you were to take my life, I could not reveal anything. Wu Fan understood that the elder was coerced. However, he could not bring himself to harm this man, who was but an ordinary mortal and a victim in his own right. Wu Fan, not being a practitioner of the dark arts, could not resort to indiscriminate slaughter. Yet, he also could not probe into the elder's soul. Contemplating this, Wu Fan spoke. The esteemed Lord Shangshi you mentioned has met his demise at my hands. The elder was taken aback, his countenance shifting dramatically, and he exclaimed in a state of panic, what? The Lord Shangshi is dead? What shall I do now? My entire family, all 26 of us, are dependent on him. As the elder lamented, tears streamed down his face. Wu Fan, witnessing his distress, felt a pang of compassion. After a deep sigh, he reassured him, I will find a way to rescue your family, but you must honestly disclose the entire situation to me. The elder continued to weep for a considerable time before finally composing himself. With a firm resolve glistening in his eyes, he turned to Wu Fan and declared, I will tell you everything. I only wish for the immortal to save my family. A smile graced Wu Fan's face as he nodded in agreement. Chapter 80. The Blood Pool. At this moment, the elder's eyes were filled with a deep-seated hatred as he turned to Wu Fan and spoke. The situation is as follows. 6 months ago, while I was engrossed in my work in the study, the high-ranking official suddenly appeared before me, threatening me to undertake certain acts. As he spoke, anguish clouded his eyes, and soon he broke down in tears. After a considerable time, he managed to regain his composure and continued, these are but ordinary citizens. Lives extinguished just like that. Yet, I was powerless to intervene, forced to partake in such heinous acts. The high-ranking official had taken my entire family hostage, coercing me into submission. Half an hour later, the elder's voice had become a mere whisper, choked with grief. Wu Fan, now aware of the unfolding events, felt his own eyes moisten. He murmured softly, those who dwell in the demonic path. The region of Liangzhou borders the demonic gate. If my suspicions are correct, this mischief surely stems from them. Gazing at the elder, Wu Fan's thoughts raced, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. He exclaimed, once we reach the 5 Army Camp, ensure that I am placed among the convoy of those transporting goods, and then, 2 hours later, Wu Fan, clad in armor, marched alongside a contingent of several hundred individuals, advancing into the distance. Among this lengthy procession, less than 100 horse-drawn carts were being escorted, each cart concealed beneath a tangle of straw, rendering its contents invisible. Yet, from within these wooden cages, muffled cries could frequently be heard. The convoy continued their journey until dawn, when they finally halted at the base of a desolate mountain. This secluded location, devoid of human presence year-round, served as an ideal hiding place. There, at the foot of the mountain, stood 3 men, all in their 30s or 40s. One of them inquired, the transport has arrived. Yet where is Olden? Has something gone amiss? Another replied, oh, who? Spare us your worries. Olden is at least a 10th-tier Qi refinement practitioner. Unless a Foundation establishment cultivator intervenes, who could possibly defeat him? The first speaker retorted, I disagree, Brother Jiang. With Olden's mere cultivation, even a fully realized Qi refinement practitioner could easily end his life. At that moment, the previously silent man displayed signs of impatience and barked, enough of your bickering. Quickly arrange for the men to escort the medicinal supplies inside. Upon hearing his command, Jiang and Hu immediately ceased their argument and clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Understood. Boss Feng, we shall attend to it at once. The two hurried to the front of the convoy, calling out to the hundreds of soldiers, you there? Assemble 100 men to escort these supplies into the cave. The several hundred soldiers evidently engaged in these actions regularly, as they stripped away the overgrown weeds from the wooden cage. Upon closer inspection of the interior of the cage, it became painfully apparent that it contained a multitude of the elderly, women, children, and robust young men, all bound hand and foot, their mouths stuffed with coarse cloth. Fear was palpable in their eyes, and they emitted muffled whimpers. The youngest among them were mere toddlers, while the eldest had surpassed their 70s. Some timid children bore tear-stained faces, appearing utterly helpless. Even the soldiers, witnessing this scene, displayed expressions of reluctance. Nevertheless, they complied with the orders of the two figures in command and proceeded to escort these individuals towards a certain Feng Lauda. At this moment, Wu Fan found himself among the 100-strong escorting contingent, clad in armor with a sword at his waist, his gaze fixated on the elderly, women, and children. His fists clenched with white knuckles, and his body trembled, indicating his struggle to contain an overwhelming fury. He then turned his attention to three men, one at the 10th level of Qi refinement, another at the 11th, and the third, at the farthest position, was a master of Qi refinement at its peak. Despite the formidable presence of these three, Wu Fan refrained from acting recklessly. It was not fear that held him back, for he believed he could vanquish the peak master should he unleash his full power. Rather, he suspected that the esteemed figure mentioned by the governor was not among these three. He surmised that the true mastermind lurked within the cavern, prompting him to investigate further before reporting to his sect. As Wu Fan accompanied the contingent forward, they approached a vast cavern behind the figure known as Feng Lauda. The group proceeded towards this cavern, while Zhang Lair and Hu Laosan lingered at the rear. Upon reaching Feng Lauda, he cast a glance over the assembly and commanded them to follow him. As he advanced, the rest of the contingent trailed closely behind. After approximately a quarter of an hour, they emerged from the cave entrance into a massive subterranean chamber. Upon entering this grand cavern, Wu Fan was immediately assaulted by a nauseating stench. As he ventured further, he was struck dumb by the horrific sight before him, which soon contorted his features into a mask of rage. A fierce cold light flickered in his eyes, and his fists tightened as a surge of uncontrollable energy coursed through him. The scene was truly appalling. The cavern spanned thousands of acres, surrounded by vast blood pools, within which dismembered limbs and remnants floated ominously. Witnessing such a grotesque tableau sent his emotions spiraling out of control, as he had never encountered a scene so ghastly. In that moment, he comprehended the fate of the over 10,000 souls who had vanished. It was unfathomable to conceive the depths of depravity that could drive someone to commit such unspeakable acts. The sight of those blood pools ignited the flames of wrath within him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. In that instant, he recalled the words of his fourth senior sister before his departure, and he finally grasped the malevolence and bloodthirstiness inherent in the practitioners of the demonic path. In the center of the blood pools lay a vast expanse of open land, upon which sat an elderly man, likely in his 60s or 70s, clad in dark garments. His skin bore a slightly dusky hue, and his visage was strikingly unattractive. At this moment, he sat with his eyes tightly shut, fingers forming intricate seals. Before him stood a deep black alchemical furnace, adorned with engravings of myriad beasts. Wu Fan recognized instantly that this furnace was not merely tenfold more precious than his own obsidian dragon furnace. The old man's cultivation was unfathomable, eluding Wu Fan's attempts to gauge its depth. Beneath the ebony furnace, the ground was inscribed with an elaborate formation, exuding a faint black light that extended towards the surrounding blood pools. Above these blood pools, wisps of sanguine mist swirled towards the furnace, gradually being drawn into its darkened depths. At that moment, Zhang Lair and Hu Laosan approached the front, joining Feng Lauda. Zhang Lair then spoke. "Elder brother, third brother, did you just sense a wave of spiritual energy?" Chapter 81. Severe injury. Sensing a fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the beast cauldron, Hu Laosan speculated. Perhaps our master is on the verge of successfully refining the 10,000 blood pill. If this pill is completed, our master may ascend to the false Dan realm. Once he advances to that level, our standing within the sect will undoubtedly rise. His excitement was palpable as he chuckled to himself. However, Feng Lauda furrowed his brows and coldly interjected, "That cannot be right. Our master previously mentioned that the 10,000 blood pill would require 3 more days to be completed. Yet, I just sense that spiritual energy emanating from our vicinity." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lair and Hu Laosan instinctively placed their hands on their storage bags, their gazes sharpening with suspicion. Wu Fan, startled by their conversation, felt a surge of anxiety. He had failed to maintain control over his emotions earlier. Now, the trio suspected that a cultivator had infiltrated their ranks. Fortunately, Wu Fan's momentary lapse in controlling his internal energy had gone unnoticed by them. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The elderly figure seated in the clearing suddenly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze directly on Wu Fan. A wave of dread washed over Wu Fan. He hastily placed his hand on his waist. Just then, the elder let out a cold snort, raised his arm, and unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Wu Fan. Instantly, a massive black palm imprint surged forth from his hand, hurtling directly at Wu Fan. Realizing the imminent danger, Wu Fan's expression darkened. He swiftly activated his storage bag to summon the primordial diamond shield, positioning it before him, and drew the swift wind sword, leaping onto it. The enormous black palm imprint crashed down upon the shield with a thunderous roar, shattering the primordial diamond shield into countless fragments. Wu Fan's heart sank at the sight. He had not anticipated that his exquisite artifact would be obliterated by a single strike from the Elder. The impact caused severe casualties among his companions, leaving him momentarily disoriented as he struggled to gauge the extent of the devastation. Yet, the black palm imprint still bore down upon him with relentless force. Before he could escape, the imprint struck him, sending his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing against the mountainside. As he hit the ground, he felt a rush of warmth as blood surged forth from his mouth. Undeterred, he quickly rose, wielding the swift wind sword, and dashed towards the cave's entrance. Seeing that Wu Fan had survived, the Elder realized that the exquisite shield had spared his life. With a grim expression, he shouted to Feng Laoda and the others. "After him. Ensure that he is killed. I must remain here to oversee the furnace." Without needing further instruction, Feng Laoda and his companions pursued Wu Fan, determined to capture him. During his flight, Wu Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, and only after this release did his complexion improve somewhat. He swiftly assessed his internal condition, discovering that his injuries were grave, necessitating immediate refuge for healing. He lifted his garments to inspect the golden silk armor beneath, only to find it shattered. Fortunately, the mixed element diamond shield and the golden silk armor had spared his life, had it not been for the elderly man's earlier strike. Wu Fan would now be deceased. His sect-issued robe had been placed into his storage bag prior to his departure, as he needed to masquerade as a mortal, leaving him without its protection. Had he worn the robe earlier, his injuries would not have been so severe. Now gravely wounded, Wu Fan found that his speed on the wind blade was insufficient. The cave entrance was too narrow for him to deploy the misty boat. He could only hope to escape the cave before summoning it. He fervently wished to evade pursuit, yet fate often veers towards misfortune. The three pursuers behind him all possessed peak Qi refinement cultivation, with one having reached the pinnacle of the realm. Unlike Wu Fan, they were uninjured and their flying speed far surpassed his. Just as Wu Fan emerged from the cave, he had no time to unleash the misty boat. The one known as Feng Laoda had already closed the distance, releasing a silver flying sword aimed directly at him. Wu Fan glanced back to see that it was indeed a top-tier magical artifact. Reluctant to engage in a prolonged battle with the trio, Wu Fan urgently sought a place to heal. However, they remained too far from him, beyond a Tenjong range, preventing him from employing his golden light technique. He needed to devise a strategy to eliminate them swiftly, otherwise his wounds would worsen, leading to his inevitable defeat and demise. With this thought in mind, he tapped his storage bag, and the blazing sun soared forth, hurtling towards Feng Laoda's flying sword. A thunderous clash ensued as the blazing sun's sword was deflected, revealing a visible crack along its blade, while the opponent's sword merely trembled slightly. Undeterred, Wu Fan continued to manipulate the blazing sun's sword towards the incoming threat. However, after several exchanges, the blazing sun's sword shattered, marking the loss of two magical artifacts that had accompanied him for years. At that moment, Zhang Lair and Hu Laosan had also approached, both launching their attacks simultaneously. One unleashed a demonic blade, while the other brandished a short gun, both aimed directly at Wu Fan. These artifacts were merely high-tier, but Feng Laoda's top-tier flying sword, now unimpeded by the blazing sun sword, surged rapidly towards Wu Fan. Seeing three magical artifacts converging upon him, Wu Fan could not afford to hesitate. He struck his storage bag once more, and a massive black net erupted from it, racing towards the trio's artifacts. This formidable net was the spoils of his recent confrontation outside of Changyang Square, where he had vanquished two foes. In the moment that Wu Fan released the dark net, he propelled himself forward with the swift wind sword, hurtling towards the three individuals as if willingly walking into a trap. In truth, Wu Fan had been poised to charge the instant he noticed the other two approaching. The colossal dark net swiftly enveloped their three magical artifacts. Yet tragically, this net endured for less than 3 breaths before being torn to shreds by the opponent's artifacts. Nevertheless, it afforded Wu Fan precious time. At this juncture, he had already closed the distance to mere 10 paces from the trio, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already within striking distance of the three. The trio, witnessing Wu Fan's audacious approach, was momentarily taken aback. Did this fool intend to court death? Instead of fleeing after unleashing the dark net, he dared to advance towards them. Did he possess some unforeseen trump card? Chapter 82. Return. Upon witnessing Wu Fan's sudden disappearance and instantaneous reappearance before them, the three individuals recognized the remarkable agility he possessed. Before they could contemplate further, they hastily manipulated their 3 magical artifacts to launch an assault towards him. At that moment, Wu Fan's body trembled, and a radiant golden light erupted forth, swiftly enveloping both the 3 adversaries and their magical artifacts. The trio staggered momentarily, nearly losing their footing. their expressions shifting to one of alarm as they quickly channeled their internal energy to stabilize themselves. Similarly, the magical artifacts wavered, on the verge of plummeting. Yet the three managed to regain control, redirecting them towards Wu Fan, albeit at an exceedingly sluggish pace. Unbeknownst to them, Wu Fan harbored such a formidable power. Given their current predicament, it was exceedingly challenging to vanquish him. Just as they steadied themselves and sought a strategy, they found Wu Fan had already initiated his assault. After unleashing the golden light, Wu Fan wasted no time. He opened his mouth and expelled a fireball, roughly the size of a fist, known as the celestial fire of the heavenly net. As the celestial fire surged forth, it surged directly toward the leader, Feng. Following this, Wu Fan swiftly released the mysterious needle, directing it towards the second adversary, Jiang. Encased in the golden light, they were unable to evade the impending attacks. In an instant, Feng was engulfed by the celestial fire, reduced to nothingness, leaving only a storage pouch to fall to the ground. Jiang fared little better. The mysterious needle pierced through his skull, and his eyes widened in shock as the color drained from them, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this, the third adversary, was instantly gripped by terror. In a frenzy, he struck his storage pouch, conjuring a massive shield to protect himself, and he rapidly descended. Yet, the celestial fire had already reached him, instantly melting his shield into molten metal. The fire then pursued and mere moments later, the battle concluded, leaving him as nothing but ash, akin to his elder brother. From the moment Wu Fan entered within 10 paces of the trio until their demise, scarcely 5 breaths had elapsed. It was a swift and decisive engagement. Wu Fan glanced at the ground and with a wave of his arm, summoned the storage pouches and magical artifacts of the fallen, collecting them with ease. He then commanded the celestial fire to incinerate Zhang's remains into ashes before taking flight on the swift wind sword, departing the scene. Wu Fan harbored a palpable fear of the formidable cultivator in the cave, knowing that even 100 lives would be insufficient should that individual emerge. As Wu Fan, bearing grave injuries, soared over 100 miles, he found himself utterly exhausted and unable to continue. With no other recourse, he descended, directing his sword light towards a mountain peak below. Upon reaching the summit, he swiftly set up the Mixianduan Shin formation before entering a small space. Once inside the bedroom of this secluded realm, he settled cross-legged on the bed, retrieving a vial of medicinal pills. He hastily extracted a single pill and consumed it, commencing his healing process. This pill was none other than the blood chi pill, a healing elixir gifted to him by his master upon his apprenticeship. The moment Wu Fan swallowed the pill, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, rapidly mending his internal wounds. After 10 days within the small space, Wu Fan's injuries had healed completely, granting him the opportunity to ponder various matters. He had previously rummaged through the storage bags of 3 individuals, discovering their identity tokens which confirmed them as disciples of the Earth Demon sect. Additionally, within the storage bag of the one known as Feng Laoda, he stumbled upon another identity token, presumably belonging to the man he had slain earlier, a cultivator called Enlausi. It appeared that Enlausi, in his cleverness, had foreseen the potential for identity exposure during their mission and had entrusted his token to Feng Laoda beforehand. Wu Fan also uncovered over 20,000 spirit stones, several medicinal pills, and a few magical artifacts among their belongings. Of these artifacts, only one was of exceptional quality, a flying sword previously wielded by Feng Laoda. This sword gleamed silver, inscribed with the characters for Silver Moon, which Wu Fan surmised was its name. A smile graced his face upon seeing the sword. Despite the loss of his Hunyuan Vajra shield, the Liang sword, and the black net, he felt compensated by the acquisition of the Silver Moon sword. Now at the 9th level of Qi refinement, Wu Fan was indeed capable of wielding superior magical artifacts, albeit at the cost of consuming his internal spiritual energy more rapidly. However, this was a minor concern compared to the enhancement of his combat prowess. Suddenly, Wu Fan recalled Feng Laoda's words regarding the Wanshui Dan, which required 3 days for fabrication and was intended to assist his master in breaking through to the false Dan stage. Wu Fan's heart quickened with alarm. Since entering the realm of cultivation, he had never encountered a practitioner at the false Dan level, a mere step away from ascending to the Golden Core Ancestor tier. Fortunately, his adversary had not yet achieved this breakthrough. Had he done so, Wu Fan would have perished long ago from that earlier strike. He remembered that upon his escape, the elder had expressly stated that he could not leave, hence sending his 3 disciples to pursue Wu Fan. It seemed the elder was in a crucial phase of alchemical concoction, unable to extricate himself from the process. Now, a day had passed in the outside world, with 2 more days remaining until the elder would complete his alchemical work. Once finished, he would undoubtedly return to the Earth Demon sect without delay. Wu Fan realized that if he reported this matter to the sect now and awaited the dispatch of a foundational elder, it would be far too late. Upon reflecting on this matter, Wu Fan resolved to return. He could not allow the elder to leave Liangzhou after having taken so many innocent lives, and the thought of it weighed heavily on his conscience. Memories of defenseless elders, women, and children pierced his heart with profound sorrow. Moreover, after witnessing the blood pool within the cave, his heart overflowed with resentment. Wu Fan understood that as a cultivator, one must sever all emotional ties. Yet, he found himself incapable of such coldness. He believed that a cultivator is still a human being, and being human entails possessing emotions. For Wu Fan, those who posed a threat could be eliminated, and those who sought to harm him must also be dealt with. However, he would fiercely protect those whom he deemed worthy of safeguarding. Only through such resolve could Wu Fan remain true to himself, achieving a tranquil heart free from inner demons, thus allowing him to ascend to greater heights. Having made the decision to return, Wu Fan wasted no time. He retrieved the Silver Moon sword and began the process of refining it. 5 days later, within a confined space, Wu Fan completed the refinement of the Silver Moon sword. He then emerged back into the outside world and made his way to the desolate mountain. He was not a man of impulsiveness. This time, he felt confident in his ability to detain the elder. If the situation proved insurmountable, he would not be foolish enough to endanger his life. Just moments ago, he could have returned to Qing Feng's sect and dismissed the events here. Yet, with the mysterious sky severing formation and the heavenly ghost concealment technique at his disposal, he was capable of silently setting up the formation on the desolate mountain without alerting the elder. Furthermore, Wu Fan did not believe the elder would emerge immediately, as he was in the critical stages of alchemy and would be unlikely to abandon his work to pursue him. Chapter 83. Encirclement. Upon Wu Fan's return to the desolate mountain, he employed the technique of heavenly ghosts to suppress his aura entirely. Subsequently, he commenced the silent arrangement of the formation. Once the formation was meticulously established, Wu Fan exhaled a deep sigh of relief. He then entered the innermost layer of the defensive array, knowing that within this sanctuary, he would be impervious to defeat. Wu Fan was acutely aware of the formidable defensive capabilities of this formation, which no cultivator below the golden core stage could hope to breach. With an ample supply of spirit stones at his disposal, he held little doubt that the elder would be unable to escape. Upon reaching the mountain summit, he sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting the elder's emergence. 2 days later, within the cavern of the desolate mountain, the elder suddenly opened his eyes. With a swift motion, he summoned forth a blood-red elixir from the black alchemical furnace before him. After a moment of careful observation of the blood-red pill, a glimmer of brilliance appeared in his eyes, gradually morphing into a broad smile that soon erupted into hearty laughter. The resonance of his mirth caused the black furnace to tremble, a testament to the elder's exuberance. After a brief interval, the elder stifled his laughter, delicately placing the elixir into a pill bottle, which he then secured within his storage pouch. In a hushed tone, he mused to himself, "At last, I have successfully refined the 10,000 blood pill. Upon my return to the Earth Demon sect, I shall immediately enter seclusion to break through to the false core stage. With the assistance of this 10,000 blood pill, I possess a 60% chance of success. Though consuming this pill will render my ascent to the golden core stage impossible for the rest of my life, it matters not. At the very least, I have extended my lifespan by several centuries. Without the refinement of this 10,000 blood pill, my remaining 30 years would have made a breakthrough to the false core stage an unattainable dream. By that time, I would be left with merely 30 years to live. Since this pill grants me the opportunity to continue living for several centuries, the sacrifice of over 10,000 mortals will have been worthwhile." Haha. After a moment of mirth, the elder waved his hand, summoning the black furnace to him. As it approached, it gradually diminished in size until it was no larger than his palm, resting gently in his hand. A smile crept across his face as he regarded the furnace. His gaze then shifted to the spot where the furnace had been, now occupied by a swirling mass of black flames, roughly the size of a head, emanating a terrifying heat that hinted at a power even more formidable than Wu Fan's heavenly Luo extreme fire. With another gesture, the elder directed the black flames to his other hand, where they settled. Observing the flames, his smile widened further. He alternated his gaze between the black furnace and the flames, nodding in satisfaction before consuming the black flames in a single gulp and depositing the black furnace into his storage pouch. He murmured to himself, "This time, the successful concoction of the 10,000 blood pill is solely due to the 10,000 beasts cauldron, as well as my own black wind flame. Without these two treasures, I would never have achieved success. Perhaps the heavens wish for me to live a few more centuries, allowing me to possess such remarkable artifacts." Haraha. After a moment of laughter, the old man's expression darkened, and he continued to mutter, "Could my 4 disciples have met with misfortune? Why have they not returned after 3 days? What could possibly be the matter? All my disciples possess peak Qi refinement cultivation. They should not be unable to handle a mere lad at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Or perhaps that lad possesses some means of evasion, and my disciples have pursued him? Regardless, it is best for me to leave this place swiftly. If the people of the Qing Feng sect discover me, it would be a troublesome affair." With that, the old man rose and walked towards the cave entrance. Moments later, as he stepped out of the cave, a sudden white mist obstructed his vision, enveloping him in a shroud of whiteness. Startled, he realized he was trapped within a formation. His face darkened as he pondered. It seems my disciples have perished. I wonder if this formation was set by that lad, or if he has sought assistance. However, from my observations, even if he has allies, they could not possibly be Golden Core ancestors. If a Golden Core ancestor were present, there would be no need for such elaborate arrangements. Reassured by this thought, the old man felt a sense of calm. With his cultivation, he had little to fear as long as no Golden Core ancestor intervened. His primary objective was to break the formation and locate its creator to eliminate them. He swiftly took out a black flying sword from his storage bag, sending it whistling forward. Yet, after a considerable distance, it encountered nothing. Realizing that further manipulation of the sword would lead it beyond his spiritual senses' reach, severing their connection, he redirected it in other directions, only to find the same result. It dawned on him that this formation was likely quite formidable. Meanwhile, after the old man exited the cave, Wu Fan had already noticed him. Observing the old man's futile attempts to break the formation with the flying sword, a smirk crept upon his lips. To Wu Fan, the old man's flying sword merely circled in place, lacking any linear trajectory. He decided to observe for a while longer. After several unsuccessful attempts, the old man contemplated returning to the cave, but found himself unable to do so. In desperation, he suddenly called out, "Whoever has trapped this old man in this place, what is your intention? Might you step forth so we can converse?" After a long period of silence, the elder, finding no one to respond to him, had no choice but to continue attempting to break the array. His methods were varied. He had employed talismans, ritual discs, incantations, and even set up his own formations. Yet, in the end, all of his efforts proved futile. With a somber expression, the elder continued to contemplate how to dismantle the array. It was not until a day later that he sat on the ground, his face ashen, preparing to regain some of his magical energy. Just as he settled down, a burst of golden flames surged toward him. As the flames approached, the elder suddenly opened his eyes and, with a swift motion, expelled a ball of fire from his mouth. This flame was jet black and several times larger than the golden one. The two flames collided, and the golden fire was clearly outmatched, being forcefully repelled. The elder was taken aback, realizing that his black wind flame had failed to extinguish the opposing fire, which seemed to possess the essence of the world's spiritual flames. At that moment, the golden flames charged at him once more. The elder, with no other option, commanded his black wind flame to engage in combat, wary of utilizing any other magical artifacts, as the opposing flames were evidently of a celestial nature, and he had no desire to risk the loss of his precious items. Chapter 84. The Annihilation of Foundation Establishment. Thus, two orbs of spiritual flame collided with one another. After half an hour, upon closer inspection of these flames, one would notice that the black flame was gradually diminishing, while the golden flame was steadily expanding. The elder also recognized this phenomenon, his eyes widening in astonishment and his mouth agape, contemplating. What kind of spiritual flame is this? It can actually devour my black wind flame? This is truly extraordinary. The elder's expression darkened as he swiftly formed a hand seal, summoning a massive ice spear that shot towards the golden fireball. With a whoosh, at the moment of impact, the golden fireball suddenly swayed and was knocked back a yard, while the ice spear instantaneously transformed into vapor and vanished. Observing the effectiveness of this tactic, the elder continued to unleash ice spears to impede the advance of the golden flame, striving to prevent it from further consuming his black wind flame. However, as time wore on, despite the golden flame being repeatedly repelled, it always returned to continue its insatiable feast upon the black wind flame. The rate of consumption had slowed, yet the elder dared not retract his black wind flame. If he were to do so, the golden flame would undoubtedly rush towards him, complicating matters even further. Thus, 10 days elapsed, and the black wind flame had completely vanished, entirely devoured by the golden flame, which had now grown from the size of a fist to that of a human head. Meanwhile, the elder was still employing ice spears to hinder the golden flame's advance. But his magical energy was nearing exhaustion, while the golden flame relentlessly attacked, affording him no respite. Throughout these 10 days, the elder had exhausted every possible strategy, even losing several magical artifacts to the flames. He had attempted to plead for mercy and had even wielded a flying sword in a desperate bid to escape skyward. Yet he remained trapped within the formation, relentlessly pursued by the golden flame. Just as he felt himself succumbing to fatigue, he suddenly experienced a sensation of weight pressing down upon him. At that moment, a small white fox suddenly burst forth beside him, its eyes glowing a fierce red. He felt a momentary haze cloud his mind. When clarity returned, a green needle had already sped toward him with blinding swiftness. He was powerless to react, merely able to watch as the needle pierced through his skull, even until his dying breath. The elder could hardly fathom that a distinguished cultivator of the late Foundation establishment stage met such a humiliating end. Without even laying eyes on his adversary before being consigned to the underworld, Wu Fan gazed upon the elder's corpse for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. After 10 days, he had finally slain the elder, who had proven to be formidable, managing to endure for so long even while ensnared within the Grand Formation. Were it not for the heavenly Luo extreme fire, Wu Fan mused that killing him would have been a Herculean task. With a flick of his hand, Wu Fan summoned the heavenly Luo extreme fire, which floated gracefully upon his palm. This extreme fire had now attained a size comparable to a human head. However, it had yet to fully refine the black wind flame. Within the depths of the extreme fire, a substantial mass of black flame was still visible. Once the extreme fire completely consumed the black wind flame, its power would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. Wu Fan observed the blazing fire for a moment, and then opened his mouth. The extreme fire suddenly flew into his mouth and gradually diminished in size before vanishing within. He then looked down at the little white fox and softly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, little white fox. I owe it all to you." Upon hearing her master's praise, the little white fox joyfully pranced around Wu Fan, barking excitedly. Seeing the little white fox so elated, Wu Fan couldn't help but chuckle heartily. He then retrieved the old man's storage bag and incinerated the elder into ashes, before commencing his examination of the bag's contents. After a while of inspection, Wu Fan burst into laughter once more. The differences between a foundation establishment cultivator and a Qi refining cultivator were stark. Not to mention, the storage bag contained nearly 200,000 spirit stones. What delighted Wu Fan the most was that among these spirit stones, there were over 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Wu Fan was well aware that it took 100 low-grade spirit stones to exchange for just one medium-grade stone. Generally, only foundation establishment cultivators would utilize medium-grade spirit stones, which held a substantial reserve of spiritual energy. Whether for array formations or for personal cultivation, they far surpassed their low-grade counterparts. Even more precious than medium-grade spirit stones were the high-grade ones, though these were exceedingly rare. The exchange rate was similarly steep. It took 100 medium-grade spirit stones to procure a single high-grade spirit stone, and even then, it was uncommon for anyone to trade them due to their scarcity. Typically, one would need slightly over 100 medium-grade stones to acquire just one high-grade stone. In addition to the spirit stones, Wu Fan also discovered a flying sword, the very black sword previously wielded by the old man. Upon seeing this sword, Wu Fan's face lit up with excitement. This flying sword was actually of spiritual artifact grade, akin to his own Misty Vessel, both classified as spiritual artifacts. It is essential to note that only foundation establishment cultivators wield spiritual artifacts, which differ significantly from magical tools. For instance, comparing a top-tier magical tool to a low-grade spiritual artifact reveals a vast disparity. They are not comparable at all. Spiritual artifacts are costly and rarely crafted successfully by artifact refiners, and their materials are equally precious and hard to obtain. Generally, early foundation establishment cultivators do not possess spiritual artifacts, yet this flying sword was a mid-tier spiritual artifact. Notably, Wu Fan's Misty Vessel was a high-tier artifact. Underscoring his elation, the black flying sword bore the inscription Black Demon, suggesting that it was indeed named the Black Demon Sword. Unfortunately, with his current cultivation level, Wu Fan could not yet utilize it. He would need to advance to the peak of the Qi refining stage before he could manage its use, and even then, a Qi refining cultivator could only wield a fraction of the sword's true power. Additionally, Wu Fan found a shield within the storage bag. This shield shimmered with a silvery light and was also a spiritual artifact, albeit a low-tier one. Named the Silverlight Shield, Wu Fan regarded it for a moment, his eyes gleaming with delight. Although his primordial diamond shield had shattered, he had now acquired something even better. Within the entirety of the storage bag, Wu Fan believed that the most remarkable and exhilarating item was undoubtedly the Black Beast Cauldron. This exquisite artifact was a top-tier spiritual tool classified as an alchemical furnace. It is evident how immensely valuable the Beast Cauldron is. Even with spirit stones, acquiring one is not a certainty. High-grade alchemical furnaces are inherently rare, let alone a premium-grade spiritual tool. As Wu Fan gazed at the Beast Cauldron in his hands, a smile graced his face that did not wane. This alchemical furnace was an extraordinary find, and once Wu Fan ascended to the foundation establishment stage, he would no longer need to fret over the furnace. Wu Fan was well aware that his master, Li Ning, utilized merely a mid-tier spiritual tool for alchemy, while he himself had come into possession of a top-tier spiritual tool furnace. Chapter 85. Spoils within the storage pouch. There remained several jade slips containing alchemical formulas, as well as a tome detailing the insights of a seasoned alchemist. It was evident that the old man was indeed a practitioner of the alchemical arts. After perusing the alchemical notes for a while, Wu Fan decided to place them into his storage pouch, resolving to examine them thoroughly when time permitted. He continued to sift through the jade slips, discovering that a number of the formulas pertained to elixirs favored by demonic cultivators, which held little value for him. However, he found several formulas that piqued his interest, albeit for now, he lacked the capacity to concoct them. as they were primarily for first, second, and third-grade elixirs. To his delight, Wu Fan even stumbled upon 2 fourth-grade formulas, specifically designed for enhancing cultivation. The mere sight of these formulas brought him considerable joy, for he believed that the more elixirs he could acquire for cultivation enhancement, the better. Amidst these formulas, 2 particularly astonishing ones caught his eye. One was named the Youth Elixir, a potion that promised to preserve the user's youthful appearance indefinitely, ensuring that their visage would never change nor would they ever age. Such a revelation was nothing short of remarkable. After all, who would not desire eternal beauty, especially for female cultivators? The knowledge of someone selling the Youth Elixir would prompt them to part with their fortunes without a second thought. The prospect of eternal youth would surely bring them joy even in their dreams. The second formula was titled Longevity Elixir. Wu Fan was taken aback upon encountering this particular slip, for the Longevity Elixir possessed the extraordinary ability to extend one's lifespan. Consuming this elixir would add a decade to one's life. Although one could only partake of this elixir once in a lifetime, its value was immeasurable. Consider, for instance, how significant 10 years could be for a mortal. For cultivators, it was equally precious. Countless cultivators had perished due to a lack of lifespan, unable to break through their bottlenecks, and subsequently losing hundreds of years of vitality. When Wu Fan laid eyes on the Longevity Elixir formula, his elation surpassed even that of discovering the Youth Elixir. His joy did not stem from a desire to consume the elixir himself. He was still young and had no immediate need for it. If he could advance to the foundation establishment stage, his need would diminish further. Instead, his happiness was rooted in the thought of crafting the Longevity Elixir for his parents. It had been 7 or 8 years since he last returned to Qing Sean City, and he resolved that upon locating the necessary spiritual herbs to concoct the Longevity Elixir, he would swiftly prepare it. Once successful, he would return to Qing Sean City to present it to his parents and his master, Old Lu. Subsequently, Wu Fan rummaged through his storage pouch and unearthed several bottles of elixirs. These potions varied in purpose. Some were for healing injuries, others for breaking through bottlenecks, and some aimed at enhancing cultivation. It was evident that this elder was indeed a master alchemist, as the array of elixirs was astonishingly abundant. What brought Wu Fan the greatest joy was the discovery of a bottle of Youth Elixir, containing 6 precious pills. He clutched the vial, laughing heartily for quite some time. After his laughter subsided, he promptly extracted 1 pill and tossed it into his mouth, then carefully stowed the vial back into his storage pouch. He then hurriedly searched for longevity pills, but unfortunately, after thoroughly sifting through the entire pouch, he found none. Sighing in disappointment, he resigned himself to the fact that he would have to concoct them himself in the future. He had previously glanced at the recipe and was aware that the spiritual herbs required for crafting longevity pills were exceedingly rare, making the elder's lack of them rather understandable. Unbeknownst to Wu Fan, the elder had painstakingly crafted a single longevity pill, only to consume it himself, fearing that without it, he would not ascend to the false stand stage within 30 years and would ultimately perish as his lifespan dwindled. Had he possessed a century more to live, he would not have risked the lives of over 10,000 individuals to forge the 10,000 blood pill. Wu Fan finally retrieved another vial, which appeared to be exceptionally valuable, undoubtedly containing precious elixirs. Upon opening it and taking a whiff, his expression darkened. He recognized the elixir. It was freshly forged, still bearing a hint of a metallic scent. This was undoubtedly the 10,000 blood pill, which he had read about in the recipe. Although the pill boasted a high success rate for advancing to the false dance stage, it came with a significant drawback. Consuming it would forever bind one to the false dance stage, rendering any progression to the golden dance stage impossible. Wu Fan resolutely decided against consuming the 10,000 blood pill, not only due to the countless lives sacrificed in its creation, but also because he could not escape the haunting shadow it cast over him. The primary reason Wu Fan was averse to taking this pill was his unwavering conviction in the pursuit of immortality, a goal he had tirelessly strived for. As he toyed with the elixir, his little white fox suddenly leapt up and swallowed the 10,000 blood pill whole. Wu Fan was momentarily stunned, then inquired of the fox, "Little white fox, does the 10,000 blood pill serve you any purpose?" The fox gazed back at him with its ruby-like eyes, nodding in affirmation before letting out a few joyful yips. It then appeared to grow drowsy, its eyelids fluttering as if struggling to stay awake. Moments later, it gradually lay down and succumbed to slumber. Wu Fan crouched beside the fox to examine it, finding nothing amiss. It seemed the effects of the elixir required the fox to enter a deep sleep to refine it. He wondered if, upon awakening, the fox would ascend to the ranks of a third-tier beast. Wu Fan placed the little white fox into the spirit beast pouch and then dismantled the Mishianduan divine array. He proceeded to enter the cavern. Upon his return to the cave, he was confronted by the horrifying sight of pools of blood, which rekindled a surge of fury within him. After a considerable time, he managed to compose himself and ventured deeper into the abyss. At the innermost part of the cave, he discovered a series of cages, previously used to imprison the mortals. Wu Fan inspected each cage, yet found no living souls, including those soldiers who had accompanied him, all of whom had fallen victim to the old man's alchemical practices. After thoroughly searching and discovering the absence of the governor's family, he took flight from that place, heading towards Liang City. Although he had promised the old man to locate his family, he knew they were all deceased. Nevertheless, Wu Fan felt compelled to return and inform him. His feelings towards the old man were a mix of anger and pity. The anger stemmed from the old man's actions, which, despite being coerced, could not alter the reality of the situation. The demise of his family could be seen as a form of retribution. Conversely, he felt pity for the old man, whose heart was not entirely corrupt. Through the old man's heartfelt lamentations, it was evident how deeply he cared for his family. In all honesty, Wu Fan reflected that had he been in the old man's position, he might have made similar choices. With this thought, Wu Fan let out a soft sigh. Chapter 86. Elder Fan. Upon Wu Fan's return to Liang City, he hurried directly to the residence of the prefect. When he encountered the elder once more, he found the old man bedridden, his complexion pallid and gaunt, with vacant eyes. However, upon seeing Wu Fan, a spark of life flickered in his gaze, and he swiftly rose from his bed, approaching Wu Fan with an expression of hope. Trembling, he clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "This old man pays his respects to the immortal. I wonder about my family." Before the elder could finish, Wu Fan interjected, "Alas, I have slain those demons from the Earth Demon sect, so consider your vengeance avenged." Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, the elder's face drained of color, and he collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down his face in profound sorrow. After a quarter of an hour, with a vacant gaze, the elder slowly rose and walked toward the wall where a long sword hung. Approaching the sword, he drew it with a swift motion and, in a moment of despair, slashed it across his neck. Blood sprayed forth, and the elder sank slowly to the ground. Wu Fan watched the old man until life left him. He could have intervened to save him, yet he deemed it unnecessary. For the elder, death was perhaps a release. After toiling for half a year without rescuing his family and causing the demise of many, continuing to live would only subject him to relentless guilt. Better to find peace in death. With a heavy sigh, Wu Fan suddenly vanished from his location. Half an hour later, he reappeared over 100 miles outside Liang City and summoned his cloud mist vessel to head toward Qing Gate. Wu Fan considered this mission accomplished, with a contribution value of 1,200 secured. However, the experience left a profound impact on him. He now truly comprehended the harsh realities of the cultivation world, recognizing the bloodthirsty cruelty of those in the demonic path. As his fourth senior sister had stated, the realm of cultivation thrived on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Many cultivators would resort to heinous acts to elevate their power. Since entering the cultivation world, he had been pursued and besieged twice, and this incident served as a stark warning. 10 days later, Wu Fan returned to Qing Gate and made his way to the affairs hall. Upon entering the grand hall, he proceeded toward the back, traversing through the spacious area, until he reached a room where an elder sat behind a desk. The elder appeared to be in his 60s, with hair that was a mix of black and white, a hawkish nose, and narrow eyes, exuding an aura of stern impartiality. He was engrossed in a book when he heard someone enter, and he looked up. Upon seeing Wu Fan, he let out a soft exclamation, asking, "You are Wu Fan?" "Greetings, Elder Fan," Wu Fan replied, bowing respectfully. Elder Fan scrutinized Wu Fan for a moment before he remarked, "Indeed, you still remember me. 2 years ago, during the outer sect competition, I wished to take you as my disciple, yet alas, you were claimed by that Li Ning." Wu Fan offered an awkward smile, fully aware that the elder's words were merely flattery, for it was he who had initially suggested visiting Danding Peak. "Indeed, you have already reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. It won't be long before you ascend to the pinnacle of this stage. You, my boy, have promising prospects for foundation establishment," Elder Fan continued with a cheerful demeanor. "Thank you for your kind words, Elder Fan," Wu Fan replied, his face lighting up with a smile as he bowed respectfully. "Have you come to me to fulfill a specific task?" Elder Fan finally broached the main subject. "Yes, I have just completed a mission in Liangzhou and wish to exchange my contributions with you," Wu Fan stated, handing his identity token to the elder. Elder Fan accepted the token and, with a single hand gesture, invoked a spell. Soon, inscriptions appeared on the token, prompting him to murmur softly to himself, "Liangzhou." Within and beyond Liang City, over 10,000 commoners have gone missing. After perusing the token, Elder Fan lifted his gaze to Wu Fan and inquired, "Wu Fan, please elaborate on the situation and be specific." With a clasped fist, Wu Fan began, "Elder Fan, the matter is as follows. Upon my arrival in Liangzhou, I commenced my investigation." A quarter of an hour later, Wu Fan concluded his account, deliberately omitting any mention of the late-stage foundation establishment elder. He felt it unwise to disclose such information, knowing that Elder Fan might not believe him, and he wished to keep his own cards close to his chest. He did, however, recount the threats posed by the disciples of the Earth Demon sect against the governor of Liangzhou, presenting the identity tokens of the 4 individuals involved to Elder Fan. Upon examining the tokens, Elder Fan recognized them as belonging to the Earth Demon sect without a doubt. He trusted Wu Fan's words, having witnessed his extraordinary Golden Yuan refulgence technique during the previous competition, and believed in Wu Fan's capability to eliminate those four. Elder Fan's expression darkened with anger as he declared, "The Earth Demon sect is exceedingly audacious to commit murder within the territory of our Qingfeng sect. I shall report this matter to the sect leader." After a brief pause, he continued, "Wu Fan, well done. This task is considered complete, and I will dispatch someone to verify the details." With that, Elder Fan produced a token and tapped it against Wu Fan's identity token. In an instant, Wu Fan saw his contributions increase by 1,200 points. Overjoyed, Wu Fan accepted the token and bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you, Elder Fan. Very well. You may take your leave now," Elder Fan said with a warm smile. "Yes," Wu Fan replied before exiting the administrative hall. A quarter of an hour later, he returned to his dwelling. Although he had initially intended to undertake another task, he recalled that his master would be refining pills in the next couple of days, an event he could not afford to miss. Wu Fan also planned to visit Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen, as he had not seen them for quite some time and was curious about their experiences in the inner sect. At Qingfeng sect, on Chaoxiao Peak, the highest peak inhabited by the most disciples, the residents here engaged in self-cultivation, having not yet succeeded in finding a master. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy on Chaoxiao Peak was exceptionally abundant, and a transmission room had been established, frequented by Foundation establishment cultivators who came to elucidate the intricacies of cultivation to the disciples. Upon the summit of the Dawn Mist Peak, directly in front of a courtyard, lies a grove of trees. At this moment, a group of over a dozen cultivators stands within this grove. Among them, 2 individuals are positioned closely together, while a larger group of 11 remains nearby. One among these 11 steps forward. He appears to be in his mid-20s. Possessing a cultivation level of the 9th stage of Qi refinement, his features sharp and monkey-like. He calls out, "Bai Xiaowen, I advise you to maintain your distance from Fairy Yanong. Our leader has already designated her as his dual cultivation partner, and Fairy Yanong has also taken a liking to him at first sight. If you persist in your pursuit of her, do not blame us for disregarding the bonds of our sect." At that time, Chapter 87, Yanin, one of the 2 individuals, his face contorted with anger, exclaimed, "You speak nonsense. Yanin has confided in me that she has never held any feelings for Xiaohui. Our affections for each other are mutual. There is no entanglement with her." The one with a sharp chin and a gaunt visage retorted, "Bai Xiaowen, there is no need for your evasion. Let me make this clear. If you cease your pursuit of the Fairy Yanin, we will consider this matter as if it never occurred, and we shall not trouble you again. Otherwise," as he finished speaking, a chorus of agreement echoed from those around him. "Bai Xiaowen, do not provoke us. You are not worthy of the woman our leader desires. Indeed, if you continue to harass the Fairy Yanin, do not blame us for being ruthless." This group threatened and intimidated, when suddenly, the other individual stepped forward, his complexion pale and angered. He cast a glance at the assembled group and declared, "My brother has stated that he and the Fairy Yanin share mutual feelings. Do not overstep your bounds. Moreover, the Qingfeng sect has rules against harming fellow disciples. What do you intend to do?" At this moment, another person emerged from the crowd, a mocking expression on his face. "Zhou Yu, are you trying to defend Bai Xiaowen? Let me tell you, you are not qualified." Yet another stepped forth from the throng, stating, "Zhou Yu, while it is true that the sect prohibits harm among disciples, it does not bar conflict outside the sect. If you know what is good for you, I advise you to refrain from involving yourself in this matter." Among the group, another individual, possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refinement, spoke up. "Zhou Yu, if you are dissatisfied, why not settle it with a duel at the battle peak? Do you dare?" Hearing these provocations, Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen were incensed. Zhou Yu remained silent when challenged, as the opponent's cultivation surpassed his own, leaving him uncertain of victory. Just then, a woman approached swiftly from a distance, garbed in a flowing white gown, her beauty striking. With a look of urgency, she hurried to Bai Xiaowen's side and whispered, "Bai Xiaowen, we must leave at once. We cannot afford to provoke Xiaohui, nor should we engage in disputes because of me. Xiaohui is a disciple of Elder Wei from the Canjin Peak, boasting an impressive cultivation of the 11th level of Qi refinement, and he is a swordsman. We cannot afford to offend him." Upon hearing her words, Bai Xiaowen felt a sharp pang in his heart, his expression darkening. He had never anticipated that after finally entering the inner sect, he would encounter a woman he admired yet lacked the strength to protect her. It was a bitter reality that he had no master or backing within the inner sect, and his cultivation was insufficient, while Xiaohui's prowess was formidable as both a disciple of Canjin Peak and a student of Elder Wei. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Bai Xiaowen gazed tenderly at the woman and replied, "Yanin, we need not fear them. I refuse to believe they can truly harm me." At that moment, a man stepped forward from the group across the way. He was strikingly handsome, clad in a moon-white robe, with eyes gleaming with brilliance, and a long sword strapped to his back. He gazed at Yanin and said, Yanin, why must you distance yourself from me? You are aware of my feelings for you, and I genuinely care for you. Rest assured, if you agree to accompany me in our cultivation, I will treat you well and provide you with abundant resources for your training. What do you say? The woman named Yanin turned to him, her eyes revealing a touch of vulnerability, and softly replied, Senior Brother Xiao, I appreciate your kindness, but matters of the heart must align with one's true feelings. My heart belongs to Senior Brother Bai, and I hope you can understand. With that, Yanin offered a slight bow to Xiao Hui. Upon hearing Yanin's words, Xiao Hui's expression instantly turned icy, losing the warmth he had previously shown. His voice became frigid as he retorted, Yanin, I fail to comprehend what merits that boy possesses. He is merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement and an ordinary inner disciple. What future could you possibly have with him? What can he offer you? Yanin's displeasure was evident at Xiao Hui's remarks. She loathed hearing disparaging words about Senior Brother Bai. Choosing silence, she raised her gaze to Bai Xiaowen. And as she looked at him, a blissful expression crossed her face. Suddenly, she turned back to Xiao Hui and declared, Though Senior Brother Bai may not possess your level of cultivation or have an esteemed master, I find immense joy in his company. He is humorous and treats me exceptionally well. I do not require anything from him. I simply relish being with him. Hearing Yanin's heartfelt words, Bai Xiaowen was filled with happiness, his eyes softening as he took her delicate hand in his, gazing at her as if she were the sole focus of his world. Xiao Hui, upon hearing this, darkened in countenance, fury igniting within him. He then spoke, Very well, since that is the case, do not blame me for being ungracious. Xiao Hui suddenly turned to Bai Xiaowen and coldly challenged, Bai Xiaowen, do you dare to face me at the battle peak? I know you are weaker, so I shall not take advantage of you. You may bring along Zhou Yu. What say you? Do you dare? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowen immediately released Yanin's hand and stepped forward, anger evident on his face, ready to accept the challenge. However, Zhou Yu grasped his arm, gently shaking his head. Simultaneously, Yanin held onto Bai Xiaowen's arm, mirroring the gesture. Bai Xiaowen understood that even with Zhou Yu by his side, they could not possibly contend with Xiao Hui. Yet he could not swallow his pride. Noticing their expressions, Xiao Hui smirked. What is this? Are you afraid? You two are nothing but cowards. For the woman you claim to love, you lack the courage to duel me. What future do you have? You might as well abandon your cultivation and fade from existence. Do you even have the audacity to continue living in this world? Upon hearing these words, the 3 individuals across the way turned ashen, for they had never before endured such humiliation. Even the usually composed Zhou Yu seemed poised to acquiesce. Just then, a voice echoed from the distance. Since this esteemed senior displays such refined interest, might I suggest a friendly contest? A handsome young man gradually approached, his eyes sparkling with a captivating brilliance. His fair complexion contrasted beautifully with his moon-white robe, which was clearly of considerable quality. This elegant attire accentuated his already striking features, rendering him even more gallant. The group of over 10 individuals, upon hearing this voice, all turned to look. When Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen recognized the young man, their eyes lit up, and they exclaimed in unison, Junior Brother Wu, what brings you here? Chapter 88. To challenge the person who arrived was none other than Wu Fan. In fact, he had been present for quite some time, having concealed himself using the Heavenly Ghost concealment technique. He was taken aback by the misfortunes that Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen had encountered within the inner sect. He had overheard their conversation and realized that the predicament was not Bai Xiaowen's fault. It was all due to Xiao Hui, who, emboldened by his profound cultivation and the backing of his master, had come with a group to trouble Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen. Upon understanding the situation, Wu Fan felt compelled to intervene. Since joining the Qingfeng sect, he had few friends. But Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen had become close companions who had looked out for him over the years. As Wu Fan heard Xiao Hui's words, his expression suddenly darkened. Xiao Hui was indeed overstepping his bounds. Despite his superior cultivation, the lady had clearly stated her unwillingness to be his dual cultivation partner. So why must he be so aggressive? The 11 individuals facing Wu Fan glared at him with anger upon noticing his approach, especially as he came to support Bai Xiaowen. When they discovered that Wu Fan was merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, a mocking glint appeared in their eyes. To them, this young man seemed foolish. With such low cultivation, he dared to challenge Xiao Hui, a practitioner at the 11th level of Qi refinement. Was he seeking punishment? Xiao Hui also displayed a cruel smile as he regarded Wu Fan, tauntingly saying, Junior brother, are you truly certain you wish to spar with me? You must understand that during the duel at the battle peak, one can employ lethal force. As long as I do not take your life, the elders will not intervene. Should I inadvertently incapacitate you or leave you with broken limbs, do not harbor any resentment towards me. Haha. Upon hearing Xiao Hui's words, his companions erupted into laughter, making various derisive comments. Are you tired of living, boy? You, a mere Qi refinement 9th level, wish to duel with Xiao Hui? Have you lost your mind? Haha. I see this lad is merely trying to be a hero. Soon, We shall all head to Battle Peak to witness how Xiao Hui will render him unable to stand. Haha. Encouraged by the flattery from his peers, Xiao Hui smiled. Prepared to teach this boy a lesson and eager to conclude the battle swiftly, aiming to render Wu Fan powerless before he could even concede defeat. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, Bai Xiaowen, and Ye Nen wore expressions of concern, fearing for Wu Fan's safety. Zhou Yu and Bai Xiaowen were aware of Wu Fan's prowess. He was the champion of the outer sect competition. However, Xiao Hui's cultivation was vastly superior, leaving them uncertain if Wu Fan could indeed prevail against him. Just as Bai Xiaowen was about to persuade Wu Fan not to accept the challenge, one of the 11, a male practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement, looked on in astonishment and said, "Why does he look so much like Wu Fan? Could he be the Wu Fan who was the champion of the outer sect competition? It must be him. I remember seeing him fight back then." Upon hearing this, 3 of the male practitioners scrutinized Wu Fan closely and immediately recognized him. They were all from the same cohort that entered the inner sect, and Wu Fan had indeed left a deep impression on them. Although over 2 years have elapsed, they still recalled him. It was indeed Wu Fan. I remember him well. During the outer sect competition, he showcased a formidable skill. Yes, and he even secured the first position in the competition, subsequently becoming a disciple of Elder Li at Danding Peak. Upon hearing the final words, Xiao Hui's expression immediately darkened. He pondered, so this Wu Fan is a disciple of Danding Peak, and an esteemed one at that. This complicates matters. I cannot afford to hold back in our duel, as his status rivals my own, perhaps even surpasses it. In the entirety of Qingfeng's sect, who would dare offend a member of Danding Peak? That would be sheer folly, for if I were to offend them, how could I ever face them again when seeking their alchemical expertise? Yet, I have already spoken my mind. Now, even if I wish to avoid the fight, I must proceed, with so many witnesses present. If I were to back down now, how could I ever maintain my standing within the sect? At that moment, Wu Fan arrived beside Zhou Yu and the others, then smiled and remarked, "If this esteemed senior brother Xiao can render me utterly powerless or sever my limbs, I shall only blame my lack of skill and will not hold it against you." Hearing this, Xiao Hui realized that the duel was inevitable. He snorted coldly and replied, "Then shall we proceed to the battle peak? However, before we depart, I wish to inquire a few matters, if you would permit me." Wu Fan cast a reassuring glance at Bai Xiaowen and then continued. Xiao Hui was taken aback by this, unsure of what the youth intended to say. Yet he responded, "Ask whatever you wish, junior brother Wu." Wu Fan inquired, "I would like to know how you, senior brother Xiao, intend to handle the situation concerning my friend Bai Xiaowen? Additionally, what are the consequences of winning or losing this contest?" Xiao Hui coldly responded, "If you lose, you must ensure that Bai Xiaowen keeps his distance from Yanan and ceases any further entanglement with her. Conversely, if you triumph, our feud shall be considered resolved, and I, Xiao Hui, will no longer pursue Yanan." How does that sound, junior brother Wu? Upon hearing this, a smile graced Wu Fan's face as he replied, "I find your response quite satisfactory, senior brother Xiao. However, I have one more request, which can also be regarded as a wager. Whoever loses shall grant the victor 1,000 contribution points. What say you? Do you dare accept?" Xiao Hui's expression shifted as he contemplated Wu Fan's words. He noted the latter's calm demeanor and mused, "Could this young man possess some hidden advantage? Why is he so confident of victory? He knows I am at the 11th level of Qi refinement, yet still proposes a wager. It seems he must have some assurance of success. However, I have already spoken boldly, and I must now acquiesce. Yet, with my cultivation at the 11th level and my status as a swordsman, I cannot believe that this 9th level practitioner can best me." With that thought, Xiao Hui snorted and declared, "Very well, I accept your challenge." Wu Fan laughed heartily and replied, "Excellent, senior brother. Let us proceed." As the group of over a dozen individuals soared towards the battle peak, the one named Yanan appeared somewhat distracted during the flight. After a moment of contemplation, she quietly inquired of Bai Xiaowen, "Senior brother Bai, may I ask you something?" Upon noticing Yanan's expression, Bai Xiaowen understood her concern immediately and responded, "You are inquiring about junior brother Wu, aren't you? Rest assured, since he has agreed to the duel, he certainly possesses the means to secure victory. You see, junior brother Wu is quite formidable. Not only did he emerge as the champion in the last competition, but he is also a disciple under Elder Li of the Danding Peak. Moreover, he is a friend of mine, and I know him well. So, you need not worry, Yanan." Upon hearing Bai Xiaowen's reassuring words, Yanan's anxious heart finally found solace. Chapter 89. Victory in Battle. A quarter of an hour later, at the fighting peak, 3 figures stood upon the arena. Among them were Wu Fan and Xiao Hui, accompanied by an elderly man. The elder spoke, "Are you prepared?" "Ready." Wu Fan and Xiao Hui replied in unison. The elder continued, "Very well, I shall not reiterate the rules of the contest, as I believe you are already acquainted with them. During the duel, I will not intervene unless a life-threatening crisis arises. Should either party concede prematurely, the match will be concluded. Furthermore, each of you must submit 100 spirit stones. Both Wu Fan and Xiao Hui simultaneously retrieved 100 spirit stones from their storage bags, presenting them to the elder with a respectful bow. The elder accepted the stones and descended from the arena. Once he had stepped down, he turned and declared, "The duel begins." As the elder's words echoed, Wu Fan and Xiao Hui immediately entered a state of combat readiness. Xiao Hui unsheathed his long sword with a swift motion and grinned at Wu Fan. "Junior brother Wu, this flying sword of mine is a top-tier magical artifact. Let us see how you intend to defeat me." Wu Fan smiled slightly, offering no reply. Instead, he tapped his storage bag, and with a whoosh, a silver light shot forth. It was his own exquisite magical artifact, the Silver Moon Sword. Upon seeing the Silver Moon Sword, Xiao Hui was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his opponent possessed a top-tier artifact as well. His expression darkened as he snorted coldly, releasing his flying sword towards Wu Fan with fierce intent. In response, Wu Fan deftly maneuvered the Silver Moon Sword towards Xiao Hui's blade. With a resounding crash, the two flying swords collided, only to be repelled from one another. Wu Fan recognized that, given his current cultivation level, he could not sustain a prolonged engagement. This battle must be resolved swiftly. With that thought, Wu Fan's figure suddenly twisted in place, and he vanished from sight. Simultaneously, a ripple in the space before Xiao Hui heralded the appearance of Wu Fan, who had executed the technique of rapid phantom to arrive at Xiao Hui's side. Without hesitation, Wu Fan's body shimmered, and a burst of golden light erupted from within him, expanding to envelop Xiao Hui within its radiant grasp. Yet Wu Fan did not pause. With a single hand gesture, he conjured a massive ice spear that surged towards Xiao Hui. Startled by Wu Fan's sudden appearance, Xiao Hui was further taken aback by the encroaching golden light, which felt as though an immense mountain bore down upon him, causing him to tremble under its weight. Panic surged within him as he realized the unexpected nature of Wu Fan's abilities. Struggling to regain his footing, he barely had time to react when the colossal ice spear was upon him, moving with such velocity that he could not evade it. With a resounding thud, the ice spear struck Xiao Hui, sending him hurtling through the air, where he coughed up a mouthful of blood before crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. At this moment, his complexion was ashen, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. He strained to lift his head and gaze ahead, only to find a shimmering silver sword floating mere inches from him. In that instant, he comprehended his defeat, and the swiftness of it stunned him. In a mere exchange, he had sustained grievous injuries and lost the contest. It dawned on him why his opponent had exuded such confidence, even going so far as to raise the stakes. The thought of losing 1,000 contribution points pierced his heart. After all, he had only accumulated a little over 1,000 in total. This loss was devastating, a sum he had saved for a long time, with hopes of eventually exchanging it for a tome of martial arts. Now it was all gone, and the realization made him cough up another mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Wu Fan sheathed his flying sword. The entire duel had lasted less than 3 breaths, effectively concluding before it had even truly begun. He descended from the stage and approached Bai Xiaowen and the others. At that moment, Bai Xiaowen, Zhou Yu, and Yan'an, along with the 10 companions who had come with Xiao Hui, stood there, utterly stupefied, gazing at the arena. They then turned their attention to Wu Fan, incredulous. How could this be? A cultivator at the 11th level of Qi refinement, a renowned swordsman, and wielding a superb magical artifact, had been defeated so swiftly? It was simply unfathomable. They were acutely aware of Xiao Hui's formidable strength. His rapid defeat could only be attributed to the overwhelming prowess of his opponent. The elder of the Foundation establishment stage, initially taken aback, soon recalled that this young man was none other than Wu Fan, the champion of the grand competition 2 years prior, thus finding solace in the revelation. Among the crowd, the most elated were undoubtedly Bai Xiaowen and Yan'an, who embraced each other in exuberant delight, giggling with glee. Wu Fan and Zhou Yu, witnessing their joy, couldn't help but join in their laughter. At this juncture, the 10 individuals below finally remembered Xiao Hui and rushed onto the stage to assist him. The Foundation establishment elder approached Xiao Hui, stating, "Since you have lost, you should promptly transfer the 1,000 contribution points to Wu Fan." Hearing the elder's words, Wu Fan swiftly approached and presented his identity token to the elder, who then took Xiao Hui's token, which bore a look of reluctance. The elder held both tokens, performed a single-handed gesture, and touched them briefly. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped them, and Wu Fan's token surged from 1,200 to 2,200 contribution points. As Wu Fan received his token, a wave of elation washed over him. This 1,000 contribution points had come far too easily. It was a stark contrast to the month-long endeavor he had spent in Liangzhou to earn 1,200 contribution points. This time, he had attained 1,000 contribution points in less than an hour. To claim he was not thrilled would be a blatant falsehood. At that moment, Wu Fan turned to Xiao Hui and said, "Regarding our previous agreement." A scoff escaped Xiao Hui's lips. "Rest assured, since I have promised, I shall certainly fulfill it. From this day forth, I will no longer pursue Yan'an, and the enmity between Bai Xiaowen and myself will also come to an end." Xiao Hui spoke with a face as pale as death. Wu Fan nodded in satisfaction. After Xiao Hui finished speaking, he called out to those beside him, "Let us depart." Once everyone had left, Wu Fan, Zhou Yu, Bai Xiaowen, and Yan'an soared towards the Morning Glow Peak. A quarter of an hour later, within Bai Xiaowen's cave on the Morning Glow Peak. Haha, I must say, Junior Brother Wu, today has been exceptionally gratifying and exhilarating. It is all thanks to your presence, Zhou Yu exclaimed with a hearty laugh, giving Wu Fan a friendly pat on the shoulder. At that moment, Yan'an stepped forward, shyly bowing to Wu Fan, her eyes gleaming with gratitude. Junior sister Yan'an is immensely thankful to Senior Brother Wu for his assistance. I extend my heartfelt thanks here. Haha, there is no need to thank him. He is my brother, Bai Xiaowen interjected, taking Yan'an's delicate hand. He then playfully punched Wu Fan's chest. Yet his eyes clearly reflected a sense of gratitude. Chapter 90. A gift of elixirs. Upon hearing these words, Wu Fan and Zhou Yu burst into hearty laughter, with Yan'an blushing and joining in the merriment. After the four took their seats, Zhou Yu turned to Wu Fan and asked, "Disciple Wu, how have you fared at Danding Peak? Have you mastered the art of alchemy?" "Indeed, I have thrived at Danding Peak. My master, as well as my senior brothers and sisters, regard me as family. Over the past 2 years, I have diligently pursued the craft of alchemy and am now capable of concocting high-grade elixirs. Should you or Brother Bai ever require any, please do not hesitate to seek me out," Wu Fan replied with a beaming smile, his face lighting up with joy at the mention of his master and peers. "Really? That is splendid news. I consider myself fortunate to have such a brother as you." Bai Xiaowen laughed heartily, his genuine happiness evident as he had not ceased smiling since returning from Dozhan Peak. "Of course, if either of you needs anything, feel free to approach me," Wu Fan continued, reaching into his storage pouch to produce a dozen vials of elixirs, distributing 6 to each person. One of these vials is for breaking through bottlenecks, while the remaining 5 are for enhancing cultivation. "Please accept them, Brother Zhou and Fairy Yan'an," he added. Upon realizing that even she was included, Yan'an became flustered and repeatedly shook her head, exclaiming, "Wu, Brother Wu, this is too generous. Please, I cannot accept such precious gifts." Yan'an understood that these were high-grade elixirs, each costing nearly 200 spirit stones, amounting to over 1,000 spirit stones in total, which was indeed extravagant. At that moment, Zhou Yu's expression also grew somewhat uncomfortable. He needed the elixirs for his impending breakthrough, but felt uneasy accepting such costly gifts. Just then, Bai Xiaowen interjected, "Haha, little Nan, you should accept what my brother has given you. We shouldn't refuse elixirs that are freely offered. After all, he is my brother and a skilled alchemist." Wu Fan smiled at Bai's words, quickly adding, "Indeed, Brother Bai is correct. Please, do not hesitate to accept them. These elixirs were crafted by me in my spare time, and I have plenty to spare." Yan'an glanced at the vials in her hands, her cheeks reddening. Then she rose and bowed respectfully to Wu Fan, softly stating, "Then I express my gratitude to Brother Wu." Zhou Yu, also visibly pleased, said, "Thank you, Disciple Wu. I shall not be polite." Bai Xiaowen, with his carefree nature, said nothing further and placed the elixirs directly into his storage pouch, though his eyes reflected gratitude as he looked at Wu Fan. "Please, do not stand on ceremony. Should you require my alchemical services in the future, feel free to visit me at Danding Peak," Wu Fan stated nonchalantly. Thus, the group continued their conversation late into the night, and it was only after a while that Wu Fan rose to bid farewell. A quarter of an hour later, at the Outer Sect Affairs office, a sudden flash of sword light descended before the entrance. Wu Fan sheathed his swift wind sword and stepped inside. Upon entering, he noticed a middle-aged man engaged in conversation with 2 young disciples. As soon as the middle-aged man spotted Wu Fan, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over, exclaiming, "Ah, Junior Brother Wu, it has indeed been a long time. I heard you clinched first place in the grand competition and became a disciple of Elder Li at Danding Peak. I was genuinely delighted upon hearing the news." The middle-aged man, visibly thrilled to see Wu Fan, approached him with enthusiasm, momentarily forgetting the presence of the other 2 individuals in the room. The 2 young men exchanged astonished glances as they recognized Wu Fan, having participated in the Outer Sect Grand Competition 2 years prior. They were surprised to encounter him here. "Haha, Senior Brother Wang, it has indeed been a while. I came to visit you this time. I wonder how you have been of late?" Wu Fan replied with a hearty laugh. In truth, he held great appreciation for Senior Brother Wang, who had offered him considerable assistance when he first entered the world of cultivation, patiently clarifying many of his confounding queries. Furthermore, it was Senior Brother Wang who had provided Wu Fan with his dwelling during his time in the Outer Sect. Thus, apart from his master, Senior Brother Wang was undoubtedly the second most significant benefactor in Wu Fan's journey into the realm of cultivation. Alas, it remains the same as before, consumed by the trifles of the affairs office, with scarcely any time left for cultivation. Yet, there is no alternative. To earn spirit stones, I cannot abandon this work. Moreover, having surpassed 30 years of age, I have no hope of entering the inner sect in this lifetime. As an outer sect disciple, I lack the privilege to visit you in the inner sect, not even able to attend your grand competition. What a pity. As senior brother Wang spoke the last words, his expression grew somber, losing the earlier exuberance. Hearing his words, Wu Fan felt a pang of melancholy for senior brother Wang, yet there was little that could be done. The sect rules were immutable. Senior brother Wang, already over 40 years old, had only reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. The prospect of entering the foundation establishment stage seemed bleak, yet he continued to strive for it. Senior brother, I have joined Danding Peak and learned the art of alchemy. Should you need assistance, I would be more than willing to help. Here are 6 vials of elixirs. Please accept them, as I have always been profoundly grateful to you, Wu Fan said, presenting the 6 vials of elixirs to senior brother Wang. This is too much. Such precious gifts. Please, junior brother, take them back, senior brother Wang stammered, taken aback by the value of the elixirs in his arms, trying to return them to Wu Fan. Wu Fan, however, would not accept them back, insisting, I have plenty of elixirs. There is no need for you to be so courteous. Just accept them. Very well, then, I shall gratefully accept your kindness. Senior brother Wang's eyes sparkled with joy. The other 2 individuals gazed at brother Wang with envious eyes, contemplating in their hearts. Brother Wang is truly fortunate to have formed a connection with a disciple from the Pill Cauldron Peak. Wu Fan conversed with brother Wang for a while longer before rising to take his leave. 3 days later, over 100 miles outside the Qingfeng sect, Wu Fan released his misty vessel, soaring towards the horizon. 5 days later, within the Xianyu mountain range, Wu Fan descended upon the summit of a peak. Gazing downward, he murmured to himself, where shall I search? This task merely provided a vague location. Alas, I shall have to search slowly. Wu Fan had only rested at the sect for 3 days before setting off to the affairs hall, where he selected a task. This mission detailed that 7 days prior, 5 outer disciples had ventured deep into the Xianyu mountain range to gather herbs and had likely encountered danger. The sect had only received a single sound transmission talisman, suggesting urgency, containing only fragmentary words indicating peril within the Xianyu mountain range and urging the sect to send aid swiftly. Chapter 91. Crisis in the Cave. By sheer coincidence, upon Wu Fan's arrival at the Hall of Affairs, a task had just been posted. Due to the urgency of the situation, the reward offered was exceptionally high, amounting to 1,500 contribution points. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Fan accepted the task, leaving the other top-tier cultivators lamenting their failure to notice it sooner, allowing him to seize the opportunity. Upon reaching the Xianyu mountain range, Wu Fan found himself at a loss as to where to begin his search. With no other recourse, he commenced a gradual exploration. He tapped his storage bag, and the swift wind soared forth. Leaping onto it, he transformed into a streak of silver, delving deeper into the mountains while simultaneously extending his consciousness to its maximum reach, hoping to swiftly uncover clues about several individuals. Meanwhile, deep within a vast cave in the Xianyu mountain range, 3 cultivators found themselves in a perilous predicament. In a narrow crevice of the rocky wall, they sought refuge from impending danger. The cave entrance was barricaded by a massive stone, behind which lay the lifeless bodies of a man and a woman, both fellow cultivators. Their corpses bore a horrific appearance, as if all their blood had been drained, leaving their faces pale and their bodies emaciated. The trio hiding within the crevice comprised 2 men and a woman, all possessing cultivation levels between the 5th and 6th stages of Qi refinement. Their faces were ashen with fear, each adorned with a talisman. The female cultivator, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Brother Kong, Brother Yan, when do you think the sect will send help? Are we destined to perish here? If we wait for a few more hours, those 2 white-haired zombies will emerge again. What shall we do? One of the men, attempting to maintain composure, replied, Junior Sister Lin, do not fret. I have already sent out a communication talisman. The sect should be dispatching someone shortly. We must endure a little longer. The other man stammered in dismay. We should never have pursued that first-tier beast into this cave. Now, look at the outcome. We Haven T captured the beast, and brothers Yang and Sister Shun are dead. The first man, his expression grim, retorted, Brother Yan, you were also in agreement to enter. What purpose does it serve to dwell on this now? The 2 white-haired zombies are lurking not far from the cave entrance, and we cannot escape. We must await rescue. Fortunately, I have a few breath-holding talismans on me. Otherwise, we would share the same fate as Brother Yang and Sister Shun, having our blood drained by those zombies. Fear flickered in Junior Sister Lin's eyes as she added, Brother Kong, I heard a strange cry from deep within the cave yesterday. It certainly did not come from those 2 white-haired zombies. I believe there may be an even more formidable zombie lurking deeper. Brother Yan quickly concurred, yes, Junior Sister Lin is right. I heard that terrifying sound as well. That zombie must be far stronger, perhaps even a green-haired one. Brother Kong's expression darkened as he said, do not frighten yourselves with such notions. Green-haired zombies are not easily formed. If such a creature truly existed, we would have no life left to speak of. I fervently wish for the sect to send someone to rescue us. Alas, the situation was dire at the time. and I failed to convey the circumstances in my transmission talisman. I remain unaware of the caliber of cultivator the sect might dispatch. Should a peak Qi refinement practitioner arrive, they might stand a chance against the two white-haired zombies. However, if merely a higher-tier cultivator comes, their safety could be at stake. Brother Yin and Sister Lin could only sigh in resignation, choosing silence over further lament. As half a day slipped by, suddenly, a terrifying roar erupted from the cave, sending shivers through the three cultivators. The female practitioner, in particular, was overwhelmed with fear in the confined stone crevice. She was so frightened that she lost control of her bladder. It is no wonder, considering she had only reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement at the tender age of 18 and had never encountered such horrifying zombies. The ghastly sight of Brother Yang and Sister Shun's demise had nearly caused her to faint. Sister Lin's face flushed with embarrassment as she shifted away, while Brothers Kong and Yin were too preoccupied to notice her distress. At that moment, the massive stone at the cave's entrance trembled, prompting Sister Lin to let out a startled cry. Brothers Kong and Yin exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. As if on cue, the stone began to shake violently, showing signs of being moved. Brother Kong's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is bad." He swiftly drew a long sword from his storage bag. Brother Yin shot a glare at Sister Lin before also retrieving his sword. Realizing her blunder, Sister Lin's face turned crimson, then pale as fear gripped her. Just then, the colossal stone shifted aside, revealing the scene outside. A humanoid creature stood at the entrance, its body covered in white fur, eyes as pale as snow, and a mouth lined with jagged fangs, its long, dark purple claws adding to its terrifying visage. Upon spotting the trio, the creature let out a horrifying roar and lunged toward them. Brother Kong, his face contorted with concern, commanded, "Sister Lin, cast a fireball at the white-haired zombie. Brother Yin, raise a shield in front of us." Without hesitation, Brother Kong took to the air on his flying sword, targeting the zombie. With a resounding crash, the creature staggered back a mere step, seemingly unfazed. The strength of its physique was evident, even against Brother Kong's mid-tier magical weapon. Meanwhile, Brother Yin, in a state of panic, conjured a shield to protect the trio and unleashed his own flying sword toward the zombie. Sister Lin, however, faltered in her response. Overcome with terror, her body trembled, and her face wore an expression of utter confusion. Despite her efforts to channel the necessary incantations, she failed to conjure even a single fireball. In that instant, another white-haired zombie appeared at the cave entrance, identical to the first, its mouth filled with fangs as it screeched and lunged toward the three cultivators. Upon encountering the third individual, a white-haired zombie emerged, causing their faces to drain of color. They understood that on this day, they too would follow in the footsteps of their senior brother Yang and junior sister Shun. At this moment, junior sister Lin had already collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly, having surrendered all hope of resistance. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the cave. "Oh, there are two white-haired zombies here. How exceedingly rare." Upon hearing this voice, the eyes of brothers Kong and Yin brightened, and Lin's sobs ceased. Joy spread across the faces of the two brothers, as their first thought was that help from their sect had arrived to rescue them. Chapter 92. Rescuing within the cave. At this moment, within the vast cavern stood a solitary figure clad in a moon-white robe. His visage was fair, his eyes gleaming with a hint of brilliance, and his lips were thin, contributing to his strikingly handsome appearance. This individual was none other than Wu Fan himself, who had been searching the depths of the mountain for over half a day. During his exploration, he stumbled upon this cave and intended to soar directly toward it. However, as he approached the entrance, he sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy, prompting him to hasten his entry. Upon venturing deeper into the cavern, he was taken aback to discover two white-haired zombies. This was his first encounter with such entities. Previously, he had only come across descriptions of white-haired zombies while perusing certain jade slips. He was aware that these creatures possessed the strength equivalent to top-tier Qi refining practitioners, with exceptionally resilient physiques that rendered them nearly impervious to death. Lacking emotions and thoughts, they were mere shells driven by an insatiable thirst for human blood. However, the white-haired zombies did have weaknesses. They were averse to fire and light. The conditions for their creation were exceedingly stringent, requiring individuals born during the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin hour, who perished on the same day and were buried in a place of extreme Yin for several decades, or even centuries. While Wu Fan considered the white-haired zombies manageable, he recognized that should they transform into green-haired zombies, only foundational practitioners would stand a chance against them. The green-haired zombies were said to possess the terrifying power of foundational practitioners, and there were even more formidable variants, such as flying corpses, demonic corpses, fierce corpses, and yakshas, which were far more formidable. Among the cultivation sects in the Xia Kingdom,